Hello everyone, welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 1 of the series. Enjoy listening. Chapter 1, 3 Demon Master. 1. Ba ba, ba ba, ba ba. A young shepherd's sheep made noises that echoed across the normally tranquil mountain range. Li Qi crawled on top of the cliff whilst the cold night breeze blew heavily. However, at this moment, perspiration drowned his body. At 13 years of age, a little boy like Li Qi was using all of his might to climb the mountain range. This scene in the night sky exuded a macabre sensation for any spectators that were around to witness it. Although the night was quiet, his mind was tormented by a fire of uncertainty. Heralding from a poor family, his parents were both peasants. At the age of 7, he started his life as a shepherd. He took the family name Li. His name was Li Qi because he cried for 7 days and 7 nights after birth. 1. Today, he was performing his daily task. However, during the evening dawn's approach, he noticed that he was missing his leading sheep. Filled with worries, he rushed back to the mountain range to search for it. After what was seemingly comparable to scouring the entire mountain range, he still could not find even a shadow of the sheep. Thinking about the missing sheep and its evil owner, Zhang Dehu, Li Qi feared for the worst in his heart. Suddenly, Li Qi thought of one place. There was only one place that he didn't search, the Heaven Demon Grotto. As he looked toward the Heaven Demon Grotto in front of him, the mountain range in the dark night resembled a fierce beast from the ancient desolate era with its mouth gaping, hungering for human flesh. Hearing the wolves' howls reverberating from side to side, he couldn't help but shiver in fear. The Heaven Demon Grotto was considered a cursed place in the surrounding area. Legend has it that an evil demon exists there, who instantly consumed any trespasser. No one had ever made it out of the cave alive. At this moment, the sounds of Zhang Dehu's whips reverberated in Li Qi's ears. If he truly lost the sheep, then Zhang Dehu would definitely whip his flesh into tatters. Having reached this point, Li Qi grinded his teeth and approached the cave as his body disappeared in the night. Aawa, the night screeched sadly along with the young boy's scream. Li Qi's horrified voice once again rang, You, what is your intention? Suddenly, the terrible screams came to an end. An unknown amount of time later, at the depths of the Heaven Demon Grotto, the silence was broken with a menacing voice. Good, my immortal dark crow has finally been completed. Only a soul was missing. Today I will coincidentally borrow your soul for a little bit. Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. A moment later, as each flap rung loudly, a strange, dark crow flew away from the Heaven Demon Grotto. Fly, I will use your soul to find all the forbidden burials, fly across all the land. As long as the 9 worlds exist, I will find you again. From the depths of the Heaven Demon Grotto, the heavy voice once again lingered in the air. From then on, between this heaven and earth, a dark crow flew across the plains. From heavenly cities to the most dangerous edges and secret places, it flew without free will, straight through the 9 worlds for eras without end. As time passed, millions of years had come and gone, a new peerless master rose up as another fell. Slowly, the crow would appear again. It wanted to escape its master, it wanted to find a purpose to its life. From the medicine god to the immortal Emperor Sky, immortal Emperor Sanguine, immortal Emperor Min Ren to immortal Emperor Tunri and immortal Emperor Bingyu, all the way up until the Black Dragon King. Behind each of these paragons lied the shadow of a crow, one that struggled to find freedom. As these strongest beings came and went, the crow still mysteriously appeared in the river of time. The crow was not willing to have his fate controlled, it wanted to oppose the most frightening character in this world. Millions of years till now, and the changing of era from era. Li Qi, who was floating in the river, was suddenly dragged up by a person. AAA. As he was being dragged out, Li Qi suddenly woke up. His first reaction was jumping up as he was unfamiliar with his own body. He was unstable and almost fell down to the ground again. My body. Looking down and seeing that his body had stayed the same, Li Qi was both ecstatic and scared. Even after the thousands of struggles while fighting against the unending waves and winds, the dark crow, Li Qi, still couldn't contain his emotions after regaining his own body. Taking a deep breath, he lifted his head and saw an old man in front of him. It is this old man that has saved you from your impending doom. The old man laughed loudly in an inglorious manner, revealing his 3 remaining yellow teeth. This made others to feel that his smile was very lowly. Upstream, Li Qi could still see the dimming structure of the Heaven Demon Grotto. His eyes became increasingly cold, his aura exceeds anything that a 13-year-old child could produce. Li Qi took a deep breath, and then stared at the old man. After a while, he finally asked, "How should I address you, old man?" "Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, San Gue Yi." The old man answered with his mouth agape revealing his 3 gold teeth, smiling and spitting everywhere. "Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect," Li Qi whispered under his breath. This name reminded him of the sealed memories in his head, the time when he was still imprisoned in the body of the Dark Crow. Right now, who has the Heaven's will? Li Qi regained his composure and asked the man. Heaven's will eh? Right now, in this era, no one has been able to carry the Heaven's will. The old man was still smiling as he answered. Where is immortal Emperor Ta Kong? After hearing his answer, Li Qi's complexion darkened. How long has he been asleep for? Over 100,000 years. Immortal Emperor Ta Kong has been missing for 30,000 years. What about Black Dragon King of the Heaven Protector Palace? Li Qi inquired about the old man once again. No one knows, the Black Dragon King went missing at the same time as well. San Gue shook his head. Hearing this, Li Qi crazily changed his expression. He looked back at the Heaven Demon Grotto again and finally knew why he had regained his body. Let us go. Wearing a sad expression, Li Qi turned around and started to walk away, and didn't care whether San Gue was following him or not. After experiencing near immortality, he knew exactly what he had to do. The Heaven Protector Palace has the strongest lineage of a peerless master in the current times. That era, when the Black Dragon King was still alive, no one could match her across the 9 worlds. For 3 generations she was still respected. Even though he has been missing for 30,000 years, the Heaven Protector Palace was still residing arrogantly in this heaven. At this moment, a young boy around the age of 13 and a lowly old man with 3 gold teeth was standing outside of the Heaven Protector Palace. Standing outside the palace's outer city, Li Qi was burning ceremonial money while whispering. Little Black Dragon, you don't have to worry. This life, you have helped me by obtaining my body again. One day, I will stomp the evil land to get revenge for you. After the burning was complete, Li Qi stared at the Heaven Protector Palace ahead. The scenes were still the same, but the people were no longer there, everything had become foreign. He reminisced about the old days, Little Black Dragon and the memory of them building the city from the ground up through their sheer effort. Unfortunately, after 30,000 years, not many still remembered the Dark Crow hiding behind the curtain. Hey, let us go back to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect now. At this time, the old man glanced at Li Qi and told his purpose while revealing his 3 shiny golden teeth. Let us go. Li Qi calmly nodded his head. No matter how illustrious or mysterious this old man may be, his origin could not surprise Li Qi. He had experienced countless difficulties, and his soul was trapped inside the Dark Crow for millions of years. Era after era, he walked together shoulder to shoulder with immortal emperors, and made friends with alchemy god. What things could still actually surprise him? As they were leaving, an extremely elegant and beautiful girl stepped out of the palace. She resembled an angel from heaven, a goddess out of this world. The moment she stepped out, she inadvertently saw the fire left over by the ceremonial burning, as well as some mysterious symbols left behind. After seeing those symbols, her expression greatly changed. Who was having a ceremony here just now? An old servant nearby immediately went around to look for information and came back with results. The city guards said that there was an old man and a young boy around the age of 13 here just now. They were burning the money. Chase and find them immediately. The girl declared her command. Your Highness is supposed to go to God's mountain right now. The old servant hesitantly whimpered. Find them. The goddess yelled softly, her body disappearing across space to find the 2. In the end, she was unable to find them and had to return dejectedly to the palace. The symbols rotated in her head. They had disappeared for a long time. Why was it that they appeared again in the outskirt after 10,000s of years? Are they friends or foes? Your Highness, we couldn't find the people who were burning the gold ceremonial items. An old loyal servant reported. Order everyone to keep in mind that if there was any news about the two people, immediately report back to me. The goddess gravely commanded. Hearing this, the servant was extremely surprised. With the current power of the Heaven Protector Palace and the reputation of their goddess, it was rare that she would carry such a serious expression. Then what about the God's mountain? The servant asked. Cancel it. The goddess exclaimed. I have to read the ancient books that the ancestors have left behind. Something strange is happening. She immediately went to the deepest part of the forbidden grounds in the Heaven Protector Palace. The cleansing incense ancient sect resided in the nation of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. It used to be of immortal emperor lineage with a long history. In the beginning of the emperor era, immortal Emperor Min-Ren imperiously stood at the peak and created a sect and named it Cleansing Incense. Unfortunately, after millions of years, it could not withstand the test of time and its unforgiving nature. The sect was no longer of the immortal emperor ranking that could rule the land like in the old age. No matter how hard it tries, it could not rekindle the ancient glory nor stop its unrelentingly slow demise. Elder, not good, a mortal said he wants us to accept him as the prime disciple. A disciple hurriedly reported to the first elder of the Cleansing Incense ancient sect as he was stepping outside. Kick him off the mountain. Without giving a glance, the first elder proclaimed. Why would you even report such a little thing? A mortal wanting to be the prime disciple of our sect. What a joke. A prime disciple is the same as the sect master's protege, one with the highest chance of becoming the future sect master. Of course, when the sect master wasn't present, then the first elder could still personally take care of these matters. But he was recommended by San Guiyi. The disciple stuttered. San Guiyi. Raising his eyebrows, the first elder unhappily said. Was he bribed by liquor? Was that why he is recommending this mortal? San Guiyi used to belong to the sect, but the sect did not want to recognize this member. Although the name sounded very heroic, this name had caused the sect to lose all dignity. San Guiyi had three good qualities to him. He was very good at spending money, lying, and fooling around in the brothels. That was why they called him San Guiyi. 2. He had not cultivated any methods to its end, but he did have a very big background within the sect. Rumor has it that he was the bastard child of the last sect master. That was why, when the last sect master died, he asked for the current one to take care of San Guiyi. There was also another rumor that San Guiyi was a bastard, but a bastard from the sect master 2 generations ago. But because the previous sect master owed this person a great favor, he had no choice but to accept this blur, and unwillingly take care of San Guiyi. Before the previous sect master passed away, he also asked the current sect master to take care of San Guiyi. No matter who his father was, the whole sect and its upper echelon had no love for the old man and the unflattering words regarding San Guiyi's character or care about the rumors in the world. The entire sect, from elders to the lowest disciples, did not welcome this old man without any cultivation. So what if it was San Guiyi's recommendation? Kick him off. The first elder yelled out of annoyance. His morning and good mood was ruined by this event. Boo, but he said he has the Cleansing Incense ancient order from San Guiyi. The disciple stuttered once again out of fear. The Cleansing Incense ancient order. After hearing these words, the first elder's expression darkened. After a quiet contemplation, he quickly ordered, gather all of the elders and tell the mortal to wait outside of the grand chamber. The Cleansing Incense ancient sect has a total of 6 elders. After hearing the 4 words, Cleansing Incense ancient order, the other 5 quickly came to the meeting. The original patriarch of the sect was immortal Emperor Min-Ren, who left behind 3 orders. 2 have been recalled to the sect, but the third one had fallen into the hands of San Guiyi. Outside of the request from the last sect master to take care of San Guiyi, the second reason why the elders were helpless against San Guiyi was because he possessed the last order. The order represented immortal Emperor Min-Ren. The holder could request anything from the Cleansing Incense ancient sect. Sitting in the grand chamber of the Cleansing Incense ancient sect while staring at the elusive statue covered by a golden smoke, Li Qi couldn't help but recall many stories from the past. The statue of immortal Emperor Min-Ren stood strong at the tallest point. Although many years had passed, the statue still carried an ancient aura, seemingly capable of piercing the 9 skies. Spectators couldn't help but worship the mere sight. It was as if the emperor was still in front of them. Li Qi didn't know how to describe his feelings as he was staring at this statue. The emperor was dead, but Li Qi was still alive, he forever will be. Although he had obtained his goal and regained his body, all of his old acquaintances have slowly disappeared into the mist of time. 1. Qi meaning 7, Yi meaning night, 2. San, 3. Gui, demon/ghost, Yi, master/oldman. Chapter 2, 3. Demon Master, 2. Li Qi remembered when the ancient Ming era was coming to an end and the age of the emperors had started. His soul was still trapped in the body of the Dark Crow at that time. This was currently the era when he temporarily regained his sanity from the control of the Heaven Demon Grotto after an eternity of struggles. When he met immortal Emperor Min Ren for the first time, Min Ren was still a little boy who was in love with martial arts and had no knowledge of grand cultivation. The time between now and when he led immortal Min Ren into the cultivation world was already a few million years. Many generations of experts appeared and disappeared between the mysterious ocean of time. Inadvertently looking at the obsidian-colored wooden stick next to the altar below the statue, Li Qi couldn't help but slightly chuckle at the sight. He couldn't believe that the stick still existed after so many years. He made great use of it in the past to discipline that group of energetic children, including the immortal emperor, until they called for their father and mother. At this moment, the 6 elders from the cleansing incense ancient sect were all gathered. Even though they were old, but their blood energy was still as apparent as the rainbow, with bright lights surrounding their bodies. Even though the cleansing incense ancient sect had declined, but it was still of immortal emperor lineage. If the elders accepted the titles from the heavenly god kingdom, then they would all be named heroes. At this moment, the 6 elders' sharp eyes preyed on Li Qi, intending to unravel his secrets. However, Li Qi remained calm while sitting quietly through the uncomfortable atmosphere. Cleansing incense ancient order. Eventually, the first elder gravely inquired. The order was extremely important because it was an object left behind by the founding immortal emperor. Li Qi slowly opened his palm to reveal the ancient order. He was surprised when San Gui took him to the town below the Sects mountain and then ran off to the brothel. Before leaving, he casually threw the order into Li Qi's hand. It was unbelievable that a person like the old man would have the ancient order. In the past, when Li Qi was trapped inside the Dark Crow and when Min Ren carried the Heaven's Will, he gave the 3 ancient orders to Li Qi. Later, Li Qi gave them to different people. After a million years, Li Qi nostalgically stared at the present order. In the past, he did not need them, but today, he had no choice but to utilize its power. The 6 elders passed around the order while they carefully examined it to confirm that it was indeed authentic. The truth was, the sect had long wanted to recall the order, but they did not have a way of forcing it from San Gui's hand. He knew that the order was equal to another life. Thus, he held onto it with his dear life. Who would have predicted that it would fall into the hands of a mortal without any reputation? Where is San Gui? The first elder asked coldly. He, in reality, harbored no love for San Gui, a person who could only spend money, lie, and play with women. To him, it did not matter if he was the son of the old sect master. He went to the Chui Hong brothel. Li Qi calmly answered. Shadows loomed over the 6 elders' faces. Even though they didn't like him, but the thought of someone from the honorable sect visiting the most famous and popular brothel within a 1,000-mile radius gave them great shame. And it was not like it was his first time visiting it either. Even though they were angry inside and didn't know how to release it, they could only wish that such a notorious player wasn't a part of the sect. What is your demand? A different elder loudly asked. They didn't know the method he employed in order to obtain the order. However, the truth was that the truth and the order in front of them was definitely not a fake. I heard that the prime disciple position for the sect is still unoccupied. Plus, since San Gui recommends my talents so fervently, I have no choice but to desire this position. Li Qi slowly proclaimed. After hearing his answer, the 6 elders started cursing San Gui. That goddamn bastard, what rights did he have to recommend someone to be the prime disciple of the sect? It was an extremely important position, the sect had to carefully select the person. Otherwise, the spot would have already been occupied. Don't use the prime disciple position as a joke. One elder spoke with cold intent. I know. Li Qi calmly and slowly enunciated his words without fear, but the person carrying the order has the right to demand any request. This is the rule established by the immortal Emperor Min Ren. What if you used an underhanded method to obtain this order? The first elder interjected with a threatening statement. This position wasn't something that could be joked about or given without any thoughts. Li Qiyi replied in a cavalierly manner, "I understand, the elders fear that I might have used demonic ploys to force the order from the hands of Sen Guiyi. However, if you guys do not trust me, you can send people to the Chui Hong brothel for confirmation." The elders cried in pain deep within their hearts every time they heard the word Chui Hong brothel, but they had no choice but to send disciples to confirm the truth. A moment later, a disciple did indeed confirm Li Qiyi's words. He tried his best to leave out information regarding San Guiyi's current joyful and debaucherous disposition with the girls, or the elders would go crazy. Unwilling as they might be, the elders had to follow the rules given by the patriarch. Even if the cleansing incense ancient sect has fallen, their lineage was still of the immortal emperors. Thus, they will not dishonor the reputation left behind. Bring the truth mirror. The truth mirror shined on Li Qiyi's body. Any mortal wanting to join a sect for cultivation purposes must be judged by the mirror. It tested the physique, life wheel, and fate palace. Within the mirror, Li Qiyi's reflection appeared. It was but a hazy, unstable shadow that could go out at any time. Behind his head appeared an elusive blood halo while the top had a radiating light. However, both were extremely feeble. Physique is of a mortal. The life wheel is a mortal's life. The fate palace is also a mortal's destiny. The disciple reported the findings of the truth mirror on Li Qiyi's innate talents and physical condition. Every person had a physique, life wheel, and fate palace. The physique directly affected the physical strength, life wheel indicated one's longevity, and the fate palace showed one's innate talent for cultivation. However, Li Qiyi, with his mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace, had silenced the elders. He was the most average of men. The sect could go outside and grab any commoner from the street with the same characteristics. If you want to be the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, at the very least you would need a Xiantian physique, not mentioning king physique, saint physique. Your life wheel also has to be around the same. Your abilities are not fit for this position. The first elder directly rejected. I am aware. Li Qiyi didn't want to think too much and casually spoke. But I still want to be the prime disciple. After hearing those words, the elders were extremely aggravated. This person is not qualified to be a normal disciple, let alone the prime disciple. This is the most unreasonable of requests. I trust that the descendants of the immortal emperor will not relinquish their words or violate the ancestral rule, bringing shame to the sect and the lineage. Li Qiyi played around with the order in his hand and slowly spoke. If this order were to fall into another's hands, the result would be unimaginable. Hearing this, the expressions of the 6 elders froze. The first elder gazed at him and coldly retorted, even if such a thing happened, anyone who wants to be the prime disciple of our sect has to be tested on all aspects. This ranges from his origin to his background as well as his innate talents. Otherwise, the sect would not allow an unqualified candidate. That is your problem. Li Qiyi stared at the 6 elders and said, if you think a different sect sent me to steal your immortal emperor's heritage, I would not need to become the prime disciple. By the order of virtue, I can just ask for them, no need to bother becoming the prime disciple. You should know this better than me. If I wanted to harm the sect, with the power of this order, it would not be a difficult feat. Li Qiyi's words made the elders glance at each other. Even though they were a bit ambivalent, but they didn't entirely trust Li Qiyi. He is not exactly without reason. Elder Chao, one of the 6 elders, slowly responded, if the order keeps on wandering around outside, wouldn't that be a hidden danger to us? We cannot refuse anyone with the order. We might as well accept his request. This matter cannot be taken lightly. The first elder coldly replied. From the past until now, the prime disciple has always been the head disciple under the sect master. Whether we accept or not, we must ask the sect master's opinion regarding this decision, then make a choice later. Another elder mused the statement. Makes sense, in the end the prime disciple would be the direct disciple of the sect master. The remaining elders agreed. Send a letter to sect master. After the 6 elders debated, the first elder immediately commanded. The letter arrived to sect master Su Yong Huang just for a little bit, but the 6 elders immediately received a reply. And the answer was that the sect master allowed for Li Qiyi to become the prime disciple, causing them to be extremely surprised. Truly unbelievable. The sect master was too rash. First elder read the letter 3 times, and confirmed that he didn't misread, and angrily yelled. Brother Gu, if the sect master agreed, then why are we still debating? In the end the prime disciple is still the direct disciple of the sect master, and the choice is in the sect master's hand. Elder Chow persuaded with his words. Sect master was being too rash, Another elder shook his head and sighed. Elder Chow forcefully smiled, so be it, we have no other choice. Ultimately, if we could recover the order, then we would have done a great service to the sect. Chapter 3, Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, 1. 3 days later, after honoring the ancestors, you will formally become the prime disciple of our sect. The first elder, while very discontent, still managed to grunt out a response. Li Qi was still sitting casually, without a trace of surprise. He only chuckled out loud. Me becoming the prime disciple should warrant a weapon or two for my personal safety, right? Seeing his comfortable state under heavy pressure, all of the 6 elders were surprised. In the end, the boy was only 13 years old, but his calm demeanor resembled a tyrant that dominated one sphere, having everything under his control. How could a mortal like him have such a courageous spirit? The first elder glanced at Li Qi, shook his head and told him, although we accepted you as the prime disciple, we can only give you a normal weapon. If you desire a formidable treasure or an immortal emperor merit law, you would have to contribute enough merits to the sect. Li Qi smirked. His goal was certainly not an immortal emperor merit law or a peerless technique. His true aim was the black wooden stick lying on the pedestal. Averting his gaze to the stick, Li Qi continued, fine, I want that wooden stick. That wooden stick. The 6 elders' bodies staggered in surprise. The stick was only used for gathering the ashes after a ceremonial burning to honor the ancestors. It had always been there and no one had any interest in it. The elders thought Li Qi would ask for treasures using his new status, but he simply wanted a wooden stick. This request was outside of their expectation. Li Qi said with ease. Since I am the prime disciple, my position is worthy of respect. The stick belongs to the Grand Chamber, and this is the ancestral Grand Chamber of all of the sect. Its symbolism represents the power of the cleansing incense ancient sect, so it is worthy relative to my current position as the prime disciple. After hearing Li Qi's continuous logic, the 6 elders looked around themselves with their eyes wide open. They thought to themselves, this idiotic brat and that goddamn playboy Sen Guei definitely belong together. Just like how an ox seeks another ox, a horse would find another horse. 1. So be it, we shall bestow this stick upon you. The first elder was happy to give this worthless stick to Li Qi if it meant that he doesn't have to hear his incessant blabbering anymore. To him, this thing was only a regular wooden stick to move the ashes. Might as well give it to Li Qi so he didn't have to listen on to his rambling. Many thanks to the honorable elders. Li Qi was eagerly waiting for those words. Before his words finished coming out of his mouth, his hands were already holding the stick. This action in the eyes of the 6 elders was seen as being very naive. Why Ren, take him to his resting quarter. Finally, an elder became impatient and told a nearby disciple to send Li Qi away. Today's events had greatly stressed the 6 elders, a wastrel becoming the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Even if the sect had long gone past its glory days, it was not destitute enough to accept a waste of a human being as the prime disciple. Led by the disciple, Li Qi approached a solitary single peak. It was not small, on top of it laid a small villa the size of 36,000 square meters. The villa had been abandoned for a long time, surrounded by weeds and wild plants. Although it is far away from everything, it is still a part of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Opening the door, the disciple immediately said, Junior Discus no, Senior Disciple, this place will be your home from now on. He only spoke 2 words, but quickly realized his mistake. Based on the time Li Qi joined the sect, Li Qi was his junior disciple. However, because he was the prime disciple, anyone within the 3rd generation, no matter how young or old, would have to call him senior disciple. Li Qi glanced at this wily disciple, and looked around then nodded his head. This peak far away from everything is a good place. Plus it is very fitting with its name, Lonely Peak. The disciple smilingly said. He peeked at Li Qi a few times, then finally spoke, you will be the master of this peak in the future. The truth was, according to the rules of the sect, the prime disciple has the right to live in a peak closest to the center. The sect owned many peaks, and the prime disciple could choose any peak for himself. But most of the main peaks of the sect were occupied. Moreover, all 6 elders were unhappy with Li Qiyi. Thus, he was exiled to this faraway place away from any main peaks. The main peaks located near the center contained thicker world essence than the collateral mountains and inferior peaks. This place will be just fine, Li Qiyi naturally proclaimed. He was not a petty man regarding such trivial matters. I have brought all the daily necessities to senior disciple earlier. This junior disciple thoroughly handled matters with ease and experience. After taking care of all the items needed for daily activities, he politely said, "If you need anything else, just come to the outer area to find me. What is your name?" Before the disciple departed, Li Qiyi casually asked. The disciple was surprised by the sudden question. He did not think highly of Li Qiyi. His talents were lacking to the point that he would not be accepted as a regular disciple here. In the chamber earlier, the actions of Li Qiyi caused others to feel that he was stupid. But the current Li Qiyi, who was calm and natural, made this disciple feel perplexed inside, and didn't know whether Li Qiyi was crazy or thought about everything beforehand. Senior disciple, this junior disciple's name is Nanhui Ren. I am a caretaker of the outer court. This disciple quickly regained his wit, and answered Li Qiyi. My name is Li Qiyi. Li Qiyi gently nodded. In the last 1,000,000 years, the ones who knew his true origin and name could be counted on the fingers of one's hands. After Nanhui Ren's departure, Li Qiyi did not sit idly by. He began to clean up the yard and tidied up the whole mountain. After completing the task to an acceptable standard, the deserted mountain resembled more of a home. Li Qiyi did everything in a systematic and neat manner, slow but steady. If any accidental bypassers were to witness his cleaning actions, they would not believe that he was only 13 years old. After the tedious labor, the sky slowly darkened. Li Qiyi felt tired and hungry. He slowly sat down in front of the villa. Taking in a deep breath, he took out the wooden stick that people used to move the ashes that are now placed by his waist and carefully observed it. His memories slowly came back to him, causing him to have a bitter smile. The world believed that if an immortal emperor succeeded in carrying the heaven's will, they will truly become immortal. However, if that was the case, where were immortal Emperor Min Ren, immortal Emperor Tun Ri, and all the peerless cultivators from each era? Where was their end? Li Qiyi slowly regained his composure. He removed the dust and ash from the stick. The stick eventually revealed its real form. This was a stick spanning 1 meter. After being doused in fire for thousands of years, it still retained its original form without faults. In the eyes of other people, however, this was only a regular wooden stick without any magical elements. Li Qiyi whispered as he gently wiped the wooden stick, "Serpent punishing stick." With this wooden stick in his hand, his memories caused an inexplicable emotion. That day, when Min Ren was without the heaven's will, Li Qiyi, as the master of this future immortal emperor, had taught a group of children that would be the loyal support for Min Ren. Since he wanted to groom them well, he specifically took the serpent-punishing stick from the demon forest. Those teenagers that would stomp the 9 worlds under their feet were all victims of this stick. After concluding their training, he left the stick there in the cleansing incense ancient sect, and there it has remained until now. Gripping the stick tightly, Li Qiyi immersed himself even deeper within his memories. Escaping the Heaven Demon Grotto was successful, and he finally regained his body and soul from the control of the Dark Crow. But time was not merciful. Everyone who used to be his friends and family, such as the alchemy god, immortal Emperor Xueshi, immortal Emperor Min Ren, even the illustrious Black Dragon King that survived 3 eras, have all left this world. At the beginning of the desolate era, he was only a young shepherd. In order to find a lost sheep, he went into the grotto and became imprisoned by the Heaven Demon Grotto. He was forced to follow the trajectory envisioned by his master in his crow body from era to era. At that moment, Li Qiyi was very scared. Unable to resist, he flew without rest across the forbidden burials, traveling across the 9 lands, across the 9 worlds, and in the end, he still had no choice but to return to the Heaven Demon Grotto, too. However, because of this, he had experienced the countless dangers and mysteries of the world. He had trodden through lands that even an unbeatable virtuous paragon would stray from. His willpower, basked by hardships throughout the eras, became unshakable. From then on, he was unwilling to become an immortal slave to the Heaven Demon Grotto. He formulated a grand plan in order to cut off all the immortal spirit seals and formations within his soul. In order to escape the Dark Crow, for his own freedom and to regain his body, he continuously led all the geniuses on the road of cultivation. The best of these young ones were able to fight on the peerless road, under the sky, to obtain the heaven's will. But today, when Li Qi had returned to his old body, and became a human again, all of his friends have soon left him. Taking his last, deep breath to forget his pain, he has once again strengthened his resolve to destroy all obstacles and penetrate the souls of those in the Heaven Demon Grotto. Stupid people come together would be the meaning here. It doesn't translate as poetically in English, however, I don't know if we want to keep it in to keep the translation loyal. 2. Grammar here is weird, but I do like the repetition here, makes it more dramatic. Chapter 4, Cleansing Incense. Ancient Sect. 2. The news of the new prime disciple had spread across the sect. The upper echelons were unhappy, but they could not do anything regarding this matter due to the order. A useless person like Li Qi was only lucky, that was all. However, the third generation was extremely riled up. The prime disciple would have originally came from one of them. He would have to be the one with the highest contributions as well as passing all of the tests given by the elders. Not only that, he would also be blessed with the sect master's teachings while he has exposure to emperor-level techniques. Ultimately, he will most likely become the sect master in the future as well. In the current situation, no one within the second generation of disciples was chosen. This meant that the prime disciple seat would definitely be chosen from the third generation disciples. The ones that rebelled the most were the most gifted disciples with the highest aptitudes and origins. They felt cheated by Li Qi. Thus, the commotion in the sect was chaotic. A mortal with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace has no right to be the prime disciple. A few geniuses angrily declared. He is the biggest disgrace to our sect. Who can blame him for obtaining the cleansing incense? Ancient order, even the elders have accepted it. A few of the older geniuses lamented, but they could only accept the situation. He is only the prime disciple for now, one without talents and strengths cannot compete for the sect master's seat. Who is to say that the prime disciple will be the next sect master for certain? The most arrogant and confident disciples coldly spoke. If he doesn't know right from wrong, I wouldn't mind teaching him a little bit. But even when Li Qi really didn't have the qualification to compete for the sect master's seat, all the disciples still felt cheated inside when they have to call a young useless person like Li Qi as oldest brother. Isn't the last remaining cleansing incense ancient order in the hand of San Guiyi? How did it fall into the hand of that little brat? A disciple curiously asked. The fact that San Guiyi possessed the last order was not a big secret. The sect had always wanted to recover it, but San Guiyi never agreed. This is why everyone was perplexed about Li Qi owning it. I heard that this brat has some wit, I just don't know how he fooled the perverted old man. Another disciple coldly replied, I heard that when the elders ordered people to confirm this matter, San Guiyi was having fun in the brothel. It could very well be that the brat invited him to play as much as he wants in order to trade for the ancient order. Here, this disciple scowled, and felt nauseous. So he and that perverted old man was the same type. Hearing this story, the other disciples contemptuously exclaimed. Even though rumors had it that San Guiyi was a child of a certain sect master, but the entire sect did not welcome such a perverted old man that only knew how to spend money and fooling around. Especially the third generation disciples, they did not respect him even a little bit. If it wasn't for the will of the last sect master, then he would have been kicked out of the sect. If Li Qi and San Guiyi was the same type, then they would find Li Qi even more distasteful. But 3 days have not passed, and Li Qi has not greeted the ancestor. The sect received an invitation from the 9 Saint Demon Gate. What? The 9 Saint Demon Gate wants to test Li Qi. After receiving the news, the 6 elders were shocked. One of the elders became increasingly paranoid. Lamentably, they've heard the news so quickly. He only became the prime disciple recently and they already want to test him. Another elder continued, it seems like they want to escape the promise of the past. A trash like Li Qi will never pass the test. That is why they want to force and expedite the issue. We no longer have a choice. The first elder reluctantly spoke out. Right now, the 9 Saint Demon Gate rules an entire country. We cannot compare to them, and thus, we cannot negotiate anything differently. His words caused everyone to fall into silence. In the beginning of the Emperor era, their sect was invincible, their reputation intoxicated the 9 worlds, their strength ruled an ancient kingdom, all sects submitted to their might. No existence in the entire world could have been a threat to the position of the old cleansing incense ancient sect. However, as time passed, old glories were now gone. They no longer have the power to control a regular country, let alone an ancient kingdom. They lost the privilege of granting titles to their followers such as named hero or royal noble. What do we do now? Another elder asked. All of the elders knew that a mortal like Li Qi had no chance of passing the examination from the 9-saint demon gate. Cure a dead horse into a living one, no other choice. Another elder answered. If he somehow succeeds, then we would be in-laws with the 9-saint demon gate. If this was the case, then the heavenly god sect and the heavenly jewel kingdom would not dare to look down upon us. Towards such an impossible dream, the 6 elders could only forcefully laugh. But no matter what, they still had to try. Li Qi was waiting in his villa until the ancestors' ceremony, but Nan Huairen was approaching. Senior disciple, the elders call for you in the grand chamber. He quickly approached Li Qi. Something major happened. Nan Huairen was a bit surprised but did not hide anything. He nodded and said, I will not lie to you, honorable brother. The 9-saint demon gate sent us an invitation. He paused for a second and glanced at Li Qi, then continued on, I heard your fiancé wants to test your abilities. 9-saint demon gate. Li Qi suddenly remembered an old memory when he heard this name. Nan Huairen thought Li Qi did not know of this sect, so he quickly explained. The 9-saint demon gate is one of the biggest sects in the Grand Middle Territory. They rule over Old Ox country, having the rights to grant titles. Our 2 sects used to have an amicable and close relationship together. The original patriarch of 9-saint used to be named 9-saint Virtuous Paragon. He was the number 1 general under our immortal Emperor Min Ren and followed him to sweep through the 9 worlds. When we were ruling over an ancient kingdom, even the 9-saint demon gate had to pay tribute to us. I have heard of the sect. Li Qi smiled gently. Of course he knew about the sect, and he had met 9-saint Virtuous Paragon as well. During the early time of the Emperor's era, because of Min Ren's Dao path, Li Qi spent so much time and energy in order to entrap this demonic monster named 9-saint, forcing him to be Min Ren's fate protector. Where did this fiancé come from? Li Qi asked. Nan Huairen answered, from the legends, when our patriarch accepted the heaven's will and became the immortal emperor, 9-saint Virtuous Paragon had a pact with us. If their prime descendant was a female while ours was a male, then we would become in-laws. Pausing for a moment, he sighed dejectedly. At that time, they were climbing high. I think that in the past, the old chicken had a female disciple. After listening, Li Qi quietly mumbled once again while remembering his past. However, he had forgotten about it after falling into his deep sleep. It was not a matter of great importance. What did you say, great brother? Nan Huairen inquired since he didn't hear it. Nothing. So their prime descendant right now is a woman. It is known that between the 2 of our sects, there has not existed any in-law relationships for a long time. In this era, their prime descendant is indeed a woman. He paused for a second to look at Li Qi's expression. I also hear that their descendant, Li Shuangyan, has an innate king physique. Hearing Nan Huairen's story, Li Qi had understood everything. The 9-saint demon gate naturally didn't want to marry a descendant with such aptitude and potential to a disciple in a declining sect. That makes things a little more interesting. Li Qi slightly chuckled. Nan Huairen shockingly stared at the calm Li Qi. He felt strange that an ordinary boy at the age of 13 was able to face everything like a royal noble who had been through numerous trials. If it was someone else, having heard Nan Huairen, they would become anxious and frightened. But Li Qi was entirely opposite, and carried on his nonchalant attitude. Has Nan Huairen informed you of the current situation? The first elder coldly asked once Li Qi entered the ancestral chamber. Truth be told, the 6 elders definitely did not welcome a wastrel like Li Qi. But because of the current situation, they hoped that he was not so useless and that he could luckily pass the trial of the 9-saint demon gate. At this moment, the cleansing incense ancient saint truly need a giant monster such as the 9-saint demon gate to be an in-law. Even though the chance of success was extremely small, but they still wanted to try. Honorable elder, I understand completely. Li Qi lightly nodded his head. Good. As long as you can pass the tribulation, we will handsomely reward you. The first elder said with a cold voice, as if to mock Li Qi's calm demeanor. Li Qi elegantly smiled and politely said, I am very willing to go to the trial, but I have 3 conditions. Impudent. One of the elders yelled out, you dare to negotiate in front of the elders. Chapter 5, The Fiancé. 1. Any other disciple would be afraid of facing the elders' wrath, but Li Qi lightly scoffed, Elders, don't be angry. If I were to actually pass the trials, it would be a great contribution to the sect. The hardworking should be rewarded, no. It should be a given that I would have certain conditions given the dangerous task. Then wait until you have passed the trial, then we can discuss them. This elder was extremely unhappy before Li Qi's attitude, so he roared his response. So be it. First elder nodded his head, then continued, don't you worry. As long as you pass the trial, you are free to select any cultivation methods with the exception of Heaven's Will secret laws and immortal emperor merit laws. I don't think the other elders would have any objections. The 6 elders glanced at each other and contemplated the notion. If he indeed passes the trial, then the elder's suggestion is completely reasonable. The other conditions can wait until after the trial. Li Qi finally smiled. However, there is one condition that I must state beforehand, so that there will be ample time for preparation. Once I reach the Yun physique level, I require a medicinal paste of the saint grade. After hearing Li Qi's request, the faces of all 6 elders became sour, they collectively yelled out at the same time, how greedy can you be? Li Qi pretended to not hear their loud yell and continued to slowly enunciate each word, Elders, the marriage between our 2 sects is a great matter as well as an enormous contribution. An emperor-grade medicinal paste might be precious, but I feel like it is a fair trade. You think a medicinal paste of the saint grade is so easily obtainable? This elder was unhappy, and coldly scowled. The first elder glanced at Li Qi, and said, if you are successful, then getting a saint grade passed isn't too outrageous. But right now, we cannot accommodate you because we lack certain integral efficacious medicines for the saint paste recipe. Looking at the elder's body language, Li Qi secretly sighed in disappointment. He was thinking too highly of cleansing incense ancient sect. In the past, its treasure trove was unlimited. It even contained immortal grade paste, saint paste was trivial in comparison. Fine, I will take one step back, I want the highest grade of king paste. This I can accept, but the condition is that you will still have to be successful. The elders glanced at each other, and finally the first elder conceded. Li Qi smiled at the first elder, and said, outside of this, before going to the 9 Saint Demon Gate, I have another small request. Not knowing how dangerous it will be, I need to learn some techniques, and 1 or 2 defensive weapons. Finally, you are still a bit wily, and taking advantage of this situation for personal gains. Elder Chao angrily spoke. First elder actually sympathized, and nodded his head, how about this, in the inner sect there are techniques and weapons, you can pick one thing. What do other elders think? Even though the other elders didn't want to accommodate Li Qi, but they still agreed with first elder. They knew the chance of success for Li Qi was near 0. Even if they gave him weapon and technique, it wouldn't raise the probability, but more is better than none. At the very least it would raise the chance by a little bit. Elders are way too worried, I wouldn't be so greedy. Li Qi naturally knew the thoughts of the elders, and calmly smiled, I heard that we have a technique named invisible dual blades that can be learned in a hurry. I want this technique as well as a pair of blades to accompany it. Would that be acceptable? The elders rolled their eyes from surprise after hearing Li Qi. They originally thought that this greedy boy would ask for emperor-level techniques, but he wanted such a normal technique. Invisible dual blades, eh? The first elder stroked his beard. Another elder quickly responded, First elder, that is only a martial technique, it is insufficient. In the world of cultivation, even the simplest merit law would outperform any martial arts. That is not a problem. Nan Hui Ren, bring the invisible dual blades to his peak and give him the best pair of dual blades. The first elder was happy with this simple request. His opinion of Li Qi decreased from Li Qi's unwise decision. One would think that the sect would want to give all the assistance they could afford to help Li Qi, but deep down inside, all the elders knew that no matter what techniques and weapons they give to him, completing the trial would still be impossible. They only aimed to minimize the loss of the sect. Do you have any other requests? Seeing Li Qi not being greedy, an elder was satisfied, and generously asked. This little one does not need anything else at this moment. Li Qi humbly said. Good, go back and prepare, you shall depart in 3 days. After your return, you can complete the ancestral ceremony to ascend to your position. First elder gravely said. Of course, if he could come back alive, that is. The elders had great doubts. The technique and blades were brought to Li Qi as peak immediately soon right after he had just returned. He was satisfied with the dual crescent moon blades. The blades' curves occasionally shone with sharpness. However, these were merely of mortal grade and not fit for cultivators. No matter how sharp the edges were, it couldn't compare to magical armaments. After Nan Huairen left, Li Qi slowly read the invisible dual blades technique. Every word and every phrase spoken by him would be replicated in his mind. Back then, when he was still the Dark Crow, even though he had successfully escaped the Heaven Demon Grotto, but his situation was not stabilized. Sometimes he was still affected by the grotto. Whenever he felt like this, he immediately sealed himself and caused his soul to fall into a deep slumber. He had spent many tortuous years in each eras to go into the most dangerous places, and had fell in the hands of many masters and had to surpass many tribulations. But because of this, he was able to see many merit laws, even emperor merit laws and immortal methods. Because he was afraid that one day he wouldn't be able to control himself and be summoned back to the Heaven Demon Grotto, so he always removed all of his memories regarding the methods and techniques he had learned, to avoid them falling into the hand of the grotto. However, the medicine god and immortal Emperor Xuexi came up with a mysterious method that allowed Li Qi to quickly understand the truths of these sovereign techniques the moment he saw them again. Right now, everything that was pertinent to mastering the invisible dual blades had been recalled. Taking a deep breath and comparing the manual in his head against the written version, he found that the technique was lacking a certain something. This worried him greatly. In reality, it was normal for techniques such as the invisible dual blades to be missing parts. In the end, it was not enough to reach the apex. In the eyes of cultivators, this was only a minor art. After millions of years, in the cleansing incense ancient sect, no many people actually learned this technique. Focusing his mind once again, Li Qi finally understood the hidden truths behind the technique. He softly smiled. Even though his physique, life wheel, and fate palace were all of mortal grade, his knowledge and willpower were above what all geniuses were capable of. What was even more important was that when he was the Dark Crow, he underwent numerous tortures. There was a time when he was imprisoned for 10,000 years without seeing the sun, so his willpower was extremely fortified. Nothing could ever shake it, and no difficulties could ever make him take a step backward. He gently patted the manual. His attempt at mastering the technique had awakened his memory of the past, a secret that no disciple knows in the current era. That year, the young Minren used to practice the invisible dual blades technique. Later, when he became an immortal emperor that ruled over the 9 worlds, he reminisced about this technique. He once again cultivated with it, slowly perfecting the normal martial technique. Of course, this normal technique was not comparable to the emperor merit laws that he had created as well, let alone the heavens will secret laws. Minren himself did not want his descendants to practice this technique, either. Thus, the technique had lied dormant in the library of the sect for millenniums. No one has understood the real illustrious truths behind the technique, molded by an immortal emperor post-ascension. When Li Qi saw Minren perfecting the technique, he teased him greatly. Even if this martial technique was cultivated to its apex and capable of slaying royal nobles, no one would want to use it. Normal cultivators can only see the external qualities, thus this martial technique resided in the darkness. Even after being teased by Li Qi, immortal Emperor Minren only smiled. It was unexpected that Li Qi actually guessed correctly about the fate of this martial arts. Emptying his mind of unnecessary thoughts, he picked up the dual blades and started to practice. He was extremely strict with himself. He slowly swung each stroke within the manual. Each swing required perfection before moving on. Chapter 6, The Fiancé, 2. Chapter 6, The Fiancé, 2. Although he understood the truths behind the technique, his body could not keep up with his orders. He demanded perfection, yet it was hard to reach. But Li Qi was not deterred. He kept on practicing the martial arts. He became more refined after each swing. After one night, he had practiced more than 300 times and slowly grasped the profound truth. Slowly, each of his blades became more accurate. He understood that if he wanted to completely decimate the Heaven Demon Grotto, he must increase his efforts by 10-fold, no, hundreds of folds in order to achieve his goal. No one understood the Heaven Demon Grotto better than him in the current era. Within these 3 days, Li Qi still had not left his villa. He imprisoned himself in the inner sanctum to perfect his blades. There were too many uncertainties in life and he must be in top shape in order to combat any disasters. 3 days later, the journey to the 9 Saint Demon Gate had begun. Only Nan Huai-Ren and a sect protector, with the surname of Mo, were coming along. The Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect has a total of 6 elders, 12 protectors, and 36 sectional leaders. Today, to visit a grand sect such as the 9 Saint Demon Gate with only 3 people, the highest being a mere protector, there were no words to describe it. Only us 3. Before the departure, Li Qi looked at the shameful members and asked. Protector Mo was very frugal with his words. He was also the master of Nan Huai-Ren. After he heard the question, he only glanced at Li Qi without answering him. Opposite of his master, Nan Huai-Ren was a playful fellow. He coughed once in shame and opened his mouth. Big brother, all of the elders are in secluded cultivation. They could not make the trip. Li Qi perked his lips and coldly declared, secluded cultivation. They are only afraid of losing face. In the end, they believe I have no chance of passing the trial. My not passing is a small matter to them, but them being there and losing face would be the big deal, right? Nan Huai-Ren couldn't say anything back and shamefully smiled. How could a mortal expect to pass the trial of an emperor-level sect? The elders thought the same. That was why they refused to go, since it would only have one result. Don't worry, honorable brother. Nan Huai-Ren kept up his positive attitude. The 9 Saint Demon Gate has kept its distance from us in recent times. That is why the elders didn't want to go and create unnecessary conflict. It is only the 9 Saint Demon Gate, can't reach the apex. In that era, even if 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon was still alive, they would still have to bow down to the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. Protector Mo could only ignore Li Qi as arrogance, not bothering to throw out a response. Nan Huai-Ren was afraid that Li Qi would say even more outrageous things, so he interrupted, older brother, this is my master, a protector of the sect. Please take care of me on this trip. Li Qi bowed his head with just the right amount of courtesy and respect. Not too forced, yet not too weak. Protector Mo glanced at him once again and said, let us go, now. Protector Mo was one of the older protectors. His cultivation level was above average. However, he does not know how to interact socially with others. Thus, his position in the sect was quite low relative to the other protectors. Otherwise, he would not be a part of this great expedition. The upper echelons of the sect knew that this trip would become a comedic play and Li Qi was the main character. If the audience was not happy, death might be inevitable, and that is another reason why everyone hid away from the trip. Protector Mo also thought that there would be no positive results coming out of this trip, and that was why his mood has been even more sour than normal. The long trip was filled with silence until they reached the Grand Temple of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. The Grand Temple was huge, and it could contain 10,000 people. Looking through all of the Grand Middle Territory, it would be difficult to find a comparable temple. The jade-colored temple was extremely ancient. It was built by heavenly stones and crystals. Above were calligraphy carved by immortal Emperor Min-Ren. The words exuded a courageous aura, deep beyond fathom. Each word and each phrase felt as if it could erase existence itself. From this grand temple, one could appreciate the old power of the dying sect. This temple was the starting point for all of the conquests made by the great emperor. Min-Ren conducted ceremonies here before conducting his expeditions that would span the whole 9 worlds. Only an immortal emperor sect could possess this temple. Bang! As the entrance was opened, a gateway could be seen standing inside. Colored and tempered by god crystals, the hulk was covered by empty holes and immortal emperor carvings. The empty holes were there to be filled with meteoric crystals. Meteoric crystals are formed by the natural spiritual power of heaven and earth, the very essence of what makes cultivation possible. Its main purpose was to operate gateways in order to traverse far distances. The warping distance was predicated by the quantity and quality of the meteoric crystals. Unfortunately, the current gateway only has a few meteoric crystals inside. Once again, Li Qi was saddened by how far the sect had fallen. In the past, this gateway, with an abundance of crystals, had brought many armies to faraway places in the 9 worlds. They entered the gateway and in the blink of an eye, they warped to a different location. The Grand Middle Territory was huge, spanning billions of miles. There were countless sects spanning across 15 countries. However, there were gigantic monsters like kingdoms and ancient kingdoms that spanned billions of miles by themselves. If one wanted to cross a country by flying, unless he was an enlightened being or a heavenly king, it would take many years. Any named hero or royal noble would be wise enough to not attempt this feat. Plus, the Grand Middle Territory was only one part of the mortal Emperor world. The mortal Emperor world was also known as the Emperor Boundary or Emperor Country, and consisted of 5 different parts. In the north lies the limitless land, the south has the chained earth, the east forms the 100 cities, the west contains the desolate wasteland, and the middle was the Grand Middle Territory. Bang! Li Qiyi and his companions arrived at the gateway of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. As they stepped out, they felt that the natural spirit essence was denser than any place before. As far as the eyes could see, this was truly a heavenly sect. The location of the 9 Saint Demon Gate spanned for millions of miles. It was filled with mountains and rivers, with majestic waterfalls and heavenly saint trees that could pierce the heavens, and with marble palaces floating and hiding in the clouds as far as the eyes could see. At the deepest part, you could see penetrating auras that shone radiantly across the land. One would believe that the origin of those aura lies a shocking heavenly treasure. This was the picture of a powerful sect. With this atmosphere and location, no wonder it could rule over a country. In comparison, the cleansing incense ancient sect was akin to a destitute old man at the end of his life. I see that it is older brother Mo, long time no see. When the 3 of them left the gateway, there was an older man leading his disciples for the welcoming party. The man was a sectional leader of their sect. His last name was Fu. He was the owner of a cold and stoic face. His eyes contained a powerful gaze, and his body radiated a shining aura. His natural disposition was one that could cause fear in weaker souls. Even though he was only a sectional leader, he possessed the strength of a named hero, that was evident by the aura exuded from his body. In the cleansing incense ancient sect, only an elder would be eligible for the named hero qualification. Is this your prime disciple? That is correct, Li Qiyi is the prime disciple of my sect. Protector Mo smiled bitterly. The body and talents of Li Qiyi was nothing to be proud of. The trial, it is but a friendly competition. Brother Mo does not have to worry about it. Sectional leader Fu showed a gentle smile. Only a trial, can't reach the peak. 2. Li Qiyi smiled back at sectional leader Fu and elegantly expressed his feelings. Sectional leader Fu ignored Li Qiyi's sly remark and conversed with Protector Mo instead. Brother Mo, please follow me. In his mind, a named hero arguing with a junior like Li Qiyi would be unbecoming for a man of his status. Protector Mo, on the other hand, glared angrily at Li Qiyi. 1. This is a saying Li Qiyi and other people in this novel love to say. I think the meaning is literal enough to keep. 2. He uses it again here to imply that a trial is nothing to him. Chapter 7, 9 Saint Demon Gate. 1. Sectional leader Fu led the 3 into a medium-sized meeting chamber. Such a room was only used for entertaining guests without great importance. For an event as influential as the marriage proposal between the 2 sects, the 9 Saint Demon Gate was letting a mere leader class to do the negotiation. Not only that, they used the courtesy procedure befitting the greeting of normal guests, which showed that they did not place heavy emphasis on the event. After settling the guests into their resting area, sectional leader Fu used flowery language without sincerity and quickly left. Protector Mo was mentally ready for the lack of hospitality, so he was not angry, merely solemn. Sectional leader Fu headed straight into the inner sanctuary of his sect. Approaching an ancient temple, he met an elder. The elder was floating in the air, a heavenly halo surrounded his head. While it rotated non-stop, each strand of the world's truths in physical form was visible to the eyes and covered his body. Nothing was comparable to his pressure. A god was, seemingly, amongst us. How is the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect? The thunderous voice of this elder struck the surrounding, but this voice that instilled fear into the heart could only be heard within the temple. Sectional leader Fu, when outside, was extremely arrogant with his title of named hero. However, right now, he could only quiver in fear. He got down on his knees and spoke. Dear elder, it was but an ant, merely a mortal, an ignorant young brat that is not worthy of a discussion. I see, take your leave. The thunderous voice rung again. Sectional leader Fu politely bowed one more time and carefully left the temple. His body was sweaty after leaving. He was only a sectional leader. He did not have the qualification nor status to meet an elder. Even a royal noble would need to be summoned before they can have the honor. Picking a mortal with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace to be the prime disciple, there is no saving the cleansing incense ancient sect. After sectional leader Fu left, the elder started to speak with someone else in the empty temple. It is truly a shame for the emperor techniques of immortal Emperor Min Ren. There is a good chance that they still reside in that sect. A mysterious and noble voice rang through the air. The elder continued. Your Majesty, as long as the techniques remain there, it is only a matter of time until we can obtain them. That mortal is not worthy of our prime descendant. The mysterious voice remained silent, same with the elder. If there were spectators, they would be shocked at the appearance of the Demon King. One has to know that the Demon King was an extremely dangerous character. Legend has it that his origin and true form were extremely formidable. The sect, led by him, became increasingly radiant. Nothing could shake his tyrannical rule. Within Old Ox country, no one dared to oppose his heavenly grasp. Protector Mo was still sitting there silently. Nan Huairen had wittingly escaped the torturous room with the uncomfortable atmosphere. Li Qi had left for his own room. He started to practice the invisible dual blades technique instantly, not wasting a second. He wanted the technique ingrained into his body and mind. Over the years, Li Qi had learned that it is one thing to understand the illustrious truths behind a technique, but another to reach the apex, and actually utilizing them was yet another. Even a peerless genius with true knowledge of immortal emperor merit laws could not perform them without an excruciating level of practice. Whoosh, 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 the two blades left Li Qi's hands and gracefully traversed the air like a pair of butterflies' wings. They intersected each other multiple times and ultimately returned to Li Qi's hands. He had practiced this particular move so many times, but it still contained flaws. What impeccable blade plays, senior disciple is so diligent. I feel ashamed comparing myself to your great efforts. At this second, Nan Huairen came into the room. There was another teen next to his side. Nan Huairen couldn't help but sigh in regret. He truly respected Li Qi's earnest efforts. It was truly unfortunate that his innate talents were so underwhelming. To reach the apex, one must never stop self-improvement. Li Qi sheathed his blades. Although sweaty and tired, his posture and expression remain at ease. Nan Huairen respectfully smiled. I will remember these words and will strive to improve myself as well. Then he started to introduce the young man standing next to him. This is Big Brother Zhang, a good friend of mine. Nan Huairen had good talents, but he could not be considered a genius. However, he was different from his master. His social capability made his network wide, and he had friends everywhere. This disciple Zhang was very similar, but in his eyes, a mortal like Li Qi was not worthy of respect. He nodded his head toward Li Qi because of his relationship with Nan Huairen. To him, whatever martial techniques practiced by Li Qi were meaningless. This is the first time senior disciple visits the 9 Saint Demon Gate. How about we walk around so that you can be accustomed to the scenery? Li Qi suddenly remembered an event, so he smiled and responds. Sure. Nan Huairen turned around to the disciple named Zhang. Brother Zhang, this time we will have to impose upon you. Brother Nan, you are too reserved. Disciple Zhang had no choice but to nod his head. Unwilling as he may be, he did not want to strain their friendship. He had no desire of taking the scenic route with Li Qi. In reality, the 9 Saint Demon Gate was the host. They should be taking Li Qi around in order to positively promote their relationship. However, since they did not consider Li Qi to be worthy, all courtesy and rules were set aside. Fellow Zhang led them around the premise while he only made conversation with Nan Huairen. He treated Li Qi like an invisible man. Their presence caused a lot of whispers amongst the disciples. Isn't that the prime disciple of that old sect? In the distance, a disciple frowned from seeing that Li Qi was only a mortal. Another disciple in the sect, with scorn in his expression, laughed. The cleansing incense ancient sect is only a second-rate establishment, and even a mortal can be the prime disciple. This position has become worthless. A mortal wanting to marry Senior Li. Rotten chopsticks wanting a gold bowl, why not look into the mirror to see how lowly you are? 1. Li Xuanyan was the prime descendant of the nine-saint demon gate. Not only was she gifted in her talents, but she was also extremely beautiful. Countless young talents in the sect have her as their secret desire. The numerous geniuses from other places that seek to court her could form a line from one edge of the nation to the other. The one thing they all have in common, though, was wanting to spit onto Li Qiye's face for being so shameless. Fellow Zhang was even more embarrassed. He could see the hostile eyes from his fellow disciples. He started to walk faster to maintain a distance from Li Qiye, eventually leaving him behind. However, Li Qiye seemed to pay no mind to his actions. He continued with his own pace in a calm and carefree manner as he absorbed the heavenly scenery of the nine-saint demon gate. Senior disciple, you have to be careful. Many people are courting your fiancé, and they will not hesitate to cause trouble for you. Nan Huairen earnestly reminded Li Qiye. It is only a girl, there is no need for such commotion. Li Qiye calmly answered. He had seen many country-destroying beauties. Thus, he does not truly keep his potential fiancé in mind, it was only a minor matter in his head. 2. Unknowingly, they reached the training ground of the sect. This was a place where all of the disciples could enter. Once one was inside, they truly felt tiny compared to the gigantic battle stage, like an ant in the middle of a boundless ground. 1. The former sentence is a Chinese proverb, similar to how a frog wants to eat the swan. 2. Country-destroying is a phrase in Chinese to describe beautiful women that are so alluring that countries fall trying to win their favors. It might sound out of place, but I think it keeps some of the original flavor of the author. Chapter 8, Nine-Saint Demon Gate. 2. The battle stage consisted of huge meteoric stones. Each stone was encrypted with the words of many virtuous paragons. Mysterious and powerful energy was exerted from them continuously. It was this energy that protected the battle stage, rendering it impervious to any damage by the contestants. A battle stage of the virtuous paragon level. Even though this was not his first time witnessing it, the battle stage still shook Nan Huairen's feelings with awe. Fellow Zhang was even more proud and started to brag. This battle stage was created by our great elder, it can even withstand the destructive power from multiple virtuous paragons. In the past, our cleansing incense ancient sect also had a battle stage. Nan Huairen couldn't help but mumble in a low volume. The truth was, the cleaning incense ancient sect also had a battle stage, but it was not of the virtuous paragon level. Some say that it was nearly immortal emperor level. Additionally, it could withstand a fight between heavenly kings as well as immortal emperors. It was found by immortal Emperor Min Ren in the depths of an unknown space. It was unfortunate that no one knew why this battle stage was sealed completely. From then on, no one was able to enter the arena. Great four stone golems. Li Qiye was there, but he missed the conversation completely. His eyes were focused on the four gigantic statues located at the four ends of the arena. Each of them towered over 100 yards. All of them had different expressions, yet they were all very realistic. Carved from the hands of a renowned expert with a blade technique that was very natural and perfect. This is the thing he wanted to see the most. After the death of Nine-Saint Virtuous Paragon, he had never visited this sect. It was surprising to see the four statues after all these years. When Nan Huairen and fellow Zhang were chatting, no one noticed Li Qiye. A moment later, fellow Zhang finally saw Li Qiye's current action. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What is this idiot doing?" Nan Huairen saw that Li Qiye was trying to climb on top of the eastern statue. However, because of his weak cultivation level, he couldn't make it to the top. Right now there were many students surrounding the battle stage. They watched him struggle like a village boy that visited the capital for the first time. Laughter erupted and jeers filled the arena. Nan Huairen was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it forever. He could not see what was special about these four statues that was driving Li Qiye's action. Li Qiye signaled for Nan Huairen to come over. He cannot say no to the prime disciple, especially when the person is being singled out by an entire sect. He dejectedly walked over to Li Qiye under the scrutinizing gazes of all the disciples. "This statue is too high, take me up there." Li Qiye calmly commanded. "Ah." Nan Huairen shouted, then became silent. He was silently questioning whether Li Qiye had become insane. Climbing up the statue, in front of all of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate disciples, this was a great slap to their faces. "Are you going to take me up or do you want to continue watching my monkey show?" Li Qi nonchalantly commented, it was as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Without any other options, Nan Huairen grabbed Li Qi and jumped, in one swoop, to the top of the statue. Li Qi sat on the shoulder of the statue. He stared into the far distance leisurely and absorbed the heavens in front of his eyes. Nan Huairen wasn't quite as thick as Li Qi. He immediately jumped down, then waited at the bottom of the statue. He stood there, waiting, in case something did happen. He simply couldn't just abandon his fellow disciple. Fellow Zhang, however, did not want to stand there for a second longer. He immediately left without a departing salutation. Does he think that he is a big shot, sitting on top of the statue? This country bumpkin is way too rude. Ignoring the comments spewed by the disciples of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, Li Qi remained sitting on the statue's shoulder. He whispered to it as if he was having a conversation with it. The crazy, nonsensical actions of Li Qi caused the spectators to question his, and their own, sanity. This was truly an idiot without fear. No one attempted to stop him, however. They felt that it was below them to interfere with a madman's muse. Eventually, Li Qi seemed to have become bored of sitting. He once again waved his hands to signal Nan Huairen. Like a boulder that had been lifted off his shoulder, Nan Huairen was so relieved that this madness had come to an end, and he brought Li Qi down to the floor. Dear Senior, the sun has set. Shall we go back and rest? Nan Huairen was praying with all of his heart that this prime disciple could spare him from further embarrassment. Who knew what other things he would do if the trip was to be continued? Seeing the poor facial expression of Nan Huairen that was like a dead puppy, Li Qi chuckled and nodded his head in agreement. Your mother. A disciple couldn't help but yell out after seeing Li Qi's devilish grin. The cleansing incense ancient sect is a third-rate sect. A toad wants to eat the meat of a swan. I spit. A black dumb turtle has the nerves to court our senior. Seeing that someone was challenging him directly, Li Qi slowly turned around and said, court your senior. Don't think too highly of yourselves. Even if either a heavenly angel or godly fairies wanted to marry me, they would have to pray for my acceptance. Your senior. It is a long line until it is her turn. Your mother, you are tiring of living. All of the male disciples were having an uproar after hearing those shameless words. Calm down, everyone should value peace and prosperity. The current situation chilled Nan Huairen down to his spine. He immediately took Li Qi and left. He could not leave this crazy guy outside for a second longer. After reaching their guest house safely, Nan Huairen cried, Honorable Senior, please. This isn't a place where we can say and do whatever we wish. Take a step back and appreciate the high sky and deep sea. Please keep yourself under control. Hold back. Li Qi nonchalantly proclaimed, a general shall stop an incoming army, a dam will deter the incoming current. 2. Nan Huairen froze. Taking care of someone like Li Qi was akin to finding trouble for oneself. He was truly regretting taking this mission to go to the Nine Saint Demon Gate. After the events at the battle stage, many of the Nine Heaven Demon Gate disciples were outraged. Du Yuanguang was one of those who truly wanted to kill Li Qi. He was an outer disciple, but his innate talents were above average, thus, many referred to him as the little genius. He had only joined the sect for 5 years, but he already reached the pinnacle stage of provisional palace. As long as he could successfully pass this year's examination, he could become an inner disciple. Du Yuanguang had a strong crush for Li Shuangyan. During his entrance examination to the sect, she was one of the main organizers. When he saw her for the first time, he was smitten. He also thought that she recognized his skills and talents since she accepted him. He had great confidence in his ability and wished for her to become his Dao partner. Li Qi being there, naturally, became a thorn in his eyes. This mortal does not know his own limits. If I don't teach him a little lesson, he would continue to think he is above the heaven and earth. Du Yuanguang's eyes revealed his killing intent as he screamed out loud. 1. I spit is an expression where the doer simulates the sound of spitting without actually spitting. It is to show contempt. 2. This is another Chinese proverb. It tells someone to not worry, almost like K Sarah Sarah. It sounds really good in Chinese since it only consists of 8 words, 4 for each prose with the same tonal structure. They also rhyme as well as having the same parallel meanings for each of the words' counterparts. Chapter 9, Brutal. 1. The next day, Li Qi woke up and immediately asked if Nan Huairen wanted to go on another sightseeing trip. He wanted to see if there was anything left from his era that were still around. Nan Huairen did not want to go at all. It didn't matter whether Li Qi was crazy or stupid, his intuition told him that Li Qi would definitely cause trouble, going with him was simply masochistic. Unfortunately, Li Qi already turned around and started to go on his trip. Nan Huairen had no choice but to follow him. The most important task during this trip was the marriage trial. If something actually happened to Li Qi, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. However, not long after their departure, they were surrounded by Du Yuanguang and his outer disciple friends. These disciples didn't see eye to eye with Li Qi. With Du Yuanguang leading the mantle, it was a wondrous opportunity to teach this arrogant bastard a lesson. Ah, it is Brother Du, I have heard of your great reputation for a long time now. Nan Huairen knew that trouble was coming, but he still kept his calm and friendliness. Du Yuanguang only gave Nan Huairen a short glance and said, Nan Huairen, you don't have any business here. Move to the side or we'll deal with you as well. Nan Huairen's expression darkened, but he knew that the strong eats the weak. Thus, he bowed slightly and asked, Brother Du, what is the meaning of this? Du Yuanguang completely ignored Nan Huairen this time around. He sent an icy cold glare toward Li Qi that was filled with killing intent. Li Qi, elegant and poised as always, stepped up toward Du Yuanguang and said, a smart dog does not block the road. If you don't want to be a dog, then get out of the way. After he heard this, Nan Huairen knew that everything was ruined. Especially when he saw the thirst for blood in Du Yuanguang's eyes, he knew this would not end without incident. An angry disciple yelled out, do you not want to live? The cleansing incense ancient sect no longer has the qualifications to be considered an immortal emperor lineage. You dare to jump around like a clown in front of us. A mere ant dares to be disrespectful. Li Qi was ready to retort but Nan Huairen quickly stopped him and whispered, forget about it, senior brother. Don't worry about them. Du Yuanguang is an outer disciple that is getting a lot of attention. He is also the last disciple of Protector Hua. If he passes the yearly examination, he would immediately become an inner disciple. Nan Huairen's intention was to remind Li Qi that they could not afford to antagonize someone like Du Yuanguang. He had the support of a protector from the Nine Saint Demon Gate. A protector position in this sect has a higher standing than an elder position in the cleansing incense ancient sect. Du Yuanguang did not make a move, he only coldly said, we, the Nine Saint Demon Gate, rule over Old Ox Country. Even if you are from a small sect, you are still a guest, we would still like to treat you with the required courtesy befitting of our status. However, recently, one of my brothers has lost a treasure. This is not a common occurrence in our honorable sect. Nan Huairen's complexion became gray. He panicked, Brother Du, what is the meaning of your words? Du Yuanguang glanced over to Li Qi and said, in the last 2 days, there were no other guests beside the people from your sect. Du Yuanguang clearly implied that the thief was from the cleansing incense ancient sect. This matter did not only affect one person because it also greatly influences the reputation of an entire sect. Even someone as wily as Nan Huairen couldn't help but show an ugly expression. Brother Du, please watch what you say. Nan Huairen wanted to treat this matter diplomatically, but it now concerned the reputation of his own sect. He would not stand for such an insult. Watch what I say. Your sect is desolate and poor like a beggar, who could guarantee that a thief had not infiltrated your sect? Your prime disciple is just a piece of trash, to say that your sect recruited thieves would not be unreasonable. Nan Huairen's face became red with anger. As a person who truly cared for his sect, he could not stand for this mockery. Brother Du, we want to meet with sectional leader Fu of your sect. No matter what happens, we demand an answer from your sect regarding this baseless accusation. Du Yuanguang exploded in laughter for 10 seconds then confidently replied, meet sectional leader Fu. Nan Huairen, it is not like I don't want to reserve some dignity for you, but you, and this trash, alone, do not have the qualification to invoke a meeting with sectional leader Fu. Our sectional leaders are capable enough to obtain the title of named hero. It is unknown whether your elders are capable of the same task. Maybe your elders are qualified to meet with sectional leader Fu, but you and that trash. Don't even think about it. After he finished his speech, Du Yuanguang stared coldly at Li Qi. The other disciples clapped in agreement and started to once again taunt Li Qi with nasty words. Nan Huairen was shaking with rage, but Li Qi still maintained his composure and carefully retorted. Whether this whole incident is your planning, the leader, or even your protector, it does not matter to me. Little do, simply put, it is because you are smitten with your senior, I think her name was Li Shuangyan. Even though I have never seen her before, you guys are too petty. Your prime descendant, Li Shuangyan, and her engagement with me is merely a one-sided affair. Because I respect your sect's current status, I would consider having her as a maid. And as for you, Li Qi continued, you are so naive. If your goddess has such talents, she wouldn't have you in her eyes. I already don't care for her, why would you try to compete with me for her like a fool? Get out of the way, you should find a place with a nice spot of shade and take a break to cool off your hot head. You bastard. If you want to die so much, then I'll show you to your death. Du Yuanguang, enraged by those words, summoned his sword as well as his aura. Du Yuanguang, if you want to fight, I will reciprocate. Having witnessed Li Qi's bravery, Nan Huairen, who was burning with rage, felt a lot better. However, he knew that Li Qi had never cultivated before, so he immediately stood guard in front of him. Fine, I will take care of you first, then I'll kill the little bastard. Fiery anger exploded from his eyes. To him, Li Shuangyan was an untouchable goddess, yet Li Qi dared to insult her. Li Qi slowly pushed Nan Huairen back, and he calmly said, Hey Huairen, if someone wants to take my life, then I'll be the one to put an end to him. You should stand back and watch. Good. Good. Excellent. Du Yuanguang was no longer angry but bursting out in laughter. This is the funniest thing I have ever heard. A piece of trash like you wants to kill someone who is at the provisional palace stage, like me. So be it, I will give you a chance to fight. Knowing that he was immortal, they knew he could not use any merit laws. The other disciples pitted Li Qi. Martial techniques versus merit laws. You don't even know the basics, yet your arrogance is through the sky. It is such a pity. Li Qi could not be bothered by those comments. He exclaimed, that is fine, everyone can witness this battle. He walked towards the battle stage. You can't. Nan Huairen was filled with fear. He grabbed Li Qi and said, Senior. This is impossible. Du Yuanguang has reached the pinnacle of the provisional palace stage. You cannot be his match. It is fine. He is only at provisional palace and not at royal noble. However, even if a royal noble in the 9 Saint Demon Gate dares to mess with me, depending on my mood, I would mince him into tiny pieces too. Li Qi smirked lightly, then pushed Nan Huairen away. Nan Huairen's head started to hurt. His first thought was that his senior had become senile. Li Qi had only joined the sect for a few days, he has not begun to practice even the most basic of cultivation techniques. He only had access to the invisible dual blades martial technique. A person who only practiced martial arts could not fight against a cultivator. Martial techniques, when compared to a merit law, was like heaven and earth, not to mention Du Yuanguang was also an expert in the provisional palace stage. Nan Huairen regained his reasoning and he immediately went to find his master, Protector Mo. He knew, if this fight happened, only death would be the result. Chapter 10, Brutal. 2. The news about Li Qi and Du Yuanguang's fight was intentionally spread by the disciples of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Word of this quickly traveled through the whole sect. Du Yuanguang possessed considerable influence and popularity within the sect for reaching Provision Palace stage in 5 years after he was admitted. Here, he was considered a genius. At the current cleansing incense ancient sect, he would be a genius amongst geniuses. Even the seniors who heard about this challenge were surprised. Challenging Du Yuanguang. He is the inheriting disciple of Protector Hua. Even though his golden wolf physique has only reached Hotian, it is still a formidable type. What is the current cultivation level of the prime disciple of cleansing incense ancient sect? Some of the disciples who had never heard of Li Qi were quite intrigued. Senior Sheng worries too much. That sect is average at best and without any experts. Their prime disciple is a piece of trash. Mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. He had only joined the cleansing incense ancient sect for 2 days. He had only practiced martial techniques, even the most elementary merit laws eluded him. A disciple mockingly answered. After hearing this news, the seniors who didn't know Li Qi before became even more perplexed. A martial artist challenging a cultivator. He must be tired of living. This is just like the young deer that's not scared of a tiger. How sad. 1. A lot of the seniors lost their interest because they believed the fight would end after a single move. Du Yuanguang only needed one swing and everything would be finished. This news also reached the ears of a few sectional leaders and protectors. They shook their heads while they contemplated about the implications. One of the protectors spoke up in an aloof and cold manner. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Killing one trash isn't something to be proud about. However, if the idiotic cleansing incense ancient sects juniors wish to challenge us, let this be a lesson. This comment caused some protectors and sectional leaders to knit their eyebrows. It was still an immortal emperor sect after all. Currently, it still had emperor-level cultivation methods and, more importantly, the inheritance of the immortal emperor Minren. Everyone has been watching that sect like a hungry tiger, waiting for the right moment to strike. Realistically, the 9 Saint Demon Gate only had to mobilize their protectors in order to rob the Emperor merit laws, but the current Demon King had never revealed his thoughts about the topic. This caused the upper echelons to remain silent as well. If only the Demon King would give the order, someone would immediately travel and destroy the sect right away, with zero hesitation. While the upper echelons were still pondering, Li Qi was standing on top of the battle stage. There was quite a crowd gathered for this event. They just wanted to see what kind of torture methods would be employed by Du Yuanguang. When Du Yuanguang stepped onto the battle stage, a disciple loudly yelled, "Senior Du, use one sword swing to chop off his head." Another chimed in, "One sword strike is too merciful towards him. He dared to insult Senior Li and our sect, you have to flay him piece by piece." A senior opened his mouth, "Death is the only result for insulting our sect. Junior Du, do not rush. Slice off his hands and feet but do not kill him. Wait for the cleansing incense ancient sect to come and apologize for him. Let the whole Grand Middle Territory, no, even the whole mortal emperor world know the consequences of opposing us." On the battle stage, Li Qi stared at Du Yuanguang and teased, "The 9 Saint Demon Gate's disciples can only use words. You guys are indeed experts at using your mouths. Idiotic animal, I only need one sword strike to remove your head from your body." Cold as ice, Du Yuanguang lifted his chin and looked down on his opponent. "If you want to fight then fight, so much time wasted." Li Qi casually responded. His left hand gripped his blade tightly. He lifted it horizontally and pointed the edge towards Du Yuanguang and proclaimed, "Make your move. Die." Infuriated by Li Qi's fearless attitude, Du Yuanguang made his move. A sword strike that felt like it could destroy the surrounding space lashed out. It was as fast as lightning. The energy aura sharply leapt towards the heart of Li Qi, which was accompanied by the endless anger of Du Yuanguang. Li Qi did not take a step back, he instead moved forward. With each step he took, the blade in his left hand and moved like a heavenly serpent. It quickly deflected the sword technique to the side. A sharp noise, indicating successful contact with the flesh, filled the arena. Du Yuanguang's sword, although it did not hit Li Qi's heart, had pierced his left shoulder. Insect, Du Yuanguang smirked until he saw that, as his sword was still in Li Qi's left shoulder, his opponent's right hand started moving. In the blink of an eye, even Du Yuanguang did not see the movement of Li Qi's blade. Good, the blade strike was too swift, it invoked mysterious truths that nothing else could compare to. No one saw the trajectory of the move. The 9 Saint Demon Gate's disciples were cheering loudly when they saw Du Yuanguang's sword connect. However, the same second, when the sword met the left shoulder, Nan Huairen and Protector Mo finally arrived. Protector Mo saw the sword's connection and yelled out, "Please lower your sword and spare him." 1 second later, blood dripped down from the throat of Du Yuanguang. Then all of a sudden, it splurted out as his body slowly fell to the ground. Mercilessly, Li Qi had thrown both of his blades using the invisible dual blades technique. Fap. Fap, Du Yuanguang's body was crossed by the path of the two blades as they magically intersected each other, dividing his body into 5 pieces before it hit the ground completely. Blood filled the arena. Du Yuanguang's eyes flashed hints of bewilderment and regrets. He did not understand how he had fallen. How would he know that the technique of Li Qi was honed by immortal Emperor Minren himself? Although it could not compare to emperor-level merit laws, a martial technique sharpened by an immortal emperor could not be underestimated. The more frightening fact was that Li Qi grasped the mysterious truths of this technique. From the ancient era until now, only the Emperor and Li Qi have fully understood the principles behind the move. At this level, this technique could even slay a royal noble. Du Yuanguang went into the match while underestimating his opponent. He did not have any defense ready. There was no way he could dodge the peerless strike. Li Qi traded his left shoulder in order to execute this move. Right now, the whole battle stage was completely silent. The laughters and jeers disappeared. It seemed like time had froze. Nan Huairen's jaws dropped to the floor. He hurried here in order to save Li Qi, but he couldn't imagine that Li Qi only needed one slash to dismember his opponent's body. Li Qi was slowly removing the magical sword from his shoulder. The noise of the sword cutting against his bone shrieked softly, but Li Qi showed no emotion or pain. He had experienced much worse pains in the past. He threw the sword away and stepped outside of the ring. He looked around and saw the crowd. Showing a dejected and regretful expression, he said, "It seems like my blade technique is still missing something. I had to trade a strike, and now, I am hurt." Remembering what had just occurred, Nan Huairen's jaws was still hugging the floor. It wouldn't be surprising for it to be dislocated after staying agape for so long. One blade to kill a cultivator and he was pretending to be sad. This fellow was shameless. As for the 9 Saint Demon Gate's disciples, their souls had not yet returned to their bodies. Du Yuanguang was a genius amongst his peers, but he was instantly mutilated by his opponent. Protector Mo was the first to regain his composure. He immediately covered Li Qi's wound to stop the blood flow, and he gravely said, "Go, now." He carried Li Qi and left the arena while Nan Huairen followed right behind them. After settling Li Qi down, Protector Mo just sat there aimlessly. Right now, he didn't have the time to think about how Li Qi killed Du Yuanguang. He was devastated about the consequences of killing a disciple from the 9 Saint Demon Gate. This was a huge disaster. Nan Huairen, on the other hand, was treating the wound of Li Qi with a special silver paste. Then, he applied bandages around the shoulder. His mind still wondered about what happened. How is it possible for a martial technique to kill a provisional palace expert? He had seen Li Qi practice the move before. Although it was admirable, he didn't truly care for it since it was only a martial technique. That is only because you do not understand the truth. Comfortably relaxing in his chair, Li Qi was pleased with Nan Huairen's confused expression. Another proverb, meaning that a person is too naive to recognize danger. Chapter 11, Arrogance. Although Nan Huairen was not a genius, he was not without skill, either. Otherwise, he would not be a hall master amongst the disciples. He had read the Invisible Dual Blades manual before. In his eyes, it was only a normal martial technique, but in Li Qi's hands, it had a fearful offensive power. He looked at Li Qi carefully. As a wily person, he was capable of discerning characteristics and emotions from a person at a glance. However, the 13-year-old Li Qi in front of him, he could not see through. 13 years of age was the age when a person first joined a sect. It was still a young age that was emotionally provocable. However, Li Qi possessed a calm aura that was as deep as the ocean. It was hard to describe it with words. His mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace made the elders and Nan Huairen doubt him. In reality, Nan Huairen thought Li Qi had a mental illness during their first contact, a mental illness that made one act arrogant and carefree under all conditions. However, after these last few days, he was starting to understand that arrogance and calmness were naturally a part of who Li Qi was. Big disaster. Protector Mo panicked since he was without a solution and quickly said, "The trial is over. We have to return to our sect." Staying here right now was the same as being in a lion's den or a dragon's cave. The only thought in his mind right now was to flee. It is only a small matter, why do we have to run? As the culprit, Li Qi was lying down lazily on his chair. Slowly, he spoke, "To me, there is no place safer than the 9 Saint Demon Gate." Protector Mo glared angrily at Li Qi. He really wanted to slap him a few times. However, he then remembered that a disaster was coming, and he lost all desire to teach this brat a physical lesson. "What do you know?" Someone who was normally reserved and quiet like Protector Mo couldn't help but reprimand, "Do you think you are peerless under the heavens after you got lucky in killing Du Yuanguang?" You don't know the strength of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Not to mention the Demon King, even an elder alone is enough to deal with our 6 elders. The 9 Saint Demon Gate destroying us is akin to killing an ant. Those words were humble but realistic. In reality, the 6 elders, if officially, were to be given titles, they would just be named heroes, they would be equivalent to 9 Saint Demon Gate's protectors. The elders in the 9 Saint Demon Gate were all royal nobles at the very least, and the Demon King was one that had created countless miracles and legends in the last 30,000 years. His strength was deep without a ceiling. My dear Protector Mo, do not worry yourself. Li Qi aloofly said. If this was outside, I would be a bit troubled. However, it is the opposite now, we will see who will kill who. Named heroes, royal nobles, those fools can't reach the apex. Protector Mo was at a loss for words. This little kid just said that named heroes and royal nobles couldn't reach the apex when our elders were only named heroes. At that moment, something sounded outside. Nan Huai-ren's expression instantly became sour. He quickly went out to check, but ran back inside immediately and screamed in terror. Not good. There is a blockade outside the building. A crowd entered the building, led by sectional leader Fu. His expression, right now, was very ugly. Brother Fu, this is only a little misunderstanding. Seeing Fu's expression, Protector Mo knew that one could not hide from the sun forever. He took a deep breath and went to greet him. 1. Misunderstanding. Then you can explain it to our junior, Su Hui. Sectional leader Fu stood to the side and a young man walked next to him. This young man wore a golden robe. His body was surrounded by a bloody aura and, above his head, a translucent golden light was situated. He was only 20 but his aura was formidable. When he saw the young man, Protector Mo couldn't help but shiver. The man in front of him had most likely reached the stage of heaven's mandate. It was quite unbelievable, it took Protector Mo 50 years to reach heaven's mandate. This is Su Hui, the first disciple of Protector Hua. Du Yuan Guang was about to be Protector Hua's disciple, but he is now dead. Junior Su Hui wants reparations. Sectional leader Fu coldly said. Su Hui stepped forward, his eyes radiated a golden light, like a sword that had been unsheathed. He possessed a tyrannical aura, an aura that felt as if it wanted to devour others. Su Hui was, of course, a lot stronger than Du Yuan Guang. Even if he was not the ultimate genius, he was considered to be well established within the sect and many responsibilities were given to him. Killing must be punished by death, a blood feud has to be paid by blood. There is nothing else to say. Su Hui's eyes pierced toward Li Qi like an animal, wanting to separate him into many pieces. Protector Mo quickly mediated, Junior Su, this is a misunderstanding. My sect's disciple didn't want to kill him, it was only an accident. Su Hui gravely said, there is no room for discussion. Hand over the criminal right now, do not commit another mistake. Otherwise, you guys are seeking death. Be careful that this might bring about the end of your sect. No wonder, Li Qi slowly rose from his chair and gracefully walked forward while glaring at Su Hui. It is no wonder the atmosphere of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was so grim, it is because of idiots like you. Both Nan Huai-ren and Protector Mo gulped in amazement. Nan Huai-ren screamed inside, oh my god, my great ancestor, speaking 1 or 2 less sentences wouldn't kill you now, would it? You calling him an idiot to his face is akin to pouring oil into the fire. With those words alone, it is enough to kill you 1,000 times over. Su Hui's killing intent amplified as he was filled with rage, he made a move towards Li Qi. Protector Mo interfered. He grabbed Su Hui's hand to stop him from rampaging. Protector Mo, don't make another mistake. Sectional leader Fu channeled his energy, his body started to radiate golden light. He took a step forward and his aura alone made it hard for Protector Mo to breathe. Protector Mo was surprised by the difference in strength between him and Fu. Fu was a named hero, unless an elder was here to combat him, there was no one here who could stop him. Sectional leader Fu, is this how you treat your guests at the 9 Saint Demon Gate? Sectional leader Fu showed no emotions and proclaimed, if you hand over the criminal, you will still be an esteemed guest at our sect. However, if you think your sect has the strength to be our enemy and continue to harbor the criminal, then not only will your life be forfeited but your entire sect will meet its demise. Sect's demise. Li Qi, who was protected by Protector Mo, lightly chuckled and said, the Nine-Saint Demon Gate has become too arrogant. If there was a danger of a sect's demise, it would be your sect. 1. Another Chinese proverb chapter 12, Arrogance. 2. Li Qi no longer wanted to look at sectional leader Fu and Su Hui. He stepped outside, it was as if he was taking a stroll on an empty street, and said, I don't care who the current master of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate is. Demon King or virtuous paragon, whatever. If you want to follow the courtesy guidelines, fine. If not, then don't do it, I will gladly reciprocate the treatment. Today, right here, I will massacre all of the Nine-Saint Demon Gate, I will send all of you down to meet the old chicken head. 1. Good. Good. How courageous. I will pull out your ligaments, then flay your skin. Then we will see how you are going to destroy our sect. Su Hui was at a loss for words. This was the most comedic event he had ever witnessed. This was the first time he had seen such an arrogant and ignorant person. Right now, Protector Mo and Nan Huairen wanted to dig a hole and hide themselves in it. A mortal proclaiming to destroy the Nine-Saint Demon Gate. This was a sect that was extremely strong even within the whole of the Grand Middle Territory, it ruled over a whole nation. Who could actually massacre them? Li Qi ignored Su Hui and kept on walking gracefully outside. Bastard. Die. Su Hui floated into the air and rotated his sword's energy towards Li Qi. Stand down. A voice, akin to thunder in the sky, rang across the whole sect, no one could resist the authority contained within it. It pierced straight to the soul. Due to this voice, even Su Hui and sectional leader Fu couldn't help but shiver, their limbs went limp. First Elder. Sectional leader Fu recognized the voice, with fear still spread through his body, he found himself unable to believe that such a small matter was causing the presence of the First Elder. It was a fair competition, when killed, one can only blame oneself for not being as skilled. His voice continued to roar through the sky. Legend has it that the First Elder was an enlightened being. This was a character whose strength was only below the Demon King. His presence today made everyone think that there was more to the mortal than meets the eye. Our marriage alliance between the Nine-Saint Demon Gate and the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect is our sect's tradition. The First Elder, ignoring the death of Du Yuan Guang, let his thunderous voice strike again. However, marriage is not a small matter. If the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect wants to marry our prime descendant, he has to prove that he is worthy. After hearing the words of the First Elder, Li Qi returned to his tranquil manner and said, finally, the Nine-Saint Demon Gate has someone who will take responsibility. If you want to follow the tradition, I shall do the same. You want to test me? So be it, I accept. Picking a day is not as good as meeting the day, we shall conduct the test right now. To marry your descendant is my choice, however, if anyone dares to disrespect me, I will teach them a lesson. 2. Finished with his words, he walked right outside. It will be today. After finishing his final command, the sky finally returned to its serene state. Everyone started to scatter since no one dared to disrespect the First Elder's command. However, the consensus here was that Li Qi did not know that the sky was high and the earth was wide. His arrogance seemed to know no bounds. Protector Mo no longer cared for his image. He grabbed Li Qi and carried him back to the room. You fool. If you want to die, please don't bring our sect down with you. Protector Mo, do you have to be so scared? Li Qi, unwilling to be carried back to the room, pushed Protector Mo's hands away. You. Protector Mo couldn't help himself anymore and started to hyperventilate. Nan Huairen, like a mistreated bride, cried, Senior, do you know how strong the Nine-Saint Demon Gate is right now? Let alone their elders and the Demon King, all of their protectors have the qualification to be royal nobles. Demon King Luan Ri, using a single hand, would be enough to bring disaster to our sect. Before, when their First Elder was disarming the conflict, you should have taken the chance to nullify the problem. Is that how it is? It is too late now. Plus, I prefer to talk with my fists. Li Qi coldly said. Of course, Li Qi could not reveal his secrets. If the Nine-Saint Demon Gate wanted to cause trouble, he would use this opportunity to test the integrity of the sect. Although, that year, he promised Nine-Saint Virtuous Paragon to take care of his descendants, but if they didn't know their place, Li Qi would be happy to cure them of their corruption. Additionally, it would justify him taking the treasures of 9 Saint Demon Gate. Nan Huiren gave up, no longer wanting to speak or look at Li Qiyi. He felt like he was conducting music, but only an ox was listening. It was a waste of his energy. 3. Protector Mo finally regained control of his voice. He could only scornfully say, "You better follow the rules and attend the trial. If you keep causing trouble, you don't have to worry about going back to the sect. No one can save you then." The trial was taking place in an ancient pavilion. There were 2 protectors acting as the mediators. One of them was Protector Hua, the master of Su Hui. The other was Grand Protector Yuhi, the strongest protector in the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Circular, visible auras surrounded the body of Protector Hua. It was as if his body was made out of golden metal. As for the Grand Protector, his aura was much more intimidating. His royal noble strength seeped out in a sanguine color instead of a golden one. Many disciples surrounded the pavilion. Cultivating could be lonely and mundane. They all loved an opportunity for something entertaining to happen. There were so many here that even a fly could not get through the sea of people. The group that opposed this marriage the most consisted of the male disciples. They all hoped for Li Qiyi to fail his trial because they believed that he does not qualify to be the husband of their goddess. 1. This sentence will make sense later. 2. Another proverb saying that there is no reason to wait. 3. Basically, an ox can't hear or appreciate the music, just like a dumb person can't be appealed with reasoning. Chapter 13. Chaotic Heart Forest. 1. The disciples also did not like his attitude during the 2 days that he had been here. Of course, this was understandable since he did threaten to destroy the 9 Saint Demon Gate. The fire and hatred in their eyes could kill Li Qiyi 100 times over. They started to converse amongst themselves. Let us kill him as well as the whole cleansing incense ancient sect. No, we have to cut off his arms and feet, then use his head as a candle holder. A candle holder? That is too humane. This ant wants to marry our princess. We have to imprison him on top of Hawk Cliff. Let the hawks peck at him for 100 years while we keep him alive with medicinal techniques. The conversations quickly became yellings. The crowd fueled itself on anger and hatred towards Li Qiyi. Both Protector Mo and Nan Huiren were shaking in fear. Their teeth couldn't stop grinding. Li Qiyi removed himself from the surroundings, and he calmly walked around the pavilion with an arrogant flair. Anyone else would have fainted from being surrounded by so many people that want to eat them alive. At this moment, Grand Protector Yuhi coughed. This seemingly quiet cough overpowered the crowd. No matter how loud the surrounding was, everyone heard it and immediately stopped talking. The aura of a royal noble once again dominated the air. At this time, Protector Hua began to talk. If you can successfully complete the trial, then our 2 sects will be in-laws just like the ancient tradition. If you can't pass it or die during the test, then it is only a shame that you are not skillful enough. Li Qiyi sat down on a chair, then slowly turned towards Protector Hua. He slowly shook his head and smiled. One can only say, the 9 Saint Demon Gate is not as eminent as it once was. In that era, why did 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon make that promise? In that era, why did the 2 sects become in-laws and allies? In that era, the cleansing incense ancient sect was worshipped by the heavens and ruled the 9 worlds. Simply put, the 9 Saint Demon Gate only wanted the protection of the cleansing incense ancient sect, to have a backing in order to grow. Li Qiyi did not know all of the stories in the past because his condition was not fully stable at that time. The marriage tradition between the 2 was not proposed by immortal Emperor Ming Ren and 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon, it was proposed by their descendants. Li Qiyi continued. Now, the era has changed, and you guys want to relinquish the promise after having benefited from it. Your current generation is incomparable to your ancestors. Protector Hua interjected. It is as you said, eras change. If you want to say that the current generation is worse than the past, this statement applies to the cleansing incense ancient sect, not us. Now, we rule the country, the emperor lineages who want to be our in-laws number more than just 1 or 2, and you think someone like you is worthy of our princess. Just let the past go, you can't change anything by competing in a quarrel. Grand Protector Yuhi started to speak. We are giving you a chance to honor the promise that year. If you are afraid, you can leave now. We will not stop or bother you, the promise that year will end here. If I am here, then I must take the challenge. What is the trial? Li Qiyi preferred Yuhi's attitude a lot more. Since your cultivation level is not ideal, Our Highness has decided to give you a better chance. The first will not be combat-oriented, however, the second will be. He continued after a short pause. The first is very simple. You will have to go into the chaotic heart forest with one of our disciples. The one that travels farther will win. The second is even simpler. It will be a solo fight to determine the victor. There is also a third test, but you only need to win 2 to pass the trial. The third test consists of, no need to continue, 2 tests will suffice. Li Qi cut off the protector. How arrogant! Protector Hua yelled at him for being so arrogant. He started to exert pressure towards Li Qi. The test hasn't even started and you want to fight already. Li Qi narrowed his eyes. He found great joy in aggravating people he did not like. Grand Protector Yu, he coughed once again. The cough cuts off the pressure that Protector Hua was exerting. This made Protector Hua angry. He could kill Li Qi just by lifting his finger. There has never been an insect that has dared to talk to him like this before. All right, let us start this test. Li Qi rose from his seat. Both tests are fine. I want to see the abilities of your princess. Su Hui contemptuously laughed. You don't have the qualification for Senior Li to participate herself. I will be the one that you are up against. Yu nodded in agreement. I heard you have only recently joined the cleansing incense ancient sect. We will not cheat you. If the princess personally delivered the test, then you would have 0 chance. Here, when it comes to inner talents and potential, the princess is number 1. When it comes to current strength, Junior Leng is the best. If one of them comes to test you, then after losing, you would claim that it was unfair. Junior Su Hui has average talents amongst our inner disciples. Using him to test the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient act should not be too demeaning to your status. By not sending out their best disciples, the 9 Saint Demon Gate was giving Li Qi a sliver of hope. If the strongest disciple or Li Shuangyan participated, then even the 6 elders would have problems. Li Qi didn't bother to look at Su Hui. He stared at Yu He and formally said, if this is the case, then at least your 9 Saint Demon Gate still has some hope after all. Although you went back on the original promise, you still managed to save a little bit of face and dignity. Fine, since you are allowing me to walk an extra step, I will spare you a yard, just so that in the future, you can't say that I have bullied the sect. 1. A character like you, he had spent many years experiencing everything life had to offer, but when he was staring at Li Qi, it still puzzled him that there could be someone who was so arrogant and confusing. Does he not know of our strength? Does he has 0 concept of cultivation levels? Yu broke his stoic demeanor with a small laugh. Go to the chaotic heart forest. The one that can go the farthest will win. Seeing that the test had finally begun, people started going towards the chaotic heart forest. In a second, the forest was already surrounded. 1. A Chinese proverb again. Chapter 14, Chaotic Heart Forest. 2. Entering the chaotic heart forest. What can that trash hope to do? In the outskirts of the forest, jeering conversations began again. Another disciple voices another thought. In the last examination, Senior Su made it to level 5 of the forest. Now that he has reached the Heaven's Mandate stage and started getting ready to start to cultivate in the Warrior Canopy stage, his cultivation strength and willpower are much stronger than before. I predict that he could get to the 7th level. 1. The stages for cultivators are as follows, from low to high: Palace Foundation, Palace Expansion, Yun Physique, Provisional Palace, Inner Longevity, Heaven's Mandate, Warrior Canopy, Purified Rebirth, Heaven's Primal, and Fertility God. Once one has reached the unbeatable stage and received the Heaven's Will, one will be named Immortal Emperor. There were no immortals in the world, so a person might ask, why was there an emperor for immortals? Why does this title exist? It is because there is a saying, my fate is mine alone, not up to the heavens. The heavens will serve as a shackle, it encompasses and traps all living beings. Once a cultivator reaches the pinnacle, their goal is to control the heavens will so that they will finally be free from the prison. This was why one will be called Immortal Emperor once they have obtained the heaven's will. However, no one truly knows if true immortality was possible. This remained a mystery. Each era only has one heaven's will, each era can only have one person becoming an immortal emperor. The chaotic heart forest was where the 9 Saint Demon Gate judged a disciple's innate talents, cultivation affinity, and willpower. At this place, the most important quality was one's willpower. It consists of 14 levels. From an outside view, there were no drastic visual differences between it and a normal forest. However, this seemingly normal place was created by 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon. Intruders would be shown realistic illusions. Even the ones that possessed mystic eyes could not see through the technique unless they were stronger than 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon. Otherwise, the technique would be reality for all who stepped inside. For example, one could find himself trapped in a sea of fire. The body would feel as if it was actually entrapped, the mind would clearly feel the pain. The higher the level, the stronger the illusion would be. Of course, you could still use cultivation techniques to mitigate the pain as well as merit laws to prevent the fire from reaching your body. The only thing was that you could not escape the forest using any distance-traversing techniques. Idiotic little boy, hurry up and enter. Outside of the forest, Su Hui smirked contemptuously towards Li Qiyi. He believed that with his current abilities, it would be no problem to enter the 8th level. Li Qiyi looked at the forest, and grinned slightly. That year, the old chicken created the chaotic heart forest himself. It was indeed a good location to test willpower. Me. Li Qiyi spoke clearly, traversing the chaotic heart forest holds no meaning to me. If I were to enter, then you wouldn't even have the chance to show your worth. You go first so that later on, you can't say I didn't give you a chance. Li Qiyi, again, spouted arrogant comments, making everyone else shiver in contempt. Protector Mo and Nan Huairen wanted to lock up his mouth forever. Would you die if you said a few less sentences? Lying all the time. Idiot. Protector Hua proclaimed. You are just a piece of trash that doesn't know what cultivational willpower is, yet still runs his mouth without shame. Su Hui couldn't believe a mere mortal was looking down on him. He frowned. Good, such strong words. I have to see how many levels you can make it through. How many levels? How meaningless, going through 14 isn't a big deal at all. Li Qi continued, that is why I'm letting you go first, so you wouldn't be so shocked. Do all people of the cleansing incense ancient sect lie like you without any hesitation? Another disciple couldn't stand it anymore and yelled out. Everyone knows that going through level 7 of the chaotic heart forest was considered a wondrous task for the younger generation. To complete level 7, one would have to have a tenacious willpower or a high level of cultivation. Even the calm Grand Protector Yu, he couldn't help but shake his head. Why was he the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect? Going through 14 levels. Was it that easy? Even Yu, he cannot go through the 14 levels at his current level. 14 levels. Su Hui exploded in laughter. If you can go through all 14 levels, I will call you father. I wouldn't have an unfilial son like you. Li Qiyi retorted. Good, if you are that confident with your mouth, do you dare to make a bet? Bet? Eh? What will we bet? Li Qiyi smiled happily and asked. If you can penetrate all 14 levels, I will voluntarily concede. If you can't do it, then you have to crawl under my crotch. 2. This bet caused the expressions of Protector Mo and Nan Huairen to instantly darken. This wasn't a test, it was a facade to shame Li Qiyi and the cleansing incense ancient sect. However, they could only dejectedly shake their heads. Li Qiyi brought this upon himself. Would you do the same if I make it through the 14th level? You will crawl under my crotch, right? Li Qiyi asked. If you can make it through the 14th level, he will do it and vice versa. Protector Hua interjected. Due to the killing of Du Yuan Guang, Protector Hua wanted to kill Li Qiyi with his bare hands. Since the opportunity wasn't right, the best he could do was to shame Li Qiyi. Li Qiyi looked back at Protector Hu, then formally nodded his head and said, Fine, if this is your betting condition, I shall accept. The disciples of the 9 Saint Demon Gate all yelled loudly, Senior Su, destroy him, accept the bet. Su Hui coldly replied, I'll wait for you to crawl beneath me. He then turned and left towards the chaotic heart forest. This time, the cleansing incense ancient sect will lose all face, their prime disciple will have to perform such an act. Ha ha. One disciple creepily laughed. Su Hui took his first step into the forest, the surroundings immediately darkened. He found himself in a demonic world. It was an area spanning 10,000 miles. Demonic energy filled the air. Countless skeletons and the sounds of bones colliding with each other could be heard even before the bodies began to emancipate themselves from the ground. Su Hui inhaled and calmed himself. He channeled his energy, and strengthened himself with his cultivation and steeled his willpower. He ignored the demons and passed through them with ease. First level. Everyone outside watched carefully without blinking an eye. Without any hindrance, Su Hui successfully passed through the first level. Second level, third level, Su Hui was definitely not average. His cultivation level and willpower were both excellent. His speed at breaking through the first 3 levels was, indeed, very swift. At the 4th level, however, his speed began to slow down. Fierce silver skeleton kings began to attack him. In the beginning, he chose to evade and parry them, but, after his hands were broken, making him cry out in pain, his body started to destroy them instead as a defense mechanism. He possessed a silver body that warded off invaders on its own. However, this took a lot of energy. Once he reached level 5, he was completely surrounded by the skeletons. He roared loudly and summoned his defensive artifact. His magical sword flew straight into the sky, its blade spewed out true energy. This form of energy consisted of the Tao of Truths, and it conquered the 4 spheres. 3. His life will appeared behind his head. It was a crimson red that encompasses the sky. It performed with unparalleled laws of power that destroyed everything in the surrounding area. Cultivation techniques that allowed for one to use his life wheel as an offensive tool were often stronger than certain physique-forming techniques. This life wheel technique specialized in destruction, left behind by the virtuous paragon. It was not of paragon level, but it was still quite formidable nevertheless. 4. Li Qi slightly shook his head when he saw Su Hui killing his way through level 5. Chaotic Heart Forest. If your heart was chaotic, then killing only increased the uncertainty and exacerbate the illusions. 9. Saint Virtuous Paragon's goal was to train the willpower of the students, not their physical or combat strength. Level 7. Su Hui annihilated his way to the 7th level. This put the spectators in awe. Even Protector Hua felt satisfied. Su Hui was his disciple and his pride. Although Su Hui's aptitude could not compare to Li Shuangyan's and his strength was lacking against first disciple Leng Shizi, his progress today had pleased his master. Bang. Su Hui had only made it to level 7, but his strength had been expended. He couldn't handle the pressure of the chaotic heart forest any longer and was promptly removed. Just a little bit more. After the forceful ejection, it took Su Hui a moment to regain his consciousness. He couldn't help but yell out his regret. He thought that he could have at least made it to level 8, but he had still underestimated the difficulty of the chaotic heart forest. 1. The cultivation methods are based on Chinese divination. Canopy, or Cassiopeia, is one of the stars. 2. This is an extremely shameful punishment. Can be found today, crawling under a table after losing in a card game. 3. 4 spheres is another way of saying the surrounding area. There are different types of energy as well. He is using true energy here, and it is not an adjective in this case. 4. Physique-forming techniques are another cultivation method. It specializes in strengthening the body. This is why his arms were broken multiple times, because his body is not as strong. His life will makes up for it. Chapter 15, Miracle 1. Chapter 15, Miracle 1. Protector Hua gently consoled his disciple. You did well, there is no need to force what isn't meant to be. Yuhi approvingly nodded his head. To be able to enter the 7th level at this age is a very commendable feat within the younger generation. Su Hui gathered his wits, took a deep breath, and coldly stared at Li Qi. Your turn. It's not too late to give up. Then, Su Hui spread out his legs and showed a shady smile. If you do it now, I won't make things hard for you later on. If you wait until after you have failed the test, then it would be difficult to predict what your fate will be. Li Qi ignored the taunts and entered the chaotic heart forest step by step. In front of him was a sea of fire. It was a world filled with lava and fiery crackles. Inside this illusion, his feet were burnt to a crisp. No one could imagine how much pain he was feeling, but Li Qi just strutted on without muttering a single groan. Li Qi did not mind the chaotic heart forest. During the desolate era, he spent his time being tortured while his soul was severed from his body. He had suffered at the hands of heavenly demons and trapped by the ancient Ming. He spent what felt like an eternity without sunlight and underwent many torturous ordeals. Although the body of the Dark Crow was immortal, pain could still be felt. 1,000,000 years passed. He traveled through all of the forbidden burials, spent time in the land of immortals, and fell into the realm of ghosts and devils. These were the most dangerous places in this world. Compared to those places, the chaotic heart forest was nothing more than a short stroll. It couldn't break his willpower. In the blink of an eye, he had passed the first level. In the illusion, the sea of fire disappeared. Li Qiye was now in a frozen world, surrounded by the icy cold gales of a tundra. Outside of the forest, countless disciples were waiting for Li Qiye to be kicked out. Protector Mo and Nan Huiran still had their gazes turned away as they were unwilling to see Li Qiye being humiliated. However, as moments passed, a silence encroached the surroundings. One could hear the drop of a needle from a mile away. Surprised by the lack of jeers and cheers from Li Qiye's failure, the two turned their heads around. What entered their sight was an unimaginable scene. A disciple softly whimpered in shock, level 8, level 9, 10, 11. Li Qiye paraded through the levels as if he was walking in an empty street. His speed remained as swift as it was during the first level. Level 14. In the end, Li Qiye went straight through the chaotic hard forest with full confidence. And he leisurely stepped out of the last level. Everyone was now frozen. Passing through the 14 levels of the chaotic hard forest, this was an impossible feat from the ancient past until now. None from the younger generation of the Nine Saint Demon Gate had ever accomplished it. Even Li Xuangan, who had the highest aptitude and most fortified willpower, couldn't accomplish such a feat. This is impossible, simply impossible. This cannot be. Su Hui fell deep into confusion, but this was the reality that laid before his eyes. Protector Hua had his mouth wide open as well. He couldn't close it due to his bewilderment. Even the sect master could not pass the 14th level of the chaotic hard forest. What kind of willpower was this? Li Qiye came back and casually spoke, this is only the appetizer. It was as if he had just taken a walk in the comfort of his own garden. Li Qiye glanced at Su Hui and casually declared, okay, kneel and start crawling. Su Hui loudly howled, no. No, this cannot be happening. It wasn't only him, everyone else here also found themselves in disbelief. Protector Hua wondered, was there something wrong with the chaotic hard forest? Surely that is the case. Maybe the prohibiting spells of the forest have lost their power. It was as if Su Hui was trying to find a tree branch while drowning. He quickly added, it doesn't count, the chaotic hard forest has lost its effect. There is no chance it has lost its power. A while later, Grand Protector Yuhi gathered his thoughts, shook his head, and continued, from the creation of the sect, the forest has never been ineffective. I will go and check. Finished with his words, he personally entered the chaotic hard forest. Yuhi was indeed formidable and befitting his Grand Protector status. His willpower was substantial, he easily made it through the first 9 levels. After reaching the 10th level, his speed decreased. A loud noise roared through the air. Yuhi could not pass all the levels of the forest. He was kicked out before reaching the 11th level. The chaotic hard forest did not lose its power. Yuhi stated this with complete confidence. He stared at Li Qiye with curious eyes, not understanding the event that had transpired. Li Qiye, who was only 13 years old, was capable of finishing the chaotic hard forest. Unless there was a mysterious force at work here, his cultivation willpower was immutable. However, a mere 13-year-old boy could not possibly have this level of willpower. It required centuries and millenniums to have such a mind. Although he had a mortal body and inferior innate talents, it would only be a matter of time before he became a virtuous paragon through sheer willpower. Protector Hua inquired, are you carrying a sacred treasure? Su Hui raises his voice, that has to be the case. The cleansing incense ancient sect is an immortal emperor level sect, maybe he is hiding an immortal emperor sacred treasure. This was indeed the most logical explanation. Right now, everyone was thinking that this was the case. Ultimately, even though the sect was now weak, it was not unreasonable to think that 1 or 2 immortal emperor sacred treasures were left behind. If he used just one of them, then he could indeed pass the chaotic hard forest unharmed. Protector Hua boldly proclaimed, using a sacred treasure to cheat, this bet does not count. He was sure that Li Qiye had committed foul play. Protector Hua, that is unfair. Protector Mo had no time to think about how Li Qiye passed the trial. He gravely said, this is a test designed by your sect. You cannot lose and then relinquish the test. Protector Hua replied, if you use a treasure to cheat, then of course it won't count. Taking Li Qiye's side, Protector Mo continued, it does not matter whether he used external tools or not. Your sect did not declare that he could not use treasures to pass the test. Our disciple has gone through the forest, this round is ours. Protector Mo did not want to waste time, so he turned to Yu He and asked, Protector Yu, did the cleansing incense ancient sect win this round or not? About this matter, Yu He could not decide. He did not believe that Li Qiye had actually passed the forest without external help. However, the 9 Saint Demon Gate also did not state the rule that one couldn't use sacred treasures. I walk my route straight and sit tall, my heart has no shameful secrets to the heavens. Unlike the people of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, betting and losing and then being unable to accept the loss. If you think I am hiding a treasure, then try and find it. If you can find it, then I will give it to you. Yu He contemplated for a moment, lifted his head, and then spoke to Li Qiye, if you want to prove your innocence, we have a solution. The great ancestor left behind a treasure named the immortal bone mirror, it can see through all hidden objects. If you are willing to let us use it, then we can tell whether you bear a treasure or not. I agree to the usage of the immortal bone mirror. Protector Hua was the first to speak, if the mirror cannot find anything, then it will mean that he did not carry a hidden treasure. The disciples banded together and roared, yes. If you don't want to, then it means that you cheated. I pity you lot. Li Qiye stared at them and agreed, I will allow the mirror test. Bring it out. Yu He sent people to grab the mirror. This mirror had a deep history, it was said that its heritage dated back to the Desolate Era and that it had been honed by an immortal emperor. The immortal bone mirror was much stronger than the mirror that was used by the cleansing incense ancient sect to test new disciples. Chapter 16, Miracle, 2, The immortal bone mirror revealed itself, the shiny glass had immortal flow patterns, exuding an aura like a living creature. Even Yu He was in fear from its power. The immortal bone mirror flashed on the body of Li Qiye, forcing his life wheel and fate palace to appear. His life wheel slowly turned, lacking any pressure, while his fate palace had not been opened. Yu He concluded, he has a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and a mortal fate palace that has not been opened, he has not started cultivating. Also, there are no hidden treasures on his body. The lowest level of cultivation is the palace foundation level. Once one started to cultivate, even the lowest of talents could open the fate palace in 1 day if fast, 10 days if slow. Under the gaze of the immortal bone mirror, Li Qiye could not hide anything, all that he is was revealed to the eyes of the spectators. Protector Hua, Protector Yu, are you guys satisfied now? Protector Mo solemnly questioned. Being subjected to the immortal bone mirror was shameful to the cleansing incense ancient sect. Our apologies. Yu He was a man of character. He nodded his head and politely said, Li Qiye did not cheat. After hearing the confirmation from Yu He, the crowd had no comments to make. They still couldn't believe that a mortal with the worst of characteristics was able to pass through the forest. Su Hui was the most devastated of them all. But how can this be true? Li Qiye leered at him and spoke, it seems like you are not convinced, but that is quite all right. I will make it so that you will crawl without hesitation. It is only the chaotic hard forest, only an idiot like you would only reach level 7. Open your eyes to see your grandpa go once again. After his taunt, Li Qiye re-entered the forest. All eyes were focused intensely on the forest, not wanting to miss a single detail. They wanted to reach a conclusion that their minds could comprehend within the realm of logic. If Li Qiye succeeds again, then they'll have no choice but to change their view on the world. But, if he failed, then all was good with the world. Level 14. Nan Huiren was keeping count as Li Qiye went through the levels. Even though this was the second time, he was just as shocked as the first. Yu He truly understood now. Although Li Qiye's cultivation aptitude and physique could not reach the apex, he possessed an unfaltering willpower. A 13-year-old had a stronger mind than he did after 1,000 years of cultivation. Start crawling. Li Qiye came back and mischievously spread his legs in front of Su Hui. You. Su Hui trampled the ground in shame, his expression turned white. If he had to crawl beneath Li Qiye before all of these spectators, then he would lose all face in the future. Our 9 Saint Demon Gate has our honor. If you lose a bet, you have to bear the consequence. Yu He nodded. Su Hui, you were the one who wanted this bet in the first place. Now carry out your end of the bargain. Shi Hui almost fainted on the spot. If Protector Yu had spoken, then even his master could not save him. He grinded his teeth and unwillingly knelt before Li Qiyi. His body froze for a minute. This was the most shameful event of his life. Eventually, he started to crawl through Li Qiyi's legs. Li Qiyi looked down and spoke, "When people show me an ounce of respect, I will treat them well, but if anyone dares to cross me, then I will repay them tenfolds. A genius disciple of the Nine Saint Demon Gate is nothing in my eyes." Finished speaking, Li Qiyi turned around and walked away. Ugh! Su Hui fell down to the ground. He puked out blood from anger and became unconscious. 1. Huier. 2. Protector Hua quickly grabbed Su Hui and massaged his meridians. Returning to the pavilion, Protector Hua and Yuhi found their seats. Li Qiyi was already sitting there arrogantly like a king. It made the other disciples feel the urge to beat him up. Protector Hua leered at Li Qiyi, and a great hatred shone in his eyes. When a disciple was shamed, as the master, they shared the same enemy. Shaming his disciple was the same as slapping him on the face. Li Qiyi playfully knocked on the table and said, "The first test has been completed, let us get started on the second." Before, Yuhi thought that Li Qiyi was ignorantly arrogant. However, after having thought about it again, maybe he had some secret tricks. A mortal without the basics of cultivation, what was his backing that allowed for him to challenge the Nine Saint Demon Gate? Could it be that the cleansing incense ancient sect still had hidden secrets not yet revealed? Yuhi quickly dismissed his last thought. As the Grand Protector, he was fully aware of the current position of the cleansing incense ancient sect. If it had any secrets left, then it would not be submitting to the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. The second piece of information was that Li Qiyi had only joined the sect for a few days, and he forcefully used the cleansing incense ancient order to become the prime disciple. Even the 6 elders there did not welcome him. Yuhi had no idea what hidden mysteries this person could have without any support. Returning to the matter at hand, Yuhi clearly said, "Right now, Su Hui is not in his best condition. If you want to perform the test, then we will have to change your opponent." "Honorable Protector, I am fine." Su Hui, all of a sudden, stood up straight. Despite his pale complexion, he violently leered at Li Qiyi, and killing intent was seen in his eyes. He swore to himself that he would be the one to kill Li Qiyi, using his blood to wash away his shame. He used his proud standing posture to maintain and announce his confidence. He lifted his head high and proclaimed, "Protector, I can still fight." Yuhi slightly frowned. He knew exactly what Su Hui was thinking. He gently spoke, "Junior Su, your current condition is not fit for combat." This matter was very important within the Nine Saint Demon Gate, and Li Qiyi had already won the first match. "Senior Yu, this kid has a strong will, a setback will not deter him. Please give him another chance." Protector Hua tried to support his disciple's wish. Su Hui grinded his teeth, and said with extreme determination, "Protector, if I make a single mistake, I will pay for it with my life." Yuhi contemplated for a moment. Within the younger disciples, Su Hui had obtained heaven's mandate and was close to the warrior canopy stage. It would be difficult to find another who was as strong. Plus, his cultivation included the life will technique, fierce slaughter sword. Yuhi understood the strength of this technique. It was crafted by a virtuous paragon in the sect. If Su Hui used his life will without any hesitation, then none of his peers would be able to defeat him in a life or death contest, barring the strongest ones. If Su Hui didn't fight, then the safe choices would be Li Shuangyan or Leng Shiji. However, those two weren't an option. Yuhi was no longer underestimating Li Qiyi, but he couldn't think of a way for a mortal to defeat a heaven's mandate cultivator with a virtuous paragon technique. "Good, you will fight then." After careful consideration, he agreed with the choice of Su Hui. 1. For unfamiliar readers, anger can lead to bloody coughs in these novels. 2. Air is an affectionate expression to refer to someone. Chapter 17, Demon King Luan Ri. 1. On the battle stage, surrounded by spectators, Su Hui was hell-bent on destroying Li Qiyi. He wanted to pull out his muscles, flay his skin, and smash his body into 1,000 pieces. 1. Nan Huai Ren and Protector Mo wanted to believe in Li Qiyi. Although the chance of him winning was slim, he had continuously performed miracles in the past. Hey, can he really beat Senior Su? Ever since Li Qiyi went through the chaotic hard forest in one go, the disciples of the Nine Saint Demon Gate considered him as a real opponent. An older senior shook his head. The difference between them is too great. It is a mortal versus a heaven's mandate cultivator. Li Qiyi wouldn't be able to win unless he was somehow given an immortal emperor's true energy, but even that isn't realistic. Even with it, he wouldn't have enough blood force to activate the energy. That is true, a mortal cannot activate a single usage of an immortal emperor's true energy. The fierce slaughter sword technique of Junior Su is overly powerful from its mysterious truths. A life or death battle with that technique would not bode well for his opponent. A disciple that had previously sparred with Su Hui offered his opinion. Don't forget about his silver eagle physique as well. Although it is only a Hotian rank physique, it has considerable speed. If you combine both his speed and power, you can say that his offensive power is nearly unmatched in our generation. 2. Cultivators valued physiques very highly. They ranked from weakest to strongest as the following: Mortal Physique, Hotian Physique, Xiantian Physique, Emperor Physique, Saint Physique, and lastly, Immortal Physique. The majority of the world has the Mortal Physique, including Li Qiyi. It is the weakest both in terms of physical strength and blood force. Su Hui roared, sword energies rotated around his body in an upward manner. They became a giant, impenetrable fortress of visible, radiant swords, all pointing towards Li Qiyi. The technique served as a defensive measure as he was channeling his energy. Open. A heavenly sword came out from Su Hui's mouth. It split into 8 different heavenly swords. These swords were gigantic, towering at 200 meters each. A single strike could split the earth itself. Fierce slaughter sword, heavenly sword Yan Jin. A disciple couldn't help but exclaim their jealousy and envy. Su Hui's true energy is formed by Yan Jin's heavenly jade with a complete magical pattern. Heavenly sword Yan Jin is for offense and fierce slaughter sword for defense. Within our generation, he is nearly unbeatable. Witnessing the scene, Protector Mo was humbled. Su Hui proved to be more powerful than expected, especially when he has the possession of the Yan Jin sword. Protector Mo himself wouldn't be able to pierce through Su Hui's defenses. After his failed attack, the Yan Jing sword formation would immediate counterattack at the time when he is the most vulnerable. Su Hui maneuvered his swords at Li Qiyi, and maniacally yelled, "Come here, you bastard. Today, I will slice you into 1,000 pieces." Fu, fu. Li Qiyi spat into his palms and then rubbed them together. This rather crude gesture was completely different from his normally elegant demeanor. 1,000 pieces. Li Qiyi retorted. You, alone, is not enough. Let me beat you into a pig's head. Even your parents will not recognize who you are after I am done. Li Qiyi slowly took out the serpent-punishing stick. Nan Huairen almost went unconscious from the scene. Wasn't that the fireplace stick in the grand chamber of the cleansing incense ancient sect? He was expecting Li Qiyi to use the invisible dual blades technique. Maybe its miraculous power would help him tie the fight. However, Li Qiyi wasn't using the blades, but a wooden stick instead. The Yan Jin sword would cut that thing in half in a second. Protector Mo's only thought at this moment was to save Li Qiyi's life the moment it was in danger, no matter the cost. Using a wooden stick to fight against the Yan Jin sword. Could it be an immortal emperor-grade weapon? Yuhi squinted his eyes and opened his heavenly vision technique in order to see through the wooden stick. He was, indeed, worried that the stick was a treasure made by an immortal emperor. However, despite his numerous techniques and concentration, the wooden stick was just a wooden stick. There were no magical enchantments, nor cultivation techniques to utilize. A wooden stick versus a Heaven's Mandate level sword, Yuhi was at a loss for words. Protector Hua was not as skeptical as Yuhi, he only wanted to witness Li Qiyi's death. Li Qiyi pointed his serpent-punishing stick at Su Hui like a ruffian, and said, "Little boy, come here, let this grandpa shatter your butt. I'll kill you." Su Hui screamed as the 8 heavenly swords became one sword. Straight from the sky, the Yan Jin sword, surrounded by a gigantic energy, swung down towards Li Qiyi. Its path burned with fire, the battle stage now bathed in a sea of flames. This is the end. Nan Huairen turned around, not wanting to see the result of this monstrous strike. It seemed like Su Hui wanted to finish this in one move, and he used his most powerful technique. Good. Li Qiyi paid no mind. He screamed in a strange manner and jumped forward with a random motion, swinging his stick. The scene that everyone was expecting did not happen. The serpent-punishing stick met the weakest part of the Yan Jin sword during its trajectory. The sword's energy dissipated, and the physical sword plunged to the ground. It was as if it was bitten by a poisonous snake, unable to obey Su Hui's command. "Little boy, I will beat you into a pig's head. Su Hui hadn't regained his composure, but Li Qi was already in front of him. The stick passed through his sword fortress and rained blows directly onto his body. Die. Su Hui did not retreat, he once again gathered his sword energy and surrounded Li Qi with it. Gather. However, to no avail, his virtuous paragon sword technique had no effect. The serpent punishing stick continuously struck at the formation's weakest points, and he successfully negated the incoming blows. Finally, it struck Su Hui's face, and that one blow made Su Hui redden with blood. He became disoriented, stars in his eyes and thunder in his ears. 3, bam, bam, bam. In the blink of an eye, Li Qi had pummeled Su Hui 10 times, all of them hitting the meridians and his weakest spots. Su Hui was like a snake without its skeletal body, unable to stand up. His blood force was in disarray, and his cultivation techniques were unusable. He fell to the ground with a busted face. The serpent punishing stick was not a heavenly treasure, it was only a regular wooden stick. Hitting a snake required one to aim for its head. This was true for the blows struck by Li Qi as well. They have to hit the weak points and defensive holes of the opponents. Unless the opponent had reached the heaven's primal stage, they could not escape the blows, for he had not perfected his own understanding of the defensive mysterious truths. One of the requirements for heaven's primal is a rebirth of one's body and the understanding of techniques as well as a body protection aura, rendering the serpent punishing stick useless. However, since Su Hui was far away from heaven's primal, the wooden stick was his prime nemesis. Keep in mind that even immortal Emperor Minren was beaten by the stick, repeatedly. The same applied for all of his strongest generals, including 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon. The serpent punishing stick was a regular branch grown from a small tree in the demon forest, basked by demonic aura throughout the ages. However, this made it anything but ordinary. The demon forest was one of the few ancient forbidden dangers. The stick also had another property that made it appealing to Li Qi. No matter how many times a person is struck by it, they would not die from the blows. It was a stick specifically meant for punishment and teaching. This made it very appropriate for Li Qi when dealing with the powerful geniuses under his tutelage. Bang, bang, bang. After Su Hui had fallen unconscious, to the ground, Li Qi did not show any mercy. He kept on striking the body of Su Hui. His body was now filled with wounds, no one could tell if he was dead or alive. This scene jolted the spectators. Yuhi, once again, activated his mysterious eyes to look at the serpent punishing stick, but he still couldn't find anything special about it. Bow, I just spent 40 minutes translating about a normal wooden stick, but this is why I like this story. The little things about his past are interesting to me. Let me know if you guys felt the same or maybe hated it. Knacked, and I just spent 30 minutes reading about a wooden stick. Wunerbear, it adds a nice touch of sentimentality and history to it that I like. 1. Common Chinese saying of wanting to really kill someone, 4 words total in the Chinese version. 2. Hotian and Xiantian are very common terms for Xianxia, so I chose to leave it as source. 3. Common poetic description for a blow to the head or disorientation. Chapter 18. Demon King Luanri. 2. It was natural that Yu could not see through an object like the serpent punishing stick. Since ancient times, the amount of people that have seen it with their own eyes were few. Without his knowledge from traversing the forbidden dangers, he too would not have known the secret and magical properties of the serpent punishing stick. If one could not discern its characteristics, then it was only a wooden stick in their eyes. I'll kill you. Although his body was tattered with wounds, his silver eagle physique activated automatically. Below Su Hui's ribs, 2 sharp claws came out and went for the heart of Li Qi. Su Hui had the silver eagle physique because his father was a silver eagle that became a human from having an accomplished cultivation level. The pair of claws were always hiding inside his body in case he ever needed to suddenly surprise his enemies. Fan. The wooden stick easily stopped the silver eagle claws, forcing them back into Su Hui's body. You seek your own death. Li Qi coldly proclaimed. Whoosh whoosh. 2 blades immediately pierced through Su Hui's shoulders and pinched him into the ground, immobilizing his body. Do you think it is that easy to kill me? Today, I'm going to hit you without mercy. Li Qi continued to hit him with the wooden stick. He felt cheated by the event that had just transpired. That is enough. At this moment, Protector Hua could no longer keep watching. He jumped into the battle stage and yelled. Li Qi glanced at him and said, "What now? If the child can't win, the old man wants to join in as well. Young one, don't be so delusional. His eyes contained anger and hatred. He gravely said, let him go, or I will personally kill you today. I was going to spare him, but, after finishing, Li Qi sliced the 2 blades across Su Hui's body, severing him into multiple pieces. The blades that struck through to the floor created a rain of blood and sparks. Weir. You little bastard, accept your death. Protector Hua lost all restraint and his blood force punctured through the sky. A magical sword, towering 20,000 meters, flew towards Li Qi. Protector Mo couldn't react in time, his mind was full of panic. Bang. As the sky-piercing sword appeared, suddenly, a gigantic foot from the heavens stomped down with an unstoppable force. No one could stop this blow, not a named hero, nor a royal noble. Not even an enlightened being or a heavenly king would have been able to. All living beings were just ants compared to the might of that foot. No. Protector Hua only managed to let out a pitiful scream. His body, under the giant foot, became meat paste. He could not be more dead. Everyone was shocked because the foot did not belong to Li Qi. It was from one of the 4 gigantic statues situated at the 4 corners of this battle stage. It was unbelievable that a royal noble like Protector Hua was killed in one stomp. You can't, everything happened too fast. Grand Protector Yu had ignited his blood force and flung it towards the foot in order to save Protector Hua. However, that foot did not take any damage. It performed another stomp. Bang. Yu was smashed away straight into the main mountain. His blood wouldn't stop flowing. Don't you dare. A thunderous cry roared up in the sky. It was as if it was encompassing all of the mysterious truths of the heaven and earth. Heavenly auras illuminated the whole sky. A person suddenly appeared in the distance, floating in the air. Behind his head was a heavenly blinding aura that could burn the world. First Elder. All of the 9 Saint Demon Gate disciples yelled out in bewilderment. The First Elder raised his palm and immediately flipped it towards the statue. This palm technique, that carried incomparable might, flew towards the statue. Bang. Another deafening sound blasted into the air. This time, the statue used its hand to meet the palm strike. It annihilated the technique. The First Elder's blood painted the sky's color. Even someone as formidable as he could not handle a single strike from the statue. Everyone was at a loss for words. The statues at the battle stage suddenly made a move, killing Protector Hua, kicking Yu away, and used one punch to defeat the First Elder. Afterwards, the statue remained still like nothing had happened. Li Qi, in the middle of the arena, casually opened his mouth. Like I said, if the 9 Saint Demon Gate does not follow the rules, I would have no qualms in flipping your sect upside down. HMMMPH, the First Elder, although wounded, had his blood force that was still going strong. He immediately flew to the sky, wanting to use all of his might against the statues. He was afraid inside because he did not know why their own statues would rebel against the sect. Elder, don't make any more moves. These 4 statues are the heavenly guardians of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Right now, a commanding voice, that was filled with nobility, rang from the deepest part of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Sect Master. Hearing this voice, everyone from the 9 Saint Demon Gate knew who it belonged to. This was the Sect Master, Demon King Luan Ri, the leader of a whole generation of geniuses in the Grand Middle Territory. The First Elder stopped immediately. He kept staring at the 4 statues while he pondered many questions. All of the disciples were surprised as well. They have never heard anyone talk about the sect having heavenly guardians, let alone heavenly guardians that could harm their own sect. Elder, Protector Yu, please invite young Master Li into the sky chamber to talk. Would that be all right? After hearing the invitation, Li Qi smirked and answered, finally, someone who can see with their eyes, a little talk will not hurt. Grand Protector Yu quickly came to Li Qi and respectfully gestured him toward the sky chamber. The more he stared at Li Qi, the more afraid he became. This 13-year-old was too frightening. The sky chamber was an important location in the 9 Saint Demon Gate. All major decisions were discussed and made there, and only elders had the qualifications to enter. Of course, Protector Mo and Nan Huairen could not enter as well. Since the sky chamber was situated in the deepest part of the sect and Li Qi could not fly, a grand royal noble like Yui had to bend down to fly him over on his back. Right now, all of the elders were present in the chamber. Heavenly auras exuded from all of their bodies, their life wheels bounced up and down, mysterious patterns of law that resembled the creation of a new world crossed their entire bodies. They had all reached the stage of enlightened beings, definitely not royal nobles. One royal noble could destroy the entirety of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Imagine how strong an enlightened being was. The hidden strength of the Nine Saint Demon Gate was truly staggering when seen. No wonder they were the rulers of Old Ox Country. Despite all of this, Li Qi was not surprised one bit, and he sat down gracefully in the sky chamber. Since the ancient times, no one had ever connected with our heavenly guardians. The Demon King's voice appeared, but no one could see him. Li Qi shook his head and said, "I don't like talking to people who hide their face behind a veil." The elders were not pleased with his words. Demon King Luan Ri was a monstrous man, and all of the elders here deeply respected and feared him. However, this Li Qi was not minding his words towards the king at all. "It is not as if I don't want to see young Master Li, but right now, I am still in the middle of closed cultivation. I can't personally meet you." Demon King Luan Ri patiently explained. Li Qi nodded his head and smiled. "Fine, I won't make it hard for you. At the very least, I am a very reasonable man." Luan Ri politely inquired, "I want to hear how you were able to connect with our heavenly guardians." All the elders were surprised as well. They never knew that their sect had heavenly guardians. At this moment, Luan Ri started to explain, "The Nine Saint Demon Gate has 4 heavenly guardians, which are the 4 statues in the battle stage. They were invited by the Patriarch to protect our sect. Not only that, they also guard the Heaven's Vein and Earth's Vein between the battle stage, which is the bloodline of our sect, but until today, they have never made a move." His voice became graver as he went on during his explanation. Once finished, all the elders' eyes were on Li Qi. They did not understand why the forever immobilized heavenly guardians helped Li Qi today. Chapter 19, Always Arrogant No Matter the Occasion. 1. The Nine Saint Demon Gate Elders. The more they stared at Li Qi, the more annoyed they became. Why was it that a person with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace like Li Qi was capable of communicating with their heavenly guardians? The gods were so unfair. If he was a disciple of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, then it would be borderline acceptable. However, he was from a different sect. Why would our heavenly guardians be protecting an outsider and harming our own sect? Demon King Luan Ri started to speak once again after the dramatic pause. "After knowing the background, could you please tell us about your technique to control the heavenly guardians?" Li Qi hesitantly smiled. "Communication technique? I don't have any technique. These are your heavenly guardians. You should know more about them more than I do." Li Qi naturally could not tell them the secrets behind the event. As a dark crow during the desolate era, he paid in blood in order to formulate a successful plan to escape the Heaven Demon Grotto. After the million years, he finally understood this particular logic: if you want to control your own destiny, you must personally possess formidable power. Although, as the dark crow, he possessed considerable power, it was not his own power. Luckily, after entering places that no one else dared to venture, he had found out many mysterious and magical secrets. From then on, he already formulated a plan for his own personal cultivation if he ever returned to his body. The 4 heavenly guardians of the Nine Saint Demon Gate were one of his secret preparations in the past for self-preservation. That year, he obtained them from the land of the Old Bloods. They protected him for countless years in the past. Later on, the Nine Saint Virtuous Paragon always wanted the 4 statues. He followed and begged Li Qi for them non-stop. Since Nine Saint made many considerable contributions as Min Ren's fate protector, often at the risk of his own life, Li Qi let him borrow them for his later generations. After successfully guilting Li Qi out of them, Nine Saint Virtuous Paragon immediately positioned them to protect the heaven and earth veins of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, as well as allowing them to use the natural energy here to further strengthen themselves. However, the two had an agreement. Unless the Nine Saint Demon Gate met the disaster of a sect's demise, the statues would never take action. They were not slaves nor servants of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, and they will not be the fate protectors of any descendants from the sect. Since the Nine Saint Demon Gate also had a monster like the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect as its backing, it grew in power without much hindrance. Later on, during the decline of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, the Nine Saint Demon Gate was an independent existence, and thus, it did not suffer together. Due to this, the Nine Saint Demon Gate had never faced a sect's demise level of disaster. The statues had never mobilized. The statues were personally taken by Li Qi from the land of the Old Bloods. Of course he knew how to communicate with them. That was why when he took the time to get on the shoulder of one of them, he also conversed with the statues. If young Master Li is willing to part with the technique, the 9 Saint Demon Gate will definitely not mistreat you for the deal. Anything young Master Li wants, just say a word and we will do it to the utmost of our abilities. Demon King Luan Ri had not given up. He knew the real value of the heavenly guardians. The sect would become extremely powerful if the guardians could be controlled. All of the elders eagerly awaited for Li Qi's answer. If one statue was able to defeat the first elder, then what would be the combined power of all four? You know, there really isn't a technique. I was simply gossiping with the statues, just stuff about home and life, that's all. Li Qi playfully answered with a coyish expression, acting like an innocent child. Of course, the Demon King and the elders did not believe Li Qi's answer, but they could not do anything about it. They especially could not force Li Qi into giving them the technique, otherwise they'll receive an unprecedented disaster. However, I do need to say one thing. I need to perform a blood rite with the 4 statues. Seeing the king's quiet contemplation, Li Qi coldly responded, changing from his previous demeanor. Both the king and the elders were shocked. This had a completely different meaning. To perform a blood rite with their heavenly guardians was comparable to a linking technique. Demon King Luan Ri frankly responded, the 4 statues are our heavenly guardians. Li Qi aloofly played with his sleeves while he answered, they can still be your heavenly guardians. The only thing is, I might need to borrow them for certain things in the future, for just a little bit. The 4 statues belong to our sect. Unless it is someone of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, no one else has the rights to use them. An elder couldn't help but exclaim. There was no such thing as letting someone borrow your heavenly guardians. It was too unreasonable. Li Qi glared at the elder and said, this is not up to you. If you have a problem with it, then go cry to your guardians. Due to the promise that year, Li Qi had to be patient when dealing with the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Otherwise, he would just have taken the statues and left. Demon King Luan Ri suddenly interjected to calm the elder and Li Qi down. Since young Master Li can communicate with the guardians, having them wake up and put into action isn't a bad thing. In reality, everyone here knew that the 9 Saint Demon Gate did not have a choice in this negotiation. Although the 9 Saint Demon Gate was powerful, it was still a bit lacking when compared to the 4 statues. Remember, when 4 parts are working together within a formation, the power increase was not simply additive, but multiplicative instead. If it was only one statue, it would be a difficult, but not undoable, task to defeat it. However, with the 4 of them combined, especially situated on top of the heaven and earth's veins of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, the risk was too high. This is something a smart person would say. Li Qi smiled and said, don't think that I would immediately cause trouble for the 9 Saint Demon Gate after I perform the rite with your heavenly guardians. If I wanted to do that, then all of you would not have the opportunity to sit here. If I wanted to trample through the 9 Saint Demon Gate, unless your patriarch rises from his grave, no one could stop my footstep. The elders were not happy with Li Qi's attitude, but they couldn't say anything. The juxtaposition between the elders' raging faces versus Li Qi's nonchalantly attitude was quite amusing. If that is the case, then young Master Li can drop the blood. Luan Ri agreed with Li Qi. Although he doesn't know why a mortal like Li Qi could control the 4 statues, this was his only option. If your sect follows the rules, I will also do the same. The 4 statues will remain as your heavenly guardians. Li Qi responded. Young Master Li. Luan Ri started speaking again after a moment of contemplation. Our 9 Saint Demon Gate also has a sacred ground, no one has been able to open it, however. Would you be interested in giving it a look? Your Highness, this can't happen. An elder immediately tried to stop the king. It is fine for young Master Li to check it out. Luan Ri quickly stopped the words of this elder, his commanding voice did not allow for negotiation. Li Qi's eyes became bright, and asked, you are talking about the Saint Cavern that your patriarch, 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon, left behind. He suddenly remembered an event from the old times. That year, the old chicken head had once mentioned this cave to Li Qi, but this was after immortal Minren had received the heaven's will. Li Qi's disposition was unstable at the time as well, wanting to go into deep slumber. After hearing the wily old chicken head story, he didn't really listen carefully. That is correct. Li Qi's knowledge of this fact rattled Luan Ri's spirit. He quickly suggested, if young Master Li can open the Saint Cavern, we will give you considerable thanks. 1. Li Qi attempted to remember what the old chicken head once told him in the past, and then he asserted, I can try to open the Saint Cavern once. If I am successful, I want to take one thing from it, the rest can belong to your sect. This, after hearing Li Qi's words, Luan Ri required some time to think. An elder spoke up, Your Highness, this requires more careful discussion. 1. The thanks Luan Ri uses here implies a great favor/treasure, not just courtesy. Chapter 20, always arrogant no matter the occasion. 2. There is no need for discussion. Demon King Luan Ri commandingly asserted, Young Master Li can take any one thing from it, provided that you can open the Saint Cavern. Luan Ri, you are a smart person. Find me when you are ready, I will be taking my leave. Li Qi turned around and left the sky chamber. He had to, once again, unwillingly carry him on his back. After Li Qi's departure, an elder couldn't help express, Your Highness, this decision regarding the Saint Cavern felt a bit rushed. Not necessarily. The voice of Luan Ri started again. Since our inception, the Saint Cavern had always been isolated. No one had successfully opened the cave. This was a good opportunity for us, and it was in line with the Patriarch's will. Your Highness, what about the Heavenly Guardians? How come we have never heard of them before? What are they, heavenly beast or eternal demon? An elder curiously inquired. I'm not quite sure myself. Demon King Luan Ri stated. Our knowledge and writings regarding the Heavenly Guardians are quite lacking. Only the ancient scroll of the Patriarch mentioned something about them. Unless we are at the brink of destruction, they will not activate by themselves. Only the sect masters are allowed to see this scroll. But they activated their power today. Another elder conveyed. I do not understand it either, but if they have chosen him, they must have their own reasons for doing so. Luan Ri replied. This kid, he is too scary. The first elder opened his mouth. According to you he went through the chaotic heart forest twice, easily. This is truly unthinkable. Now the Heavenly Guardians have chosen him as well. This world really is not fair. This is indeed an alarming fact. From our start to finish, we have always focused on cultivating the younger talents. Junior Lung is our strongest in terms of strength, and the princess is the first in terms of raw aptitude, but the Heavenly Guardians did not choose them. Instead, they chose a mortal boy with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. Another elder lamented. Of the numerous things in this world, we cannot understand all of them. In the end, although Luan Ri felt cheated as well, he could only be acquiesced. Your Highness, if he can actually open the Saint Cavern, are we really giving him anything he wants? One elder inquired. That's right, it was rumored that, in the Saint Cavern, there is a big chance of an immortal emperor's life treasure hiding in there. An unwilling elder exclaimed. If he can actually open it, then it is the heaven's will. Luan Ri responded, according to Elder Sword, none of us in this generation would be able to open the Saint Cavern. Li Qi had done many unthinkable deeds while he is here, maybe he can open the cavern. After hearing the words Elder Sword, no one else dared to open their mouth. Because no one within the sect has more power and influence than Elder Sword, including the sect master. Order that, if any disciples were to reveal what happened today, they would be heavily punished. This is an iron law. In the end, the king declared. They do not want outsiders to know too much regarding the Heavenly Guardians. After Li Qi's return, they had been moved to a different guest location. It was a place meant for the visiting rulers of kingdoms and emperors of ancient kingdoms, the highest level of hospitality and respect. This treatment made Nan Huairen and Protector Mo afraid of receiving too much love. They understood it was because of Li Qi that they were able to receive such a warm reception. They had many questions to ask Li Qi, but they didn't know where to start. They were afraid of his ability and mystery. They kept staring at him like he was an ancient monster, one that was never seen before. One thing Nan Huairen did figure out was that the day when Li Qi went up the statue's shoulder, it was in preparation for today. Say whatever you want to say. Seeing the master and disciple combo being so uncomfortable and confused, Li Qi was very much amused, sitting in his chair. Protector Mo opened his mouth like he had something say, but he didn't know where to start. He was a quiet person anyway, so he gave up and just sat down. Compared to Protector Mo, Nan Huairen was just waiting for the opportunity to ask. He gathered up his courage and stuttered, that thing, was it successful? What thing? It was Li Qiye's turn to be confused. He had no idea what Nan Huairen was implying. You know. The thing about the marriage proposal, marrying Princess Li. Oh, you are talking about Li Shuangyan. Li Qiyi chuckled, shook his head and said, I did not inquire about this, I did not care about it. She is only a woman, can't reach the apex. Li Qiyi opened his big mouth, and again, Nan Huairen was at a loss for words. Remember that Li Shuangyan was the prime descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Not only was she beautiful, she also carried an emperor physique, emperor life wheel, and most importantly, a fate palace of the saint level. Within the Grand Middle Territory, there were countless young geniuses that wanted to propose to Li Shuangyan. However, in the end, Nan Huairen realized that he should not question Li Qiye's words. His eyes turned to the serpent-punishing stick instead. This regular wooden stick had beaten a Heaven's Mandate expert into the ground. It left a deep impression ingrained in Nan Huairen's mind. Here, if you want to look at it, go ahead. Li Qiyi noticed the peculiar gaze, and generously threw the stick to him. Nan Huairen caught it, held it carefully in his hands, and carefully observed. Even Protector Mo couldn't contain himself anymore and joined in on the fun. The two analyzed it together. However, no matter what they did, the only result they could arrive at was that it was only a regular stick. This really is the wooden stick from the Grand Chamber, right? Nan Huairen queried. Correct. Li Qiyi nodded his head. Nan Huairen swallowed and daringly asked Li Qiyi, Senior, can I play around with it? Look at your silly self, do whatever you want to do. Li Qiyi bursted out laughing. Nan Huairen immediately lifted the stick to the sky and started swinging it around. However, it did not carry the same force and grace like it did in the hand of Li Qiyi. Senior, why is there such a difference between our stick plays? Nan Huairen did not understand how such a regular stick was so magical when it was used by Li Qiyi. Li Qiyi glanced at him and sincerely answered, truly believe and it will happen. He stopped there, he couldn't easily explain the mystical truths behind the serpent-punishing techniques to other people. 1. This Heaven's Will is not the Heaven's Will that allows one to become an immortal emperor, hence, left in lowercase chapter 21, St. Cavern, 1, chapter 21, St. Cavern, 1. The next day, after preparations were completed, the elders invited Li Qiyi. He personally became Li Qiyi's chaperone to take him to the deepest place of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. With Yu's strength and cultivation level, even in the entirety of Old Ox Country, he would be an influential person. However, he was now the chaperone for Li Qiyi. No one would believe this even if rumors were to be spread. At the end of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was a lone mountain, and under the mountain was a sealed cave. It was unknown how long the cave had been sealed for. It was covered by wild grass and mushrooms, and the front of the cave was worn by the test of time with hallowed erosions. This was the forbidden zone of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Only elders and above could enter. Legend has it that although 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon left behind his cultivation lineage for the sect, there were still certain treasures left behind in the cave. It goes on to say that, because he feared his future generations would be weak and vain, he created the Saint Cavern so there would always be a chance for revival should the actual sect be destroyed. One thing all the sect masters and elders were sure of though, was that there existed at least one immortal emperor life treasure. When immortal Emperor Min Ren received the Heaven's Will, it was told that he gave 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon an immortal emperor life treasure for his accomplishments as Min Ren's fate protector. However, the descendants of 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon did not have it in their possession. This was why everyone believed that the treasure was indeed located in the Saint Cavern. The immortal emperor life treasure was a weapon that Min Ren personally created during his conquest in the 9 worlds. This life treasure was many times stronger than even a virtuous paragon true treasure. Although this was not an immortal emperor's true treasure, a life treasure was enough to inspire greed from everyone. TL note, this wasn't made explicitly clear before, but there are 2 types of treasures, true and life. True is a much stronger version than life because it is imbued with true energy from its master as well. There are calligraphies ingrained to the side of the cave, radiant and alive in contrast to the surrounding scene. Only demon under the heavens, these words exerted a powerful and majestic atmosphere. Each vivid word, vibrant with their own spirit, was highlighted with the impeccable penmanship. It was as if these heavenly words were ready to pierce the heavens at any moment, like a flying dragon or dancing phoenix. Tested by the vigor of time, for many moons, the aura of the virtuous paragon still remained. These 4 words were left behind by 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon himself. The descendants of the 9 Saint Demon Gate all believed that this was the key to opening the Saint Cavern. To the left side was, only demon under the heavens, but the right side was left empty. That was why the descendants believed that if they could correctly match the wordplays to the right side, the cavern would be opened. However, there were others who thought that the 4 words, only demon under the heavens, was the real key. It hid untouchable mysterious truths, each stroke possessed supreme merit laws. As long as one could understand its meanings, he could open the cave himself. Both of these predictions were tested by the disciples throughout the ages. There was one disciple with the highest innate aptitude in the 9 Saint Demon Gate who cultivated next to these words in order to understand the true meanings. Another time, the sect master personally went to the mortal world. He found a peerless literature expert, hoping that this person could write a matching prose to the right. However, the cavern remained closed despite trying all of these methods throughout the years. As for Li Qi, after seeing the cavern and the words written to the left, he immediately knew how to open the cavern. However, because there were elders watching, he couldn't immediately open it. He stepped close to the cave, moving side to side. He randomly knocked the walls, bent down to the ground, then dejectedly shook his head as if the answer was not where he thought it was. After a while, he intensely focused on the words, only demon under the heavens. Seeing Li Qi's actions, without results, made the elders restless. However, they didn't dare say anything, they were all just holding their breaths while anxiously watching Li Qi's every movement. Eventually, he sat in a meditative pose in front of the cave. Time slowly passed by, from the morning to noon, from noon to the fall of the sun in the west. The sun reddened the sky, Li Qi still remained motionless. Li Qi meditating for a whole day made the elders lose their patience. Will this be a success? One elder spoke to himself. Is this little devil just pretending? Seeing that there was no connection between Li Qi and the cave, their trust in him started to wave. Maybe his miracles with the chaotic heart forest and the 4 heavenly guardians were just that. Maybe he only got lucky. This elder didn't actually trust what he was saying. He knew Li Qi had secrets, he was only voicing his dissatisfaction of having an outsider in their sacred ground. Pen and ink. When the elders were rambling amongst themselves, Li Qi immediately stood up and said. After having sat here for a whole day, his butt was in agonizing pain. An elder brought him a calligraphy pen and ink. Li Qi acted mysteriously. He shook his head and lamented, that's how it is, that's how it is. 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon is indeed unfathomable. He then carefully dipped the pen into the ink while holding his sleeve gracefully and started writing to the right of the cave. Mere chicken above the earth, he was not an expert calligrapher, he hastily wrote these 4 words. They contained 0 aura, let alone, when compared to the words of the virtuous paragon. Nact, although in English it's 5, in Chinese, they are 2 groups of 4 characters each. Only demon under the heavens, mere chicken above the earth, the 2 lines have such opposite meanings, and did not mesh well together. TL, this is a historical Chinese poetry play, each word has to either match or have opposite meanings for their corresponding counterparts in the same order, and the 2 lines also need to have the same meanings or opposite as well. After Li Qi was finished, the elders' faces went black because these words simply dishonored their patriarch. They were not worthy to match with the phrase, only demon under the heavens. How bold, to shame our 9 Saint Demon Gate! An elder deafeningly roared. Li Qi glared at him, and retorted, you are an ordinary martial artist, what would you know about the enigmatic meanings behind literature? You don't even know the thoughtfulness of your ancestor, yet you dare to stand there and scream. You, after hearing Li Qi's response, the red-faced elder was ready to explode. Creak, creak, a heavy sound rang, and the Saint Cavern started to open. The elders rolled their eyes, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. How could the words, mere chicken above the earth, open the cave? How is this possible? Li Qi perched his lips and thought, because your patriarch was a chicken that reached the apex to become a demon, that is why I wrote those words. He naturally didn't tell them the real secret. Nine Saint Virtuous Paragon didn't used to have this name. He used to be known as Nine Saint Heavenly Demon, a name with great arrogance. When the Dark Crow Li Qi asked him to become the fate protector for Min Ren, he immediately refused. He praised himself as the only demon under the heaven, which was why he chose not to be under anyone. Since he dared to rudely say no to Li Qi's invitation, it made Li Qi angry. He beat up the virtuous paragon. He also forced him back to his original form and plucked all of his feathers out of anger. Then he laughed, "Ha, mere chicken above the earth." Chapter 22, Saint Cavern, 2. 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon was not only a forest chicken successfully cultivated, but he was also of the strongest virtuous paragons in his era. At one point, he had gloriously swept through the 9 worlds. His illustrious and arrogant name spread to the 4 corners. However, in the end, he had still lost to Li Qi, and he had no choice but to become the fate protector of immortal Emperor Min Ren. Only demon under the heavens was the slogan of the virtuous paragon, while mere chicken above the earth was Li Qi's line to tease him. Many generations of sect masters and geniuses of the 9 Saint Demon Gate tried to complete the second sentence, but they had always failed. No one would have guessed that it was such a silly line. Li Qi calling their patriarch an old chicken was very rude. However, if one really thinks about it, it was simply the truth. Let us see if your ancestor left behind anything good. Li Qi happily smiled and went into the cave, not caring about the elders. The elders regained their wits and they quickly followed. Within the holy cave, there was only one compartment. Inside, dazzling lights brilliantly shined from all of the treasures. There were life treasures, immortal irons, and heavenly jewels in the central area. To the right were priceless cultivation manuals and ancient scrolls. The whole room, ornamented with powerful treasures, blinded the elders. The old chicken head's treasures are quite plentiful. Li Qi's eyes glanced through and murmured. 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon's reputation was well deserved. His lifelong treasures were terrifying. What did you say? An elder nearby heard him whispering, and asked. Li Qi shook his head and replied, "Nothing, I was just talking to myself." This answer made all the elders suspiciously stare at Li Qi. Even the Grand Elder thought the little boy was too mysterious. Violet Dragon Dual Sword. An elder witnessed many life treasures floating in the air. He couldn't help but clamor, Demon Extinguishing Pagoda, 9 Galaxy Spoon, Heavenly Wooden Vessel. These are all treasures that have been written in an ancient scroll from the sect. TL note, the vessel here means a boat/ship. It is the same type of treasure as the boat in Spirit Vessel. This is the Qingmu ancient tablet. One elder was looking at the cultivation manuals and found a startling ancient technique. At this moment, the elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate were dazzled. It seemed that their patriarch only left half of his treasures with the actual sect when he passed away. Immortal. Immortal Emperor Life Treasure. The first elder's eyes moved towards a jade table in the middle of the room. There lied an ancient sealed box, but its immortal emperor aura was still permeating to the outside. Even though it only revealed a strand of the power, it could be compared to the might of the high heaven. It was as if one was pressured by all the 9 skies. The heavens will aura float up and down, all around it. All worldly creatures must bow down to this remnant of an immortal emperor's breath. Immortal Emperor Life Treasure. The rest of the elders that finally saw the item were shaken with anticipation. This was an immortal emperor life treasure left behind by an authentic immortal emperor, created by Min Ren himself. Don't forget, I have the right to pick the first item. As the elders were drowning in their excitement, Li Qi opened his mouth. These words were like a bucket of cold water thrown over the faces of everyone. Burning red eyes were staring at Li Qi. If he was to take this treasure, then wouldn't their dreams be instantly shattered? Despite the numerous death stares, Li Qi still casually stood there. He wasn't afraid of them changing their mind. Even if all the elders were present, he would still act the same. In the end, the first elder took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Our 9 Saint Demon Gate will do what we say. If the emperor has made an agreement with you, we would definitely not eat our words." After he was done, his mouth was bitter with regrets. It was an immortal emperor life treasure, but he couldn't go back on his sect master's decision. Seems like you guys are still quite honorable. Li Qi was as calm as a tranquil well, and he slowly spoke, "I actually do appreciate your emperor, Luan Ri. The word appreciate here has the connotation of an older / more powerful person praising a junior in Chinese. These arrogant words made the elders speechless. Their emperor was a peerless hero. His whole life was filled with numerous achievements, not only in the Grand Middle Territory, but the whole mortal emperor world as well. However, today, there was a 13-year-old running his mouth, and he dared to say that he appreciated Demon Emperor Luan Ri. If outsiders were to hear this, they would laugh until their teeth fell off. However, this wasn't the first time the elders heard Li Qi say something outrageous, so what could they do outside of staying silent? Clap, clap, clap. Li Qi clapped his hands 3 times and a mysterious ancient box immediately flew into his hand. He glared at the elders and placed the box inside his shirt, then said, "It is only an immortal emperor life treasure, there is no need to be so alarmed." The elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate were shocked, due to 2 reasons. The first was because Li Qi only clapped his hands 3 times, then the ancient box immediately flew in his hands. This event was too strange. It also happened way too quickly. They couldn't do anything but to watch and be curious about what was inside the box. Second, in the mouth of Li Qi, an immortal emperor life treasure became something unimportant. This was an immortal emperor life treasure. Everyone knew what this represented, but in the words of Li Qi, it was like the clouds in the sky, causing others to be shocked. As the elders were still adjusting to the event, Li Qi had already left the cave. The elders immediately accounted for all the treasures and began preparing them to be stored in the 9 Saint Demon Gate. It took 3 days for them to accomplish the task. Yuhi, once again, had to carry Li Qi on his back. However, this time, he was no longer ashamed or angry. He knew the importance of Li Qi to the sect. In the sky chamber, all the elders were present, only Demon Emperor Luan Ri was not there in person. When Li Qi sat in his chair, Luan Ri's voice appeared in the chamber. "I am still in the midst of my isolated meditation. It is unfortunate that I cannot meet you." Although powerful and influential, Demon Emperor Luan Ri was very courteous towards this 13-year-old boy. "We still have a lot of time, there is no need to rush," Li Qi calmly answered. Demon Emperor Luan Ri was silent for a moment, and then he requested, "Young Master Li, would you be willing to stay at the 9 Saint Demon Gate? Whatever the cleansing incense ancient sect can offer you, we can also do the same." The elders were not surprised by the emperor words. It was as if they had already discussed this situation. This proposition made Li Qi contemplate for a little while. The 9 Saint Demon Gate definitely had a big advantage over the cleansing incense ancient sect, many times over, even. Any cultivators, especially younger ones, would pick the 9 Saint Demon Gate without a doubt. "Thank you for your kind intention. However, I feel a fateful connection to the cleansing incense ancient sect. If I currently am the prime disciple, then I will forever be a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect." Li Qi had too many emotional attachments to the cleansing incense ancient sect, even if he did not like all the sect masters, especially Min Ren's first disciple. This was why, after immortal Emperor Min Ren passed away, he never returned to the sect. The key component for his decision was that he wanted to rebuild the cleansing incense ancient sect. If he did not choose the Heaven Protector Palace, then it was even more unlikely that he would choose the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Heaven Protector Palace was in Chapter 1, it is the city of the Black Dragon King. It is only the cleansing incense ancient sect, how can it compare to the 9 Saint Demon Gate? An elder was unhappy with the response, and he coldly exclaimed. Many people wanted to join the 9 Saint Demon Gate since it was the most powerful sect in the old Ox country. However, today, with the Demon Emperor's personal invitation, it was rejected by Li Qi. He was not giving them any face. Li Qi smirkingly responded, "A true peerless master will not care whether a sect is strong or weak, true apex does not care whether one came from a peasant house or the royal palace." This answer made the elder bite his tongue because it was such a natural response with simple words, yet, it exuded confidence and strength. Everyone stared at this 13-year-old boy who just spoke a line that contained the wisdom and willpower needed for one to reach the apex. Chapter 23, 9 Saint Princess, 1. Seeing that the elders were still contemplating about his words, Li Qi softly spoke, "If the business here is concluded, then let your prime descendant come out and meet me. No matter how heaven-defying a genius is, they have nothing to brag about in front of me." This 13-year-old boy kept saying outrageous things, however, it seemed natural when it was he who was the one speaking, like it was a matter of fact. Demon Emperor Luan Ri gave his heavenly order, Shuang'er, come out and meet young Master Li. When Prime Descendant Li Shuangyan appeared in the sky chamber, her beauty brightened the place, a peerless beauty in this generation that people could not stop offering praises to. This was a girl around the age of 18. Her features resembled a masterpiece painting, her thinly plucked eyebrows were arched perfectly around her shining crescent eyes. Her charming little crimson lips accentuated her alluring face. However, her expression was as cold as ice and arrogance could be contrived from the aura between her eyebrows and her pure white robe. Li Shuangyan was the prime descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate as well as the #1 beauty in Old Ox Country. Not only that, her aptitude and cultivation level match her peerless looks as well. Such a child blessed by the heavens, it would be natural for her not wanting to be wed to a person that only had a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. Plus, the cleansing incense ancient sect had already gone downhill, his position as the prime disciple was meaningless. Li Qi wasn't overly surprised by the peerless beauty and pride-worthy talents of Li Shuangyan. As he floated through the endless currents of time, he had seen many beauties. When it came to talents and beauty, how many women could compare to immortal Emperor Xiao Shu and immortal Emperor Bingyu? After taking a close look at Li Shuangyan, Li Qi nodded his head. Not too bad. Li Shuangyan had a favorable opinion of Li Qi after his first sentence, but the second enraged her. Li Qi continued his thought, she is still a bit lacking to be my wife. Saint Fate Palace is also moderately acceptable. I am currently lacking a sword maid, you can be my sword maid then. You. Not only Li Shuangyan, but the elders were enraged as well. Li Shuangyan was not only the prime descendant, but she was also their pride. The whole 9 Saint Demon Gate put their hopes onto her. However, today, Li Qi dared to arrogantly announce that he wanted her to be his sword slave. This was a complete slap to the face for them. Not waiting for their retorts, Li Qi slowly continued, I don't like to force anyone. Think over it carefully, if you agree, then you can find me at the cleansing incense ancient sect. He stopped and stared at Li Shuangyan. After hearing his words, she was shakingly maddened. Everywhere she went, she was the moon surrounded by the stars. Young geniuses that wanted to marry her could form a waiting line from the east to the west of Old Ox Country. However, right now, a boy that had not grown hair dared to presumptuously ask her to be his sword maid. The boy looks very cute on the outside, but in Li Shuangyan's eyes, he was extremely unlikable. You are being too arrogant. The elders exclaimed. A descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate was only worthy of being a sword maid. The boy was clearly trying to humiliate the 9 Saint Demon Gate. It is up to you to take a chance. I have given you the opportunity, whether you can grasp it or not will depend on your fate. Li Qi ignored the elders, took one last glance at Li Shuangyan, and then left. Li Shuangyan's icy expression was overtaken by red anger, and her milky breasts bounced from heavy breathing. She had met many arrogant people, but someone like Li Qi was the first. The worst thing was that he was only 13. She was 5 years older than him, yet he dared to act that way in front of her. People say children are cute, but Li Qi was anything but cute in Li Shuangyan's eyes. Your Highness, he dared to disrespect us like this, we can't easily forgive him. An elder raged indignantly. Demon Emperor Luan Ri quietly answered, a true dragon will fly to the 9 heavens, a godly phoenix will sweep the 9 worlds. A dragon or a phoenix, my eyes are eager to see. After coming back to his guest house, Nan Huairen quickly ran over and asked, Senior, how is your marriage with Princess Li? Protector Mo was also curious. He also knew that the 9 Saint Demon Gate highly valued Li Qi. There was a high chance that this arranged marriage would be successful. Today, when the 9 Saint Demon Gate formally invited Li Qi, he thought chances were that they wanted to talk about the marriage. What marriage? Li Qi stared at Nan Huairen and said, I never said I was going to marry her. If she was willing, I would take her in as a maid. My maid. Nan Huairen started stuttering. Li Qi's words had shocked him. You were truly confused. If this was before, he would be reprimanding Li Qi. However, now, when he was standing in front of him, he felt that his position was naturally lower. Protector Mo didn't dare to scold him from the perspective of a senior. She is only a girl, no need to be so terrified. Li Qi essentially didn't mind. Li Shuangyan was indeed worthy of his tutelage, however, when compared to immortal Emperor Bing Yu, she was quite lacking. Afterwards, Li Qi had finally completed his blood rite with the 4 statues. With this done, this trip had been a complete success, so he wanted to return to the cleansing incense ancient sect. During this time, the elders did not show their face, same for Li Shuangyan. Li Qi did not really care for what they were planning. If we return, what do we report on this? Before the departure, Protector Mo hesitantly asked Li Qi. Li Qi glanced back and smiled. This depends on your choice, do you want to be on my side or the elders? These were simple words, but they scared Protector Mo. He was not a dumb person. To become a protector, he had to surpass many difficulties and encounters. Nan Huairen couldn't help but stare at his master. He was even more wily than Protector Mo, and he knew how to pick the opportunity and read people's intentions. Their positions in the cleansing incense ancient sect couldn't be considered low. One was a hall master, and the other was one of the 12 protectors. Protector Mo was only below the elders and the sect master. If he was to join a new disciple, anyone would say that was an unwise decision. Protector Mo hadn't responded yet, but Nan Huairen saw the light in this moment. He saw a new door opening right in front of him. Master. Nan Huairen took a deep breath and reminded Protector Mo. Protector Mo's heart was swaying. As his master, how could he not know what his disciples' thoughts were? However, this was such an unbelievable story, he, as a protector, having to be under the command of a new disciple. This was crazy. Whatever you say, I will immediately do just that. In the end, Protector Mo, heavily so, made the most important decision of his life at that moment, one that would carry special significance. Protector Mo thought he was becoming senile. He couldn't believe he had just become an underling to a new disciple. Not only that, he had to hide the many events that had happened recently. TL's note: one of the things that readers might have noticed and commented on is how arrogant and powerful Li Qi is, but no one really thinks about the fact that he is something else other than a young boy. In other xianxia, reincarnations and soul takeover is very common. A strong cultivator can become young again. However, in this one, you will find that it has a different approach to what happens after death. This is why all of the elders and Luan Ri didn't think that Li Qi was a reincarnated immortal or that someone else took over his body, because the mirror would have spotted it. They see him for what he is, a 13-year-old boy in his own body. Nier's note: this is for those that are or were still confused about this matter. If there is anything else that has you baffled, feel free to ask us in the comments. We will do our best to clear things up for you. Nak's note: sorry guys, I wasn't available to edit chapters 22 and 23 when they were posted. As such, things that I normally edit were not caught by Nier. I have gone through C22/23 and updated them. Chapter 24, 9 Saint Princess, 2, if this was brought to light, it would be an act of traitorous treason against the sect. Only a crazy person or a fool would do such a thing. Protector Mo felt like he belonged to one of those two groups. However, his intuition told him that in the future, they would have unlimited potential if they were to follow this 13-year-old boy. However, in the end, this was only based on intuition. Nan Huairen's heart was startled as well. This was a very significant life choice, and his master had already chosen his destiny. Nan Huairen knew what his answer would be: with just one word from Senior, and I will jump through any fire and water without hesitation. Nan Huairen said in an utmost and serious manner after heavy inhaling. Before, when he called Li Qi Senior, it had a different meaning. It was because it was part of the sect's custom. Now, the word Senior had a different connotation. A 13-year-old almost turned the 9 Saint Demon Gate upside down. He dared to underestimate the elders that were crowned royal nobles, and he was able to speak calmly in front of the Demon Emperor. Other people would think Li Qi was too arrogant, or he did not know his own strength. However, that was because they did not see him traversing the chaotic hard forest and killing Protector Hua and his disciple. Nan Huairen understood that other people's perception of Li Qi was completely inaccurate. Li Qi, as the prime disciple of cleansing incense ancient sect, dared to kill a protector and asked for the 9 Saint Demon Gate's princess to be a maid. He had already planned everything before stepping into the 9 Saint Demon Gate, knowing that he could walk out unscathed. Nan Huairen was very smart, and he thought about it carefully. Even if he tried his hardest his whole life, his peak would be becoming an elder for the cleansing incense ancient sect. Maybe Li Qi's appearance would change his destiny. Seeing these two join his ranks, Li Qi nodded his head and boldly announced, "One day, you two will understand how wise of a decision you have made today. What should we report when we return to the sect?" Protector Mo prudently asked. The events linked to the trial and marriage have too much significance. He did not know what was okay to say. Li Qi smiled at Protector Mo and answered, "If Elder Yun wants to speak with you, then in my opinion, you should do the following." What Li Qi told him to do made Protector Mo feel uneasy. Before their departure, the first elder of the 9 Saint Demon Gate had met him and asked that the story regarding the heavenly guardians be kept a secret. At that moment, Protector Mo had not agreed to the request. "I understand." Protector Mo knew what he should and shouldn't say as long as the chosen rhetoric benefited him and Li Qi. Finally, the three of them left the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Grand Protector Yu personally went to see them off. In recent times, no one from the cleansing incense ancient sect had ever received such an honor. The gateway was opened, and the portal between the cleansing incense ancient sect and 9 Saint Demon Gate activated. Finally, the group of three had returned home. After leaving the temple, they took a deep breath and basked in the heavenly spirits of the cleansing incense ancient sect. They thought about the events that transpired and felt like they had just woken up from a dream. Returning to the cleansing incense ancient sect, as the one who was leading the trip for the trial between the two sects, Protector Mo immediately went to meet the 6 elders to give his report. Li Qi went back to his mountain peak. Li Qi stood quietly on top of his peak, overlooking the entirety of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He remembered when immortal Emperor Min Ren was still alive, the area of the sect spanned 1,000,000 miles, and its refined energy was as expansive as the ocean. Now, not only had the area governed by the cleansing incense ancient sect decreased, but its refined energy from the surroundings was slowly drying. Anyone standing in this land would feel that the world essence of the sect had become very thin. Today, the cleansing incense ancient sect was like a flickering candle in the wind or an elderly man that could meet his end at any moment. Li Qi sighed in his heart. He did not pick the Heaven Protector Palace or the War God Temple, not even the 9 Saint Demon Gate. He ultimately chose the ever-declining cleansing incense ancient sect. As aforementioned, he did not like the previous sect masters of the cleansing incense ancient sect. That year, he hoped that Min Ren would pick a different disciple to become the next sect master, even when this disciple's talents were not as strong as the first disciple. Li Qi valued him greatly for his character instead. Unfortunately, after he woke up from his deep slumber, he found that the first disciple had become the new sect master and proclaimed his sect to be the traditional orthodox sect. Li Qi had never liked the type of people who considered themselves as the only ones who were orthodox, which was why he had never returned to the cleansing incense ancient sect or cared about its ups and downs. However, in this era, where he had regained his true body, it was fateful that the first person he met was Sen Guei from the cleansing incense ancient sect. Li Qi had single-handedly taught Min Ren. In a sense, he was the true creator of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He was confident that he could reignite its old glory. One day, the cleansing incense ancient sect, under his command, would sweep through the heavens and earth, reigning over the 9 worlds. Li Qi was so lost in his thoughts that he did not notice Nan Huairen's arrival. "Senior, the elders wish to see you." Nan Huairen waited until Li Qi was finished contemplating before he spoke. Li Qi slightly nodded his head and followed Nan Huairen into the grand chamber. The 6 elders had gathered there beforehand, and all of them had their eyes set on Li Qi. The atmosphere in the grand chamber suddenly became strangely dignified and calm. Everyone had their own thoughts. The 6 elders previously had heard Protector Mo's report on the events regarding the trials, but Protector Mo did not reveal everything. He concentrated on Li Qi as passing through the chaotic heart forest. He purposely left the fight with Su Hui intentionally vague. He did not mention the serpent-punishing stick, or Li Qi as control of the 4 heavenly guardians. In the end, he even concluded that Li Qi's victory over Su Hui was pure luck. "You have successfully passed the trial?" The first elder formally asked Li Qi. The truth was, the 6 elders did not have any confidence regarding this arranged marriage, but the impossible had happened. Li Qi passed the trial, but the more surprising detail was that he could go through the chaotic heart forest. "Honorable elder, that is right. It seems like I should be getting the rewards promised to me, yes." Li Qi ignored the serious atmosphere in the chamber, and exclaimed, of course there will be rewards, but I need you to explain one thing. First elder inquired, from what I've heard, Su Hui was a renowned young disciple from the Nine Saint Demon Gate. His cultivation was the same as a sectional leader in our sect. You just joined our sect and had never cultivated before, how did you manage to defeat him? Honorable elder, merit laws are complex, martial arts are simple. I practiced the invisible dual blade technique in a strange manner. As long as the opponent revealed a weakness in their defense, he will immediately receive a death blow. When it comes to a life and death battle, the brave person will win. Li Qi calmly answered. Nonsense. An elder named Xiong suddenly yelled and coldly continued, a mortal proclaiming that he had killed a heaven's mandate cultivator through sheer techniques is ridiculous. This elder Xiong before had supported Li Qi, however, today, he spoke coldly, and he was even unhappy. The before and after was like the sky against the depths. Nact, this is another proverb, comparing the two great extremes. Li Qi looked at Elder Xiong and spoke slowly, Dear Elder, I had only spoken the truth. What other people can't do does not mean that I can't as well. He then looked at the remaining elders in the room, Dear Elders, today, I am a hero from the cleansing incense ancient sect. If the elders truly think that I had cheated in some way, then you guys can question the people who saw it with their own eyes, people like Protector Mo or the people of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. All of the elders know, in your hearts, that this trip to the Nine Saint Demon Gate was dangerously ominous. By going to the Nine Saint Demon Gate, we were essentially going to our own demise. However, because of the cleansing incense ancient sect's reputation, even if I were to lose my life, I would have done the same again. Today, I come back as a hero. What is the reasoning behind your suspicions of me? This is how you treat a hero. If this is the reality, then the people's hearts will become cold, who will want to sacrifice themselves for the sect anymore. Li Qi paused a moment and then he went on, Before our departure, we had an agreement, do you honorable elders wish to retract your words? If that is the case, then I can only say my joining of this sect was a mistake. Our cleansing incense ancient act is of immortal emperor lineage from many era. If the elders are not true to their words, then how can we remain trustworthy as a sect? Whether our sect is trustworthy or not, it is not up to you to comment. An elder loudly yelled. Li Qi ignored the reaction of this elder and kept going on, I risked my life going into the Nine Saint Demon Gate and came out with a complete success. If the elders carried out the promise from that day without accusing me of lying, I would not be criticizing. Otherwise, I will cry unfair because the success of this trip was potentially traded with my life. Finished speaking, Li Qi coldly glared at the 6 elders. You have said too much. At this moment, an elder coughed. His expression contained a little bit of shame. The first elder started speaking, Qi, it is not that we wanted to berate you, the thing is, this whole thing is just a little strange. Let's set aside the Su Hui thing, I want to hear how you successfully passed the chaotic heart forest. The first elder's eyes brightened up and stared at Li Qi as if he wanted to see through the little boy. Chapter 25, Heavenly Crow Peak, 1. Right now, not only just the first elder, but the rest were also trying to read Li Qi's mind. If killing Su Hui could be attributed to luck, then it was also due to his arrogance that Li Qi was able to sneak an attack on him. Fate was unpredictable, and a person could be lucky sometimes. However, the chaotic heart forest was not like that at all. The 6 elders were aware that during the last 100,000 years, no one from the young generation had successfully passed through all of the levels, unless that person was of the virtuous paragon level. Being pressured by the 6 elders' gazes, Protector Mo and Nan Huairen were sweating in place of Li Qi. Honorable elders, the chaotic heart forest was meant as a way to test the minds of those who have entered. It can't be considered a cultivation strength test. As long as one's spiritual willpower is enough, then he can cross through the whole forest, it has nothing to do with one's cultivation. Li Qi responded to the first elder's question. HMMMPH, your mortal spiritual willpower is stronger than a royal noble's. Elder Xiong unhappily exclaimed. Li Qi furrowed his brows, and said, Elder, spiritual power has nothing to do with cultivation strength. A high cultivation achievement does not equate to strong willpower. Throughout the ages, plenty of enlightened beings and heavenly emperors, due to their unstable willpower, have suffered a pitiful death from qi deviation. TL, I will use qi deviation here. The literal translation is, bursting into fire and joining the demons, this thing, who doesn't know how high the sky is or the range of the earth? A person like you dares to criticize enlightened beings and heavenly emperors. Elder Xiong quietly spoke. Li Qiyi impatiently said, I've only spoken the truth. If the elders want to keep on thinking that I am lying, then you can go to the 9 Saint Demon Gate and verify the truth. Seeing Li Qiyi losing his patience, Elder Xiong rolled his eyes and a storm was about to brew, but the first elder coughed and interjected, we'll let this go as well. How about your marriage with Princess Li? Even though they weren't content with his explanations regarding Su Hui and the chaotic heart forest, the most important thing was the marriage. The cleansing incense ancient sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate needed to be in laws. The cleansing incense ancient sect needed a strong backing like 9 Saint Demon Gate. This matter you will have to ask the 9 Saint Demon Gate, it is not my decision. Li Qiyi no longer wanted to continue this conversation, and he abruptly answered, the discussion concludes here. The first elder had no choice but to give up. They couldn't force Li Shuangyan to marry Li Qiyi, they lacked the strength to negotiate with the 9 Saint Demon Gate. The first elder continued, you have done a great deed for the sect. According to our prior agreement, anything that was promised will be given to you, Brother Gu. Elder Xiong wanted to interject, but the first elder softly gestured with his sleeves, telling Elder Xiong to be quiet. The first elder stared at Li Qiyi and continued, first, once you have reached the stage of Yun physique, we will grant you in king-grade medicinal paste. Second, for physique, life wheel, and fate palace techniques, you will get to pick one cultivation method for each of the 3. Of course, you can also pick different techniques, but you may pick no more than 3 manuals. Are you satisfied with this? That is fine. However, I still have one more request. Li Qiyi nodded his head. The first elder responded, you may, tell us. I still need a weapon, so I want to pick a life treasure or a true treasure. Li Qiyi replied. The first elder agreed, fine. From the life treasures, true treasures, and life will treasures below the 3rd floor, you can pick any of them. My gratitude, elder. Li Qiyi respectfully gestured his hands, and then turned around to leave. Huairen, you go with Qiyi. The first elder commanded Nan Huairen after Li Qiyi had left. After Li Qiyi's departure, Elder Xiong proclaimed, Brother Gu, I'm afraid this boy is problematic. He might be a spy sent from the 9 Saint Demon Gate. How can you say that, Brother Chao Xiong? A different elder slowly shook his head and disagreed, personally, I don't think that is the case. The 9 Saint Demon Gate currently is many times stronger than we are. They are reigning over the old Ox country and are already a gigantic monster, why would they need to have a spy in our sect? Brother Sun speaks with reason. An elder agreed, the 9 Saint Demon Gate has no need to be devious against us. That is not for certain, maybe the 9 Saint Demon Gate covets our emperor merit laws or even our heavens will merit laws. Elder Xiong spoke with a grave manner. After hearing these words, the rest of the 5 elders stared at each other. I don't think that would be necessary. 4th Elder Sun shook his head and said, Li Qiyi had the cleansing incense ancient order. If he wanted our emperor merit laws, he only needed to open his mouth and we couldn't say no. Take a step back, if the 9 Saint Demon Gate truly wanted our emperor merit laws, who here could stop Demon Emperor Luan Ri in our sect? This resonated with the rest of the elders, and they contemplated silently. If the 9 Saint Demon Gate truly wanted the emperor merit laws, then they could annihilate all of the cleansing incense ancient sect. If Demon Emperor Luan Ri personally took action, no one in the sect could stop him. In reality, even the elders of the 9 Saint Demon Gate would have been enough. Brother Gu, I feel like we cannot be careless, precautions are necessary. In the end, Elder Xiong quietly stated, this has to be reported to the sect master. The first elder formally announced, he didn't show his feelings regarding the topic. So be it. Elder Xiong slightly scowled, his voice contained unfavorable opinions regarding the sect master. The elders think you are a spy from the 9 Saint Demon Gate. After leaving the chamber, Nan Huairen whispered to Li Qiyi. He was a sharp person, his best discipline was predicting the thoughts of other people, of course, he knew what the 6 elders were thinking. They can think whatever they want. Li Qiyi only smiled. The cleansing incense ancient sect's weakening was not without reasons. Although the 6 are elders, their cultivation couldn't be higher than royal nobles. More importantly, they couldn't work independently and make decisive decisions. Regarding this topic, Li Qiyi asked, "What about Elder Xiong?" That day, when he wanted to be the prime disciple, Elder Xiong was supporting him. However, his behavior today was contrasting the past. "Be careful of Elder Xiong." Nan Huairen looked left and right, then he whispered, "Second Elder Chao Xiong was competing for the sect master position with the current sect master, but he failed. Later on, he wanted his disciple, Leng Shizhi, to become the prime disciple, but he was rejected by the sect master. Regarding the sect master position, he had always wanted it. Even if he couldn't climb to the position, he would wish for his disciple to become the sect master. Plus, Chao Xiong's backing included the guest masters. I understand. If I was a piece of trash, then I couldn't become the sect master, even if I were the prime disciple. If I have relations with Li Shuangyan, then it is another matter." Li Qiyi understood Elder Xiong's contrasting intentions. Nan Huairen nodded his head and added, "Elder Xiong has always paid attention to the sect master. He feared that the sect master would take in a genius prime disciple. Due to the prime disciple seat having always been empty, he had discussed with the elders numerous times about promoting Leng Shizhi. However, the sect master has always declined." "Well, where is the sect master?" Li Qiyi felt it was strange that after him joining the sect, he had never met the sect master, Suyong Huang. Nan Huairen didn't know the answer. Sect master had never stayed within the sect. She had always cultivated outside. In reality, I've only met her a couple of times. Nan Huairen started whispering because he saw people nearby. There is a rumor within the sect. It is that sect master was forced to leave by the elders. No one knew the specifics. In short, when the sect master left the sect, she also brought along some protectors and leaders as well. Li Qiyi stroked his chin, and conjectured, "From this, it seems like there are a lot of internal fighting within the cleansing incense ancient sect. It appears that the current situation of the sect is a lot more complicated than I first thought. Some say there are 4 factions." Nan Huairen answered, "There are a number of protectors and leaders with the sect master. Some leaders are with Elder Xiong, and they hope that Elder Xiong will become the sect master. Another group belongs to the first elder while the remaining 4 elders have always been neutral. The first elder also wants to be the sect master?" Li Qiyi inquired. Nan Huairen shook his head. No one knows what the first elder is thinking. He had not supported the sect master completely, but he also had never competed for the role. However, his influence is great in the sect. He controls the disciplinary squad in the sect and is very strict. Thus, the majority of the disciples are scared of him. From Nan Huairen's words, Li Qiyi had a grasp of the current situation of the sect. Thinking about it, Li Qiyi lightly chuckled and did not speak on it anymore. Heavenly Crow Peak was an important location of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Some even said that it was a forbidden ground. Without permission from the sect master or the elders, no disciple could enter the peak. Also, the Heavenly Crow Peak was the highest mountain in all of the sect. On top of it was a triangular old building. In here lies all the manuals, techniques, life treasures, jewels, metals, and everything valuable of the sect. The mountain was heavily fortified. There were patrols every 3 steps as well as a defense post every 5, even a mosquito wouldn't be able to get through. The entirety of the peak was also protected by the elite disciples and 2 rotating elders of the sect. To the cleansing incense ancient sect, the Heavenly Crow Peak was too important. The most valuable things of the sect were all located on this mountain. In addition, there was also a legend regarding the Heavenly Crow Peak. It was said that before immortal Emperor Min Ren's ascension, he was blessed by the will of the heavens. The heavens sent him a godly crow from the sky. It arrived at the top of this peak, and Min Ren was taught by this crow. This was why the cleansing incense ancient sect was situated around this mountain. Chapter 26, Heavenly Crow Peak, 2. Li Qiyi brightly smiled after hearing Nan Huairen's tale regarding the origin of the Heavenly Crow Peak. The name, simply put, was coined by Min Ren's generals to commemorate him. The ancient triangular school on top of the peak was not too great in size, but the whole building was pure black. It was as if it was crafted with black steel and had a heavy feeling to it. In reality, no one in the cleansing incense ancient sect knew what the building was made out of. Once Li Qiyi and Nan Huairen had arrived in front of the black building, Li Qiyi's heart was shaken. Many years had passed, but this building still stood strong. Its secret origin exceeded the imaginations of contemporaries. During his moments of reminiscing, his eyes were attracted to a big shrine in front of the black building. From his memories, this shrine had not existed here during the time when the black building was established. In front of the shrine, a man with great stature could be found sitting down in a cultivating position. One couldn't guess his age because of his long, messy hair and untrimmed beard that covered his entire face. There were weeds and grass that had grown around his body. Who knows how long the man had been sitting there? The eyes of the man remained shut. If it wasn't for his regular and consistent breathing, people would have thought that this was a dried-up corpse. However, the most surprising thing was that his arms and legs were constrained by huge, metal chains. Other people may not know, but Li Qiyi recognized that these chains were made from black spider consolidated steel, an extremely rare metal of immortal grade. What kind of person would be worthy of having chains made from black spider steel? Not only that, it seemed that the man in front of him was willing to be imprisoned instead of being forced. Seeing Li Qiyi's interest towards the man in front of the shrine, Nan Huairen softly whispered, "This is the protector of the triangular building. No one knows his background or origin. Why is he chained there?" Li Qiyi questioned while staring at the man. Nan Huairen shook his head and responded, "No one knows. I'm afraid no one in the entire sect knows the answer to that question. It is said that he had been chained there for a long time. My master doesn't even know why. Some say that he was a disciple of the sect. However, he had committed a grave offense, and that is why he is chained there." Li Qiyi tilted his head and stopped the conversation. He instead went into the triangular building with Nan Huairen. Once they were in the building, the chained man opened his eyes. The ensuing gaze possessed an extremely fearful atmosphere. It was as if he could see through the infinity and tear open the primordial cosmos. This gaze would make royal nobles and enlightened beings tremble with fear. However, he then closed his eyes. It was like nothing had happened. From an outside view, the triangular building appeared to be small. However, once inside, there was a big, open area ranging many hundreds of acres. 3 majestic pagodas were built together closely to form this triangular formation. Without a trace of doubt, this building was built and crafted with an unrivaled technique for it to have its own magical space. Over here is the scripture library, that one is the weapon armory, and over there is the treasure house. These 3 pagodas of the triangular building are divided into 3 sections, each for techniques, weapons, and treasures. After entering the building, Nan Huairen explained, each pagoda will have an assigned protector. Any student who wants an item would have to pass through the protector's inspection. Here, he asked Li Qiyi, "Where does Senior want to go first?" "Let us start at the scripture library." Li Qiyi quickly glanced over the 3 pagodas and made his decision. There were 8 inner disciples protecting the scripture library alongside a protector. Once Nan Huairen and Li Qiyi showed them the elder's order, they were immediately allowed to enter. Then came the indescribable feeling that arose from entering the majestic library. Inside, one couldn't see the end of the sections. The incomparable vastness of this library was tantamount to the old glory days of the cleansing incense ancient sect. There were quite a few disciples present here that were searching for suitable techniques. Nan Huairen was a social person, thus, he went to make conversations with each of the disciples. Li Qiyi was different, he was new, and the disciples here didn't like him in the first place. Even though the sect had fallen, it was still of immortal emperor lineage. It was not normal for a mortal to be accepted into the sect, let alone becoming the prime disciple. The more outrageous thing was that he was considered to be a piece of trash with a mortal physique, a mortal life wheel, and a mortal fate palace. The prime disciple should be the strongest of all and respected by his peers. This position was coveted by many, who had spent their time and talents contributing to the sect. However, they were not chosen by the sect master. This rightfully infuriated the disciples, to see someone so undeserving to occupy the position. Even though they didn't dare to question the elder's decision, they were definitely not going to be courteous to Li Qiyi. "That person is Li Qiyi." A disciple looked at Li Qiyi from top to bottom. It was as if he was looking at a monster. In reality, many people wanted to steal the cleansing incense ancient order, even within the sect, but no one had ever been successful. However, all of a sudden, that old man decided to give such a treasure to Li Qiyi. No one could make heads or tails out of this. "That's him. I heard he invited Sen Guei to the brothel for 10 days and 10 nights. A disciple presumptuously added. A disciple acted as if he knew more about this situation and shook his head. "You are incorrect, it wasn't just 10 days and 10 nights. He bought the old man a pair of twins who were still virgins that had only recently joined the brothel. He bought them for the next 3 years to service the old men. This was why that perverted geezer agreed to give him the order. Some stories slowly became more and more embellished. One person even said that Li Qi paid the brothel to service Sen Guiyi for the next 10 years, which allowed him to do whatever deeds he wanted to do. Although there were minor differences, the main points of the topics all revolved around Li Qi using an underhanded method to fool Sen Guiyi for the sake of obtaining the order. Chapter 27, Revolving Crescent Sun Merit Law. 1. I can't believe the elders would let such a shameless piece of trash become the prime disciple. This kid is truly a disgrace of our cleansing incense ancient sect. A student yelled out. Another student thought something was strange and inquired, isn't he currently going through the trial at the 9 Saint Demon Gate? Why is he back so early? Of course the trial was a failure. How could such a person become the partner of the 9 Saint Demon Gate princess? It is like dreaming during the day. Clearly, he is a frog wanting to eat swan's meat. Another student pompously commented. The 6 elders haven't announced Li Qi as success in the trial because they haven't yet understood the 9 Saint Demon Gate's intentions behind the order. Without their agreement, the elders didn't dare to announce the marriage between Li Qi and Li Shuangyan. If Li Shuangyan actually didn't agree to the wedding, and they had announced it, it would be a blur on her purity, and such an action could enrage the 9 Saint Demon Gate. After hearing the comments from the other disciples in the sect, Nan Huairen was both embarrassed and indignant, but he couldn't reveal the secrets regarding what had actually occurred at the 9 Saint Demon Gate. As for the victim of these negative remarks, Li Qi himself was strolling, unaffected, through the library. He acted as if he didn't hear a single word. He continued on to calmly look through the many manuals on the shelves, one by one. Tiger's Power Law, Heavenly Cocoon Life Technique, Revolving Moon Law, Iron Ox Emperor Physique. Each of these manuals were placed on the shelves. Some were the original versions while some were copied by hand. Others were restored from ruined manuals, and some were inscribed on stone tablets. There were manuals for all purposes, from physique building techniques to longevity laws to increase blood energy as well as cultivational methods to build the Fate Palace. There are many different manuals here, collected by many generations of paragons, some were even created by them. The others were taken from other sects or different inheritances. Nan Huairen spoke to Li Qi. If Senior wants an Emperor-level manual, Senior would have to go up to the 3rd level. The manuals in the 1st level are the elementary techniques, anyone can learn these. The 2nd level has manuals meant for disciples with contributions to the sect or the different sectional leaders. Li Qi was not in a rush, he continued on skimping the different manuals, but he already had some in mind. He started from the 1st level all the way to level 3. During the way, he saw 1 or 2 Emperor-level manuals, but they were not formidable ones. During this process, he found out one thing. The higher up he went, the shelves started to contain less manuals. Some of the shelves were classified, but they did not have any manuals. This meant that there used to be scrolls here, but they were now gone. There is no way that these manuals were given or lent away. Li Qi looked around on the 3rd level and inquired. Nan Huairen shook his head. I heard that we have lost a numerous amount of manuals. Here, he looked around for a moment, then whispered, my master told me, the truth is, our cleansing incense ancient sect does not have that many Emperor manuals left. The most crucial ones are at the end of this building, but there are only around 3 to 5 left. If we lose these manuals, then we would be an immortal Emperor sect only in title. After Min Ren's ascension, he spent most of his life creating numerous Emperor-level techniques and merit laws. Some of his manuals had the abilities to connect with the heavens. There were rumors that he even left behind heavens will forbidden laws. Did other people ransack us? Li Qi naturally knew how many Emperor-level manuals the cleansing incense ancient sect had. It didn't only contain the ones that Min Ren had created, but also those that Li Qi himself personally stole from other people. Some dated back to the Desolate Era, and some were from the hands of heavenly demons, blood tribes, golem races, high elves, and ancient men. To sum it up, in short, Li Qi had pillaged many secrets from the inhabitants of the 9 worlds. I don't know the exact details of the ordeal. I heard that 50,000 years ago, our genius ancestor lost a fight, and we suffered a great disaster. Another sky-shattering accident happened 30,000 years ago, and we lost many manuals from that as well. Another rumor has it that some of our emperor manuals were sealed in the last 3 levels by Grand Elder Mu. However, some said that the Heavenly God sect took all of our manuals when they defeated us in the last 30,000 years war. You are talking about young Emperor Mu. The words of Nan Huairen reminded Li Qiyi of 50,000 years ago. There was a great genius in the cleansing incense ancient sect. Yes, it was Grand Elder Mu. When it came to young Emperor Mu, Nan Huairen's blood boiled in pride. He passionately continued, from the legends, 50,000 years ago, Grand Elder Mu had the greatest potential to become an immortal emperor in our sect after immortal Emperor Min Ren. He was the strongest rival of immortal Emperor Ta Kong. I heard that when Grand Elder Mu was competing with immortal Emperor Ta Kong to win the Heaven's Will, he won 3 times and lost 3 times. Even with his heavenly aptitude, immortal Emperor Ta Kong still lost 3 times to Grand Elder Mu. That year, we were at our strongest after the era of immortal Emperor Min Ren. We were able to dominate all of the mortal emperor world, not just the Grand Middle Territory. Nan Huairen couldn't stop speaking regarding young Emperor Mu because he was the biggest pride of the cleansing incense ancient sect after immortal Emperor Min Ren. But in the end, the one that had received the Heaven's Will was still immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Opposite of Nan Huairen's excitement, Li Qiyi simply said. Li Qiyi's words were like a cold water bucket hitting the face of Nan Huairen. He suddenly lost his will to speak and dejectedly said, it was rumored that they had one last fight, and then Grand Elder Mu never appeared again. Some say that he died during the battle, others said that he met his origin inside the sect. What about the 3 middle levels, do they contain anything? Li Qiyi looked up and asked. He was only given the rights to the first 3 levels. Master said that he had been through there twice, but the amount of manuals there can be counted on one's fingers. Li Qiyi was silent. It seemed like the cleansing incense ancient sect was only a name. What kind of immortal emperor lineage only had a few emperor-level manuals? This was also part of why it started its decline. Finally, Li Qiyi, at the 3rd level, chose an offensive technique manual, a life will technique in the 2nd, and a bunch of different scrolls from the 1st. Nan Huairen saw a total of 120 different manuals, and he silently said, Senior, these manuals are just martial arts, and they are not worth mentioning. Anyone in the sect can look at them. Do you want to change to something else? I have my own calculations. Li Qiyi shook his head. Nan Huairen quickly gathered these techniques to check them out. Nan Huairen knew that Li Qiyi was very methodical, and everything he did had a clear logic behind it. When Li Qiyi and Nan Huairen carried the numerous manuals to the front, the other disciples looked at him as if they saw the village fool. Even the disciples responsible for checking out looked at him weirdly. Elder said you could only pick 3 different manuals. One of the disciples checked the order from Li Qiyi again and said. Li Qiyi slowly answered, No. I only picked 1 cultivation technique and 1 life will method, and the 3rd I did not pick. As for these martial arts manuals, Huairen said that anyone could look at them. This includes me, right? The disciples looked around and ended their gaze at the protector in command, waiting for his decision. They counted the different books. Total there are 44 specialized martial arts manuals, 36 hybrid martial arts manuals, and 40 body training manuals. These martial arts, here, had no value even when compared to other martial art manuals. The disciples were surprised at Li Qiyi's choices. From the dust collected on these manuals, it was clear that no one had ever read them before. The spectating disciples couldn't help but to start laughing at Li Qiyi and his choosing more than 100 martial arts manuals. The idiot can't tell what's good and bad. Even if you study all of the martial arts in the world, you will still only become an average person at best. A student said in a condescending manner. Another one joined the fray, Senior Wang, this is called knowing your own limits. Cultivational merit laws aren't meant for those with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. He knew that he wouldn't be able to cultivate to the foundation level in even 10 years, so he took a step back to learn martial arts instead. Chapter 28, Revolving Crescent Sun Merit Law, 2. The scripture library had contained these martial arts manuals for a long time. However, it's just that, in the past, not many disciples chose to read these mortal manuals, let alone 120 of them. Li Qiyi coldly glared at the laughing spectators. Nan Huairen, next to his side, was extremely worried for them. Other people did not know, but it was clear to him that Li Qiyi was an executioner that killed people without blinking his eyes. Even Du Yuanguang and Su Hui were severed on the spot. These disciples are nothing. A second-generation disciple, with good intentions, politely told him, "These martial art manuals, only look at them for fun, you shouldn't focus too heavily on them." Li Qi respectfully replied to this disciple, "My first practice technique was the invisible dual blade. It was just a regular martial art, but its power was considerable. Maybe if I practice all of these manuals here, then I would become peerless in this world." The good-intentioned disciple shook his head, and said in a serious tone, "Martial arts is only a side road. If you want to learn, only pick one or two. Picking 100 is a waste of your energy, and it will slow down your cultivation. Young Uncle Senior, he doesn't want to listen to your good advice. You should just ignore him, don't waste your breath." In other people's eyes, Li Qi looked very foolish right now for wanting to practice martial art techniques. Of course, if Li Qi purposely wanted to read these manuals, then the good-intentioned disciple wouldn't stop him. He continued the procedure for Li Qi. When Li Qi gave him the second manual, this disciple nodded his head and said, "Now this is right, you chose a decent cultivation manual, Kuan Peng's minor sixth form." Kuan Peng's minor sixth form is an incomplete law originating from the Emperor Law, Kung Peng's 6 variants. If you successfully cultivate this technique, then maybe in the future, you would have the opportunity to learn the Kung Peng's 6 variants. It will mold a great basic foundation. TL Kuan Peng is a giant bird/fish from Chinese Taoist mythology. It is known for its power, size, and speed. After hearing these words, the other disciples were envious and jealous. This was an emperor law. Even if it is only an incomplete version, its effect was still greater than a regular merit law. Even a virtuous paragon law couldn't compare to it. Why does he get to cultivate an immortal law? He is only a useless person. Such an immortal law. You shouldn't even dream of successfully completing it during this lifetime. All of these students clamored, but they quickly shut their mouths seeing the glare of the protector nearby. Li Qi had the order of the 6 elders. Unless they wanted to question the 6 elders' decision, otherwise, the only thing they can do was be envious of Li Qi. Li Qi took out the last manual. This manual was extremely ancient. It had survived through many generations, and no one knew what it was made out of to have such good, long-lasting quality. It had been read many times without any signs of deterioration. Revolving Crescent Sun Merit Law. The disciple performing the checkout saw this manual. He looked at Li Qi and then the protector. Even the protector who saw this technique furrowed his brows. Revolving Crescent Sun Merit Law. The other disciples could only whisper among themselves now. It is another fool who wants to rush things. Cultivation, on this earth, who can rush it? Hey, he wants to be a genius after one night though. Even if he was to cultivate the Revolving Crescent Sun Merit Law, he wouldn't be unbeatable after just one night. Geniuses and trash are determined by the heavens. No matter what kind of methods a piece of trash used, he wouldn't be able to become a genius. A student bitterly said. It is better to not cultivate this merit law, it will harm you in the end. The protector shook his head. Even though the first stage of this merit law can help your cultivation speed, but, based on your mortal life wheel, the best you can do is reach the inner longevity stage. After that, you cannot use this technique to reach the following level. We had a genius in the past that had a saint life wheel. However, because he chose this technique, he couldn't cultivate past the heaven's primal stage. He ruined his dream of becoming an emperor. Revolving Crescent Sun was notorious in the cleansing incense ancient sect because cultivators could quickly improve in its first stage. It used one's blood energy to increase one's cultivation speed. However, once that person had reached a particular stage, he couldn't continue. This is because he sacrificed his blood energy to increase his cultivation strength, so they became imbalanced. It rendered going to the next stage next to impossible. This was why it was considered the fastest cultivation merit law, but its other name was the disabled merit law. Many geniuses had tried it but all had failed. Thank you for your guidance, Honorable Protector. I know when to stop. Li Qi smiled. Seeing that Li Qi didn't want to listen, the protector closed his eyes. He didn't want to waste more energy on Li Qi. If Li Qi was a genius, one with great innate talents, then he would have stopped Li Qi from choosing it for certain. In the end, Li Qi and Nan Huairen left the scripture library under the jeers of the other disciples back to his peak. Once they've returned, the sun was already down. Li Qi said, "Tomorrow, we'll choose a treasure." Nan Huairen agreed. He didn't know why Li Qi chose so many techniques, but he didn't want to question Li Qi's actions. He said, "With so many manuals, tomorrow, I will ask the outer sector to give you a dimensional pouch, it will be more convenient for you." Li Qi nodded. Seeing that Nan Huairen was about to leave, he asked, "What is the name of the second-generation disciple at the library?" Nan Huairen answered, "Chu Daoli, he used to be a third-generation disciple just like us. His innate talents are very good, and he was willing to stay at the scripture library, thus, he was promoted to a second-generation disciple." Li Qi smiled without saying anything else, so Nan Huairen took his leave. Li Qi closed the door. He went to get some pen and ink, and he arranged the 120 manuals in an order that no one else would understand. With a serious expression in his face, he opened the first page of each manuals and wrote one word from each of them, then he opened the second page. Li Qi was meticulous in each steps, because, besides him, no one knew the sky-shattering secret hidden in these manuals. When asked what is the strongest cultivation manual in the world, anyone would without a doubt say Heaven's Will Secret Law. Every era, when an immortal emperor received the Heaven's Will, they would be able to create their own Heaven's Will Secret Law. It was a technique that communicated with the Heaven's Will. It connected one to the azure heaven, and its power was endless. In this world, no one would be able to think of a technique that was more powerful than the Heaven's Will Secret Law, unless it was something from an extremely ancient era. If there was indeed one, then it would be a heavenly scripture from the 9 grand heavenly scriptures. During the desolate era, there was a legend. Before there were heavens and earth, in its infancy stage, the universe's primordial chaos arrived. From the primordial chaos, the grand beginning spawned. The grand beginning gave birth to the 9 words, the 9 words created the 9 treasures, and from the 9 treasures came the 9 scriptures. TL, Chinese's origin myths and terminologies. The heavenly scriptures were the 9 scriptures in the legend, but no one had ever seen the 9 grand heavenly scriptures in the past. However, Li Qi had indeed seen the 9 grand heavenly scriptures. In his crow form, he saw one of the 9 scriptures, the physique scripture, during the desolate era. After rigorous planning, spilt blood, and 100,000 years later, he was able to obtain it. Because of how powerful the physique scripture was, he was threatened and pressured by many powerful beings. Many people chased and tried to kill him, even cultivators of the immortal emperor level. After owning the physique scripture, Li Qi learned the mysterious secrets of the heavens from it. Because of the understanding of these mysterious truths, he was exceedingly powerful even without having to cultivate the scripture in his crow form. Through this scripture, many immortal emperors, such as Tun Ri and Ba Mie, were all related to him. Of course, Min Ren was a given since he was personally groomed by Li Qi. Using Min Ren as an example, everyone in later generations thought that his solar immortal physique was innate. His descendants thought so as well. TL, Min means sun and Ren means human, it matches his immortal physique. Chapter 29, 12 Immortal Physiques. 1. Solar immortal physique was one of the 2 immortal physiques. No one in this world could be born with an immortal physique. Immortal Emperor Min Ren's solar immortal physique was from the physique scripture currently within the hands of Li Qi. Li Qi knew that the physique scripture was craved by all, so he had it hidden. He was also afraid that he would lose it one day. He had to find a way to preserve it since his memories regarding it would be erased so that the demon heaven grotto wouldn't get it. In preparation for that day, he hid the mysterious truths of the physique scripture in the martial arts manuals that all cultivators look down upon. He separated it into 3 parts, hid them in 3 different types of martial arts manuals, spanning 120 manuals containing 10,000 different techniques. Li Qi used a particular order that only he knew about to hide them in the manuals, so, even if someone knew where it was, they wouldn't be able to piece it together. At that time, he separated the 3 types of martial arts into 3 different eras, so they had no relation with each other. Within these 3 eras, he mass-produced and separated them everywhere in all of the 9 worlds, not just the mortal emperor world. There were at least 100,000 copies in each world. With the help of the other immortal emperors and the medicine god, although he erased his memories of the techniques, the order of these martial arts manuals remained. From the past until now, no cultivator had read all 120 manuals. Li Qi purposely left all 120 manuals in the cleansing incense ancient sect so, if a disciple was able to discern the secret, he would be able to cultivate an immortal physique. Maybe then, the sect would have another immortal emperor or at least, a virtuous paragon with an immortal physique. Unfortunately, no one would even look at these manuals, let alone taking the time to research them. This was why after Min Ren, there was no second person with an immortal physique. Li Qi spent the whole night copying the physique scripture from the manuals. After reading what he wrote, Li Qi couldn't help but satisfyingly smile. As he read each word, his lost memories of the scripture slowly appeared in his mind. Eventually, the entirety of the scripture had been completed. After remembering the whole thing, he burned his written copy. He knew the value of the physique scripture. If someone knew that he was in possession of it, there would be a calamity to endure. He could only hide it in his head. The truth was that the original physique scripture had been hidden by Li Qi, and no one else in the world knew where it was. However, Li Qi was not in a hurry to get it because the scriptures were also related to another secret. They weren't just cultivational techniques. Afterward, Li Qi rested for a little bit before the morning. Nan Huairen came early to the peak to meet Li Qi. "Senior, I'm afraid I can't go with you to the weapon armory today. The elders told me to go report the events regarding the marriage to the sect master. I have to leave the sect," Nan Huairen said. Nan Huairen was valued by the elders for his intelligence, so he was given an important mission. "Go, I'm not in a rush for a weapon." Li Qi nodded slightly. He wanted to use this time to reorganize the techniques and methods inside his mind. After Nan Huairen left, Li Qi didn't continue sleeping. He took out the Kuanpeng's minor sixth form manual. It was highly regarded by the third-generation disciples because it was still part of an emperor merit law. Each immortal emperor had always created formidable merit laws. Some were longevity cultivation methods that could increase one's lifespan and blood energy. Others were fate palace techniques meant for offensive and defensive potentials. Last were the different ways to strengthen one's physique. These three were the general types of merit laws that were crafted by immortal emperors. They also included Heaven's Will secret laws. In his life, Min Ren had founded many different emperor manuals, and Li Qi was familiar with them. After all, he participated in the formation of these manuals. During his last hibernation, his memories were erased by the Black Dragon King of Heaven Protector Palace, but he could still regain them. Kuanpeng's minor sixth form was a subsidiary of the Emperor Merit Law, Kuanpeng's six variants. It was the strongest Fate Palace merit law created by Min Ren. Right now, Li Qi didn't have access to the high-level Emperor Merit laws in the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, so he didn't know if the six variants was still available. However, he could use the minor sixth form to regain his old memories regarding the actual six variants. Slowly reading the minor sixth form, Li Qi found that the manual only had 6 simple movements, not enough to be considered a legitimate Emperor Merit law. But the 6 variants were derived from these 6 simple actions. Li Qi, in the past, had brought Min Ren to watch a Kuanpeng from far away. Min Ren's observation eventually turned into 6 basic movements, and they were used to create the infamous Emperor Fate Law. Kuanpeng's 6 variants. The 6 actions slowly appeared in Li Qi's head. Sometimes it was an eagle flying in the 9-layered sky, and one flap of its wings would take it 3,000 miles away. Another was a fast descent into the ground with enough force to pierce through the layers of hell. The third was in the depths of the sea. It transformed into a giant Kuan, and its heavy tail caused endless tsunamis. Kuan resembles a whale. Peng is the eagle form. I suggest googling Kuanpeng if you want an image. Sometimes it was an eagle, sometimes a Kuan. The transformation became faster and faster to the point that one couldn't differentiate whether it was an eagle or a Kuan. The Kuan became an eagle and ascended to the heavens, stumbling on the grand truth. Kuan and Peng were ever-changing like the sun and the moon's rotations. It was as if they were one with the primordial orders of the heavens and earth. Bang! A loud noise rang in the room, and Li Qi initiated Kuanpeng's power. In the blink of an eye, Li Qi's whole body heavily jolted, and the gigantic Kuanpeng that was thousands of miles tall suddenly disappeared. The heavy tornadoes and tsunamis that were accompanying the beast also subsided. These images slowly become strands of consciences, slowly gathering into one grand truth. What emerged from this grand truth were the symbols from the erased memories that were now returning to Li Qi's mind. In the end, when the eagle was no longer an eagle, and the Kuan was no longer a Kuan, only one grand mysterious truth remained. A complete Kuanpeng was formed, and the Kuanpeng's 6 variants, without flaws, had appeared in Li Qi's mind. Li Qi was extremely ecstatic. The heavens didn't let him down. He had finally regained his Kuan-Peng's 6 variants. An unknown amount of time had passed, and Li Qi recovered his thoughts from his deep cultivation. Although he had regained a completed merit law, and it was an extremely powerful one even among those at the same level, Li Qi did not become complacent or arrogant. He knew his original body more than anyone else. When compared to the other geniuses, his physique, life wheel, and fate palace were all lacking. He had to cultivate 100 times harder to catch up to others. He had to be patient. Only then could he obtain the heavens will of this era to sweep the 9 heavens and earth. With the qualification of someone who had taught immortal emperors and powerful beings, he knew the principles behind the mysterious truths more than anyone else. His greatest strength and advantage was having a perfect cultivation procedure. He started to research the revolving crescent sun method. It was classified as a life wheel cultivation method used to train the life wheel and to increase lifespan and blood energy. Every cultivator, and even mortals, all have an innate longevity gauge. Any living beings that have formed intelligence will have 3 things. The first was a physique, the second was a life wheel, and the third was a fate palace. Physique didn't need much explanation. This was the thing that contained one's life force. Without this physical base, there was no life. Even a mortal would have a mortal body. The general shape of the human race with its bones, bloods, and muscles was considered one of the best physical bases to contain life. There was a saying regarding the life wheel. A tree had its growth rings, and a human has the life wheel. The life wheel was located inside the body, but it was not of physical form. It was a light that was continuously spinning. At first, without any special external tools, only the cultivator himself could see his life wheel. However, after successful cultivation, the life wheel would appear behind one's head. Its shape and light would determine the strength of one's blood energy and longevity. If a mortal lived his life without any accident, then the life wheel would determine his lifespan. Li Qi's mortal life wheel, for example, would allow him to live to the age of 60 without any cultivation. Physiques, life wheels, and fate palaces all have the following ranking from lowest to highest: mortal, Hotian, Xiantian, king, saint, and immortal. All 3 share the same ranking system. However, under normal circumstances, cultivators couldn't change or increase their life wheel and fate palace level. These 2 were innately gifted to you by the heavens. As for the body, one's physique could be cultivated. For example, a person with a Xiantian's physique, through cultivation and effort, could raise it to the next rank. Author's note from the Taoist's classic Zhuangzi: in the northern darkness there is a fish and his name is Kuan. The Kuan is so huge I don't know how many thousand li he measures. He changes and becomes a bird whose name is Peng. The back of the Peng measures I don't know how many thousand li across, and, when he rises up and flies off, his wings are like clouds all over the sky. When the sea begins to move, this bird sets off for the southern darkness, which is the lake of heaven. Chapter 30, 12 Immortal Physiques. 2. It was the opposite case for the life wheel and fate palace. One could not naturally increase their innate ranking of the life wheel and fate palace. Even if one became an immortal emperor, the life wheel and fate palace would be the same as they were at the time of their birth. All 3 of them were extremely important for the purpose of cultivation. The physique determined one's bone and muscular structures, the life wheel dealt with one's blood energy, and the fate palace indicated one's innate aptitude and natural enlightenment. For example, if a person had a saint life wheel, then his blood energy would be as abundant as the desert sands. When trained using a life wheel method, his speed would be extremely swift, the effect would be greater as well. Li Qi slowly read the revolving crescent sun merit law in order to find the mysterious truths of this method. The cleansing incense ancient sect had a completed version of this merit law, but what Li Qi was aiming for was more complex than the manual. To talk about the revolving crescent sun merit law was to talk about its exceptional origin of how Li Qi struggled to obtain this merit law. At the beginning of the emperor's era, he contemplated about letting Minren cultivate this method, but he changed his mind. In the old desolate era, both humans and demons were extremely weak species. Many immortal sages spent their lives creating suitable merit laws and cultivation methods for these unfortunate beings. Eventually, they were able to form a new flourishing era. There was a formidable immortal sage that created a life wheel merit law that allowed for one to cultivate quickly. It was named Revolving Crescent Sunday. In the beginning stages of this merit law, cultivators were able to use their blood energy to build their fate palace, and their cultivation levels quickly rose. However, the revolving crescent sun merit law had a fatal weakness. The beginning stage allowed for the blood energy to carry one's cultivation level, but, as his cultivation level increased, his weak blood energy was no longer sufficient. The result was that the person would be left in a stage where his blood energy was weak and his cultivation was unable to grow. If he was to force the technique, his longevity would decrease from overexerting his life blood. When Li Qi had obtained this method, he passed it down to many people. However, none of them were able to perfectly utilize it. For the sake of perfecting this technique, Li Qi gathered many immortal emperors, including immortal Emperor Xuexi, immortal Emperor Min Ren, and immortal Emperor Tun Ri. It wasn't until the era of the Black Dragon King that Li Qi had perfected this technique. Today, as he was researching the technique, his old memories containing the mysterious truths within the merit law came back to him. After recovering the completed and revised revolving crescent sun merit law, Li Qi took a deep breath. In this world, not many people knew the effort he had spent on this technique across the eras. Who would know how many immortal sages of humanity spent their lives to develop the method? The truth was, after Li Qi left this method behind in the cleansing incense ancient sect, many geniuses had tried it, however, none of them could reach grand completion. Li Qi spent 3 days and 3 nights to research the Kunpeng 6 variants and the revolving crescent sun merit law. Nan Huairen still had not returned. Since Li Qi was not in a rush, he chose to stay on the peak to further cultivate. Once his 2 methods were ready, Li Qi was ready to formally start his cultivation. One could say that Li Qi's experience and knowledge regarding cultivation were rich even if his innate aptitude was subpar. Even though the 2 methods were heaven-defying, he did not rush toward completion. He wanted quality in his cultivation. He knew that rushing would only leave behind hidden dangers and flaws for one's long path of cultivation. Li Qi was cultivating both at the same time, but the 2 methods were not related or in sync with each other. The Kunpeng 6 variants was about using the Fate Palace while the revolving crescent sun was a life will technique. One could cultivate both in the beginning without complications. There was a 4th type of method outside of the 3 already mentioned ones. Some people called it the foundation method. This method did not focus on the physique, life wheel, or Fate Palace individually, but rather, it focused on all 3 of them at the same time. Although this 4th type had many uses, and its theoretical effects seemed great, it was hard to cultivate such a method to a higher rank. There were also different rankings for merit laws and methods. For example, if 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon was to create a method, his method would be of the Virtuous Paragon ranking. As for an immortal emperor's creation, it would be named an immortal emperor method. Of course, merit laws and cultivation methods weren't everything. Without a strong willpower, in the end, everything would be gone like the clouds in the wind. Many geniuses, in the past, started their cultivation with heaven-shattering methods. This entitled them a smooth road until they suffered from qigong deviation. Other geniuses were spoiled in their beginnings, and they were given immortal emperor methods at the start. However, when it was time for them to compete for the heaven's will, they weren't able to cultivate their own heaven will's secret law. They lacked the experience and toughness from their past easy roads. After thinking about all of the nuisances regarding cultivation, Li Qi channeled his life will using the revolving crescent sun merit law. The effect was clear. Behind Li Qi's head was a wheel of light rotating without breaks, and his blood energy began to move within the light. The blood energy was flowing through the life wheel as if it was a stream controlled by its current, never stopping. Li Qi was born with a mortal life wheel. He had no advantage regarding this area. Because his blood energy was weak, his blood current was not strong within his life wheel's rotation. If another with a Tianxian life wheel or emperor life wheel were to cultivate the same merit law, their current would be a large river. A saint life wheel's current would be as great as the ocean itself. Li Qi initiated the incantations of the Kunpeng 6 variants, and he began to activate his Fate Palace in a particular order. The Fate Palace was the home of one's fate. It carried the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The Fate Palace was hidden inside the Shangden Tian, so Li Qi started to use the 6 variants to knock on the palace door. The Fate Palace slowly appeared in his Shangden Tian. Shangden Tian is a meridian located on top of the forehead. The Fate Palace had an ancient design, and it was crystal clear. However, because his Fate Palace was only of mortal rank, the light radiating from it was dim. Normally, the Fate Palace was closed, and the soul and spirits were at rest. One had to knock on the Fate Palace to wake the souls and spirits up in order to channel their power, then one could start to cultivate. Near, I was confused for a second, too. Apparently, in Chinese Taoism, there are 3 souls and 7 spirits. This was why the first level of cultivation was known as Palace Foundation. This level itself was divided into 3 separate stages: first entrance, second awareness, and third blood surge. First entrance was the process of knocking on the Fate Palace, allowing the incantations of the cultivating methods to enter the Fate Palace. During this process, it was akin to a monk knocking on his wooden plate to connect to Buddha. One had to do it non-stop and faithfully, and, only then, would the Fate Palace answer by opening its doors. Bang, bang, bang. Li Qiyi used the 6 variants incantations to knock on his Fate Palace non-stop. He had forgotten how many times he had done it, but the Fate Palace would not answer him. This, however, did not deter Li Qiyi. For a genius, especially someone with a Saint Fate Palace, the process of opening the Fate Palace was extremely easy because their souls and spirits were formidable. Legends have it that there was a person with a Saint Fate Palace that only had to knock once before opening his palace. This person would be a genius among geniuses. However, Li Qiyi was not part of this group. He had to be patient and put in countless amounts of effort. That was his only road to success. Even though Li Qiyi knew a few different methods to open the Fate Palace with just one knock, such as using the revolving crescent sun merit law to gather all of his blood energy to improve the incantations of his Kunpeng 6 variants in order to strike a hard blow to the palace door, he didn't want to do it. His life will was only of mortal grade, and his blood energy was thin. If he overexerted his blood energy, then his life will would be damaged. Not only that, but such a powerful blow would frighten his souls and spirit, and that would leave behind complications in the future. Knowing his weakness, Li Qiyi was determined to create a solid foundation without any imperfections. He kept on knocking on his palace door, even if it was 10,000 times or 100,000 times, he would continue until the palace door opened. Chapter 31, Kunpeng 6 Variants, 1, Bang, Bang, Bang. Li Qiyi had knocked on the door for tens of thousands of times now, but there was still no answer. For the majority of cultivators, this was not a good sign. It showed how your low inner talents were. However, Li Qiyi had an unwavering willpower. Even if he had to knock for 1,000,000 times, he would keep on going. Bang. After 5 days and 5 nights, a small sound resounded. Under the patient knocking of Li Qiyi, his Fate Palace was finally opened. Entering the door, one could see the power of the souls and spirits. However, his mortal Fate Palace was extremely limiting. At this time, the Kunpeng 6 variants incantations flew into the Fate Palace along with Li Qiyi's consciousness. The space inside the Fate Palace was very vast, approaching infinity. In the middle of Li Qiyi's Fate Palace were mysterious incantations in the form of calligraphy. They flew around in a natural order around a radiant light as if wanting to wake it up. This light was the soul. To others, it was the 3 souls and 7 spirits or even the true fate. This was the thing that determined a person's fate through their life. Only by cultivating could one activate the true fate and the souls. Once they were awakened, the cultivators would gain their magical power. They would also be able to connect to the heavens and earth, borrowing their energy. Kunpeng 6 variants was a Fate Palace merit law. It had to wake up the souls and use them as the foundation of cultivation for Li Qiyi. This was why the incantation calligraphies that represent the mysterious truths of the 6 variants were twisting the souls non-stop to wake them up. These words sometimes were an eagle flying, other times, they were a Kun playing in an ocean, or even a completed Kunpeng. These beasts caused Li Qiyi's Fate Palace to resemble a wide sky and deep sea, and his Fate Palace light was heavily affected by their presence. This process was the second step named, second awareness. Because of Li Qiyi's low innate talents, this event would also take longer compared to other geniuses despite having an immortal emperor merit law. His Fate Palace grew wider and bigger in size, one could not see the boundaries. Even if the awakening process was completed, he wouldn't be able to see through all of his Fate Palace. However, he felt an existence far away in his Fate Palace. Towards the extreme side, in the east direction, it was as if there was a gigantic spring. However, it was dried out, there was no water running. This spring of life was one of the Fate Palace 4 symbols. There are many theories regarding it. Some immortal sages believe that it was the source of life and fate energy. To the far west, Li Qiyi felt an image of a huge cauldron, but, at this moment, it was extremely cold. This was the cauldron of life. Its flame was capable of burning and dissolving any existence. People believed that the source of its flame were the souls, hence the name, soul fire. Towards the south was a gigantic tree piercing the sky itself. This tree was massive, however, it showed no sign of life as if it had died ages ago. The Tree of Life was the most mysterious object in the Fate Palace. Legends told that it could steal from the heavens and obtain great fortunes. At the distant north was a towering pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. The pillars were engraved by countless mysterious symbols. It looked as if it had been standing there since the beginning of time. Pillar of Life, it was also known as the Source of Life. Without it, nothing would exist. The Fate Palace 4 symbols included the Spring of Life, the Cauldron of Life, the Tree of Life, and the Pillar of Life. These were the most enigmatic entities in the world. Many ancient sages tried to understand the 4 symbols in order to get a better sense of cultivation. The world believed that if one could understand the truths of all 4 symbols, he would be able to obtain the heaven's will and become an immortal emperor. Li Qi was still letting the 6 variance method stimulate the souls while his revolving crescent sun merit law was cultivating his life wheel. This resulted in a strange and mysterious state during his cultivation. He kept the same pace without hastiness because he had absolute trust in himself. No one, or anything, could ever shake his willpower. After 10 days, Nan Huairen had finally returned. He immediately went to meet Li Qi and apologized. "Senior, sorry about letting you wait so long. Sect Master was in isolated cultivation. I had to wait till she came out before I could finish my report." "It is not a big deal," Li Qi calmly answered. Seeing Li Qi's nonchalant disposition, Nan Huairen paused for a second and then voiced his concern. "Senior, from what I've gathered while listening to the sect master, second brother is returning to the sect." He hesitantly added, "Second brother is the sect master's disciple." When second brother was mentioned, Nan Huairen's eyes were a little strange. He remained silent afterwards. "Second brother." Li Qi noticed the strange gaze of Nan Huairen, so he inquired. Nan Huairen scratched his head and said, "Senior, to tell you the truth, I don't know how to explain it. Once you meet second brother, you will understand." Finally, he added another sentence. "Second brother's circumstances are a bit special." Li Qi only smiled and did not interrogate. This matter, to him, was not very important. He couldn't care less about the circumstances of the second brother. Ultimately, the second brother could be sent here to teach him or to monitor him. It had nothing to do with Li Qi. Li Qi's determination to rebuild the cleansing incense ancient sect would not be interrupted by anyone. Once the time was right, he would reinvigorate the sect. On this road, no one could stop his footstep. Anyone who tried to stop him would meet their death. If Buddha was in the way, slay Buddha. If God was in the way, slay God. That year, under his tutelage, the cleansing incense ancient sect had swept over the 9 worlds. In this life, he would do the same. His cleansing incense ancient sect would rule over the 9 worlds and destroy the heaven demon grotto. Nan Huairen was already used to Li Qi's temperament even when facing the demon emperor Luan Ri, thus, he was not surprised by how carefree Li Qi was about the return of the second brother. Nan Huairen stared at Li Qi a little bit, and he suddenly noticed that he had started his cultivation. Nan Huairen happily exclaimed, "Senior, you had opened your Fate Palace. How long did it take?" "Not too long, it only took 5 days and 5 nights." Li Qi said slowly. Nan Huairen was at a loss for words after he heard the answer. 5 days and 5 nights. You dared to say it wasn't a long time. In any sect, if a disciple was to take even 3 days and 3 nights to open the Fate Palace, he would be scolded by the seniors as being incompetent, so much so that he wouldn't be able to raise his head anymore. For taking 5 days and 5 nights, he would be considered trash amongst trash. If people knew Li Qi took such a long time, he would become the biggest laughingstock in the cleansing incense ancient sect. The worst disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect had only taken 3 days and 3 nights, yet Li Qi required 5 days and 5 nights. However, Nan Huairen could tell from Li Qi's expression that he didn't consider spending 5 days and 5 nights as something to be ashamed about. If other students took that long, their self-esteem would be at an all-time low. However, Li Qi didn't feel inferior or pride from it, it was just another day to him. Thinking about the deaths of Su Hui and Protector Hua, Nan Huairen trembled. A person that was considered idiotic by the world had an unstoppable aura, he possessed a calm and elegant demeanor at all times, and the utmost self-confidence as well as his unshakable willpower that showed through his ability to kill people without any remorse. People like Li Qi would be the most frightening of existences. Nan Huairen stopped here with that thought, and he tagged along with Li Qi to select his treasure. Once they reached the ancient triangular school, Li Qi and Nan Huairen carried the order to the weapon armory. Here, they saw an extremely large statue standing in the middle. Chapter 32, Kuan Peng's 6 Variants. 2. The statue inside the weapon armory wasn't immortal Emperor Min Ren or an elder that had magnificent contributions to the sect, but it was made to the shape of a gigantic black crow. The crow statue spread its wings as if it wanted to fly through the 9 skies. Its claws were gripping 2 dual blades made out of mortal steel. These blades were the same type used to practice invisible. Dual blade. No one knew how long these dual blades had been here for. They did not survive the torture of time. Rust covered the blade's edges, and it looked like both blades were on the verge of breaking at any moment. Li Qi stared at the statue in a daze. Maybe he had forgotten this pose, but immortal Emperor Min Ren never had. Nan Huairen, seeing Li Qi's solemn moment, he whispered, "Senior, this is the statue of the crow god in the legends. When our patriarch was young, the crow god had taught him on this peak. This is why our sect was established here. This statue was erected after our patriarch's ascension as a memorial." Li Qi smiled at the story. Of course, he knew this because the crow god and he were one and the same. He also knew that the whole story was a lie. The real reason why the sect was established here was a secret that only he was aware of. However, the action depicted by this statue was not false. The first time he met the courageous little boy that loved martial arts, he used his claws to steal the blades from the boy's hands. Even though he had become an immortal emperor, Min Ren had never forgotten their first meeting. "Let us go inside." Li Qi regained his composure and went inside the weapon armory. Inside the armory, there were all types of different life treasures and longevity treasures. The first level had 10,000 different weapons, but these were only made from steel mixed with low-level metals. These were treasures with relatively low grades. A cultivator's weapon was divided into 4 types. First, the common weapons. Second, longevity weapons. Third, life weapons. And lastly, true weapons. The common weapons were meant for new disciples. These weapons were extremely common because they were made from mortal steel mixed with magical metals. They were not made from any excessively rare material. Even though these weapons, in the eyes of mortals, would be considered to be heavenly weapons that could cut through steel like mud, cultivators did not think highly of them. They couldn't fully utilize the power of the mysterious truths coming from the Grand Tao. Technically, longevity weapons were not considered to be traditional weapons. They were rather treasures, instead, even if they took the shape of a weapon. They were meant to prolong one's lifespan and feed the blood energy of the user. One could say, every cultivator would have at least one longevity treasure because it would feed their life wheel. It could also have a pivotal support role in combat since it could quickly replenish the life wheel that was depleted during battle. Life and true weapons were the real force of cultivators. They have great usage in both defensive and offensive means. Within the lifespan of a cultivator, they could possess many different life treasures and even inherit a life treasure from someone else. However, they could only have one true treasure because this treasure was directly connected to their true soul. The true treasure and true soul directly reinforced and supported each other, and the true treasure, once linked to a cultivator, couldn't be inherited by another cultivator. Even though a cultivator had to create his own true treasure and use it for the rest of his life, the power of a true treasure greatly exceeded a regular life treasure. Even if it was the same grade, a true treasure would annihilate a life treasure in the blink of an eye. Some of the weapons from the first level were common weapons such as the profound steel sword, the icy crescent saber, and the meteoric claws, while the life weapons ranged from the Shani pagoda and the demon-slaying circle, to the Jiang Jiao staff. There were also a few true weapons such as the heavenly god stone, the bloody sky rope, and the fierce sun calligraphy pen. All of these life and true treasures had a very low grade, thus, any third-generation disciple was able to pick from them. The disciples with contributions were able to pick from the second level instead. While strolling in the first level, Li Qi noticed the killing aura from these treasures and their ability to absorb the energy of the Grand Tao. He took his time looking at each one, and he then casually went to the second level. The second level only contained life and true weapons with a higher ranking than the first level. However, Li Qi also only looked at each weapon once. He did not select any of them, and they went on to level 3. Seeing Li Qiyi entering the third level, many disciples who were choosing their weapons were jealous. One couldn't help but say, "I went to South Mountain and decapitated a longevity beast and made many contributions to the sect, and I only got to pick a level 2 true treasure. Why does he get to go to level 3? Level 3 of the weapon armory was reserved for disciples with great contributions to the sect. Li Qiyi's ability to enter it made the other disciples feel cheated. He has the order from the elders." Li Qiyi turned around toward the angry disciples, and slowly said, "If you have the ability to question the elders, go and do it. Chirping here is only a waste of time." Li Qiyi's words enraged the third-generation students. Many of them here had a high status within their own peer group, but they were looked down on by a piece of trash. "Let us see how long you can be arrogant for. One day, I will teach you a lesson," a disciple angrily yelled. Li Qiyi ignored him and kept on walking to the third level. Nan Huairen lamented over the fact that these disciples could only see an outside appearance. Do they actually think that Li Qiyi was an idiot? Once they stepped inside the third level of the weapon armory, there was a blinding light enumerated from the many dazzling auras. The life and true weapons surrounded by the rotation lights of their own auras made heavenly noises and exerted the energy of the Grand Tao like an unstoppable tsunami. It was as if all of these treasures were alive. Without a doubt, these weapons, here, had a higher grade and status than the ones in the second level. "Senior, all the life and true weapons here are exceptional versus the ones below. The lowest grade here is inner longevity and the highest is heaven's primal. There is even a true deity true treasure here in the weapon armory," Nan Huairen explained to Li Qiyi. Life weapons and true weapons were connected to the cultivators using them. It was better for an inner longevity cultivator to pick an inner longevity weapon. "Look, this is Jiu Lu longevity wheel," Nan Huairen introduced. "Senior, this wheel was made from the life rings of a Jiu Lu longevity beast, and it inherited the strength of this beast. If you use this wheel to feed your life essence, it will purify your blood force. And this is Jiang Fei heavenly rope." Nan Huairen explained in a way that showed Li Qiyi that he completely memorized the details on the contents of this third-level treasure room. This treasure was created from the bones of a heavenly beast in the warrior canopy rank. I believe that this beast was a twin-headed half-dragon. Once you are connected to this treasure, you could use it to activate the original truths of the dragon bones. Over there is the Hellbreaker axe. It was forged from a piece of star spirit immortal steel. Nan Huairen seemed as if he knew all of the life and true weapons on this third level. He couldn't stop introducing all of them to Li Qiyi. Li Qiyi glanced at him and praised, "It seems like you are really familiar with this place." Nan Huairen blushed and replied to Li Qiyi's remark, "I always asked to tag along each time my master had to go to the weapon armory, so I know a little bit about this place. The fourth level, however, I only went up there once with my ancestor." Because Nan Huairen was amicable and social, unlike his master, Elder Sun liked him a lot. "The floor above, what life and true treasures does it have?" Li Qiyi casually asked. "The weapon armory has 9 levels, but he was only, currently, at the 3rd floor. I've only been in the 4th level once. The treasures there were of the royal nobles level. As for the above floors, I do not know the exact details for each." Nan Huairen shook his head. "Would level 9 contain an immortal emperor true weapon?" Li Qiyi voiced his question. Minren had created many true weapons throughout his life, and Li Qiyi knew that Minren had left a few behind to protect the sect. Nan Huairen looked around and whispered, "I heard that we no longer have any immortal emperor life treasures. So naturally, we also don't have any immortal emperor true treasures either. There is nothing left." Li Qiyi found that hard to believe because Minren didn't just leave one. No matter how unfilial his descendants might be, they couldn't just throw them all away. Nan Huairen shook his head and softly answered, "I don't know the exact details, not even my master knows. Like I told you before, 30,000 years ago, we fought the Heavenly God sect. In that battle, we lost the right to our kingdom that we had been reigning for hundreds thousands of years as well as our last immortal emperor true treasure." Chapter 33, Invisible Dual Blades. 1. Immortal Emperor life treasures were not only a priceless item to all cultivators, but they were also an integral part in the protection of an immortal emperor sect. Minren created the cleansing incense ancient sect, and he had left behind several life treasures to protect his descendants. However, after 100,000 years, the sect currently has 0 life treasures. Now Li Qiyi truly understood, the cleansing incense ancient sect didn't decline for no reason at all. The emperor merit laws were missing and the immortal emperor life treasures were gone as well. Plus, there was no wise leader to guide them. It would be against the heavens' will if they didn't decline. Senior, do you want to select a longevity treasure or a life treasure? Or maybe a true treasure? Seeing Li Qiyi in a daze, Nan Huairen reminded him. Although Li Qiyi had made 1 round in the 3rd level, there was not a single treasure that he found suitable. Nan Huairen didn't understand why Li Qiyi didn't like the weapons stored here. The 3rd level was not the best, but these weapons would still make all of the disciples within the sect drool with desire. However, Li Qiyi didn't settle for any of the weapons here, and Nan Huairen didn't dare to say anything. He knew Li Qiyi had his reasons, so he followed Li Qiyi down, leaving the 3rd level. All of the disciples that ridiculed Li Qiyi previously were still there. Seeing his empty hands, they sneered, "Look. Our prime disciple's eyes are too high." So, even the 3rd level didn't meet his needs. Heh. You don't know this, but only immortal emperor life treasures are worthy of him, he doesn't care about the other things. Another disciple, with a high-pitched voice, commented, "Why doesn't he look into the mirror and realize his place? A piece of trash like him being allowed to select a weapon from level 3 is already a great privilege given by the elders." One student, that was extremely angry, said, "He is only a useless person. Even if we bring an immortal emperor life treasure before him, he would only think that it was scrapped metal. A person that has eyes but can't see isn't qualified to wield a life treasure." Having heard all the tauntings from the disciples, Nan Huairen heavily furrowed his brows while Li Qiyi casually said, "It seems like all of you are very dissatisfied with me." A disciple harshly replied, "Oomph. Someone like you, who isn't qualified, shouldn't be our prime disciple. What a shame, I am still your prime disciple." Li Qiyi slowly spoke, continuously being disrespectful, "It seems that I would be unfit for this position if I don't break your dog legs today." After hearing Li Qiyi, a disciple stood out from the crowd and straightened his posture. He then coldly proclaimed, "Oh! The great prime disciple wants to scold all of us. As your junior, I would love to learn from your many techniques." Hearing these words, the other disciples clamored and laughed loudly. All of them presumptuously thought that Li Qiyi, with his mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace, could be easily taken care of with just the use of 1 hand. "Huairen, beat them until they crawl outside." Li Qiyi glared at them and commanded Huairen. The other disciples didn't know, but Huairen did. How did Du Yuanguang die? Su Hui met his end how? Suddenly, he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If Li Qiyi truly became angry, he would dismember all of these little boys. A command was a command. Nan Huairen sighed and stepped forward. He gazed at the disciples and calmly said, "You guys have committed the crime of being disrespectful to Prime Senior. I am here to carry out the sentence." "Nan Huairen, you." Seeing Nan Huairen's interference, some of the disciples angrily yelled. A disciple said without hesitation, "Senior Nan, you are a favorite among the elders. To follow such a loser is to ruin your good name." Bang. This disciple, who had not finished his words, was knocked away by Nan Huairen. In the cleansing incense ancient sect, Huairen's talents weren't the best. However, as the disciple of Protector Mo, it was easy for him to deal with these average disciples. "You said too much. Not knowing when to keep your mouth shut will bring the impending threat of death." After punching the student away, Nan Huairen pointed his finger at the other students and said, "All of you come forward, don't say I am bullying you." The other disciples were both afraid and angry. They jumped forward together, but Nan Huairen did not show mercy. He beat them all, left and right, to the floor. It seemed as if Nan Huairen had used too much force. However, he was just saving their lives. At worst, he was just causing them physical pain without long-term complications. If Li Qiyi personally handled it, then there might be decapitated bodies on the floor, instead. Nan Huairen knew that Li Qiyi, in fact, didn't care for the disciples, or anyone, who disrespected him. Incidentally, Nan Huairen hoped that his brutal beating of them was enough to appease Li Qiyi. As for the disciples protecting the weapon armory, their job was to protect it. Other quarrels had nothing to do with them, so they closed their eyes and ignored it. "I want the dual blades over there." As Nan Huairen was throwing the disciples out of the weapon armory, Li Qi was talking with the protector in charge. The protector's brow furrowed, and he asked, "The dual blades under the crow god's feet?" "That is correct," Li Qi replied. "Recently, I have been practicing the invisible dual blade technique, and on a second look, the dual blades are perfect for me, so I want them." The protector and guarding disciples all thought that Li Qi's request was very strange. They looked at him as if he was a mental patient. The two blades over there were basically two normal blades that have been rusting. Don't even compare it to the life and true weapons on the third level, they weren't even comparable to the common weapons in level 1. They believed that not picking a treasure from the third level was already strange, but he then picked the two rusted blades, not worth a cent, made from mortal steel. If this guy didn't have mental problems, then he would be an idiot for not knowing good from bad. When Nan Huairen saw Li Qi's choice, the first thing that came up in his mind was the serpent punishing stick. His heart was excited because he remembered when Li Qi wanted the old stick from the fireplace in the grand chamber. All the elders, and himself included, thought Li Qi was ignorant for valuing a regular stick so highly. However, that stick had beaten a genius, like Su Hui, as if he was defenseless. Now, Li Qi suddenly wanted those two blades. It might not be just a coincidence. He probably had his eyes on them since they had stepped inside the weapon armory. A student who was thrown out by Nan Huairen was both angry and afraid. He yelled, "Nan Huairen! You dare to hit me? I will report this to the elders about." "Slap him. Slap him until he cannot speak anymore," Li Qi mercilessly said. From those simple words, Nan Huairen could feel a strand of anger building inside Li Qi. It seemed like this senior was becoming agitated. "My apologies." Nan Huairen slapped the disciple 3 times, without hesitation. Slap, slap, slap. Nan Huairen knew that this wasn't just him saving the disciple's life, this was also a trial that Li Qi was using to test him. Li Qi left this matter alone, and he turned back to the protector. "The elders have agreed on me picking a weapon, so I would like to choose these blades." The protector rolled his eyes at Li Qi. This kid didn't look like an idiot, so why was he so insistent on doing something so foolish? The protector hesitated for a moment, but he then, finally, nodded his head. "This is possible." These were only 2 mortal blades, they were not a renowned treasure. Li Qi came with the order from the elders, and them giving him 2 regular blades wasn't a big deal. Li Qi personally took down the 2 blades, so that the protector could write it down into the checkout list. Although Li Qi's request was strange, the protector didn't really know what to say. Finishing his task, Li Qi left the weapon armory with his blades. Coming across the disciples who were beaten senselessly by Nan Huairen, he slowed his steps and angrily said, "You guys need to be grateful toward Nan Huairen for saving your lives. If you have any complaints about my actions, you should go and report it to the elders. However, don't let me personally deal with you because the result would not be preferable on your end." Nan Huairen's intention was revealed by Li Qi, and he could only smile sheepishly. The beaten students were frozen with fear. This person, before them, was a frightening man. There was no resemblance of a 13-year-old boy. Li Qi walked back to his peak after speaking his mind. Chapter 34, Invisible Dual Blades, 2. After returning to the peak, seeing Nan Huairen's curious expression while he looked at the blades, Li Qi threw them to Nan Huairen. "If you want to look at them, then you can hold and look at them as much as you want." Nan Huairen felt bashful after being caught by Li Qi. He didn't know why Li Qi wanted these blades, but he couldn't just ask right away either. Holding the blades, Nan Huairen stopped being so courteous, and he meticulously observed them. However, he couldn't see anything extraordinary from them. The 2 blades in his hand seemed to be just mortal weapons made from regular steel, and the rust on them was proof that they couldn't withstand the test of time. Why did Senior choose these blades? Nan Huairen believed that Li Qi had already decided to go for these blades when he first entered the weapon armory. Li Qi smiled and answered, "If you, or anyone in the sect, could see through their mysteriousness, then they wouldn't have been in the weapon armory for so long." "What kind of treasure is this?" Nan Huairen politely inquired. He truly could not see the magical properties. "They're not treasures," Li Qi answered. "They're only 2 normal dual blades made out of steel. In fact, the material these are made out of are worth less than the 2 silver coins over there." But why? Li Qiye's answer confused Nan Huairen. If they were truly like Li Qiyi described, then why did he pick them? Li Qiyi interrupted his question. However, they can cut through the weapons of royal nobles and enlightened beings as if they were cutting through tofu. How is that possible? Nan Huairen's heart shook when he heard this. Royal nobles were extremely strong, let alone enlightened beings. Since 30,000 years ago, there hasn't been a single disciple who was capable of reaching the enlightened being stage in the sect. Li Qiyi liked to see Nan Huairen's surprised expressions, and he slowly proclaimed, "You are smart, and you can clearly understand the current situation. I will not mistreat you. Emperor merit laws or saint-level treasures, if you want them, you will have them. If you do a good job and contribute greatly, I will even let you cultivate merit laws that are far more formidable than emperor laws." Li Qiye's words were like steel rods beating on the drum that was Nan Huairen's heart. His master, or even elder son, wouldn't be able to make such a promise because there weren't that many known emperor laws in the cleansing incense ancient sect. "Thank you, brother." Nan Huairen gathered his wits and bowed toward Li Qiyi, and Li Qiyi naturally accepted his gesture. After Nan Huairen left, Li Qiyi held the blades in his hand. He caressed the edges. He sighed and started to remember his past. So what if one could become an unbeatable immortal emperor? Little boy Minren was groomed by him, so he was able to accept the heaven's will. His whole life, peerless in all the 9 worlds, and he successfully cultivated the solar immortal physique as well. However, in the end, he was still slowly erased by the river of time. Li Qiyi removed the rust from the blades, bringing them back to their original form. The 2 blades had a normal appearance, but they now exuded an ancient aura. Using his hand to lightly touch the edges, Li Qiyi felt a cold energy emanate from the blades. Everyone was correct in their judgment, these blades were indeed just mortal blades. However, they were the blades that were once used by Minren, personally, when he was a little boy. Based on the materials, these blades were trash, however, they used to be the main weapons of an immortal emperor. Even after he started cultivating, he was not willing to part with these blades, he always had them with him. Even after his ascension, they were still by his side. Every time he reminisced, he would take out the blades and caress them as if he wanted to share his feelings with the blade's soul. Even though Minren never forged the blades, they were blessed with an immortal emperor's touch and groomed by an immortal emperor's blood energy. Thus, even if they were made of mortal steel, they were still exceptional. How powerful was an immortal emperor? This was the person that carried the heaven's will and reigned over the universe and the 9 worlds. The true value of the blades was not in its material or sharpness, but the immortal consciousness and thoughts hidden within the blades. An immortal emperor's consciousness was extremely frightening. Even though the 2 blades were not comparable to a life treasure or true treasure, they were indefinitely stronger than a treasure from a royal noble or an enlightened being, many times over. One strand of offensive consciousness from an immortal emperor could cut through anything. Li Qiyi slowly tried to connect with the leftover immortal consciousness hidden in the blades. Of course, within a short amount of time, he couldn't easily communicate with this immortal consciousness. This required patience and careful procedure. Li Qiyi wasn't in a rush, he slowly felt the consciousness in the blade's body. In this world, no one was more familiar with Minren than Li Qiyi. Thus, there was no one more familiar with this immortal consciousness that belongs to Minren than Li Qiyi. In the 2 following days, Li Qiyi was still cultivating his Kuanpeng's 6 variants and revolving crescent sun merit law, and he spent the rest of his time trying to communicate with the dual blades. Even though he was the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, no one, except Protector Mo and Nan Huairen, had ever questioned his cultivation. Li Qiyi was like a translucent shadow living in the cleansing incense ancient sect. Even the elders didn't want to know his situation, let alone other people. To them, having Li Qiyi was fine, but they would have no problem being without him. This made Nan Huairen the most familiar guest at Li Qiyi's peak. Whenever he had time, he would come to check up on Li Qiyi. He took care of his daily necessities, this ranged from mortal tools to a dimensional pouch. Protector Mo also tried to teach Li Qiyi cultivation tips, however, Li Qiyi seemed to know and understand his intent, so he eventually removed that thought from his head. 3 months had passed. During one of Li Qiyi's cultivation session, and he felt a force rampaging through his body. Within a second, his fate palace released and absorbed multiple circular auras, and his eyes shot out a luminous flash. Right after, his fate palace underwent a momentous change. The spring of life to the east was suddenly flooded with the water of life. It traveled to all of the corners and caves, slowly creating a small spring. To the west, a bright fire burned the sky. The cauldron of life's flame was ignited, and the soul fire within it was lit aflame. It was as if it was capable of melting any existence in the world. The south did not want to lose to the others. The tree of life radiated many circular golden auras, and its leaves started to spring to life. Countless life energy surrounded the tree of life. It was as if it was a sleeping dragon being woken up from a long slumber. It let out a loud roar filled with infinite power. Lastly, to the north, there were also loud commotions. The pillar of life exerted a heavy presence. It was as if it was ready to connect the heaven to the earth. The mysterious Tao symbols on its body started to move around like they had their own consciousness. The Second Awakening. The second level of Palace Foundation was the Second Awakening stage. It took him 3 months to complete the first level. At the same time, all of the symbols and Tao truths from the Kunpeng's 6 variants happily came to life. Sometimes it was Kunpeng playing with Li Qi as true fate by flying to and going inside it. At other times, it became a Kun, and it swam in the surrounding water, jumped up and down, and caused huge tsunamis. Li Qi's heart was filled with excitement. He took a deep breath, finally. He did not waste his time. To go 10,000 miles, one starts with a half step. This was a great beginning. If other cultivators had to spend 3 months to get to the second stage, they wouldn't be as excited. They would have even thought that he was trash. After his true fate went back into its slumber, Li Qi left his excitement behind. He started to cultivate to a higher level. The slow had to start early, and the talentless had to be diligent. Throughout his life, he had seen many cultivators with average aptitudes become extremely strong masters. They were undefeated their whole lives, and they did this by being hard workers. He had also seen many geniuses fall into deep despair, without a chance to lift their heads. A cultivator's talents and physique aren't enough. One also needs a strong Tao willpower, and a will strong enough to follow the road to the end. One day, he would be the last one smiling, and he would be the one to stand at the highest peak, looking down on humanity. Chapter 35, Hell-Suppressing Immortal Physique. 1. The third blood surge was the last level of Palace Foundation. This level was just like its name suggested, from when the blood of a cultivator finally condensed into a single drop of longevity blood. This was the sign of a successful blood surge. There was a widespread saying in the world of cultivation: the physique grows one's blood, the blood feeds one's life wheel, the life wheel strengthens one's fate palace, the fate palace, in turn, helps strengthen one's life wheel, the life wheel, then, supplements one's blood, the blood augments one's physique, and the physique, then, protects one's fate palace. Physique, life wheel, and fate palace, these 3 existences have always benefited and synergized with each other. One could not be missing from any of these. A strong physique allowed the blood energy to be strong. The strong blood energy would prolong the lifespan. The longer the lifespan, the stronger the fate palace would be, and a formidable fate palace allowed the cultivator to obtain an even stronger physique. The fate palace also lent its power to the life wheel. The life wheel would create longevity blood, the longevity blood would strengthen the physique, and, then, the stronger physique can protect the fate palace. However, no matter how this system worked, all 3 were surely dependent on one's blood energy. If a cultivator's rank was too high, a weaker blood energy would not be able to support his formidable physique, life wheel, and fate palace. Thus, there was a need for the blood energy to become longevity blood. Longevity blood was extremely valuable to any cultivator. Each drop of longevity blood was created through many purification cycles. They were not only the pinnacle of blood energy, but they also contained the mysterious Grand Tao. There was another saying regarding the blood: 10,000 blood, 1 longevity, 1 blood, 10,000 years longevity. Many cultivators interpreted this differently during their training. However, there was a common theme with their interpretations. It was that 1 drop of longevity blood required 10,000 bits of blood energy to form, and 1 longevity blood drop of an immortal emperor could allow a mortal to live for 10,000 years. Although no one had tried to use an immortal emperor longevity blood on a mere mortal to prolong his lifespan, the above phrase should make it clear on how valuable it was regarding each drop of longevity blood. To reach the stage of third blood surge wasn't anything impressive. A normal cultivator only needed a few months. The crucial point of this stage was to use a longevity merit law to improve the blood energy, and Li Qi was doing just that. The life wheel behind his back radiated its heavenly light while it rotated Li Qi's blood energies in a circular pattern. Also, in the center of the rotation was a vortex. Once this vortex appeared, his blood energy became stronger and faster, it flowed like a torrential downpour. Because of his mortal physique and mortal life wheel, his blood energy was originally anything but impressive. However, at this particular juncture, his blood energy was reaching the level of Xiantian physique and life wheel. His blood energy flowed like a river, never stopping. It quickly finished one revolution around his upper dantian to his lower dantian. It became faster and faster until there was a giant vortex forming in Li Qi's body, shaped like a round bloody crescent sun. This was the magical and frightening part of the revolving crescent sun merit law. This method could turn one's blood energy into an extremely powerful flow. Because of this unbelievable speed, the fate palace within Li Qi's true fate suddenly came to life. In this moment, Li Qi's true fate had been completely awoken. It was akin to a huge Kuan sucking up the blood vortex that was rotating because of his revolving crescent sun merit law. The Kuan kept on sucking in the vortex with extreme speed. The written incantations of the Kuan Peng's 6 variants came into life with blinding lights. These incantations completely crushed the incoming vortex into smaller pieces in the refining process. After the process, the blood energy became even purer and thicker with crystallized shinings. Then, the tempered blood was thrown back into the life wheel. The true fate became even stronger as well as the Kuan Peng's incantations. Each incantation resembled the Kuan Peng as if they were made from real flesh. It slowly split into even smaller Kuan Pengs as they flew to the 4 directions, filled with life. The whole operation was very natural, like this was how it always had been. Li Qi's revolving crescent sun merit law was actually purifying the blood energy, making it stronger, as well as using it to power the incantations within his fate palace. Throughout the years, countless disciples had tried to cultivate the revolving crescent sun merit law. However, they failed because their method was flawed and imperfect. They could only lament in failure. Li Qi's version was perfected through sheer effort and patience across the years. It was something that he couldn't have done by himself. However, he succeeded with the help of people like Min Ren, Tun Ri, and the Black Dragon King, amongst others. After one day and one night of blood purification, he suddenly heard a thud. It was as if an extremely heavy object had fallen into his life wheel. At this moment, he felt like his mind was enlightened, everything was clear to him. His whole body was relaxed and surrounded with golden aura, and his blood aura, in the back of his life wheel, was brighter than ever before. Li Qi examined his body. He found a drop of flashing longevity blood. It was crimson like fire and extremely beautiful, like it was a creation from the heavens appearing in the life wheel. This drop of blood was the proof that Li Qi had successfully broken through the stage of palace foundation and officially stepped into the palace expansion stage. TL reminder: Palace Foundation, Palace Expansion, Yun Physique, Provision Palace, Inner Longevity, Heaven's Mandate, Warrior Canopy, Purified Rebirth, Heaven's Primal. If one was to say that Li Qi took 3 months to reach the second awakening stage within the Palace Foundation, then no one would believe that it only took him 1 day and 1 night to create a drop of longevity blood. However, this was the frightening power of the revolving crescent sun merit law. A genius could reach the second awakening within a day, but it would take him at least 10 days to form 1 drop of longevity blood. However, Li Qi only required 1 day to accomplish this task. No one would be calm after hearing this news. This was also why many geniuses chose the revolving crescent sun merit law despite its flaws in the past, because of its unbelievable speed for cultivation. The next day, when Nan Huairen saw Li Qi, he was very surprised and asked, "Senior, you have reached palace expansion already." "I reached it last night," Li Qi insipidly stated. If it was another person, he would be very proud. Only the most heaven-shattering geniuses would be able to form a longevity blood drop in 1 day. However, Li Qi knew that this was all because of his merit law. He, personally, didn't have anything to be proud of. After hearing Li Qi's answer, Nan Huairen, in a daze, said, "Senior, I still remember that a few days ago, your true face had still not reached the second awakening. 2 days ago, I reached second awakening." Li Qi was still as calm like water in a well, and he answered, You truly took 3 months to reach second awakening, but you only took 1 day to purify your first longevity blood drop." After knowing the full story, Nan Huairen's frozen body weakly asked, Li Qi only smiled, without words. After a moment, Nan Huairen was both afraid and marveled by the speed. The revolving crescent sun merit law is truly a wondrous method. No wonder many disciples in the past had tried to cultivate it. His voice, filled with regrets, also rang again. It is so unfortunate that the flaw of the method is also a fatal wound. Many geniuses tried to perfect this method, but no one had succeeded. Nan Huairen curiously asked again, "At what stage will you switch to a different life will method?" From his knowledge, he knew that one couldn't cultivate with the revolving crescent sun merit law forever because of its unfixable flaw. The best way to cultivate from the beginning to end, no matter if it was a life will law or fate law, was to use the same method throughout. This was how one truly improved his cultivation. A cultivator could change their existing cultivation method, but that would leave behind irreparable defects in the future for their grand Tao road. One day, when a calamity comes, this defect would be a fatal weakness. However, for many cultivators, not many were exposed to the best merit laws when they first started their cultivation paths. If a person started with an emperor merit law and stuck with it for his whole life, it was a good thing. However, if he started with a lower rank merit law, then his future achievement would be extremely limited. From Nan Huairen's perspective, even though Li Qi had cultivated the revolving crescent sun merit law, in the future, he would need to change his method. Otherwise, he would ultimately be ruined by this merit law. Because of this, Nan Huairen politely reminded Li Qi, "Senior, you should quickly switch from this merit law, the sooner the better. Once you reach the dead end, it will be much harder to change. You will be unable to sever the control of this method from your blood energy." Chapter 36, Hell-Suppressing Immortal Physique. 2. This situation had happened many times in the cleansing incense ancient sect. There were many talented beginners that believed in the same idea. First, cultivate using the revolving crescent sun merit law to sprint through the early stages, then, wait until the merit law was no longer effective. Lastly, change to a different merit law. However, once these geniuses were trapped in this ideology, they could never shake off the revolving crescent sun merit law because the way this merit law moved blood energy was completely different from any other life will merit laws. This was the reason why, later on, the cleansing incense ancient sect no longer agreed for disciples to practice this method. Disciples with great inner talents were completely forbidden from doing so. "I have my own plan." Li Qi smiled and didn't say anything else. Of course, he couldn't reveal the secret of this merit law. If other people knew that he had perfected the revolving crescent sun merit law, then the consequences could only be imagined. Nan Huairen knew that Li Qi wasn't an ignorant person, nor arrogant, but he didn't understand where Li Qi's confidence was coming from regarding this topic. "I heard second brother is coming in a few days." Nan Huairen mainly came today to bring Li Qi this message. Li Qi lightly nodded, and did not inquire further. He was not concerned about this second brother, the disciple of the sect master, that Nan Huairen spoke of. After Nan Huairen's departure, Li Qi, once again, diligently immersed himself in his cultivation. Although he already had the unparalleled arts of the revolving crescent sun merit law and the Kunpeng's 6 variants, he was not lazy in the slightest. Palace expansion also had 3 stages. First, merit laws building, second, essence development, third, earth's extension. A grand completion of palace foundation meant that both life wheel and fate palace merit laws were finalized, and the Tao basics of the life wheel and fate palace were successfully forged. At this moment, Li Qi could choose to cultivate different merit laws, no matter if it was a fate palace, life wheel, or physique method. The next method would be dependent on the finalized merit laws. This was why cultivators called the first stage, merit laws building. However, Li Qi wasn't in a rush to start a new method. He wanted to perfect the invisible dual blades as well as strengthening his physique, making it powerful. To a cultivator, a powerful life wheel and fate palace was not enough. He would also need a powerful physique. The life wheel and fate palace were determined by the heavens, no one could change that, but the physique was different, it could be improved through cultivation. Natural physiques also varied greatly. The mortal physique was the weakest while the immortal physique was the best. Cultivators differentiated between physiques from weak to strong with the following: mortal physique, Hotian physique, Xiantian physique, emperor physique, saint physique, and immortal physique. One could be born with a mortal physique, Hotian physique, Xiantian physique, emperor physique, or saint physique, but it could not be an immortal physique, because it was the pinnacle of all physiques. From the ancient times until the present, no one had ever heard of a natural immortal physique. For the constitution, the sciention physique was the determining factor of whether one could successfully cultivate his physique into a higher level. If this was the case, then there was a chance that one could eventually successfully cultivate into an emperor physique, saint physique, or even an immortal physique. However, the Hotian physique did not have that possibility. For example, the golden hawk physique of Su Hui belonged to the sky eagle physique family and was considered to be a powerful Hotian physique. Through cultivation, the golden hawk physique could eventually reach the state of heavenly hawk physique or even its highest state, immortal hawk physique. Although this last state was not weaker than an emperor physique, this Hotian type of physique would never be able to obtain the pinnacle state of immortal physique. Evolving from the golden hawk physique to heavenly hawk physique was a strengthening process, while going from a sciention physique to an emperor physique was a rise in rank and essence. Emperor physiques and saint physiques also had many limitations. For example, the Emperor Golden Bull physique was a strong physique within its family and could rise to the rank of Overlord physique through cultivation, but cultivators could not cultivate it into their own special physique, even if it was the same rank. Physiques given by the body would remain the same type, even with cultivation. No merit law nor high-ranking physique method could change that. However, the heavens' creations were mysterious and magical. Although the Golden Hawk physique and Emperor Golden Bull physique couldn't escape their limitations no matter how heaven-defying the cultivation method was, there was one physique capable of the ordeal. A physique that was dismissed by many people, the mortal physique. One could cultivate the mortal physique into the Golden Hawk physique, the Emperor Golden Bull physique, and even an immortal physique in the legends. Before cultivation, the mortal body was not limited by any factors. Whereas the Hotian physique, with a natural fire attribute, must find a method with a similar affinity. If a fire attribute picked a water physique cultivation method, it would create a fatal dissonance for one's cultivation. The mortal physique did not have such a requirement. Before the cultivation road, one could pick any physique building method. Of course, to rise from a mortal physique to a Hotian or sciention physique was not an easy task. The cultivator required a formidable physique method, as well as a willpower that was 10 times higher than others. Lastly, a high-grade physique paste was necessary. The higher the grade and quantity, the better. This was why, to successfully increase the rank of a mortal physique into a sciention physique, would be a monumental task. Monstrous efforts must be exerted. This was the reason no one in the cleansing incense ancient sect wished to invest in someone with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace like Li Qi. Any physique method or high-grade physique pastes used on such an average person would be a waste. Li Qi realized that his chosen road would be extremely torturous, but his heart had not wavered ever since he got his hands on the physique scripture, one of the 9 grand heavenly scriptures, a treasure that was craved even by immortal emperors. If someone had successfully done it in the past, then Li Qi knew that he was capable as well. The cleansing incense ancient sect's immortal emperor Min Ren had many descendants. They believed that his immortal physique was natural gifted by the heavens, but Li Qi knew that these words were completely nonsense. He single-handedly nurtured Min Ren, so he was aware of all the facts, that immortal emperor Min Ren was not born with an emperor physique, or a saint physique, but a mortal physique. This fact would be hard for the cleansing incense ancient sect to accept, but this was the truth. When Min Ren was younger, Li Qi taught him one of the 9 heavenly scriptures. The word yang, meaning the sun, was the chosen physique method for immortal emperor Min Ren. Thus, he successfully cultivated one of the 12 immortal physiques. Today, Li Qi opened the physique scripture. All of the esoteric incantations regarding it appeared in his mind. From the past till the present, no one had ever grasped the mysteries of the physique scripture more than Li Qi. Thus, he was able to create a number of legends. From the desolate era until now, he was never lax when it came to researching the physique scripture. Especially during the time when the Black Dragon King ruled the land, this was when his mastery reached its peak. Until later, his situation had a complication and thus, he had no choice but to command the Black Dragon King to erase all of his memories regarding the physique scripture. The physique scripture had a total of 6 incantations: yin and yang, hardness and softness, pure and taint. Even though the physique scripture only had 6 incantations, they were the ultimate evolution of the mysterious truths in all of the physiques. In the distant era, there were 12 immortal physiques, but no one knew that they originated from the physique scripture. Once one reached the grand understanding for any of the 6 words, each word would give birth to 2 different immortal physiques and a cultivator could only pick one from the 2. For example, immortal emperor Min Ren was taught the word yang by Li Qi. There were two immortal physiques that stemmed from the word yang at grand completion, immortal solar physique and immortal light physique. Min Ren was able to cultivate the immortal solar physique. After generations of deductions and numerous years of studies and understanding, Li Qi realized that the physique scripture could cultivate any physique, but there were no physiques stronger than the 12 immortal physiques. At this moment, Li Qi had decided to cultivate the word taint to grand completion, to the extreme. He wanted to cultivate the hell-suppressing immortal physique from the 12 immortal physiques. Li Qi knew that the process to reach grand completion for the hell-suppressing immortal physique would be very long. It was not something that could be done in one day and one night. A fast completion would be a few hundred years, while a slow completion would be a few thousand to 10,000s of years. However, he had extreme confidence in himself. Even if he was born with a mortal physique, through perseverance and willpower, one day, he would be a practitioner with the hell-suppressing immortal physique. The physique scripture surfaced in the mind of Li Qi. He controlled the incantations of the word taint like an unstoppable river into his fate palace. His true fate that was absorbing the blood energy earlier was now also absorbing the mysterious truths of the word taint. Polished by the true fate, the mysteries of the word taint were being integrated into his blood. At this point, his body was startled, and it seemed like everything had become slow, as if time had stopped. Chapter 37, Tubuyu 1. The life will continuously spun while the blood roared. The revolving crescent sun merit law was an absolutely outstanding law. Even through the eons, it turned the blood energy into a ferocious vortex. Right when the incantations of the word taint appeared in the blood of Li Qi, his blood became extremely heavy. The blood flow slowed down due to this. However, no one could underestimate the magic of the revolving crescent sun merit law. After the mysterious truths of the word taint slowed down the blood flow, the merit law angrily acted up, using its full power, controlled the life wheel, and roared with all of the impact in the world. The stagnating blood flow suddenly became faster with the push from the life wheel and the revolving crescent sun merit law. The blood flow in Li Qi's body, at this moment, was like a gigantic dragon that was rampaging, fierce and immense. The overbearing blood went into a rampage, tearing apart Li Qi's meridians, destroying his bones, and burning down his fate palace. Within a short moment, Li Qi's physique was nearly ruined. Li Qi, in agony, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. This was a great pain that he almost couldn't handle. Suddenly, there was a crack that appeared in his body, and in the next second, his whole body began to shatter like a piece of porcelain. The power of the mysterious truths within the word taint was more than people could ever imagine. The blood, with tremendous weight under the pull of the revolving crescent sun merit law, could overwhelmingly destroy anything. Li Qi's body was severely crushed. His mortal physique could not withstand the power of divinity from the conflicting force inside his body. However, the word taint was certainly not trying to kill Li Qi. If the mysterious truths of the physique scripture was nothing more than this, then it would not be coveted for many eons by immortal emperors. Li Qi's palace was also destroyed by the force of the vigorous blood, but as his body was crushed, many songs of the Grand Tao started to sing. Countless mysterious truths from his fate palace came into action. His true fate was absorbing the endless incantation runes, and these runes made his true fate radiate life energy throughout his body. At this moment, under the effect of the word taint, the spring of life gushed out a raging water of life. It was as if a tsunami had appeared. The cauldron of life immediately burned with soul fire. The soul fire brightly shook the heaven and earth. The 1,000 leaves of the tree of life stretched brilliantly toward the 4 directions. They emitted countless life energy. Afterwards, the leaves of life fell down to the ground, and the deepest root of the tree of life connected to the deepest part of Li Qi's fate palace. All of the roots eventually tied Li Qi's whole body, locking together his shattered remnants. The pillar of life used its mysterious incantations to connect to the word taint, as well as the heaven and earth. The incantations ran endlessly and started to borrow the power of the world to make the body of Li Qi pierce the 9 heavens and drill into the 9 earths. At this time, the water of life, soul fire, leaves of life, and the incantations of the pillar of life were refined by the word taint while surrounded by Li Qi's blood. They turned into primordial chaos energy which wrapped around the entire, broken body of Li Qi. The word taint is the same as the first letter in primordial chaos. At this moment, Li Qi's body was tormented by the heavy blood on the inside, which weighed as much as 10,000 mountains, while the primordial chaos energy was surrounding him like a mud paste in a blockade. The whole process was extremely painful. However, despite the pain, Li Qi was still holding on. Li Qi was enduring so that the blood with the taint, mysterious truths would refine and recreate his body, because the primordial chaos energy was encompassing his body. His completely shattered body didn't break into pieces onto the ground. Blood, once again, disintegrated Li Qi's body. The taint, mysterious truths, time and time again, destroyed Li Qi's body. This process was like a giant hammer smashing into Li Qi time and time again while the water of life, soul fire, leaves of life, and pillar of life's incantations combined into primordial chaos energy, and was recasted to the broken areas in order to rebuild Li Qi's body. If outsiders could see this scene, they would be shocked to witness the power of the Fate Palace four symbols, the spring of life, the tree of life, the cauldron of life, and the pillar of life. For eons, countless sages wondered and studied the mysterious truths of the Fate Palace four symbols to no avail. It was believed that only immortal emperors could comprehend the entirety of the truths within the four symbols. However, at this moment, a 13-year-old boy was able to communicate with the four symbols. It was simply unthinkable. In fact, since ancient times, regarding the mastery of the Fate Palace four symbols, no one went as far as Li Qi did, including immortal emperors. He spent endless years researching the physique scripture. How could there be someone else who had the same grasp of mastery as he did? Suffering time and time again, the refinement continued. Li Qi did not know how long the process had been. The pain had made him numb. Ever since he had chosen the revolving crescent sun merit law and the physique scripture, this result had been within the expectations of Li Qi. Although he could have also cultivated the physique scripture without the revolving crescent sun merit law, in this world, there was only this merit law that was capable of driving the mysterious truths behind the word taint within the blood flow. Because of the hell-suppressing immortal physique, he needed the power of the revolving crescent sun merit law, not only to completely destroy his body, but also to reshape it into a higher rank. An unknown amount of time had passed. Li Qi felt an itch throughout his body. The body reshaping had been completed. His shattered body pieces were connected once again. His pain had totally disappeared, and when he opened his eyes again, his body was without damage. It was hard to believe that Li Qi's body, which was fragmented and split, was now without the slightest wound. It exceeded people's imaginations. There were different advantages and disadvantages for different physique methods. Each method for the formation of different physiques vary, but in this world, there was no other physique method that was flawless like this physique scripture. To be able to completely destroy a body, then reform it perfectly, in the entire process, there was no lasting harm. When Li Qi stood up and took a step, the brick below him was instantly shattered. He did not activate his blood energy, nor exercise his merit laws. It was purely due to his body movement. The effect of the hell-suppressing immortal physique from the word taint was frightening. When a cultivator practiced the word taint to grand completion, two different immortal physiques would appear. They were the hell-suppressing immortal physique and the sky-destroyer immortal physique. Although they came from the same word taint, these two immortal physiques were completely different. The hell-suppressing immortal physique made it so that the body was as heavy as 1,000 mountains. Once a cultivator reached grand completion of this physique, it was said that he could crush everything with his own body, including the galaxy itself. There was a saying, the hell-suppressing immortal physique was immeasurably heavy. One lift of the foot could stomp to death both immortals and demons. From this saying, one could only imagine how heavy the hell-suppressing immortal physique truly was. The sky-destroyer immortal physique turned the body into a mighty, infinite power. When completed, a cultivator could rip apart the earth barehanded and wrestle a real dragon. These were easy matters. Li Qi had been cultivating on the peak while using this self-torturing method for more than a month. With the revolving crescent sun merit law rotating his blood non-stop, Li Qi had broken through two small stages within just a month. The last two stages, essence development and earth's extension, were not a challenge to him. When he was about to pass the essence development stage, his merit law led the life wheel to spin. His heavy blood energy bellowed out roars and turned into a huge vortex, sucking blood up and down inside it. This vortex, combined with the revolving crescent sun merit law and the Kunpeng's 6 variants, frantically absorbed the world's spirit energy. The Kunpeng inside his fate palace, the world's largest creature, opened its mouth and satisfyingly swallowed the spirit energy from the heavens like an endless pit. In the blink of an eye, Li Qi nearly absorbed all of the spirit energy surrounding his old peak. Fortunately, there were no other people around, otherwise, this would cause a great shock. This spirit energy from the world was moved into his true fate where it was refined. The more spirit energy there was, the stronger the true fate, the stronger the true fate, the stronger the Tao foundation, the stronger the Tao foundation, the stronger the cultivation level. After the true fate had absorbed enough of the world's spirit energy, it radiated an aura with enough force to tear away the vast fogs from the four oceans. At this moment, the true fate wanted to break away its own boundary, to turn this vast space into its own territory. This process was called Earth's extension. Nan Huairen was shocked to find out that it only took Li Qi a month to break through the two stages of essence development and Earth's extension. Within a month, to enter the Yun physique stage, senior is too crazy. Nan Huairen was envious from watching. This speed could be comparable to geniuses. Of course, Nan Huairen didn't know that if Li Qi didn't cultivate the hell-suppressing immortal physique and didn't have the revolving crescent sun merit law to carry his blood which weighed thousands of pounds, he wouldn't have such a satisfying result. Chapter 38, Tubu Yu, 2, Nan Huairen was only envious. He did not want to become a victim of the revolving crescent sun merit law. Everyone knew that cultivating this method would result in a trap, set up by its effect that was impossible to get out of, becoming a piece of trash in the end. Seeing Nan Huairen's expression, Li Qi only smiled and didn't say anything else. The next day, Li Qi woke up early, as usual, to cultivate. However, when he opened the door, he was startled because there was a man standing quietly outside. It was an old man, around the age of 50 to 60. He was wearing a robe made out of vines, his face was lean without any facial hair, but his eyes were extremely alive. Although he was old, his back was straight and his spirit was high. "Senior, good morning." The old man respectfully clapped his hands when he saw Li Qi. Ah. Li Qi didn't know what to say. He was always calm and collective while looking at life, but he was at a loss with the current event. If the boy Nan Huairen called him senior, it would be acceptable. However, this was an old man, around 50 to 60 years old, respectfully calling a 13-year-old boy like him senior, such a strange thing. Li Qi regathered his wit and said, "Elder, you must be mistaken, I am not your senior." The old man looked around, and turned his gaze back to Li Qi and asked, "This place is the prime disciple's peak?" "Yes." Li Qi truthfully answered. If this old man didn't have such a good spirit, he would think this was an encounter with a mentally ill patient. "You are the prime disciple of our cleansing incense ancient sect, correct?" Li Qi obediently answered honestly again, "Yes, I am Li Qi." The old man smiled and formally bowed his head, then said, "Then it is correct. This is your peak and you are the prime disciple, which means that you are my senior." Ah. Li Qi suddenly became silent. He was certain that the old man didn't have the wrong person. But in the end, to have such an old man calling him senior felt very strange and uncomfortable. Sorry, I'm late." At this time, Nan Huairen breathlessly rushed in from the outside, and smiled. When Nan Huairen arrived, he saw Li Qi and the old man standing still in front of the door. He coughed awkwardly, then did their introductions. "Big brother, this is second brother. Second brother, this is, I know, he is big brother." Before Nan Huairen could finish, the old man interrupted him and earnestly replied, "Ah, nice to meet you, second younger brother." Li Qi hesitantly gave out a courteous response. The old man nodded, revealing a very nice smile, and said, "Senior, this younger brother's name is Tubu Yu. I am also the second disciple of the sect master. Since you are the prime disciple, you are the eldest brother of all of our third-generation disciples." Seeing his kind smile, Li Qi's head was shaking. He wanted to yell, "Uncle, I am only 13 years old and you are 50 to 60 years old, please don't play coy in front of me and call yourself younger brother." Finally, Li Qi invited Tubu Yu inside the house, then he dragged Nan Huairen to the side and asked, "What is going on?" Having a younger brother like this old man, Li Qi was at a loss for words. Ah. This time, it was Nan Huairen's turn to not know how to answer. It took a while before he calmly responded, "Brother, a couple of days ago, I already told you that second brother was coming back." Li Qi, of course, knew about the second brother coming back because Nan Huairen had told him this, but he didn't pay attention. He thought that the second disciple of sect master Su Yonghuan would be around 30 years old, at the most 40. But this younger brother in front of him was at least 50 years old. He was surprised and startled to have a younger brother this old. Brother, he is indeed Tubuyu, the second disciple of the sect master. Nan Huairen said with confidence. The truth was, before, the sect master only had Tubuyu as a disciple. Li Qi had only recently went under the sect master's wing. Li Qi contemplated for a moment. He had not met his master yet, but only this 50-year-old second brother. However, it was true that he was the prime disciple, and with that status, all third-generation disciples, despite their age, had to call him Big Brother. How many more older disciples do we have here at the cleansing incense ancient sect? Li Qi glanced at Nan Huairen and asked. Imagining a scene where a bunch of old men gathered around him and respectfully called him Big Brother, Li Qi could not stand it. Only one person like that, Nan Huairen quietly laughed. After hearing the response, Li Qi sighed in relief and walked toward Tubuyu. When did Junior 2 come back? Did Master come back with you? Dear Big Brother, this young brother came back alone. Tubuyu said with a serious manner and an exposing kind smile. Li Qi immediately interrupted him, and said, Younger brother, you are 60, please don't be so courteous. You are shortening my life. Dear Big Brother, I am only 1,675 years old this year. Tubuyu, while keeping his amicable smile, seriously answered. Crash. Li Qi staggered, almost falling over after hearing the answer. Not only him, but even Nan Huairen couldn't stand straight. Could you repeat that? Li Qi was almost choked to death by his own saliva. A 1,000-year-old man called him Big Brother. Dear heaven, does one really need a younger brother this old? This young brother is 1,675 years old. Tubuyu slowly repeated without changing his tone. Li Qi glared at Nan Huairen, and Nan Huairen could only innocently smile. He, himself, didn't know that Tubuyu was so old. Big Brother, are you okay? Do you want this young brother to get you a cup of water? Seeing Li Qi's choking expression, Tubuyu kindly offered. Li Qi recovered and broke Tubuyu's words mid-sentence. Grandpa, please stop calling yourself young brother, I'm getting goosebumps. First, I am only 13 years old, you are above 1,000, you calling me Big Brother is only shortening my life. Second, this is the main point, why are you trying to be cute in front of me, calling yourself young brother? Are you implying that I am really old compared to my age? Do I look that old? Huairen, do I look that old? Li Qi crazily spoke non-stop. Nan Huairen was smiling on the inside. This was the first time he had seen the senior unable to hold on to his calm emotions. However, under the killing glare of Li Qi, Nan Huairen could only smile and pretend to look elsewhere. If this is Big Brother's command, this young brother, no, I will respectfully obey. Tubuyu was receptive, with a smile on his face. Such a brilliant decision, young brother Tuesday. Li Qi nodded his head approvingly. Tubuyu smilingly replied, when it comes to heavenly brilliance, I am not your equal. Tubuyu's words silenced Nan Huairen. He used to think that he was smooth and slick, good at reading other people's mind, but this old man was even faster at flattering than he was. It seemed that Nan Huairen had met his match. Li Qi only smiled and certainly did not mind this. One could see that Tubuyu was an interesting and wily person. A person living for 1,000 years like him could call a 13-year-old boy Big Brother in their first meeting. This type of person, if he wasn't an insidious mastermind, then he would be a person who could read the circumstances, knowing what to do in each situation. Of course, no matter what type of person he was, he could not escape from the eyes of Li Qi. He had seen many people. When it comes to reading people's thoughts and characters, very few could hide their intentions and nature in front of him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to cultivate the invincible Min Ren. Li Qi and Tubuyu only just casually talked for a little bit, then they said their goodbyes. In fact, Li Qi didn't really care for Tubuyu's purpose in coming back to the sect, so he didn't bother asking. This wasn't a big deal to him. Li Qi only had one goal, that was to make himself powerful, rebuild the cleansing incense ancient sect, and kill anyone who tried to block his steps, leaving no survivors. If the appearance of Tubuyu yesterday was strange and funny for Li Qi, then the news from Nan Huairen the next day was unexpected to him. The next day, Nan Huairen and his master, Protector Mo, went up to the peak. They reported to Li Qi, giving important news. Tomorrow, Li Shuangyan, the princess of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, will be coming to the cleansing incense ancient sect. As the person in charge of the marriage between the two factions, Protector Mo was the first to be informed regarding Li Shuangyan's arrival by the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Coming is fine, it is best to come after thinking it through completely. But if not, it doesn't really matter. Li Qi was quite surprised. He thought that the 9 Saint Demon Gate would wait for 8 or 10 years, he didn't expect that Li Shuangyan would be coming in less than a year. Of course, if the 9 Saint Demon Gate was to wait for 10 years before making a move, then Li Qi wouldn't open his door for them. By then, his wings would have become full-fledged, so there was no need for the 9 Saint Demon Gate to come. What he needed right now was a timely ally, not someone who would embroider flowers on cotton cloths. Basically giving help when it is no longer necessary. Cottons was considered expensive/high class in the era where this phrase originated from. Protector Mo was too hesitant to personally ask Li Qi, so he winked at Nan Huairen. Nan Huairen understood his master, and had to bite the bullet to ask, "Senior, if Princess Li actually wanted to stay at our cleansing incense ancient sect, would you really let her be a sword maid?" Chapter 39, Princess's Arrival. 1. Li Qi answered Nan Huairen, "Of course. Now that the word is out, why change it?" Protector Mo and Nan Huairen winked at each other, and Nan Huairen finally stuttered, "BBU, but she is the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, and the princess of the old Ox country. So what?" Li Qi was like an ancient well without waves, and calmly said, "Little Nan Huairen still hasn't reached the apex, he still has a lot of training to do." Nan Huairen and his master were silent, not knowing what to say. The words, "so what," were very short and simple, but what kind of arrogant attitude and confidence was required to say these words? Li Shuangyan wasn't only the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate and the princess of the old Ox country, but she was also one of the geniuses possessing an emperor physique, emperor life wheel, and Saint Fate Palace. She had incredibly great talents. Whether it was talent or appearance, Li Shuangyan was not below anyone in the Grand Middle Territory, or even the entirety of the mortal emperor world. There were enough men that wanted her love to make a line from the east to the south of the old Ox country. Even then, Li Qi was not satisfied, she was only worthy of being his sword maid. If this news were to be spread, who knew how many men would want to kill Li Qi? Nan Huairen and Protector Mo had given up in front of Li Qi's arrogance. This was not the first time they've seen this. They only gently sighed, and didn't dare to report this to the 6 elders, afraid that the 6 elders would be scared silly. Do the elders know about this? Protector Mo shook his head, "I have not reported this to the elders. We have decided to wait until we spoke with you first before reporting to the elders." Ever since their return to the cleansing incense ancient sect from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, the 2, master and disciple, had to choose between Li Qi and the 6 elders, and they chose Li Qi. To others, this was an odd decision, but Protector Mo had thought it through. Then reported to the elders. Li Qi nodded his head without much care. Even if people of this era valued the 9 Saint Demon Gate and Li Shuangyan, to Li Qi, they were nothing. No matter how talented Li Shuangyan was, she still couldn't compare to immortal Emperor Xiaoshu that year. After leaving Li Qi's peak, Protector Mo immediately reported the message to the First Elder. First Elder Gu couldn't sit still when he heard this news. "What, Princess Li is almost here?" Compared to the nonchalant Li Qi, the First Elder's reaction showed a lot more shock. After Protector Mo confirmed that the news was absolutely true, the First Elder walked back and forth in the room, his heart was extremely excited. Protector Mo secretly sighed. This was the gap, Li Qi had no reaction to the news whilst the First Elder was extremely serious and ecstatic. No doubt, the First Elder greatly valued the marriage between the cleansing incense ancient sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate. Finally, the First Elder calmed down and calmly commanded, "Send the command to Li Qi, tell him to prepare well to welcome the arrival of Princess Li." Yes. Protector Mo accepted. He wasn't foolish enough to tell the First Elder that he had already told Li Qi first. Also inform all of the elders, protectors, and the rest of the disciples within the sect. We have to use the most solemn ceremony to greet the arrival of Princess Li. During this time, no one can make any mistakes, understand? The First Elder gravely commanded. Protector Mo immediately accepted the order and didn't say anything else. If this was before, then Protector Mo, like everyone else, would heavily value this marriage, but because of Li Qi's influence, his view on the grand scheme of things had changed. Like Li Qi, he believed that becoming a subsidiary for the Nine Saint Demon Gate wasn't a permanent solution. Only strength itself was the fundamental path. Of course, Protector Mo was also clear that the current cleansing incense ancient sect was lacking an upper echelon that could independently deal with all of the dangers, that had enough strength to reignite the sect. Princess Li coming to our sect is one thing, but what about the issue of the marriage? After finishing his commands, the first elder continued his questions. His heart was also clear, that the current cleansing incense ancient sect was too weak, and with a new start, they would need the backing of the Nine Saint Demon Gate to survive. Which was why this marriage must be successful. It further guaranteed the cleansing incense ancient sect's chance of revival. This, Protector Mo didn't know where to start. The truth was, he had heard from one of the elders from the Nine Saint Demon Gate that if Li Qi had chosen to stay at the Nine Saint Demon Gate that day, then his marriage with Princess Li would definitely already have been settled and assured. I'm afraid only the princess and the demon emperor would clearly know the answer. In the end, this was the only thing Protector Mo could say. Some things, he couldn't reveal too much about. The first elder took a deep breath of relief and said, "Relay my order to Li Qi, tell him to take good care of Princess Li during her stay here. We absolutely cannot let her have a hint of displeasure, try to win the princess's favor. When the time is ripe, tell him to propose to her. If he could marry the princess, then the sect will heavily reward him." The first elder made so many commands that Protector Mo was frozen without words. In fact, Li Qi didn't even want to marry the princess, even if Princess Li was willing to follow him. The best she could do was being a sword maid. Of course, Protector Mo couldn't tell the first elder that, because he would certainly become crazy. Yes. Protector Mo quickly affirmed. He would definitely relay the order to Li Qi, but he also knew that Li Qi would definitely just laugh it off. Overnight, the news regarding Li Shuangyan's visit to the sect spread throughout the entire faction. Everyone was ecstatic. Especially the young male disciples, they were more excited than anyone else. Although they haven't seen her figures, they had heard about her reputation. Princess Li of the Old Ox Country, descendant of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, a beautiful and peerless talented woman. She was the goddess in everyone's dream, the object of affection for many of the cleansing incense ancient sect's male students. A senior brother couldn't help but exclaim, "Goddess Li, you can say that she is the real beauty of our Grand Middle Territory. 5 years ago, I was on a mission to the Old Ox Country. I only caught a glance, but I guarantee that she is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Princess Li's visit. Maybe there is a chance to get her favor." Another younger brother started daydreaming, and said, "On looks and talents, I am also famous in the cleansing incense ancient sect. If I could get her attention, then I could soar up into the sky. In the future, I will be the sect master of the cleansing incense ancient sect, it is no problem." All of a sudden, the male disciples became more active. Some started to dress up meticulously. Especially the disciples who were considered to be talented in the cleansing incense ancient sect, they put on their true armors and true treasures in visible sight so that Princess Li would take a second glance at them. The next day, all of the disciples in the cleansing incense ancient sect gathered outside the Tao Gateway. The 6 elders were present as well, along with the protectors and sectional leaders. As long as they were still present in the sect, they had to participate in this feast today. All of the disciples were wearing their most extravagant clothing, even the female disciples were dressed up. Normally, only the upper echelons were allowed to stand on top of the Tao Gateway, but there was an exception today. There were 2 other people qualified to stand here to greet Li Shuangyan. One of the 2 was today's hero, Li Qi, and the second was Leng Shizhi, who was known as the genius of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Leng Shizhi was only 20 years old with a handsome face, a fit and muscular body, and his confident smile which always gave him the aura of a genius. Leng Shizhi was a disciple of the second elder, Chao Xiong. This Leng was the most talented disciple. He was considered the top genius of all of the third-generation disciples. Leng Shizhi joined Elder Chao Xiong's rank for almost 20 years. Today, he is at the warrior canopy ranking. At such a young age with such a strong cultivation in a declining sect like the cleansing incense ancient sect, he was not just a genius in name. Back then, when the second elder Chao Xiong had an aspiration of ambition to become the sect master, Su Yonghuang appeared out of nowhere and he lost the chance to become the head of the cleansing incense ancient sect. This event had always haunted him. Today, Su Yonghuang didn't have a successor. Chao Xiong used all of his resources to groom Leng Shizhi so that this disciple could easily win the seat. He had wanted for Leng Shiji to become the prime disciple, but Suyong Huang had refused, and the first elder didn't support him. This was the second hatred in his heart. Even though Li Qiyi was now the prime disciple, Chao Xiong did not put Li Qiyi, this waste of life, in his eyes. With Li Qiyi's disposition, he was not qualified to fight with his disciple, Leng Shiji, for the seat of the sect master. So, for this visit of Princess Li to the cleansing incense ancient sect, Chao Xiong had especially commanded his disciple, Leng Shiji, to seize this golden opportunity. If he could get Li Shuangyan's favor, then becoming the sect master, it would no longer be up for question. No one in the sect, then, whether they be the elders or Suyong Huang, wouldn't be able to stop his steps at becoming the sect master. So today, Leng Shiji was particularly well dressed, wearing treasure clothing with radiating lights, with a pair of boots accompanied by white clouds, and on his waist was an 8 treasures jade jewel with a faint sound of the grand Tao. His whole body, with the treasures, exerted a formidable pressure. Chapter 40, Princess's Arrival. 2. Leng Shiji was anxious to put all of his most powerful treasures on his body, afraid that someone wouldn't know that he was the first genius of the cleansing incense ancient sect, as well as one that possessed numerous treasures. In fact, Leng Shiji wasn't the only one to dress up today. All of the male disciples were adorning beautiful clothings as well. Their treasures were in plain sight on their bodies, afraid that people wouldn't know that they didn't have so many treasures. Li Qiyi saw this scene and could only shake his head. He told Protector Mo, who was standing nearby, these people seem to be attending the circus, not Li Shuangyan's greeting party. Nan Huairen didn't have the qualification to stand next to the upper echelons during the greeting party, only Protector Mo was next to Li Qiyi. Hearing those words, Protector Mo could only let out a small hollow smile. Be more formal. At this time, Leng Shiji, who was standing in front, turned back and coldly said, Princess Li is the descendant of the imperial family, the most distinguished guest of the cleansing incense ancient sect. We must greet her in the most dignified manner, in order to avoid disgrace and shame to our sect. Finished speaking, he looked at Li Qiyi with disdain. At this point, Li Qiyi alone was wearing a cotton garment, unadorned by any treasures, and looked exactly like a mortal. At first, Leng Shiji was assigned to be standing side by side with Li Qiyi, but Leng Shiji believed that he was above the piece of waste, so he took the initiative to stand in front. Her Royal Highness' presence is definitely an honor to all of us. Among the male disciples waiting, one excitedly exclaimed. Leng Shiji was dismissive of these disciples. Their talents were so average, how could they win Princess Li's favor? It was simply a toad wanting to eat a swan's meat. As for the idiotic Li Qiyi, he wasn't even a toad, he was not even qualified to have such a thought. With this thought, Leng Shiji had an even greater disdain for Li Qiyi. Although the cleansing incense ancient sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate had an ancient marriage pact, only the prime disciple like Li Qiyi would have the right to marry Li Shuangyan. However, Leng Shiji didn't care for this ancient convention. Li Qiyi was not qualified to marry Li Shuangyan in his eyes, and surely Li Shuangyan would hate a piece of trash like Li Qiyi. In Leng Shiji's opinion, as long as he had the opportunity to be close to Li Shuangyan, he could please her enough to win her favor. He was extremely confident in himself. He was the first genius of the sect after all. Li Shuangyan had yet to come. At the ancient gateway, some of the younger generation couldn't help but quietly whisper amongst each other. A disciple asked, "This time the princess is coming to our cleansing incense ancient sect, what is her purpose?" I heard that the prime disciple and the successor of the 9 Saint Demon Gate were determined to be married. An older disciple knew a little about it, and thoughtfully said, "Marriage." After hearing this answer, one disciple glanced at Li Qiyi and contemptuously said. One disciple said with disdain, "Him? In my opinion, the princess came to dissolve this marriage. Her Royal Highness would be dismissive of an idiot with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. Whatever reason it might be for the princess' arrival, this is a good chance for us to be close to her Royal Highness." A disciple excitedly said. The only person without any interest in these little arguments was Li Qiyi. It was fine to occasionally act in a play, but if this took any longer, he would lose his interest. At this time, an oomph resonated from the Tao gateway, it blindingly illuminated the eyes. The brilliant crystal door was opened, and the dimension between the cleansing incense ancient sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate was finally connected. A group of people stepped out from the gateway, and the first person was the successor, Li Shuangyan of the 9 Saint Demon Gate. In addition to her, there were a few familiar faces to Li Qiyi, such as Grand Protector Yu He and a few exceptional disciples of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Li Shuangyan, still dressed in white, her masterpiece of an alluring face was still cold as snow, arrogant like a goddess sitting on her throne, causing even the moon and sun to blush in her presence. As for the male disciples, especially the ones that were seeing Li Shuangyan for the first time, they were stunned by her beautiful face and figure and couldn't recover for a long time. Even the female disciples found that the appearance of Li Shuangyan totally eclipsed their own, and subconsciously felt ugly in comparison. The person who claimed to be the first genius of the cleansing incense ancient sect, Leng Shizhi, couldn't keep himself from staring at Li Shuangyan's features. He lost his thoughts for a long time, unable to recover. The 6 elders were surprised because they thought it would just be Li Shuangyan, but Grand Protector Yu He came as well. One had to know that Yu He was a powerful figure even within the royal nobles of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Even the elders of the cleansing incense ancient sect didn't have the qualification to meet Yu He, but this time, he personally came along, and this made the sect feel quite proud. The 6 elders quickly recovered, and brought the protectors forward to greet him. Princess Li and Protector Yu's arrival brings our sect great honor. If our small faction's hospitality has any mistakes, I hope for the princess and Grand Protector to forgive. The first elder led the pack and greeted them. Seeing this, Li Qiyi sighed. The cleansing incense ancient sect had really declined. The great 6 elders of the cleansing incense ancient sect of immortal emperor lineage had to act in such a servile manner. These people were helpless. Way back then, when Min Ren and him were still controlling the cleansing incense ancient sect, they never had to bow down to anyone. He sent the cleansing incense ancient sect to sweep the whole 9 worlds. Virtuous paragon. Ancient god. Who dared to stop the rise of the cleansing incense ancient sect, kill without mercy. Heavenly demon, blood race, and even the high elf blessed by the heavens had to come worship the cleansing incense ancient sect. Between the 9 heavens and 10 earths, in the middle of this world, who had the qualification to make the cleansing incense ancient sect subservient? Elder Gu and everyone are too kind. Li Shuangyan lightly nodded her head and Grand Protector Yu He stepped forward to return the greeting. At this time, Li Shuangyan's bright eyes fell upon Li Qiyi. Even though they showed no emotions and were as cold as ice, their attractiveness were still apparent. Li Qiyi, however, was still casually standing, calm and comfortable as if there was nothing important enough to warrant his attention. Seeing Li Shuangyan walking away, Yu He and the other disciples from the Nine Saint Demon Gate quickly followed. Numerous disciples held their breaths, their minds were frozen from staring at the beautiful girl ahead. The first elder was relieved to see this scene. No matter what, Li Qiyi had successfully passed the trial of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Li Shuangyan going towards his direction was a good start. Leng Shizhi was trying to regain his composure and he saw Li Shuangyan coming closer. He was ecstatic. Of course, Li Shuangyan had noticed him, the first genius of the cleansing incense ancient sect. So he arched his back and exposed a confident smile to greet Li Shuangyan. Seeing this, many male disciples were jealous and envious, but they had to admit that Leng Shizhi is the first genius of the sect and was the one who was the most entitled to Li Shuangyan's blue eyes. To get into someone's blue eyes is to get their respect or acceptance. However, Li Shuangyan didn't bother to look towards his direction. She went straight towards Li Qiyi, making Leng Shizhi's expression freeze. Li Gongzi. Gongzi is close to Mr. but mostly meant for younger men. A suffix meant for respect, Li Shuangyan greeted in front of Li Qiyi. The two of them, one masterpiece of alluring beauty, and the other was just an ordinary boy, them standing together created a scene that was like the difference between the heavens and earth. Li Qiyi just casually nodded, despite Li Shuangyan's peerless beauty. He was not moved by her honoring gesture, he leisurely smiled and said, "It is best to figure it out completely." Of course, these abrupt words could only be understood by a few people here. It is my honor to see Gongzi again. Yu He also stepped forward and clapped his hands. Our Majesty has a message for you. He hopes that when you have some leisure time that you would visit our sect as a guest, His Majesty will personally greet you. If the Demon Emperor said so, then I won't be so reserved. Li Qiyi smiled and then continued, coming to my cleansing incense ancient sect as a guest, you don't need to be so restrained. If there are any inconveniences, just let Protector Mo or Nan Huairen know. Gongzi's words, Yu He understand. Yu He nodded, and greeted Protector Mo and Nan Huairen. This small action caused a shiver in the master and disciple pairing, because the words from Li Qiyi before had changed a lot of things. Although they were on the side of Li Qiyi, they have not been given any real benefits. However, with Li Qiyi words just now, their status had been elevated greatly. Even the greeting party led by the elders were using a subservient status to greet a royal noble like Yuhi. However, with Li Qiyi's words, it meant that he placed them in the same position as Yuhi, and they could directly communicate with Grand Protector Yuhi of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. Protector Mo and Nan Huairen felt like the decision of joining Li Qiyi was their wisest choice. Their destiny would be changed in a way that others couldn't ever imagine. Chapter 41, Princess Can Only Be a Maid. 1. This scene caused everyone to be stunned, and this included the 6 elders. Although they were the elders of the cleansing incense ancient sect, with their cultivation, the best they could do was to be given the title of named hero from counties. Yuhi was different. With the status of Grand Protector of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, he was an extremely powerful royal noble. He could even be granted the title of enlightened being. This was why practitioners with lower cultivation levels than Yuhi, like the elders of the cleansing incense ancient sect, didn't have the qualification to stand side by side with him. Because of this, their positions were already lowered by half. The 6 elders respectfully greeted Yuhi while the Grand Protector was speaking to Li Qiyi with reverence. No one understood the events that were unraveling before their eyes. What was even more incredible was that Yuhi also brought a message from the Demon Emperor Luan Ri, that if Li Qiyi, once again, became a guest at the Nine Saint Demon Gate, Luan Ri would personally greet him. Who was the Demon Emperor Luan Ri? He was the mighty overlord of One Direction. He could walk vertically and horizontally across the world. The elders of the cleansing incense ancient sect could only stare from afar. And someone like Demon Emperor Luan Ri wanted to personally greet Li Qiyi. This was an unimaginable matter. Walking vertically and horizontally means that he could do whatever he wishes. As for the other disciples, they were unable to think. At once, the people on the scene were standing frozen in place. However, they were even more shocked at the scene where Li Qiyi naturally curved his left arm. Li Shuangyan glared at him for a second, without saying anything. She then, gently, held Li Qiyi's arm, and she left with Li Qiyi in a submissive manner. Protector you, I don't have time to entertain you. Before leaving, Li Qiyi only left behind one sentence while Yuhi was bending his back to say goodbye. No one in the cleansing incense ancient sect understood. None of them had any explanations for the things that had just happened. These events were so outside of their own imagination. The disciples, elders, and protectors were all petrified, and they could not recover for a long time. While everyone was still flabbergasted, Li Qiyi had brought Li Shuangyan back to his ancient peak. Once they stepped inside the small house, where there were only the 2 of them, Li Shuangyan withdrew her hand from Li Qiyi. She angrily narrowed her eyes at Li Qiyi, and her cold and arrogant voice rang in the air. This time, are you satisfied? Li Qiyi acted as if he didn't see Li Shuangyan's attitude. He comfortably sat in a chair, and he looked at her, slowly saying, in front of everyone, do you think by grabbing my hand is akin to granting me a great honor? Satisfying my vanity? No, you are mistaken. This Li Qiyi does not need such vain admirations. The fact that I let you borrow my arm is my giving you 3 parts face. Li Qiyi paused for a second, and his eyes became cold. He then spoke in a serious manner. I have always hid the shortcomings of the people by my side, and I have always protected them. Since you wanted to follow me, I gave you face by letting you hold my arm. This is so you could be proud. Strictly speaking, as my sword maid, you don't have the status to hold my hand and walk alongside my shoulder. You need to remember this. You. Li Shuangyan was shaken with anger, and her face was deeply flushed with redness. She accepted the order to come to this place, to let go of her royal status. She patiently held the hand of this bastard, and she followed him in the presence of everyone. One could say that she gave him 10 parts face. However, now, he dared to say these words. How could she not be angry? You have your pride, I can understand. Li Qiyi did not acknowledge her anger, and he continued speaking. You were ordered by the Demon Emperor to come here, but, in your heart, you did not want to. You consider yourself to be a talented woman, a beloved daughter of the heavens, and you look at me with great contempt. You believe me to not be worthy of your attention for even a second. This is normal. However, remember these words, today, I let you hold my arm. This is to give you a good beginning. If you feel victimized by having to follow me, then that is your concern. The decision is yours. However, when comes the day of my sweeping this entire heaven and earth, there will be no place for you by my side. A 13-year-old boy, saying these most confident and arrogant words, even a prince coming from an ancient country would not make such a statement. However, today a 13-year-old boy said such dominating words. If others said such a thing, then it would certainly be arrogance and ignorance. However, Li Shuangyan looked at Li Qiyi's incomparably calm expression and his tone showed his confidence in saying the most arrogant words in the world. If it was another time, she would have thought of him as being presumptuous, ignorant, and the king of Yilang. However, now, she could not see this pattern in his appearance. TL, king of Yilang is an expression of calling someone ignorant and arrogant. The original Ra has another idiom for arrogance plus ignorance, so it sounds more poetic than this version. Of course, Li Shuangyan didn't want to come here voluntarily. Outside of Demon Emperor Luan Ri's command, even the Honorable Elder Sword of the Nine Saint Demon Gate thought that following Li Qiyi would grant her a promising future. They eventually persuaded her, so that she would come. This matter, for Li Shuangyan, could be considered an incomparable grievance. She was the Nine Saint Demon Gate's successor, and she was the princess of Old Ox Country. Whether it be talents or appearance, she was an outstanding phoenix. She was a beloved daughter of the blue heaven. Her male suitors, even if only counting the talented geniuses, were numerous like the carps crossing the river, but she didn't care. However, today, she had to lower herself into becoming a sword made for a mortal. Her master, Demon Emperor Luan Ri, was an expert with an extremely powerful cultivation with great talents and intelligence. Even in the era where the heavens was fractured, he was able to defy the heavens and become a tyrant in one direction. However, this generation's overlord, and her master, would value someone that only had a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. This made her so perplexed, without an answer, after much thought. She wanted to release the anger in her heart, but she didn't know how. She wanted to call Li Qiyi ignorant, but the situation did not seem to be this way. In the end, Li Shuangyan couldn't contain herself and angrily said, "Good, you consider yourself to be unparalleled in the world, then prove it to me. If you truly have that sort of ability, then I'll consider those words to be legitimate. Otherwise, you are just daydreaming to satisfy your own ego." Looking at Li Shuangyan for a moment, Li Qiyi slowly raised his voice, "Proof? I have nothing to prove." Li Shuangyan angrily shivered at Li Qiyi's arrogant attitude. He was only 13 years old, obviously younger than her, but his words were incomparably domineering. It was as if he was the supreme emperor for an entire generation. This 13-year-old boy had went mad to say such words in such an indifferent and bored manner. "I have a magical formation. If you can just say a few mysterious truths regarding it, not to mention you being able to solve this formation successfully or not, then you do have some ability." Finished speaking, Li Shuangyan took out an ancient beast fur. Its origin was unknown. It was a myriad of curved symbols, Tao runes, stars, and formations of dots. This little beast fur, seemingly, contained all of the stars in the universe. It was as if it held all the profound mysteries in the heavens and earth. If one took a careful look, their spirit would be sucked out instantly with the feeling that they had suddenly entered a mysterious world. No matter how marvelous and supreme one's talent was, they wouldn't be able to control themselves. They would be captivated by the mysterious truths of the beast fur, and eventually, fall enamored to the magical formation, unable to escape from the inside. Li Qiyi looked at this old fur. It was too familiar. In the blink of an eye, a corner of the magical formation clearly appeared in his head. This was one part of the memories regarding the complete magical formation hidden in the mind of Li Qiyi, and that was the magical formation on the ancient beast fur. This little corner of the magical formation was simply too profound. Regarding the complete formation, Li Qiyi was too lazy to remember the whole memory because no one else knew more than him. This is only a corner of a broken formation. Listen carefully, now, starting from Kuei-Xing constellation, go towards the 9 entrances, avoid the 8 full moons, turn into 9 stars, switch to the Milky Way, and then return to the Tao. Li Qiyi calmly spoke while pointing with his fingers. This will be the center of the broken formation. It is carefully protected by 6 beasts and 4 immortals, together. From the past until now, the people who could successfully break through this formation could be counted on one's fingers. TL, Kuei-Xing equals one of the 28 mansions. All of these terms here are based on Taoism constellations and beliefs, the same as the Fate Palace. Li Qiyi eloquently spoke without pause. It was as if he had them memorized. Each word, from his mouth, made it sound like it was not a masterpiece magic formation, but merely a trivial technique. However, Li Shuangyan was shocked completely. She knew the heaven-shattering secret of this broken magic formation. Even her patriarch, ancestor of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, was only lucky enough to have this little ancient beast fur. This corner of the broken magic formation, alone, was enough for the many geniuses and virtuous paragons of the 9 Saint Demon Gate to research through several generations. In the end, they were able to completely understand the profound truths behind this broken formation. Despite understanding the theory, they could not actually recreate this magical formation for practical usage. Seeing Li Shuangyan's talent for magical formations, Demon Emperor Luan repassed the formation to her, full of optimism, since she might be able to, one day, understand this formation even further. This too could be a boost to her training. Half of her current cultivation was also related to this magical formation. From a young age, Li Shuangyan had already started studying this formation, but it took 10 years for her to understand it. This was under the guidance from the knowledge left behind by the virtuous paragons. Otherwise, someone else, without such good circumstances, would waste an unknown amount of time. Li Shuangyan's dream was that, one day, she could create this formation. Even though it was only a broken corner, it would still be able to kill gods and immortals. However, she knew, with her current cultivation and luck, this dream was impossible. This trip to the cleansing incense ancient sect, Demon Emperor Luan Ri also wanted her to bring along the ancient beast fur and wait for the right opportunity to ask Li Qi to see if he knew anything about it or to hear his thoughts regarding it. Li Shuangyan would never, even in her wildest of dreams, think that Li Qi would be able to, with a single glance, eloquently describe this broken formation that was considered peerless in the world. Chapter 42, Princess Can Only Be a Maid. 2. Li Shuangyan had a suspicion that Li Qi had seen the ancient formation somewhere else previously. However, she quickly dismissed this idea because the 9 Saint Demon Gate had to pay a great price in order to obtain this single copy of the broken formation that the formation progenitor had left behind. It could be said that, besides the formation progenitor who had died in the ancient era, only their 9 Saint Demon Gate knew about the existence of this broken formation. But now, Li Qi, with a single glance, had been able to recite information regarding the broken formation as if it was something insignificant, and was nothing more than a lesson on memorization. This made Li Shuangyan frightened into being speechless for a long time. She had spent 10 years of research, along with the guidance of many generations of great sages from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, yet all of this was only equal to a few words that were hastily spoken by him. Such an event greatly damaged her confidence. Even the most heavenly talents weren't able to understand the formation with just one glance, but Li Qi had done just that. Li Qi's words alone could have defeated all of these geniuses. The worst part was, Li Qi wasn't a genius. Li Shuangyan didn't know that Li Qi had already seen the complete formation in its entirety during the ancient times, and that was why, upon seeing the ancient beast fur, his memories of the formation had resurfaced. Come here. At this point, Li Qi leisurely beckoned for Li Shuangyan to come closer. Because Li Shuangyan still hadn't recovered from her shock, she subconsciously came closer to Li Qi. She didn't even know why she did it. Pow, pow, pow. Li Shuangyan was still in a daze, so Li Qi grabbed her, placed her over his lap, laid her down, and without any mercy for beauties, swung his big hand onto her, but several times, he caused it to numbingly burn. What are you doing? Li Shuangyan was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, as she jumped to her feet, and loudly yelled. Her face blushed red, and she angrily glared at Li Qi. As for Li Qi, he just patted his palms in a comfortable manner, like it was a trivial thing to do, before slowly saying, "As my maid, you need to be aware of your situation. I can forgive the people around me, and favor the people around me. This includes you, even if you're only a maid. However, you have to remember, never provoke me. Don't think that just because you're heaven's favorite daughter that you can flip over the earth. You." Li Shuangyan seethed with anger. She was the favorite daughter of heaven, and was the princess of the old ox country. In the past, until now, she'd always been in a high position, and no one had dared to be disrespectful towards her. However, today, a small man had mercilessly spanked her on the bottom. This sort of shameful thing truly made her tremble. Go, find a place in which to live by yourself. Li Qi motioned with his sleeve to imply the departure of the guest, ignoring Li Shuangyan's feelings. You little man. You better remember this. In the end, without knowing how to vent her anger, she enunciated each word clearly. She had always been superior, looking down below from her high position, and countless talented young men wanted to win her favor. However, today, Li Qiyi said a few hateful sentences, and he then told her to leave. He didn't even arrange her a place to stay. This really infuriated her. Li Shuangyan left with her arms waving angrily in the air. Her Royal Highness, at the age of 18, was provoked by a 13-year-old boy to the point of wanting to vomit blood. Even she couldn't believe it. Do not try to practice the immortal emperor slaughtering formation any longer. At this point, Li Qiyi's calm voice echoed from behind. The formation on your hand is simply a small corner of the immortal emperor slaughtering formation. If you force yourself to cultivate it, one day, you will be ruined by this formation. Even the ones that knew about it since the ancient era long ago didn't dare to cultivate it on a simple whim, let alone you. If you truly want to repair this array, once your cultivation has matured, I will think about teaching you a thing or two. Based on the cultivation and talent of Li Shuangyan, most people normally didn't get the chance to ask her for guidance, and now a little man like Li Qiyi wanted to guide her. However, the 4 words, immortal emperor slaughtering formation, made her stop in her tracks. This formation was a legend left behind by many generations. Most people didn't believe of its existence, but Li Qiyi was talking about it like he had it grasped in the palm of his hand. Even though she was curious, her anger had not subsided, nor her pride. Thus, she only scowled angrily, and she ignored Li Qiyi. Then, she continued leaving. Li Qiyi didn't care whether Li Shuangyan was in a good mood or not, he simply sat in his chair in silence. Immortal Emperor slaughtering formation. How many years had passed? His lost memory suddenly resurfaced once he saw the corner of this broken formation. In the Warring Era, against the ancient Ming, how many people died in this formidable formation? How much of a price did he have to pay to build this formation? This eternally invincible ancient formation, a formation that, once completed, would be bathed in the blood of many masters. Many immortal sages and himself spent their blood and sweat to create this formation. In the devastating war against the ancient Ming, for the mortal world and all of the human race, numerous masters had died in this formation. He controlled the grand formation, side by side with his brothers, generals, and comrades, to fight a heaven-shattering battle. Blood painted the sky. He did not remember how many people had died on the battlefield, nor how many peerless masters that followed him had been sacrificed. He only remembered his pain, in silence, after the battle. Time could erase everything, and time could heal all wounds. However, some memories could not be forgotten even through the passing of time because they are imprinted in the deepest part of the soul, never to be forgotten. Li Qiyi sighed, and he regained his composure. He did not allow himself to drown in emotions and indulge in the sentimental past. The past had passed, and the present was worth living. In this life, he would have the chance to traverse the 9 worlds and personally repay some old scores, not only for himself, but for the people that had sacrificed themselves for him as well. Li Shuangyan's visit to the cleansing incense ancient sect was an important event. Not only did it make the young male disciples sleepless, but it also made the upper echelon excited. Only Li Qiyi acted like nothing major had happened. He didn't care whether Li Shuangyan was going to leave or stay. If she was willing to pledge allegiance to him, then, in the future, he would reserve a spot for her next to him. If not, then so be it. He would not be missing capable assistants. Even without her, he could find a substitute. It was this simple. This night, Li Shuangyan was with a stomach filled with angry steam. Her teeth grinded, and she silently cursed Li Qiyi. She didn't stay in Li Qiyi's small mansion, and she also didn't leave this place. However, she chose to create a small treasure building down from the corner of Li Qiyi's peak, and she entered inside. Although she did not live with Li Qiyi, she also didn't leave his peak. With the arrival of Li Shuangyan and Yuhi, the biggest harvest was gained by Protector Mo and Nan Huairen because they were in charge of the entire trip for Yuhi and his people at the cleansing incense ancient sect. This was no minor event because they could work alongside a royal noble like Yuhi. They could ask him many questions about cultivation and his experience. This was a big benefit. The most essential thing was still Li Qiyi's words that allowed for Protector Mo's and Nan Huairen's positions to elevate greatly within the sect. Yuhi obeyed Li Qiyi's order, and he left everything for Protector Mo and Nan Huairen to decide. They became the special envoys between the two sections. One has to remember that before disciples, and even the 6 elders of the cleansing incense ancient sect wouldn't necessarily be able to meet Grand Protector Yuhi. However, now, simple organizers like Nan Huairen and Protector Mo could directly meet with Yuhi to discuss events. This meant that the relationship between the two sects had become more intimate. The improved status of Nan Huai Ren and Protector Mo, this left many protectors, sectional leaders, the third-generation disciples, and even the second-generation envious. Despite all of the commotion, Li Qi did not care. The most important thing to him right now was to refine his Tao foundation, not allowing any room for mistakes, and carefully cultivate towards flawless perfection. Once there was a mistake, this small mistake would be a fatal danger on the road of cultivation, especially when he faces the time of life reduction and the fate calamity. As long as his base was solid, with a strong Tao foundation, then in the future, he could go farther, he could exceed the apex. Life reduction is when the life will weakens, fate calamity is a fated time of calamity. Many geniuses wanted to rush their cultivation ranking and they neglected their refinement of the Tao foundation. Rushing for success caused the Tao foundation to have defects. In the end, they died in regrets during the moments of life reduction and the fate calamity. This was why Li Qi's expectation for himself was very high. Even though the peerless revolving crescent sun merit law could increase his cultivation speed, he still limited its effect for a solid foundation. If he stopped his own suppression, then he could easily break through into the inner longevity rank. Reminder, Palace Foundation, Palace Expansion, Yun Physique, Provision Palace, Inner Longevity, Heaven's Mandate, Warrior Canopy, Purified Rebirth, Heaven's Primal, True Deity. Li Shuangyan had stayed at the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect for 7 days. Time had passed without any incidents, but this morning, Nan Huairen visited Li Qi's peak along with a middle-aged man. Senior, this person is Sectional Leader Zhou, an instructor at Cleansing Jade Peak. Nan Huairen immediately introduced the men to Li Qi. His senior only glanced at Sectional Leader Zhou once, and he nodded his head. What is the matter? Li Qi's attitude was arrogant in the eyes of Sectional Leader Zhou, and his heart was uncomfortable. He coldly scowled, but he didn't say another sentence. Nan Huairen quickly replied, the elder has decided that senior will temporarily replace Sectional Leader Zhou as the instructor of Cleansing Jade Peak. Today, Sectional Leader Zhou brought along a list of disciples of the Cleansing Jade Peak, as well as detailed information regarding them. The elders hoped that senior would accept this decision. Sectional Leader Zhou was just silently listening. He, a sectional leader, was meeting him, but Li Qi didn't show him any respect. He left the roster behind, and he then turned away without leaving any words or reminders behind. Chapter 43, First Elder's Plan. 1. After Sectional Leader Zhou had left, Li Qi glanced through the roster of the disciples at the Cleansing Jade Peak. There were a total of 300 disciples, and the first disciple of the Cleansing Jade Peak has been there for 5 years. Li Qi read through the roster once, and he then, looking towards Nan Huairen, asked, do you have any comments? Nan Huairen dryly laughed, dear senior, this little brother doesn't want to wildly speculate. However, if you really want to know my perspective, then this little brother could only dare to say a thing or two. Nan Huairen was always smooth and understanding, and he knew conversational limits. Once he chose to be under Li Qi's wing, then he would go where Li Qi points. Dare my fart. Li Qi contemptuously yelled, and then, he continued speaking, if you use the same amount of energy you spend on treacherous scheming to cultivate, your current power would reach a very high rank. Hearing Li Qi's words, Nan Huairen could only force himself to smile. Senior, one can't do any different from his natural disposition, birthed by the heavens. Fine, don't give me more treacherous words. Tell me your opinions. Li Qi lightly waved his hand. He didn't care for the smooth words of his junior. Nan Huairen's nature had been solidified, it couldn't be changed even if he wanted to. Nan Huairen quickly said, I heard one piece of news. The first elder wanted you to teach the disciples how to cultivate at the Strange Gem Peak, but the second elder has been advocating for you to teach at the Cleansing Jade Peak. Keep going with your conjectures, so I can listen to them. Li Qi casually smiled, he had already understood the essential factors behind this event. Nan Huairen was no longer flippant, he continued explaining his thoughts in a serious manner. The second elder has great influence at the Cleansing Jade Peak because senior Leng Shizhi also studied there. Although Leng Shizhi was only a third-generation disciple, with his cultivation, he had already been equal in status to the sectional leader uncles. Here, Nan Huairen looked up to see Li Qi's expression because he knew, when it comes to strategy and tricks, this senior was the most frightening person. How did the other elders react? Li Qi smiled. This, Nan Huairen pondered for a moment. Even though he was gifted at reading people, but, as a third-generation disciple, there were many things that he was not privy to. It is very simple. We just need to see whether the first elder still wants to compete for the sect master position, then, we can make an accurate conjecture. At this moment, Tubuyu arrived. He spoke while he walked forward. Even though he was more than 1,000 years old, his body was as vigorous as a young man, his face always had a kind smile. "Keep going, I'm listening." Li Qi did not mind the presence of Tubuyu joining the conversation, thus, he commanded him to go on. Tubuyu smilingly said, "Senior, no one in our cleansing incense ancient sect has more influence than the first elder. He is a serious man, administrates fairly, and, on top of that, he was also the eldest disciple of the previous sect master. One could say that he has the biggest opportunity to become the sect master of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Our master isn't the eldest disciple of the previous sect master." Li Qi was a little surprised to hear Tubuyu's response. He had thought that, because Suyong Huang was the eldest disciple from the last sect master, that was why she became the new sect master. Tubuyu shook his head and smilingly answered, "Master's situation is a bit special, unlike the first elder. Within the first generation of disciples, the first elder was the most likely successor. In fact, amongst the 6 elders, only the second elder had competed for the sect master's seat. The other 4, in theory, had always supported the first elder. Then what does the first elder think about this situation?" Li Qi stroked his chin, and he asked. Tubuyu quickly replied, "Everyone knows about how Chao Xiong yearns for the sect master's seat, but no one knows what the first elder is thinking. Even though the other 4 elders support him fervently, he still hadn't shown a decisive attitude. I'm afraid that, in recent years, the other 4 elders' stance have been shaken because of this." Li Qi looked at Tubuyu and teasingly said, "Master has been outside for many years, and younger brother seldom returns to the cleansing incense ancient sect. However, it seems like you are still pretty well informed on things." It made one think about why Suyong Huang still grasped the exact situation of the cleansing incense ancient sect even though she wasn't here. Li Qi was a bit curious, but he didn't care for the first elder's attitude, let alone Suyong Huang's or even Chao Xiong's. Since he had made up his mind about reviving the cleansing incense ancient sect, no one could stop him, not even his master in name, Suyong Huang. "Senior, please stop joking. As a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, this is our home. Of course we have to pay attention to our home's current situation." Tubuyu graciously smiled, his words were humbling. Since Tubuyu had started speaking, Nan Huairen had been silently listening. A monster living for more than 1,000 years more than possessed the necessary qualifications to discuss the situation of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He was definitely an old fox. Li Qi silently cursed in his mind, and he then calmly smiled, "Since younger brother is back, then you should know about master's attitude more than anyone, eh?" If this second disciple was a smart person, then Li Qi wouldn't waste time talking in circles, he would directly ask about the main point. "Nacked, beating around the bush, we didn't want to lose the original meaning." Tubuyu's expression was still the same, and he smilingly said, "Senior is the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect, and you represent our future glory. Whatever Senior does or says, Master will not interfere." Not bad. Such mastery at pushing and pulling, as expected from a 1,000-year-old fox. Li Qi was impressed with the sly conducts of Tubuyu. If the disciple was like this, then what would the master, Suyong Huang, be like? TL, the first raw sentence is using Tai Chi's ideologies to describe someone dodging a question completely. Li Qi only smiled after he finished speaking. Right now, he didn't want to cause a commotion in the cleansing incense ancient sect. Once his cultivation reached an acceptable height, he would take action and deal with everything. Leaving Tubuyu to the side, Li Qi directly commanded Nan Huairen, go bring all the information regarding the merit laws that are currently being practiced by the disciples at the cleansing Jade Peak to my place. I want to see what they are playing with. Nan Huairen quickly affirmed and turned around to take care of it without neglect. However, before Nan Huairen had returned, Li Qi was invited to meet the first elder via his disciple. The cleaning ancient incense sect used to have over 1,000 primary peaks. However, right now, there were only 73 peaks, and even these 73 were withering. The natural world energy within them had slowly been depleted. As the first elder, Elder Gu was qualified to own the tallest peak containing the highest amount of natural world energy in the cleansing incense ancient sect. As a third-generation disciple like Li Qiyi, being invited to a private conversation with the first elder would be considered a tremendous honor in the eyes of the other young disciples. Li Qiyi comfortably sat in the hall, facing the first elder, without any worries or nervousness. The two of them stared at each other for a long, yet, as they examined each other's attitude, no one was willing to make the first move. Eventually, the first elder couldn't wait any longer. He sighed and opened his mouth. Li Qiyi, this seat does not understand you. If others say that you are from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, then you are too irrationally arrogant. Certain people in powerful positions refer to themselves as this seat. The first elder was quite blatant with his words. Then, he too might as well open the sky for a truly clear and direct conversation. Li Qiyi smiled indifferently and said, "What is the first elder's implication? That I am a spy from the 9 Saint Demon Gate. This isn't something that can be confirmed or denied on my own." The first elder wittily responded. Li Qiyi smiled after hearing these words. This answer was not outside the realm of his expectation. He stared at the first elder for a moment. He then inquired, "How others look at it doesn't matter. The most essential thing, here, is your opinion. What does the first elder think about my teaching of the Tao at the cleansing Jade Peak?" The first elder stood up and went to a window. He silently stood there, without saying a word, akin to a statue. After a while, he turned around, stared at Li Qiyi, and then said, "I, alone, cannot administrate everything in the cleansing incense ancient sect, especially during this time. It seems like the 4 elders' attitudes has been shaken." Li Qiyi smiled and thought about the words of Tu Buyu. He understood the thoughts of the first elder. Although the 4 elders had always supported Elder Gu, a long period of time could wither or shake their attitudes. Chao Xiong's ambition for the sect master's seat had been apparent for a long time. It would be strange if they didn't reconsider their attitudes. "I was born and raised in the cleansing incense ancient sect, and my master was my benefactor. His kindness, to me, was as heavy as a mountain." The first elder's tone became heavy and continued, "I do not want to see the day where the cleansing incense ancient sect suffers a great calamity befallen from the heavens." Li Qiyi was silently listening. A moment later, the voice of the first elder rang again, "Our enemy isn't the people in our sect, they are from external forces such as the Heavenly God sect. Elder, please guide me through this maze." Li Qiyi nodded, accompanied by a rare serious attitude, and he inquired. Li Qiyi here used a respectful idiom to ask the elder to elaborate. The first elder sat down, gently sighed, and then he said, 30,000 years ago, our cleansing incense ancient sect fought a battle with the Heavenly God sect. We suffered a crushing defeat in our national capital, and we had to run back to the sect's territory, losing complete control of the kingdom. 30,000 years ago, till now, all of our great predecessors from the older generations had met their origins. Our cleansing incense ancient sect's decline was inevitable and irrevocable. Although we had fallen, we still possess certain things that the Heavenly God sect coveted. The Heavenly God sect has not made any moves. It is because they still have some reservations. If, one day, the Heavenly God sect finds out that we do not have any hidden aces, that would be the day of our cleansing incense ancient sect's demise. The war between the cleansing incense ancient sect and the Heavenly God sect, Nen Huairen had talked about this before. In reality, when Li Qiyi was still the Dark Crow, he knew some information regarding the Heavenly God sect. However, his disposition at the time was not ideal. Thus, he naturally did not bother with such trivial matters. The raw idiom for trivial here was, chicken feather garlic skin, didn't know how to put it in English. Chapter 44, First Elder's Plan. 2. Here, the first elder glanced at Li Qiyi, and he said, "Do you understand why I am telling you all of this?" This disciple is all ears. 1. Li Qiyi nonchalantly smiled with a calm and dull expression. It made the first elder unable to understand Li Qiyi. "We need an ally like the 9 Saint Demon Gate." At this point, the first elder gently sighed, and, with some hesitation, he lowered his tone. "This is why I hope that you can marry Princess Li. As long as you are able to marry Princess Li, regardless of what happens, I will support you. Elder, are you not afraid of bringing the wolf to chase the tiger? Then being eaten by the wolf in the end?" Li Qiyi smilingly said. The first elder bitterly smiled, gently shook his head, and he replied, "There are some things that aren't up to a little character like me to control." At this point, he deeply stared at Li Qiyi, and he said, "This is why I will bet on you. Hoping that it will be a miracle." Here, the first elder's demeanor became strange. He looked at Li Qiyi, and he said, "Until now, many people had wanted to take the cleansing incense ancient order from Senguei, yet no one had succeeded. However, Senguei is willing to give the cleansing incense ancient order to you." Speaking of Senguei and the matter of the cleansing incense ancient order, Li Qiyi couldn't help but smirk. However, he did not say more about it. There were secrets behind this event that other people naturally couldn't see. Through it. Staring at the first elder, Li Qiyi smiled. "Elder is betting money on me, why not bet it on the sect master? I heard sect master was appointed by the previous sect master to be the successor." Regarding this problem, the first elder closed his mouth and remained silent. The first elder's attitude piqued Li Qiyi's interest. Suyong Huang, the current sect master of the cleansing incense ancient sect, was what type of person in the end? What was the secret in this matter? "This time, I proposed for you to be a Dao instructor. I am hoping that you could earn some merit points and eventually be able to join the upper echelons meeting in the cleansing incense ancient sect." The first elder didn't speak about the matter of the sect master, Suyong Huang. He instead switched to a different subject. Li Qiyi smiled, and he said, "Elder hopes that I can have great contributions, so that I could join the upper echelons. Eventually I would become a protector or an elder, so that I would be more worthy to be with the 9 Saint Demon Gate's successor, the princess of the old ox country." Li Qiyi easily pointed out the intricacies, and this made the first elder stunned for a moment. In reality, since the beginning, he was not optimistic about Li Qiyi. However, Li Qiyi mysteriously passed the 9 Saint Demon Gate's trials, and this caused the 6 elders to suspect that he was a spy from the 9 Saint Demon Gate. However, since Li Shuangyan's arrival and the attitude of Yu He, the first elder couldn't help but to contemplate regarding this situation. If one was to say that Li Qiyi was a spy from the 9 Saint Demon Gate, then his method would be too arrogant and too obvious. The most important thing, however, was that Yu He's attitude did not seem like it was an act. This made the first elder rethink. If Li Qiyi truly wanted the Emperor Merit Laws or Immortal Emperor True Treasures of the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, with the Cleansing Incense Ancient Order, he simply didn't need to be a spy. This order was given to him willingly by Senguei. If Li Qiyi had used this order to demand an Emperor Merit Law or an Immortal Emperor True Treasure, the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect wouldn't have an alternative unless they wanted to disobey the teachings of their ancestors. In reality, whether the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect still had Immortal Emperor True Treasures or not, as well as its Emperor Merit Laws, the first elder knew best in his heart. Within the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, I am considered the oldest person. Unfortunately, my talents are limited, and I had no way to stop our Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect's irreparable decline. The first elder looked at Li Qiyi, and he said, "I don't believe in miracles. However, I hope that you are a miracle, or that the Patriarch was not willing for the high heavens to destroy my Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect. I am not hoping for you to revive the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, but I hope that you could use your good relations with the 9 Saint Demon Gate to protect the Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect." Li Qiyi couldn't help but laughed a little, and he said, "The first elder values me so greatly, this truly makes me scared from receiving too much affection." Of course, the first elder didn't believe Li Qiyi. He simply didn't appear like he was scared from receiving too much affection, but this wasn't important. Li Qiyi smiled, and he said, "The first elder places all of his betting money on me and not the sect master. Why is this the case? This truly leaves me curious." It was obvious that Elder Gu, being the first elder, was very reluctant to mention the sect master Suyong Huang, but in the end, he looked at Li Qiyi and deepened his voice. "Li Qiyi, if one was to say that your identity is not clear, then, the identity of the sect master is not one that I am willing to see." It was but one short sentence from the first elder, yet it contained many hidden implications. Suyong Huang was the current sect master and was also his master's appointed successor. Why was it that the first elder was so unwelcoming of Suyong Huang? Currently, for our Cleansing Incense Ancient Sect, whomever sits on the sect master's seat is no longer important. We are about to be broken from our home, so why is there the need to dispute for the sect master's position? 3. The first elder clearly didn't want to elaborate much on Suyong Huang, so he said in a serious manner, "However, I do not wish for the second elder to be the sect master." The first elder suddenly told him this, thus, raising Li Qiyi's interest. These words, if it wasn't a close confidant, would not easily be said. However, the first elder told him this. "Second elder isn't bad. I heard the second elder, when he was young, his aptitude wasn't bad. Within the elders, his cultivation is only below yours." Li Qi leisurely said. If Chao Xiong, he was persistent with his own principles. The first elder paused for a second, and he then finally spoke. Him being the sect master isn't a big deal. However, he reached out to Dong Xinglong. This is akin to pushing our cleansing incense ancient sect down into an abyss of destruction. He, because of his thirst for power, had lost his reasoning. Dong Xinglong. Li Qi was slightly surprised, and he asked, the guest advisor of our cleansing incense ancient sect. Regarding this topic, Nan Huairen had mentioned it before. Li Qi still had some impression. The first elder stared at Li Qi, and he then seriously said, as the prime disciple, hopefully, you will take up the responsibility of shouldering the cleansing incense ancient sect. This matter, I can tell you. That year, when Dong Xinglong became our guest advisor, this was not my will. However, this came from the will of the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. I didn't have a choice. For, strictly speaking, Dong Xinglong did not come from the Heavenly God sect, but he is a royal noble bestowed by the Heavenly God sect. The first elder deepened his tone. For the other matters, I don't need to say more. The first elder finished speaking here. Li Qi was clear on the reason. He smiled, looked at the first elder, and, in the end, he said, the first elder wants to borrow my hand to eliminate Dong Xinglong. I know that, with your cultivation, you can't eliminate Dong Xinglong. The first elder was silent for a long time, then finally made his decision, looked at Li Qi, and he said, however, you can borrow Yuhi's hand to remove him. Elder, this is a dangerous matter. Li Qi laughed because he knew what the first elder was thinking. The first elder contemplated for a while. In the end, he sighed heavily, and he then said, bringing in the wolf to chase the lion, I know. However, in terms of the level of danger, the Heavenly God sect is much higher than the 9 Saint Demon Gate. 30,000 years ago, our cleansing incense ancient sect fought with the Heavenly God sect once. We lost our kingdom, and the Heavenly God sect used our old territory to form the Heavenly Jewel Kingdom. Although the Heavenly God sect didn't kill to the last person, that was only because they had certain reservations. In this country, one of these days, the Heavenly God sect will not tolerate our cleansing incense ancient sect anymore. The 9 Saint Demon Gate rules the old Ox country. If they want to destroy us, it is not an impossible thing. However, they definitely have to declare war against the Heavenly God sect. Comparing the two, no doubt, the first elder made a choice, and he wanted to use the 9 Saint Demon Gate against the Heavenly God sect. Li Qi smiled, and he finally said in a leisurely way, Elder's thoughts, I understand. These are not the important things to me right now. The more pressing matter is the physique paste. You elders had promised, before, to reward me a piece of king physique paste. I'm wondering when the sect will be able to accomplish this. This, with Li Qi suddenly bringing this matter up, the first elder was stunned for a moment. Li Qi continued, Elder, my physique paste, the leading beast marrow, I want it to be the beast marrow of a hell iron bull. Do you have any objections to this? This will require some time. The first elder was embarrassed, and he hollowly laughed. Li Qi stared at the first elder, and he seriously said, Elder is regretting this, Li Qi, what the sect promised for you will not change. The first elder immediately raised his voice, however, you want the beast marrow of a hell iron bull. You should be aware that, with our current power, taking the bones of a 100,000-year beast, not an easy matter. Our cleansing incense ancient sect does indeed have a king physique paste, however, the beast marrow isn't from a hell iron bull. I require the beast marrow of a hell iron bull. Li Qi coldly said. The first elder took a deep breath, stared intently at Li Qi, and then said, the beast marrow of a hell iron bull, I can give to you. I will convince the other elders, but the condition is that you must marry Princess Li. Looking at the first elder, Li Qi couldn't help but exhale a long sigh. Finally he stood up, and he calmly said, Elder, my woman, I can control, a princess is fine, a saintess is fine, this isn't an issue. As for the matter that you are worrying about, I can give you one sentence, in my hands, whoever wants to destroy the cleansing incense ancient sect, I will slaughter them all. Also, I will add another sentence for the first elder, whoever tries to stop my pace of reviving the cleansing incense ancient sect, whoever tries to stop my steps, kill without mercy. Gods and devils are not exceptions. After he had finished speaking, he turned around and left. The first elder was suddenly stunned on the exact spot. a 13-year-old boy just said those arrogant words, but, at this moment, he didn't think that Li Qi was arrogantly ignorant. In this midst of everything, he completely couldn't see through Li Qi, and he didn't know where his confidence was coming from, a 13-year-old boy. What means did he possess to say such big words? Eventually, the first elder gently sighed. Since in all these years, he had carefully held the administration of the cleansing incense ancient sect, he knew that the cleansing incense ancient sect's decline was irreparable, but he still wanted a miracle to happen. Maybe, Li Qi's arrival was a miracle. Whether he believed it or not, currently, he still has to gamble on this. Because he was running out of time, the other 4 elders, regarding his not wanting to be the sect master, had become dissatisfied. If this continued, without the support of the other 4 elders, the overall situation of the cleansing incense ancient sect will worsen. 1. The raw idiom is, cleans ears carefully listening, another respectful idiom. 2. Another 4 words idiom, receive favor becomes frightened. 3. Broken from our home. 3 words idiom indicating that a noble/high status person had fallen from grace. 4. Changing heavenly Bao kingdom from chapter 5 to heavenly jewel kingdom, Bao equals jewel chapter 45, not convinced. I'll beat you till you are convinced. 1. Back at his lonely peak, Li Qi immediately called for Nan Huairen, as well as his master, Protector Mo. Once the master and disciple had arrived, Li Qi asked, "What is the sect master's origin, in the end?" This matter interested Li Qi. This first elder truly wasn't one to be jealous of talents. On top of that, he also didn't have the ambition for the sect master's position. Why was it that he was so unwelcoming for Suyong Huang? The master and disciple looked at each other. Nan Huairen knew even less. He shook his head, and he said, This matter, I do not know. Before I had joined the sect master was already the sect master. I can only count the times I've met the sect master with my 10 fingers. Li Qi turned to Protector Mo, too, gently shook his head, and he said, the origin of the sect master, I am not certain. In reality, within our cleansing incense ancient sect, very few people know the true origin of the sect master. One could say that the sect master suddenly appeared overnight. Suddenly appeared overnight. A person who suddenly appeared overnight became the sect master. Li Qi, hearing this statement, couldn't help but become puzzled. Protector Mo pondered for a moment, wanting to think carefully, and he said, when the former sect master was still in this world, I heard the Supreme Elder still hadn't met his origin. I don't know the exact details, but, during that time, I heard that within the span of one night, the former sect master only called for Elder Go. The sect master first appeared. Then, one could speculate that, in this moment, the previous sect master and the Supreme Elder, before meeting their origins, entrusted Elder Go to help the sect master take charge of the cleansing ancient incense sect. After hearing the words of Protector Mo, Li Qi felt that it was outside of his expectation. He had thought that his master, Suyong Huang, was always a disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect. It seemed, now, that this was not the case. Are you saying that this master of mine was a person that the previous sect master and the Supreme Elder secretly groomed? Li Qi inquired. Protector Mo shook his head. We do not know the specific circumstances. We only know that, after Elder Go was summoned, a new sect master was announced. In reality, at that time, not only Chao Xiong but even the other 4 elders were strongly opposed to it. However, I heard that the first elder did a lot to persuade the other 4 elders. Afterwards, the first elder personally took action to suppress some disciples, certain high-ranking protectors, and sectional leaders in the opposition party. At that point, the previous sect master was still there. The Supreme Elder hadn't met his origin. 1. Elder Go had the support of the previous sect master and the Supreme Elder. Elder Ge's status, in the cleansing incense ancient sect, had always been high. In reality, most people, then, would have assumed that Elder Go would accept the sect master's position, but suddenly, a new sect master appeared. It was outside of everyone's expectations. However, even Elder Go, himself, supported the new sect master and he didn't try to compete for it. In the end, the other 4 elders also agreed with this decision. Protector Mo paused at this point, and he was silent for a moment. The new sect master was not well received. Li Qi could imagine the scene. Then, suddenly, a new sect master appeared, and even with the support of the previous sect master and the Supreme Elder, along with Elder Ge's suppression, still was afraid that the hearts of the people of cleansing incense ancient sect were not happy. Protector Mo gently nodded, and he said, Sect Master was in her new position for a short time. She then took a small group of disciples, became the overseer of the desolate wasteland, and she rarely returned. Sect Master had never returned to the cleansing incense ancient sect with the exception of the time the previous Sect Master and the Supreme Elder met their origins. Li Qi couldn't help but stroke his chin, the whole thing made him feel confused. What was the Sect Master's origin, in the end? In terms of truly understanding the Sect Master, I'm afraid that, outside of Tubuyu, there is no one else. Finally, Protector Mo whispered. Li Qi smiled, and he then shook his head. Tubuyu speaking on this, that would truly be strange. Clearly, Tubuyu was a trusted confidant of the Sect Master, Suyong Huang. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sent back here. Regarding Sect Master Suyong Huang's origin, Protector Mo couldn't explain why, so Li Qi also stopped asking. He slowly cultivated, and he thought about how to instruct the Tao to the cleansing Jade Peaks Martial Hall. If one was to discuss teaching conducts, then no one was more fitting to be an instructor than Li Qi. He rose and he fell through innumerable moons, and he improved himself over millions of years. What type of person had he not seen? He had met many ambitious overlords, and he suppressed countless outstanding emperors. Not to mention that immortal Emperor Min Ren was groomed by his own hands. Even the Black Dragon King and 3 generations of immortal emperors, as well as many peerless supremes, all rose from his teaching. Teaching a group of feather-haired youngsters, for Li Qi, was a matter as easy as turning his palm. However, with this matter, Li Qi was seriously contemplating. The reason was simple: every time a person was flung from his hands, not one of them were weak. He didn't want the life that he had finally obtained, with his body, with his own hands, to ruin his reputation. Regarding cultivation, Li Qi had many profound insights. In Li Qi's eyes, talents weren't important, physiques weren't important, and even merit laws weren't important. The most important thing was to have an unshakable Tao willpower, a willpower that thirsts for knowledge. A willpower that understands that the truth of all rivers flow into the same sea. A willpower that was diligent and assiduous. This was the most important thing, too. For insufficient talents, hard work would suffice as long as the mind was willing. For insufficient talents, others take 1 day to awaken, and you take 100 days to awaken. There would always be a fruitful harvest. With a Tao willpower that could accept that all rivers lead into the sea, one could see the entirety of the 8 directions and not be blinded by their own short-sightedness. Insufficient merit laws. Just be thirsty for knowledge. Even if it was a common merit law, as long as one was tirelessly diligent, one of these days, one could take this common merit law to the apex of its cultivation. They could traverse an entirely new heaven and earth with it. Since the ancient times, countless supremes, from their common merit laws, had created a new heaven and earth, became enlightened with their own Tao merit law that belonged to just them, and walked on the road of Tao that only belonged to them. Tao willpower, this was the foundation of cultivation. Countless eons, countless kingdoms, countless holy churches groomed many geniuses, but, in the end, only a few became immortal emperors. There weren't many. Li Qi carefully read through the short introductions for the 300 students at the cleansing Jade Peak and their current cultivating circumstances. He had memorized them all, and, at the same time, he also carefully read the merit laws of the Martial Hall. In reality, the 300 disciples at the Martial Hall did not cultivate that many different types of merit laws because the longest disciple had only been there for 5 years. They, technically, were not considered official disciples of the cleansing incense ancient sect. They needed to pass the final assessment before they became official disciples of the sect. Martial Hall, with its 300 disciples, half male and half female, didn't practice that many merit laws. The merit laws of the Martial Hall only numbered in the dozens. Amongst these merit laws, some were created by the heavenly sages of the cleansing incense ancient sect to be used as entry merit laws, and some of the older entry merit laws were left behind by immortal Emperor Min Ren. The oldest merit law was left behind by Li Qi in his dark crow form. These were all entry-level common merit laws, and they were not considered to be heaven-shaking methods. However, these merit laws were all chosen because they were necessary for a solid foundation. Although, with the exception of a few common merit laws left behind by Li Qi for the cleansing incense ancient sect, Li Qi had never seen the other merit laws. However, after 1,000,000 years, he had researched many merit laws. Even if all of his memories regarding merit laws were erased, from a certain perspective, regarding the understanding of merit laws, no one could compare to him. For any merit laws talked about, Li Qiye's explanations could be considered exact truths. On top of looking over the merit laws of the martial hall, Li Qiye also went to the first and second level of the scripture library. Li Qiye himself wouldn't practice these merit laws, he was only finding appropriate merit laws for the martial hall disciples. The first elder was hoping that Li Qiye could contribute to the sect, so he specifically gave Li Qiye a license to read these merit laws. With regard to being an instructor, Li Qiye was truly responsible. He was not only using the 300 disciples to earn contribution points, then be finished. As a senior instructing the Tao, he would surely uphold a high standard in his responsibility, and he would absolutely not ruin his reputation with his own hands. For the instruction of Tao, Li Qiye had made full preparations. He had complete confidence in teaching these disciples, and he wanted to see the day of the final assessment. None of the disciples would fail the assessment and not become a disciple in the sect. The cleansing Jade Peak's main branch, one could say that Chao Xiong, in this main branch, had the highest influence. For example, sectional leader Zhou was on Chao Xiong's side. However, this type of challenge, for Li Qiye, was far from what he would consider a challenge. Even if Chao Xiong's influence in this branch was greater, Li Qiye still had the utmost confidence that he could grasp this cleansing Jade Peak in his hand. For him, this was not a problem. The cleansing Jade Peak Martial Hall, built on top of the cleansing Jade Peak was huge, and there were many buildings and staggered courtyards. The disciples that haven't been here for longer than 5 years numbered in the 300s. Counting the servants responsible for daily activities, the cleansing Jade Peak had a total of 400 people. Li Qiye, early in the morning, had entered the cleansing Jade Peak. Naturally, sectional leader Zhou would not give him a hand. However, Nan Huairen was meticulous and attentive because this was the first day of Li Qiye's Tao instruction. After Li Qiye had arrived, he, in place of Li Qiye, gathered the 300 disciples to the martial hall. 300 male and female disciples were all gathered at the martial hall practice ground, and, at this moment, all 300 pair of eyes were on Li Qiye. Li Qiye looked around at the surrounding disciples. Within the 300 disciples, almost evenly divided between male and female, the oldest was not 18 and the youngest was around 13 years old. Li Qiye only appeared to be 13 to 14 years old. He had to face the 300 disciples and instruct the Tao. This caused Nan Huairen to worry that Li Qiye wouldn't be able to suppress these disciples. However, looking at Li Qiye sitting there with a calm sky clear wind expression high above, he, a 13-year to 14-year-old, appeared like a great master. Seeing Li Qiye's confidence, Nan Huairen breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, when the 300 disciples had gathered, trouble did as well. Within these 300, immediately, there was a disciple who was not satisfied with Li Qiye, ignoring the fact that Li Qiye was currently adorning the status of the prime disciple. 1. Met the origin means death. Don't confuse this with the other use of origin, which means the beginning. 2. All rivers flow into the same sea equals tolerance for the Tao and all existences. 3. Calm sky clear wind meaning equals calm, nonchalant chapter 46, not convinced. I'll beat you till you are convinced. 2. A boy younger than I am. What methods could he teach us? Won't this create a mistake in our cultivation? In less than a year, I want to pass the assessment. In the 1 out of 10,000 chance that I don't pass, then, I would have to wait for another 5 years. A discontented disciple said. There were many unhappy disciples. Another one couldn't help but to start complaining, this is true. We have such bad luck. A person younger, compared to us, has been sent here to instruct us on the Tao. This matter is intolerable bullying towards us. A trash mortal physique and mortal fate palace could still become our prime disciple. It is truly a disgrace to our cleansing incense ancient sect. One disciple with good talent scowled, and he then said, with disdain, "Show, older brother Luo. Careful or he will hear us." A disciple whispered while he pulled at his older brother. In fact, prior to this, sectional leader Zhou had implied to make things difficult for Li Qiye. This matter was not a big deal, and there would be no one to step up in place of him. This was why the martial hall disciples became bolder. So what if he can hear us? The disciple called older brother Luo raised his voice higher instead, and he loudly said, "He is only a rubbish straw bag, and he is no different from anyone else. Even if he held the thighs of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, we can't allow him to delay our cultivation because of that. Why did we tortuously cultivate these past few years? It is so that we could pass the examination and become a disciple in the sect. If we are taught by a piece of trash like this, our efforts in these few years would be in vain. This is true. In that moment, many students echoed, we can't let a piece of trash waste our many years of effort in vain. We want to send him away. Change to a different instructor. Suddenly, around a dozen disciples chimed in. They surrounded him together, in a circle, and they started to heckle and rebel. Seeing this situation, Nan Huairen, frowning, wanted to step forward, but he was stopped by Li Qiyi. Get rid of this waste, he is not qualified to instruct us on the Tao. The dozens of students loudly jeered. True that. A person who had only recently joined the sect isn't even equal to me, and he still has the audacity to instruct us in the Tao. A disciple contemptuously said, what is a prime disciple worth? Buffed, he is not worth a single coin. Older brother Luo yelled, correct. His cultivation isn't as strong as us, but he still wants to instruct us on the Tao. This is truly shameful. Wanting to instruct the Tao to us isn't a difficult thing, he just has to beat us first, and then we can talk. That won't be good. A female disciple's big eyes, having some fear, said, provoking the instructor, this is not a light charge. Bah, provoking the instructor. He needs to have the qualifications to be our instructor, then we can talk. Older brother Luo loudly said. Not wrong, without the qualifications to be our instructor, he can't talk about Tao instruction. How is this called provoking the instructor? Many disciples agreed, and without a double, this older brother Luo commanded high respect within his peers. So, you all are completely not satisfied with this senior. Now that Li Qiyi started to open his mouth, the disciples here quickly became silent. They looked at Li Qiyi while Li Qiyi looked back at them. No matter what, Li Qiyi still was the prime disciple sent by the elders. Not satisfied, One could say that I am a very open-minded person. Li Qiyi laughed so hard that his eyes were shut. Seeing Li Qiyi's smile caused Nan Huairen, who was standing next to him, to shiver. The expression of Li Qiyi's smile created an illusion in his mind. It was as if a desolate wasteland fierce beast had opened its jaw while licking its white-ass snow fangs and stared intensely at a group of lambs. At this moment, many students made a rattling sound from turning around to look at older brother Luo. Without a doubt, brother Luo was someone they trusted, and many people here were waiting to see his attitude. This brother Luo, that was confident enough, suddenly stood up. This brother Luo was 16 or 17 years old, and he looked at Li Qiyi, who was even younger than him. He coldly smiled, yes. We are not convinced. You are just a new disciple. What gives you the qualification to instruct us on the Tao? Casually pulling a bag of straws to instruct the Tao to us. This is no different from destroying our futures. This younger brother, what is your name? Li Qiyi wasn't angry with this. No, he still had his eyes closed and a smile on his face as he said this. This brother Luo proudly looked over Li Qiyi, and he responded, I walk without changing my first name, and I sit without changing my last name. Luo Fenghua is who I am. You want revenge, coming to me is enough. After hearing this name, Li Qiyi let off a brighter smile. He had seen the roster, and this Luo Fenghua he naturally knew of. Luo Fenghua had joined for almost 4 years now, and his talents and physiques were not bad. After 4 years, he had reached the Provision Palace rank. As an outer disciple, without the chance to practice superior merit laws, on top of the fact that 300 disciples were instructed by only one sectional leader, and him using 4 years to reach the Provision Palace rank, even if his physiques and talents were not worthy of pride, he would still be considered a small genius. Besides this younger brother Luo, are there any others who are dissatisfied with me? Said Li Qiyi, maintaining his eyes shut and wide smile. Luo Fenghua looked at the other disciples, and he then raised his voice. If you are not satisfied, then say you are not satisfied. This is not a big deal. We're not a bunch of cowards. We should unite and chase away this bag of straws. This is for our own good. If we let a bag of straws instruct us on the Tao, he will destroy all of our hard effort from the last few years. If there are any punishments, then they can come at me. I will shoulder them. This Luo Fenghua, still speaking loudly, had some capability for leadership. This is not wrong. Our rights, we need to personally fight for. Under Luo Fenghua's lead, many disciples were tempted, and they all stood up. Suddenly, there were almost 100 disciples standing up, and some loudly yelled, "A person even younger than us joined the sect later than us. He is not qualified to instruct us on the Tao. You should immediately get out of the cleansing Jade Peak." That's right. Immediately get out. Get out. Different disciples were shouting. In this moment, the roaring was higher than a wave, and the disciples, who were silent before, under the surging mob, couldn't help but start to loudly echo their voices. It seems like all of you are very dissatisfied with me. Facing these discontent disciples, Li Qi still smilingly said, "However, this was a decision made by the elders, wasn't it? Since you guys are dissatisfied with me, I want to listen to your demands. You guys can talk. What type of person would have the qualifications to instruct you on the Tao?" Even though the crowd was emotional and loud, Li Qi, on the other hand, was not angry. With a consulting appearance, he made this group of young teenagers hesitate for a moment. No one had their own opinion, so they couldn't help but looked over at Luo Fenghua. Luo Fenghua met the group's expectation, and he coldly sneered, "To be our instructor is not difficult. At least be stronger than us. Then one will be eligible to be our instructor. If one can't compare to even us, they shouldn't talk about instructing the Tao. So, you want to have a match with me?" Li Qi smiled at Luo Fenghua, as he said. Luo Fenghua, with a proud attitude, replied, "Correct, if you can beat me, you will have the qualification to instruct the Tao to us. However, if you can't beat me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Against my enemies, I never hold back. At that point, don't blame me for beating you and rolling on the floor. Once I make a move, I will cut your ribs from your body. This is not good." Next to him, the female students, with big eyes, timidly said, "Everyone having a match is good, but we should know the right time to stop." Li Qi shook his head, and he smilingly said, "I feel that this younger brother Luo makes a lot of sense. If we stop at the right time, then it is not a real fight. Isn't this right, everybody? If we want to fight, we have to use everything. Good, winning or losing depends on the cultivation of the fighters." Li Qi stepped up, and he loudly yelled, "I will fight with you." This Luo Fenghua truly was courageous. Li Qi smiled again, his eyes were still shut, and he said, "You want to fight? I will fight with you here." Finished speaking, he slowly took out his serpent-punishing stick that was hung to his waist, and he said, "I am the senior, I will not make the first move. You make your move. You don't know your own strength. Older brother Luo is at the Provision Palace rank. You dare to challenge older brother Luo with a wooden stick. This person doesn't know life and death." Someone saw Li Qi taking out his serpent-punishing stick, and he said with disdain. Nan Huiran shook his head, he knew that he had bad luck. Even an expert like Su Hui was beaten by the serpent-punishing stick until he rolled on the floor, let alone this Luo Fenghua ahead. You don't know your own strength. Li Qi taking out a wooden stick, to Luo Fenghua, was very humiliating. He opened his mouth, let out a loud roar, and he took out a sword. This was a true treasure with a relatively low rank. The sword was out, and a "ong" sound rang in the air. In the blink of an eye, many surging sword shadows appeared. One, heavenly vast river sword, attack flew towards Li Qi. Luo Fenghua's sword, that just came out, was immediately knocked away by the serpent-punishing stick. A bang occurred, the next stick strike caused Luo Fenghua's view to be covered with yellow stars. His face was hit violently once, and fresh blood painted his whole face. He, essentially, couldn't escape the serpent-punishing stick. Bang. Bang. Bang, Li Qi was without mercy, and Luo Fenghua was clubbed dozens of times. Suddenly, he brought Luo Fenghua down to the ground, and sure enough, Li Qi continued to beat him. Luo Fenghua screamed out in pain. Li Qi was especially brutal towards Luo Fenghua. He swung at him very hard. He did so until his eyes and nose were covered in nothing but blood. In the end, when Li Qi finally held himself back, Luo Fenghua didn't even have the strength to scream, he could only quietly whimper. A person below heaven's primal rank, in front of the serpent-punishing stick, could only accept the beating. Nan Huiran couldn't help but pitifully glare at Luo Fenghua. Even Su Hui's teeth were hit till they scattered on the floor. This time, Li Qiye's beating could be considered mercifully restrained. At this point, all of the disciples were frozen. In just a blink of an eye, Luo Fenghua, the strongest person in their group, was beating to a bloody pulp. All of you step forward right now, all of you can come together. Li Qiyi held the serpent-punishing stick, and he pointed at the disciples that were chiming in with Luo Fenghua. He said this dismissively. But. We. Seeing the end result of Luo Fenghua, these disciples couldn't help but take a step back. Chapter 47, Tao Instruction Life Teaching, 1, Come back here. Li Qiye's eyes became cold, and he seriously said, You challenged my authority, and now you should come taste my authority. We're afraid of what? He is only one person, and we have so many people, like this. All go. Ah. A disciple, with big guts, loudly yelled. He then took out his weapon, and he jumped forward. All together. With one person leading, the remaining dozen became emboldened. They loudly exclaimed, and they took out their weapons, moving forward. Bang. Bang. Bang, however, having more people was of no use. In front of the serpent-punishing stick, cultivators under the heaven's primal rank, they only had one option, the only option was to be beaten. The dozens of students were like little snakes, encountering their nemesis. The moment they made a move, the serpent-punishing stick immediately hit their face, and as each strike came along, blood covered their faces. They fell down to the ground on the spot. Bang. Bang. Bang, for the ones leading this rebellion, Li Qiyi showed no mercy, ruthlessly whipping without stop. Even if they were on the floor, he would still strike. Li Qiyi went all out with the whipping until these students wailed like ghosts and howled like wolves, struck until these students' bodies were covered in blood and lying on the ground. They wouldn't be able to stand up for an hour. Li Qiyi was so fierce, it made the spectating students shiver in fear, they turned pale. All of you, come over here for me. Li Qiyi pointed at another group of disciples with his stick, and he coldly said. Senseigneur, we didn't rebel. The female disciple with big eyes frightenedly said. I know. Li Qiyi dismissively said, My first class is very simple. It is to let you all know that anyone can challenge me, however, the result of challenging me will be as you all can see with your own eyes. Bang. Bang. Bang, Li Qiyi ignored whether the disciples made a move or not, he made a quick dash over to them, and sent a quick strike, beating them down. In reality, Li Qiyi was already at the Yun physique rank, and some of the disciples were weaker compared to him. Even without the serpent-punishing stick, he could still take care of them, thus, Li Qiyi dashed like a fierce lion into a pack of lambs, and, in the blink of an eye, he had beaten half of them down. Run! They did not know who was scared with broken wits, but they turned around and fled. Unfortunately, the moment they tried to escape, they were thrown back by Nan Huairen. They essentially couldn't get away, and some of the ones who were thrown back started to defend themselves. However, a stick immediately flew toward them, and in a moment, they were lying on the ground in the same spot. Bang. Bang. Bang, against the disciples who didn't rebel, Li Qiyi went easy on them. He only brought them down to the ground. They were not like Luo Fenghua, struck to the bloody pulp. Eventually, all 300 disciples, without an exception, were struck to the ground. All of the disciples' faces were deadly pale. The serpent-punishing stick was indeed their nemesis, one strike on their body, even if it didn't leave a wound, still hurt to the bones. The serpent-punishing stick, this was the best treasure to discipline students who didn't listen, rare in this world. Otherwise, Li Qiyi wouldn't use it to discipline Min Ren and his group of little boys. In this moment, the entire martial hall was a relay of constant and agonizing moanings. All of the disciples were beaten by the serpent-punishing stick to the ground. The ones that stubbornly fought back, these were beaten even harder by Li Qiyi. Especially the dozens in the group of Luo Fenghua. After he brought them to the ground, he even ruthlessly whipped them even more. He did so until their skins cracked and bones broke. After carefully disciplining these disciples in front of him, Li Qiyi slowly went back to his seat on top, stared at the disciples on the ground, and he casually spoke, Provoke me, I very much welcome it, however, the result. You all can decide for yourselves. Today is the first lesson. It was only an appetizer. Later, I will not show such mercy, until I break your bones, I will not stop. Still staring at these disciples lying down in the same place, Li Qi continued, I am your instructor, I will take charge of everyone here. Hard bones without submission. That is fine. I will hit them until he or she submits. Otherwise, be obedient disciples for me. In front of me, everything you have learned before, whether you are a genius or not, throw it all away. In front of me, geniuses and dog shit are of little value. A dragon, coil yourself for me, a lion, lie down for me, otherwise, I will beat you until your arrogant egos are shattered. Right now, a bunch of students were lying down there, they couldn't even stand up, so no one dared to talk back. The first lesson, today, will stop here. At this point, Li Qi smiled. Before he left, he said, of course, if you guys are dissatisfied with me, you can go complain. However, you should remember well, if you complain about me, I will entertain you really well. Sure enough, that afternoon, sectional leader Zhou came to his door. Once they met face to face, sectional leader Zhou coldly said, teaching disciples under you, you should put Tao teachings at the top. The cleansing Jade Peak disciples, in the future, will be the pillars of the cleansing incense ancient sect. If something happens to them, if sectional leader Zhou is unhappy with me, then go to the elders and complain. Li Qi interrupted sectional leader Zhou mid-sentence, and he then said, since I am now responsible for the Tao instruction, how to teach, that is my business. I do not need someone else to wave their hands and dance their legs while telling me what to do. If sectional leader Zhou doesn't have any other business, see yourself out. You met with Li Qi as fighting words, especially how Li Qi essentially didn't put him in his eyes. This made sectional leader Zhou shiver with rage. Sectional leader Zhou, please take your leave. Li Qi didn't want to glance at him much. With his level of character, he didn't want to waste his time arguing needlessly. Sectional leader Zhou was outraged to the point of vomiting blood, his anger soared to the sky, and he almost crushed his teeth from grinding them. In the end, he was so angry that he smiled, and he coldly said, good, good, good. Until the day of the assessment, let us see how you teach these disciples to pass it. Finished speaking, he turned around and left. After sectional leader Zhou left, Li Shuangyan appeared out of nowhere. She coldly watched Li Qi, and she indifferently said, you make enemies in all four directions, are you not afraid of others cutting you? Cultivation isn't everything. Li Qi comfortably looked into her eyes, and he said, to kill is not a difficult task. It is more about how to kill. Additionally, is it worth killing, is the question. Speaking of killing, Li Qi couldn't help but smile, and he then said, at the cleansing incense ancient sect, so what if a magnificent army with thousands of men and horses appear? The numbers that come are the numbers that will be killed. Li Shuangya stared at Li Qi, and she coldly said, so, you are very confident. However, don't forget. You are my sword maid, protecting one's master is your responsibility. Li Qi was too lazy to talk about such matters, so he reminded her. Li Shuangyan's face was reddened because of Li Qi's attitude. She had cultivated for so long, and her Tao willpower was very stable. However, since she met Li Qi many times, she was angered to the point of vomiting blood. In the end, Li Shuangyan was a favored daughter of the heavens. She took a deep breath, and she finally calmed her mind. She stared at Li Qi, and she eventually said, making me submit, it is also not a difficult task. At the very least, you have to give me a reason on why I should submit. Pure crystal physique, one of the 24 emperor physiques, is not a bad physique. Li Qi stared at her, and he then casually said, stay by my side well. In the future, I will teach you a little bit. As long as you work hard, with my instruction, cultivating to the void imperfection physique will not be a problem. Such strong words, void imperfection physique. Li Shuangyan couldn't help but to glare at Li Qi. She coldly proclaimed, do you even know the meaning behind void imperfection physique? It is one of the 12 immortal physiques. From the ancient times till now, the people that could cultivate an immortal physique was just a very few. I currently am practicing a saint physique merit law. This is the apex of physique merit laws. Li Shuangyan was born with an emperor physique. This was a matter that made one proud. Pure crystal physique was extremely rare, and it was one of the 24 emperor physiques. The current physique merit law she was cultivating was one of the top physique merit laws in the world. However, even for her, to turn the pure crystal physique into the pure jade physique, this would require many moons. Pure jade physique, this was one of the 18 saint physiques. Once a saint physique was completed, unlimited power, it could not be underestimated. Li Qi without a word, his life will suddenly appeared. Behind his head was a heavenly rotating aura, blood energy like a hurricane, and, in a split second, like a Kuan leaping from an ocean, his fate palace floated up and down. Within this moment, Li Qi ferociously extended a kick towards Li Shuangyan. Li Shuangyan's expression changed, her white hands covered the air, holding a silver shield to block Li Qi's kick. Bang! A loud noise rang the air, under one kick, heavy as 10,000 mountains, profoundly deep without words. This was such a kick. For Li Shuangyan to block was not so easy. A crack sound occurred. Under this kick, her silver shield immediately shattered into pieces. Even though she had successfully received the kick, she still had to take a step back. The stone bricks on the floor was trampled by her movement. Suddenly, Li Shuangyan's expression greatly changed. This one kick, from Li Qi, was not the power of the Tao. It was not from a powerful force, but it was weight, the power of pure weight. It was as if one leg of Li Qi was as heavy as 10,000 mountains. Under this one kick was enough force to crush mountains and rivers. This was something impossible. Li Qi's cultivation was still shallow, there was no way his kick could be this powerful. Heaven's prideful daughter, these 3 words you do deserve without shame, too. Be able to bear the weight of this one kick, your cultivation is immeasurable. Li Qi took a glance at her once, and he then said, you practice the pure jade sacred heart method from the war god temple. It is not a bad physique method. He left after these words. Li Shuangyan was silent for a long time, her mind was shocked like never before. Since she had met Li Qi till now, Li Qi had only given a mysterious feel. This caused others to not see through him, but today, with his heavy kick, he had completely stunned her. She believed that Li Qi's cultivation definitely did not exceed the Yun physique rank, however, that one heavy kick from Li Qi had shook her to her core. She felt that it wasn't only grand Tao energy or power, it was but, simply, the force of weight. It was absolutely impossible for a human leg to be this heavy, at least a mortal physique couldn't have reached this level. Why was it that Li Qi's leg was heavy like this? Thinking about this, Li Shuangyan's heart couldn't calm down. Speaking of physiques, with heavy constitutions, there were several different physiques. For example, the Xiantian physique, mighty mountain physique. Another example would be the devil-suppressing physique within the emperor physique trees, even the hell-suppressing physique was within the saint physiques. However, one could see that Li Qi was not of Xiantian physique, and he was also not of emperor physique, definitely not saint physique. Natural-born emperor physique and saint physique definitely couldn't escape others' eyes. Chapter 48, Tao Instruction Life Teaching, 2, The only possible explanation, Li Qi cultivated a peerless and incomparable physique. The weight of this kick left a matchless and profound impression when she thought of Li Qi. Li Shuangyan's mind shook. Within this moment, she couldn't recover for a long time. Within this moment, she thought about many things. On the second day, Li Qi once again appeared at the martial hall, sitting high above. In the practice field, the 300 disciples were gathered, and at this moment, the entire martial hall was completely silent. Right now, one did not know how many disciples were frightened by Li Qi. Yesterday, all of them were thrown to the ground by Li Qi, and they received a good beating. This kind of pain, when they thought of it, they couldn't help but shiver their whole body. However, the serpent punishing stick was amazing. Even if they were hit to the point of their skin bruising and flesh breaking, there would be no damage to the bones and muscles. Not to mention, yesterday, Li Qi pulled his punches on many students, with a touch of golden healing paste, there would be no hindrance the next day. Yesterday, many were scared by Li Qi, thus, today, when Li Qi's gaze swept the field, many of the disciples' hearts were beating drums, they didn't dare to look at him in the eyes. Very good, there are brothers and sisters with courage that can complain about me. Li Qi smiled, and he said, however, I don't know if these brothers and sisters who complained about me have the courage to stand up or not. At this point, many disciples looked at each other in dismay, seeing Li Qi's beaming smile, their hearts were all nervous. One person commits the crime will be one person accepts the punishment, it was I who complained about you. Luo Fenghua stood up, and he loudly said. Even though, currently, Luo Fenghua could walk, his body had no serious wounds, however, his face was covered with medicinal pastes, undermining his angry handsome face. Li Qi stepped down from his high position, and he beamingly smiled at Luo Fenghua. Nodding his head, he said, "People that have courage, I have always admired. Younger brother Luo is someone I can admire without a doubt. However, you dared to challenge my authority, so you will be enlightened about the consequence of challenging my authority. Today, young brother Luo wants to crawl back, or be carried back by other people." When he finished speaking, he slowly took out his serpent-punishing stick. Seeing Li Qi's smile, with the serpent-punishing stick in his hand, all of the disciples, regardless of whether they were male or females, couldn't help but greatly sour their expressions. Using treasure. What kind of skill? Luo Fenghua turned pale, but he was still standing up straight. He loudly said, "If you are skillful, you should have a real match with me. With real techniques." By now, even a fool could see that the ordinary wooden stick in Li Qi's hand was a treasure. "You truly want to have a match with me?" Li Qi stared at Luo Fenghua in front of him, and he smiled. Currently, the thing Luo Fenghua was unwilling to see the most was Li Qi's beaming smile. Looking at Li Qi's demeanor, his heart became uncertain. However, he gritted his teeth, and he became determined. He loudly said, "That's right, if you are skillful, use real techniques to have a discussion with me. If you are stronger than me, I will have no other words to say. Since younger brother Luo wants to discuss things a little bit, then, I will have to have a discussion with you." Li Qi smilingly withdrew his serpent-punishing stick, then, he stared at Luo Fenghua and said, "I am the older brother, it wouldn't be fitting for me to make the first move. You go first." Luo Fenghua saw that Li Qi had withdrew the serpent-punishing stick. In his mind, he was ecstatic. He took out his sword, and he loudly said, "Good, we shall discuss a little bit." The words had just ended, Luo Fenghua crossed his sword horizontally, and he immediately put on a careful guard. His first move was a defensive form. Luo Fenghua was frightened by Li Qi, so he was already on the defensive. A bit talented. Li Qi examined his careful defensive form, and he smiled. In the blink of an eye, his life wheel appeared, blood energy rotated, and he sent one kick went out. A pop sound was heard. Under one kick, Luo Fenghua's defensive formation was not of use. His whole body flew 3 meters, his sword was broken at once, and he laid on the floor, spraying a mouthful of blood. Crack, crack, before Luo Fenghua had fallen on the ground, the sound of a bone breaking was heard. A bone in his chest was broken. He lied on the ground, spewing out blood, and his eyes went black. He fainted. Hell-suppressing immortal physique. Li Qi's cultivation was the unbeatable and strongest physique in the world. One kick, the weight of 10,000 mountains. One could only imagine how heavy this kick was. All of the disciples were shocked. Within the 300 disciples, Luo Fenghua's cultivation wasn't the highest. However, it could be counted with one's finger. He couldn't even block one kick from Li Qi. How could this be possible? That was one kick with 1/10 of my weight behind it, yet you still couldn't block it. Still, you had the arrogance to challenge me. Li Qi slowly put his foot back down, and he said. This one kick, Li Qi had shown mercy. Otherwise, this one kick with its true power, Luo Fenghua would definitely be dead. On the side, Nan Huairen slightly shook his head. Half a year ago, his oldest brother had not yet cultivated. Even Du Yuanguang and Su Hui were dismembered by him at that time. Currently, he had cultivated. Luo Fenghua, here, was courting his death. Without Li Qi's command, Nan Huairen woke up Luo Fenghua, helped him reconnect his broken bone, put on some silver medicinal paste, and he then carried him back to his place. It seems like I still should use the serpent-punishing stick to discipline you guys well. It's basically not as dangerous. Li Qi once again took out the serpent-punishing stick, and he randomly pointed at another disciple. He said, "You, come out, if you have any skills, use all of them here." Older brother, I didn't complain about you. I swear to the heaven, I absolutely didn't complain. Li Qi nodded seriously, and he said, I know you didn't complain, but the content of the second lesson is still my beating you guys, again. Of course, you all could try to run. However, if you get caught by me, I will beat you 10 times harder than I did yesterday. It is best that you guys believe my words, otherwise, the consequences will be serious. The disciple had no other choice. He hesitantly stepped up, and he said while trembling, "Older brother, please show mercy. Wanting me to show you mercy is not as good as putting in your own effort. One blow at full power, the initiative is in your hands." Li Qi smiled with his eyes closed. Finished speaking, a strike immediately came. Without any other choice, the disciple had to fight. Bang. 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 This disciple couldn't handle more than 2 techniques against Li Qi's hands. Immediately taken to the ground by the serpent-punishing stick, Li Qi was free to beat him up until he was in unbearable pain, but at least it was better compared to yesterday. There was no visible blood. You, Li Qi pointed a few times, and he said, "All of you come." Bang. 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 Many techniques came out. The 300 disciples were, once again, beaten to the ground by Li Qi. Many painful howls rang, whether real or fake, at least, this type of pain was straight to the bone marrow. At least, today, Li Qi didn't mercilessly beat them up, there was no blood, but, this type of pain was still torturous. Little kids cannot be caught. Li Qi shook his head and lamented quietly, then he turned around and left. The third day, Li Qi appeared one more time. The 300 disciples were summoned to the field. What was outside of Li Qi's expectations was that Luo Fenghua, who had a broken chest bone from yesterday, also came. After being beaten twice, currently, to all 300 disciples, meeting Li Qi was like meeting a ghost, their hearts trembled, and the taste of the serpent-punishing stick would be a nightmare for a long time to them. This was understandable for them. That year, when Immortal Emperor Minren was still young, the undefeated generals, who had followed Immortal Emperor Minren to fight in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, they, at a young age, also didn't forget the taste of the serpent-punishing stick for a long time. Even after receiving the heaven's will and becoming an immortal emperor, when he thought back about this period, he was also filled with all kinds of emotions. The third-class content is still to beat you. Li Qi stepped down, once again, and he beamingly smiled. When Li Qi's words came out, the disciples couldn't help but shiver. They had already been beaten twice, this frightened them to the point of their legs giving up. Who is first? Li Qi smiled, and he gazed at the 300 disciples here. As his eyes swept around, many students were shivering, they couldn't help but take a step back. Me. In the end, the first to step up was Luo Fenghua, again. Luo Fenghua stood up, and he loudly said, "I will come." Finished speaking, he took out a large shield. Luo Fenghua, on the other hand, was smart. Today, he especially brought a large shield hoping that it could deflect the serpent-punishing stick in the hand of Li Qi. "You have some courage, and you are even a little clever." Li Qi nodded his head, and he smiled. Bang. 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 In the end, Luo Fenghua couldn't escape his fate of being beaten. If the serpent-punishing stick could be stopped by a large shield, then it would not be worthy of being taken out from the demon forest by Li Qi. At this moment, Li Qi had beaten Luo Fenghua badly, and he stained him with fresh blood. He was beaten until he couldn't stand up from the ground, groaning in pain. Witnessing Li Qi's merciless action, the rest of the disciples' expressions greatly changed, however, they didn't dare to say anything. Clever indeed, but you used it in the wrong place. 1 point of intelligence becomes wisdom, next you will want to use your brain even more. This meal, I fiercely beat you, so that you will use more of your brain. Li Qi comfortably said. This day, all of the disciples were beaten by Li Qi again. This time, Li Qi was much more merciless than yesterday. Many disciples saw blood, lying on the floor, and they were not being able to stand up. On the 4th day, Li Qi casually said, "The 4th day, it is still as before, beating you. Who will be the first one?" This time, all of the disciples' faces quickly changed. They quickly stepped back, one after another. No one wanted to be the first to come out. Even Luo Fenghua, who was courageous yesterday, didn't dare to come out. I will go." In the end, an 18-year-old teenager stood up. This young boy appeared to be honest, but his body was still very strong. "What is your name?" Li Qi glanced at this young boy. He had an impression of him. Each time he had beaten them, all of the other disciples wanted to escape and flee. However, this disciple was tenacious. Every time, he tried to face the beatings head-on. Each time he fell to the ground, he desperately tried to stand up. His mentality wasn't bad. This left Li Qiyi with a not-so-shallow impression. This disciple scratched his head, and he politely said, "Respectful older brother, my name is Zhang Yu. Why be the first one to come out?" Li Qiyi smiled, and he asked, When older brother is happy, you beat us anyway, when you are unhappy, you will still beat us. Older brother just want to beat us, since we can't run, why not be the first? Zhang Yu stuttered while speaking. 1. The first sentence is an expression, using not known as a way to say a great number / many. Chapter 49, the most vicious Tao instruction, 1, bang. Bang. Bang, Li Qiyi brought a beating to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, within the 300 disciples, his cultivation was near the bottom, but he joined the martial hall 2 years earlier compared to the majority of the other disciples. Even though Zhang Yu's cultivation was weak, he had the toughness of an old ox and a spirit that would not let go. The serpent-punishing stick violently struck his body, causing his whole body to ache. It was as if his bones and tendons were peeled. Even standing up was difficult. However, Zhang Yu, again and again, tried to stand up, even knowing that this resistance was a waste of time. However, he kept trying to stand up, again, and again, and again and again, just to be beaten by Li Qiyi again and again, down to the ground. 1. This time, Li Qiyi was deliberately trying to test him. Again and again, he struck Zhang Yu. Even though there was no blood, however, he struck Zhang Yu until he felt an unbearable pain. His bones and tendons felt as if they were shattered. If this was a different person, they would be motionlessly lying on the floor. However, Zhang Yu, again and again, stood up, and again, resisted Li Qiyi's strikes. Bang. Bang. Bang, the stick kept striking Zhang Yu's body. This striking sound caused the other disciples to lose their wits. They felt that Li Qiyi had gone too far against Zhang Yu. The last 3 times, Li Qiyi usually only brought a person to the ground, and then he would stop. However, this time, it was as if Li Qiyi was purposely making it difficult for Zhang Yu. Again and again, he struck Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu, again and again, stood up just to be struck by Li Qiyi, to the ground. Until the end, Zhang Yu was no longer able to stand up from the strikes. Even though his body sustained no injuries and it didn't shed blood, his 4 limbs were tired, he was trembling from the pain. Cold sweat the size of a bean ran rampant, and he had a pale white face. This showed how much pain he was in. Seeing the state of Zhang Yu, many disciples couldn't help but shiver repeatedly. With fear in their mind, the many female disciples felt bad, and they couldn't bear to watch. A spirit that is unwilling to give up, very good. Li Qiyi glanced at Zhang Yu, who was tiredly lying on the ground, with a calm sky-clear wind expression, and he said, "If I was unhappy, I wouldn't take it out on little characters like you all. Take 10,000 steps back. If I wanted to take it out on you all, I can think of, off the top of my head, 300 or 500 brutal ways to torture you all." These words of Li Qiyi was for Zhang Yu's ears, and also the rest of the disciples. After beating Zhang Yu, the serpent-punishing stick of Li Qiyi readily pointed at another disciple. "Stand out." The disciple pointed at by Li Qiyi had his hair explode, his 2 legs trembled, and, under the tyrannical abuse of Li Qiyi, he couldn't not go out. 2. Do you all know why I have to beat you guys? Li Qiyi looked at this disciple, and he smilingly asked. At this time, in the eyes of the disciple, Li Qiyi's smiling face was more terrifying than the devil's smiling face, his 2 legs shaking, his body exuded cold fear, and he couldn't speak clearly. He stuttered, "Yes, it was because we offended older brother, wrong." Li Qiyi smiled, "Fight back." Finished speaking, the serpent-punishing stick in his hand, once again, violently flew past. Bang. This disciple was struck by Li Qiyi once, and he cried and moaned. Next. Li Qiyi, once again, picked a random disciple and beat him once. He struck him until he couldn't stand up from the ground. Suddenly, wailing sounds of pain went up and down in the field, and, under the serpent-punishing stick, one after another, all of them suffered. "Speak, why am I beating you guys?" Li Qiyi beat a disciple with no place to hide. This disciple could only accept his fate, and he was beaten by Li Qiyi till he had a swollen nose. In the end, he gave up on resisting, and he held his head with both hands, leaving Li Qiyi to fiercely strike. No, I don't know. This disciple could only consider himself unlucky. He said a dozen answers, but there wasn't one that made Li Qiyi's hands stop. Older brother's strikes were hitting our our weak points, or it is because older brother is testing us, our merit laws, inside our merit laws, our flaws. At this point, a frightened voice rang. Hearing this sound, Li Qi suddenly stopped, and he instantly turned around, looking for the origin of the voice. The one who spoke was a female disciple. Li Qi had a little impression of her, a big pair of eyes with a frightened expression. The face of the female disciple that was pretty and delicate. From her expression, one could tell that she was not bold. At this time, Li Qi's vicious eyes turned around. The female disciple unconsciously took a step back. Her palm became sweaty. The older female disciple next to her was worried about her, and he gently pulled at her once. "You, come out." Li Qi pointed at the big-eyed female disciple with the frightened demeanor, and he smilingly said. This disciple was quite frightened and dawdled out. This scene was a bit funny. Li Qi was only a 13 to 14-year-old boy, and the girl in front was clearly older than Li Qi. In front of Li Qi, the female disciple waddled forward like she was a little lamb facing an old wolf. "Speak, why do I want to beat you all?" Li Qi beamingly smiled as he looked at the female disciple. Her face was whitely pale, and she didn't dare to come closer. This female disciple was indeed very afraid of Li Qi, and she took a step back. This scene, it was like Li Qi was a young master who specialized in bullying kind-hearted young girls. The female disciple finally bit her teeth, and, with a voice like a silver bell, she quietly said, I feel that, older brother, each strike, all, were hitting me. Our techniques have openings. Older brother wanted to test our merit laws, our flaws. Having said that, the big-eyed timid-looking female disciple looked at Li Qi without confidence, and she then immediately tucked her head down. She really was afraid of Li Qi. At this point, she thought Li Qi was going to act violently. However, Li Qi slowly and casually asked her, "What is your name?" Su Pei. This female disciple's scalp was tingling from being stared at by Li Qi. She was older than Li Qi, but the moment Li Qi stared at her, she felt like she was being targeted by a prehistoric desolate fierce beast. Su Pei, younger sister Su. Li Qi cheerfully smiled. I will tell you a good piece of news, very lucky, you have guessed correctly. Li Qi's words got out. Many disciples were stumped for words, and Su Pei's heart couldn't help but became ecstatic. Finally, she had escaped a calamity. From now on, you are the oldest sister. The 300 disciples of the cleansing Jade Peak will be led by you. Li Qi slowly spoke. However, it is your turn to make a move right now. Li Qi suddenly appointed this position, causing the other disciples to startled. Su Pei was also startled. She was startled, not because of the appointment, but because of the sentence said afterwards by Li Qi. Older brother, I had guessed correctly to your question. I won't be exempted from the beating. Li Qi beamingly and cheerfully smiled. It is true that you have guessed correctly. However, I didn't say I was going to let you go. My way of living is very fair. I always treat others equally. Right now, facing Li Qi's cheerful smile, Su Pei felt that it was scarier compared to an old wolf. In the end, Su Pei didn't have any other choice. She had to gather the courage to resist. At the point when she was about to make a move, she couldn't help but timidly say, older brother, not the face, is that okay? Wishing to appear beautiful was the nature of all women, even a cultivator was like this. Li Qi's serpent punishing stick strike, even though it didn't leave wounds, but being beaten till one's face and nose were swollen, this, to any young girl, was a torturous affair. I can think about it. Li Qi happily smiled, but his serpent punishing stick had already aimed for her face. Su Pei became frightened. She immediately moved her feet into a defensive gait, barely dodging the stick from hitting her face, but the serpent punishing stick was like maggots in the bones. She had just escaped, but another strike was on the way. Su Pei was alarmed. Once again, she used the cleansing incense ancient sects stepping techniques to dodge, but Li Qi was still chasing her. It was hard to escape. If you keep on running away, do you trust that I will beat your face into a pig's head or not? The voice of Li Qi, like an evil ghost, rang. These words astonishingly frightened Su Pei. No longer dared to run, she immediately turned around to fight. She let out a roar with her long sword in her hand put into motion, and she crossed horizontally towards Li Qi. Bang! One sound, one stick from Li Qi, without mercy. ruthlessly struck the sweet fragrant shoulder of Su Pei. The pain caused her tears to flow. It was as if her sweet-smelling shoulder was about to break into pieces. This power of one sword sweep the earth is one part too weak. It can't even withstand a single blow. One sword sweeps the earth. The move is just like its name, sweep through everything. Li Qiyi violently struck Su Pei's sweet shoulder until she cried. However, Li Qiyi was still cheerfully smiling, and he said, again. Li Qiyi ignored Su Pei's pitiful state. His cheerful smile was extremely ruthless, and he said, a fight to the death. It is not just being scrupulous as the earth, but it is also as courageous as the heaven. When meeting your enemy face to face in a narrow path, the braver one will win. Your heart is bright like a mirror, able to see clearly the downy feathers in the autumns. However, you are lacking the will to fight a bloody battle to the end, lacking the courage and enlightenment to fight a battle to the death. Li Qiyi was giving pointers to Su Pei, not only in her lacking techniques, but also her mentality in battle. Su Pei could only reluctantly withstand the pain and let out a lovable roar. Her sword created a net like the sea, and she returned a blow towards Li Qiyi. Bang! Li Qiyi, once again, struck her waist and indifferently said, this one, sword like the grand water, lacks a majestic boundlessness. This move is dependent on the word grand. Grand righteous energy. 3. Bang! Li Qiyi, once again, obliterated Su Pei's openings. With each move and each technique, he taught Su Pei, this, southern swallow returns to its nest, was practiced very well, but you shouldn't be complacent, it is still lacking maturity. A weakness can momentarily be exposed. Li Qiyi enjoyed reading merit laws and techniques that were practiced by the cleansing Jade Peak's disciples. In reality, the 300 disciples' practicing methods and techniques were limited, and the majority of these methods were left behind by Li Qiyi for the cleansing incense ancient sect that year. There were even some that Li Qiyi had created just for immortal Emperor Min Ren. 1. This repetition of, again and again, was in the raw, so we wanted to keep the meaning. 2. Double negatives, author loves them, embraces them. 3. Sword like the grand water, is, Jian Hao Ru Hai, grand righteous energy is, Hao Ran Jing Qi. Li Qiyi is stressing on the profound truth of the technique, which is the word Hao. Also, Hao Ran Jing Qi is very common in Xian Xia, usually used by kings or good-natured people. Chapter 50, the most vicious Tao instruction. 2. Having diligently read these merit laws, in this world, there was no one who understood and mastered these techniques and methods more than him. Li Qiyi struck Su Pei around 20 times. Then, she couldn't hold on any longer, fell to the ground, and she found it impossible to stand up. Li Qiyi then let her off. Next. Li Qiyi pointed at another disciple, and he cheerfully said, bang! 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 At this moment, all the other disciples also suffered the calamity. One after another, they were beaten by Li Qiyi, and they laid motionlessly on the ground. After Su Pei's words enlightened them, at the moment when Li Qiyi was beating them, the other disciples were watching each strike from Li Qiyi. Even though they were getting hit, each disciple still remembered Li Qiyi as every strike. Now, everyone wanted to know the flaws in each of their moves and actions. Some wanted to cover their flaws so that they wouldn't be beaten so badly by Li Qiyi. Some wanted to use this opportunity to see their own weaknesses and to raise their own cultivation. Although Su Pei's words had woken everyone up, not every disciple could see the flaws in their techniques and actions. Even if they could see the flaws within and know, personally, that their moves had flaws, they still wouldn't be able to fix the underlying problems. The other disciples weren't as lucky as Su Pei. Li Qiyi was only beating them, he didn't give them pointers. In the end, the disciples who were beaten by Li Qiyi lied on the ground, wailing moans filled the air. Li Qiyi indifferently looked at them, and he then smiled, saying, today will end here. I'm giving you guys 3 days to rest. You should carefully think for a little bit, lest you make the same mistakes again. Finished speaking, he turned around and left. 3 days' rest was as quick as a blink of the eye. Li Qiyi, once again, appeared in the martial practice hall of the cleansing Jade Peak. Li Qiyi looked at the surrounding 300 disciples, and he slowly said, the content of today's lesson is still the same, it is still a beating. Li Qiyi's words made many students change their expressions. Many students were afraid of Li Qiyi and the taste of the serpent punishing stick. It was definitely not easy to endure, this type of pain, absolutely torturous. Li Qiyi stared at the 300 disciples ahead, and he beamingly smiled, are you all coming out personally, or do I have to kill all the way to the door? I go first to fight against older brother. Li Qi had just finished his sentence, and the first to step up was Luo Fenghua. This was not Luo Fenghua's first time to be the vanguard, but this Luo Fenghua coming out first was completely different from the past. Luo Fenghua's talents were not bad. Within the 300 disciples, his aptitude could be considered first or second. His cultivation was not shallow, and he could be said to be someone that was proud and arrogant. When Li Qi first arrived, he essentially didn't obey. In reality, even after Li Qi had beaten him with the serpent-punishing stick, he was still not convinced in both his words and his mind all the way until he was blown away by Li Qi's one kick, breaking the bones of his body. This was when he suddenly woke up. Even though Luo Fenghua was arrogant and proud, he wasn't ignorant. Li Qi's one kick immediately trampled and shattered his bones. The power of this kick made Luo Fenghua realize the terribleness of Li Qi. At that moment, Luo Fenghua realized that Li Qi was not a bag of straws like the rumors. Especially after Su Pei's words that woke the disciples. Afterwards, each disciple was carefully studying each blow from Li Qi. One sentence woke the people up from their dreams. Being beaten by Li Qi, even though the majority of the disciples suffered from agonizing pain, these last 3 days caused them all of them to open their eyes. Many meticulous disciples theorized Li Qi's strikes, and they had fruitful harvests regarding the flaws within their techniques. Especially when these flaws were found out by pain, this made the disciples remember them very well. Luo Fenghua's talents weren't bad, originally. On top of Su Pei's words, the last 3 days he had been contemplating, and it gave him not small benefits. He immediately understood Li Qi's good intentions, and inadvertently, his attitude towards Li Qi had changed significantly. Li Qi beamingly smiled at Luo Fenghua, and he slowly said, "Even though you are one part arrogant and prideful, you are not ignorant to the point of stupidity." Arrogant Luo Fenghua, this time, on the other hand, his cheeks were red, he bowed his head, and he said, "Please guide me for my mistakes, older brother." This time, Luo Fenghua was sincere and serious. "Make your move." Li Qi also didn't say many nonsensical words. He took out the serpent-punishing stick, and he casually spoke. "Excuse me," Luo Fenghua quickly yelled. After the words came out, going all out in effort, he let out a long roar, a brilliance, like a tsunami, rushed forward. Body like an eagle, stance like an aquatic dragon, commotions in the middle, and accompanied by a dragon tiger. Bang! Luo Fenghua's technique had only began, but the serpent-punishing stick had already directly struck. At the impact point, where his eyes were filled with yellow stars, tears were coming out. Li Qi, making a move, showed no mercy. One stick struck Luo Fenghua to the point where he couldn't tell north, south, west, and east from each other. One stick came down, and Li Qi indifferently said, "Combat on the battlefield is to avoid the lightning and fire. If you survive, this is akin to the enemy's death. Between each technique, the best is the one that kills in one blow. Combat on the battlefield, it is truly not a viewing contest. Beautiful techniques are nothing more than the silver decorations at the tip of a spear. The move, dragon seizing the hawk, in the flying dragon fist, is simply to kill. It does not have excessive and unnecessary variations, a form to murder and kill without needless additions." Li Qi, once again, struck the body of Luo Fenghua, and he said, "You considered yourself to be smart, and derived this move into a variation, and then another variation, seemingly profound. However, it is simply drawing legs on a snake, and impairs this killing move." Luo Fenghua's perception was great. After Li Qi finished speaking, he immediately changed his technique. The move was filled with a heroic aura and was direct, seemingly rough, like a hatchet chopping wood. This move's variation isn't bad. Too hard an attack is easily broken. It has to be just right, between hard and soft. Li Qi was talking, but his hand never stopped moving. Showing no mercy, one stick repeatedly struck the face of Luo Fenghua until his face and nose were swollen. Bang! 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 Suddenly, Luo Fenghua had been struck a dozen times by Li Qi. Without much effort, Luo Fenghua was knocked down to the ground, and the serpent-punishing stick rendered him unable to stand up. Being violently struck by the serpent-punishing stick, Luo Fenghua was groaning from pain. However, his heart was ecstatic. This beating was not wasted as it gave him a fruitful harvest. Next person. Li Qi mercilessly brought Luo Fenghua down to the ground, and he said this to the other disciples. Bang! Finally, an older disciple next to Luo Fenghua went forward. However, after one move, he was struck by Li Qiye's stick on his legs. He immediately fell to his knees. "Your move is too slow." Li Qiye didn't bat an eye. Another club flew out, and the frightened disciple rolled to this side, then the other side, and then he successfully escaped the stick. Bang! 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 After a while, the disciple was struck by Li Qiye, and he ended up with a swollen face. He, under the serpent-punishing stick, had only lasted 10 moves. However, these 10 moves were not wasted since Li Qiye pointed out his incomplete moves one by one. Half a day later, Li Qiye had finished beating all 300 disciples. This time, it took longer compared to the past. Each time a disciple was beaten, he was pointing out the incomplete variations in the disciple's techniques. Towards any disciple, Li Qiye did not show mercy. All 300 disciples were beaten until they couldn't stand up. At the moment, they kept on groaning with an unbearable pain. However, despite the tough pain, for many of the disciples, their harvests were great, their being beaten were not. In vain. In the next few days, each day Li Qiye was always beating the 300 disciples one by one. However, all the disciples didn't have any complaints. There were even some disciples that were happy to be beaten. Even though Li Qiye was not showing mercy with his serpent-punishing stick, however, because of the big results, even worse pain would still have been worth it. The Tao instruction of Li Qiye had left a deep impression on the 300 disciples. Being beaten by Li Qiye so ruthlessly, even if they didn't want to remember their flaws, it would be difficult. Using pain to trade for learning, it left a lasting impression. Even though the method of Li Qiye's Tao instruction was brutal, each disciple received great benefits. For the disciples, especially in the area of technique variations, these short few days were enough for them to learn truly profound technique variations. When their cultivations had flaws, previously, in the severe beatings, were remolded. Within the short few days, many disciples showed clear progress. Especially the disciples with good talents such as Luo Fenghua, his progress was even more obvious. Under the molding of Li Qiye, Luo Fenghua grasped the true meaning of his methods, so, within a few short days, each of his techniques and each of his variations were as meticulous as an antelope and as high as the peak. Even though Li Qiye was brutal, his teachings were true knowledge. All of the disciples greatly benefited. Seeing Li Qiye taking great responsibility with his Tao instruction, the disciples, towards Li Qiye, were without grievances. Even though sectional leader Zhou rarely beat the disciples during his Tao instruction, sectional leader Zhou's Tao instruction was with everyone gathered in one place. The sessions that he instructed on were very short, and they were akin to force feeding. He presented the cultivation methods and their variations once. Whether the disciples could understand, that was up to the individual disciples. The 300 disciples, each one had different talents and different perceptions. Even if they were to cultivate the same methods and the same techniques, their results would be different. This was why, during the moment of cultivation, there were natural biases. The stranger thing was that some disciples' cultivations were completely wrong. Now, with Li Qiye's one-on-one instruction and beating out the flaws of individual disciples, this gave each disciple a clear direction for cultivation. Regarding the profound variations of techniques, their understanding became deeper. So, in just a few days, with regards to the variations of techniques, many disciples had seen the road, some had even taken steps on the road. This delighted many disciples' hearts. A few short days of Li Qiye's instruction were more fruitful than what they were studying for a year, even 2 or 3 years. Chapter 51, Immortal's teaching is only as good as this. 1. At the same time Li Qiye was instructing the Tao at the cleansing Jade Peak, the upper echelon of the cleansing incense ancient sect held a secret meeting. In fact, only the 6 elders were eligible to attend this meeting. The conference was personally arranged by the first elder. Sitting in his high seat, looking at the other 5 elders, he gravely said, "With all 5 brothers in the same room, let us talk about the king physique paste matter." When the first elder spoke up, the other 5 elders couldn't help but glance at each other. They were contemplating. Within the 6 elders, in terms of qualifications and merits, the first elder was the highest. Furthermore, the first elder was the direct disciple of the previous sect master. The status of the first elder, one could say that no one could compare to it at the cleansing incense ancient sect. However, there was a rumor within the cleansing incense ancient sect, that the current sect master, Suyong Huang, was also a disciple of the previous sect master. The current sect master was thought to be a direct disciple secretly groomed by the previous head. However, regarding this matter, the 6 elders were aware that this was not the case. Within the 6 elders, with the exception of Chao Xiong, the other 4 didn't have the ambition to compete for the sect master's seat because they knew, with regards to cultivation or contribution or status, they didn't have the qualifications to compete for the seat. Truthfully, the 4 elders believed that regarding the matter of the sect master's position, besides the first elder, there was no one else. We had previously agreed with Li Qiyi that if he could successfully become in-laws with the 9 Saint Demon Gate, we would grant him a king physique paste. The first elder looked at the 5 elders, and he deepened his voice. The 4 elders went silent, and only Chao Xiong was especially upset in his heart. Li Qiyi having an in-law relationship with the 9 Saint Demon Gate, then in the future, this would have a great impact against his disciple, Leng Shizhi, to compete for the head's seat. Chao Xiong had his own plans. Even if he had no chance to become the sect master in this lifetime, he still hoped that his disciple, Leng Shizhi, could become the next sect master. In reality, Leng Shizhi did not disappoint his expectations. What gave Chao Xiong deadly anguish was that, at the halfway point, an unfathomable Li Qiyi suddenly appeared. If Li Qiyi could actually marry Li Shuangyan, on top of his position as the prime disciple, then Chao Xiong was afraid that the matter of him becoming the next sect master was inevitable, and he couldn't be shaken by others. This included the current sect master, Suyong Wang. Within the 6 elders, the 4th elder, Elder Sun, stroked his beard up and down, and he nodded his head. He said, "This matter we had agreed on, Li Qiyi was successful on his part, granting the king physique paste, is something we have to do." Elder Sun was ranked 4th within the elders, and he didn't realize he had unconsciously supported Li Qiyi. The reason why Elder Sun was supporting Li Qiyi was very simple. It was because his disciple was Protector Mo. Elder Sun did not only have one disciple. In reality, Protector Mo, within his disciples, was not considered excellent. Protector Mo's cultivation was not the weakest within the disciples, but Protector Mo, and his disciple, Nan Huairen, their natures were the complete opposite. Protector Mo was taciturn and lacked social dealings on top of his average cultivation, which was why Elder Sun didn't think Protector Mo could inherit his legacy. Elder Sun thought about supporting another disciple in the future, to inherit his elder seat. However, recently, things have changed. With one sentence from Li Qiyi, everything became different all at once. His words turned Protector Mo and Nan Huairen into the ambassadors between the cleansing incense ancient sect and the 9 Saint Demon Gate. When the 9 Saint Demon Gate's Grand Protector Yuhi had any concerns, they were conveyed through Protector Mo and Nan Huairen to the cleansing incense ancient sect. One had to know that the status of Yuhi, in the old Ox country, was that of a royal noble. Even the 6 elders wouldn't necessarily be able to contact him, but, right now, any matters would be informed to Protector Mo and Nan Huairen. Suddenly, the status of Protector Mo and Nan Huairen, at the cleansing incense ancient sect, had greatly improved. His disciple and grand disciple had gotten great benefits, so naturally, Elder Sun had to support Li Qiyi. As brothers all know, we still have a king physique paste in our sect. The first elder spoke. This matter only caused the other elders to think, but Chao Xiong's heart was in physical pain. This king physique paste had been kept for a long time in the cleansing incense ancient sect. It has been kept since the time of the previous sect master. However, this king physique paste still had not been used. In fact, the first elder once had a great contribution. And this king physique paste was meant to be awarded for his usage. However, the first elder was reluctant because he thought that he was already old and limited by his talents. For him to use a king physique paste would have been a waste. When even the first elder was hesitant to use it, the other elders definitely would not have any intentions, or a reason, to use this king physique paste. From their thoughts, back then, in the future, if there was an extremely gifted disciple in the cleansing incense ancient sect, and if this disciple could uphold one direction by himself, then this one king physique paste would be given to him to mold his body. Currently, this king physique paste was promised to Li Qiyi, and it was a matter that was agreed on by the first elder. The other 4 elders weren't in a position to say anything. Chao Xiong's heart was in pain, because he had previously thought that this king physique paste would be given to his disciple, Leng Shizhi, in the future for his second body molding. However, Li Qiyi requires the leading beast marrow of this king physique paste to change to a hell iron bull's beast marrow. The first elder said with a deep tone. These words had just came out, but the expressions of the 4 elders couldn't help but become alarmed. Elder Qian startledly reasoned, "Older brother, the hell iron bull, this is an extremely rare heavenly beast. Everyone knows that the beast marrow of a hell iron bull's price on the market is as high as the sky. The beast marrow meant for a king physique paste, this rank of beast marrow, even at its lowest, would have to be 100,000 years old. I'm afraid that this price would frighten people. The first elder gently nodded his head, and he said, I had contacted the auction house. They actually had a hell iron bull's beast marrow, still young, a little more than 9,000 years, this could be considered 10,000. They were willing to swap the bone marrows with us, however, we have to add 1,000 pieces of ancient sacred refined jade. 1,000 pieces of ancient sacred refined jade. Having heard this, the fifth elder, named Zhou, his expression greatly soured, and he said, This is the lion opening its mouth. With 1,000 pieces of ancient sacred refined jade, we could buy the beast marrow. 200,000 years. Older brother, this Li Qi, this is giving him an inch and he'll want a mile. Chao Xiong grasped this rare opportunity, and he seriously said, the great matter of the cleansing incense ancient sect, it is not his place to bargain. He is only a third-generation disciple, yet he still dares to propose conditions with us. This whole thing is not showing us any respect. He is being too presumptuous. The first elder's expression changed after hearing these words. Chao Xiong continued speaking to the four other elders, Dear brothers, we are all aware that the king physique paste is precious. This king physique paste was meant for the third-generation disciple, and this was already a great blessing from our cleansing incense ancient sect. That ungrateful thing still dared to haggle. Besides, the origin of Li Qi's identity is still in question. One could say that he might be a spy. We're giving a priceless king physique paste to a traitor. Is this not beating a dog with meat buns? If we add 1,000 pieces of ancient sacred refined jade, on top of that, then our cleansing incense ancient sect would suffer a heavy loss. Who was to say, in the future, that Li Qi won't defect against us after receiving all of our benefits? 1. This was an opportunity that was rare for Chao Xiong. He strongly tried to convince the other four elders, and he naturally wouldn't want Li Qi to obtain this king physique paste. Elder Wu, ranked sixth within the elders, couldn't help but to try and convince the first elder, older brother, we're granting him the king physique paste, is already a great benefaction from our cleansing incense ancient sect. Li Qi, as a third-generation disciple, he needs to be aware of this. Moreover, older brother is clear on this, in our sect, the remaining ancient sacred refined jade isn't much. If, this time, we spend another 1,000 pieces, this is not different from emptying our storage. This isn't a trivial matter, older brother. The other elders couldn't help but to stare at the first elder, even though they didn't say anything, their perspectives were obvious. Seeing this scene, Chao Xiong was secretly ecstatic. He thought that this matter was half completed. In just a moment, he will fend the fire again. Maybe Li Qi wouldn't even get the king physique paste. 1,000 pieces of ancient sacred refined jade, this is not worth it. Third elder also said. It was undeniable that the four elders were truly respectful towards the first elder. The first elder, in their minds, had an extremely high status, and he couldn't be shaken by other people. However, in recent years the situation had changed. Until now, the elders had all hoped that the first elder would take over the cleansing incense ancient sect. In their hearts, they rejected the current sect master, Suyong Huang. Their ideal sect master was the first elder. However, with regards to the sect master's seat, the first elder had never revealed his ambition. As time passed, the other elders couldn't help but become disappointed. Especially in recent years, the first elder appeared to be disheartened, and he no longer had the courageous aura like the early years. This greatly shook the other elders' hearts. On the contrary, second elder Chao Xiong had never given up on the sect master's seat. Chao Xiong was too close to guest advisor Dong Xinglong. In the elders' hearts, Chao Xiong was not an ideal sect master. However, in the future, if they really had to choose between Chao Xiong and Suyong Huang, they couldn't help but hesitate. Especially in recent times, when Chao Xiong had repeatedly suggested his intention to become sect master, making the elders' hearts more or less jolted inside. Today, when first elder brought this up, Chao Xiong pointed out the important intricacies within, making the four elders rethink their thoughts. Just when Chao Xiong was reaching his opportunity, the first elder suddenly flashed his soaring eyes. In a split second, the first elder's aura greatly pressured others, his whole body exerted and exuded rays of brilliance. At this moment, it was as if the first elder became a different person, his heavenly form flew upward to the sky. With Tao finger incantations in front of his chest, he was brimming with imposing power. Inside this power was a faint presence of a royal noble's pressure. The first elder, in the end, was a person that could be bestowed the named hero title. Within the 6 elders, he had been in the sect the longest, and he also had the deepest cultivation. He, suddenly exerting his pressure, caused the other elders to be shocked, and they felt the suppressing atmosphere. At this time, the first elder slowly opened his mouth, and he said, "Brothers' oppositions make sense, but brothers must also know the grand circumstance ahead. The 9 Saint Demon Gate, to our cleansing incense ancient sect, is extremely vital. Li Chi Yi, to our cleansing incense ancient sect, is just as vital. Without him, there will be no 9 Saint Demon Gate. This is why, regarding this matter, I summoned brothers here hoping that brothers would approve this matter." 1. Beating a dog with meat buns, meaning what is gone can never come back. Chapter 52, Immortal's teaching is only as good as this. 2. First Elder's words this time were sonorously powerful and imposingly compelling. It was no longer a question. When he spoke these words, there was northwest other road, the other elders had to agree. The aura of First Elder was aggressively frightening, and, in the blink of an eye, it shook the hearts of the other elders. Even Chao Xiong's expression couldn't help but greatly change. The support of the 4 elders, for the First Elder, had been shaken in these last 2 or 3 years. However, today, when the First Elder suddenly exerted his imposing aura, it made the other elders' hearts tremor and linger in the middle. It was as if their old brother from that year was now present again. That year, the First Elder was the one who made all the big decisions for the cleansing incense ancient sect. And, that year, the First Elder's imposing aura was just like this. Chao Xiong's expression soured. During these recent years, his ambition for the sect master's seat had not lessened. However, the First Elder was downhearted and decadent. This made Chao Xiong not put him in his eyes. After all, he was not necessarily worse than the First Elder. If they were to compete for the sect master's seat, again, the First Elder was not his opponent. 1. Now, the First Elder suddenly, and abruptly, started a storm, and this made Chao Xiong once again realize that the First Elder was still the pillar of the cleansing incense ancient sect. If older brother thinks that Li Chi Yi is worth grooming, then I support older brother's decision. In the end, elder son, master of Protector Mo, was the first to express his opinion. The third elder was silent for a moment, and he then finally expressed his view as well. If older brother truly wants to groom Li Chi Yi, then let it be so. Hopefully he won't betray your heart's blood. 2. These words were, without a doubt, an agreement to the First Elder. The 5th elder was contemplating as well, and he then said, "This time, I agree with older brother's decision." Suddenly, all 4 elders agreed to accept this decision. This decision was made, not because of Li Chi Yi's merits, but because of the First Elder. The 4 elders faintly felt that the First Elder's ambition had not decayed. They hoped that the First Elder could, once again, shoulder the burdens of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Earlier, Chao Xiong had many little calculations in his mind, thinking about how to not let Li Chi Yi obtain the king physique paste. However, the sudden reversal rendered all of Chao Xiong's schemes unusable. It made Chao Xiong startled, and he stood in the same spot, unable to accept the reality. At the cleansing Jade Peak, Li Chi Yi had beaten the 300 disciples for more than 10 days, and he then molded the disciples, regardless of their cultivations and flawed techniques. To this day, the 300 disciples at the cleansing Jade Peak were convinced by Li Chi Yi in both their words and their minds. Even the arrogant Luo Fenghua, towards Li Chi Yi, was convinced with both his words and his mind. 3. Su Pei became the oldest sister of the 300 disciples. Su Pei's age was higher than Li Chi Yi by not just a little. However, she was timid and lacked her own opinions. Under the devil-like training in these last 10 days, Li Chi Yi was trying to polish Su Pei, not only in her incomplete techniques, but also her Tao willpower in order to increase her confidence. In the blink of an eye, half a month had quickly passed. Today, Li Chi Yi climbed to his high stand. In reality, Li Chi Yi didn't come alone. Serving by Li Chi Yi was no longer Nan Huairen, but Li Shuangyan. The truth was, this was not Li Shuangyan's first time accompanying Li Chi Yi to the cleansing Jade Peak. The first time she had visited, there was a large wave within the 300 disciples. After all, to these disciples who were not officially in the cleansing incense ancient sect, a heavenly goddess like Li Shuangyan was in existence in the legends. The descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, princess of the old Ox country, the heaven's prideful daughter, and a cultivation genius. Any of these titles was enough to startle these disciples. To some of the disciples, Li Shuangyan was high in the above, 4. However, under Li Qiye's instruction, Li Shuangyan recently had been showing up with Li Qiyi to the cleansing jade peak more often, making the 300 disciples slowly accept Li Shuangyan's existence. Li Shuangyan was perplexed regarding Li Qiye's ruthless Tao instructions. However, within a few days of witnessing Li Qiyi pointing out their black hearts, revealing the incomplete and flawed techniques of the disciples, and this caused Li Shuangyan's heart to shake. 5. She could tell that the serpent punishing stick was a magical treasure. However, with just the serpent punishing stick, it wasn't enough for Li Qiyi to correctly point out the flaws of many techniques. Without a doubt, Li Qiyi grasped the profound truths behind these methods and techniques. The cleansing jade peak's disciples weren't practicing peerless merit laws, but, in order to grasp the profound truths of dozens of merit laws and understand the mysterious arts, was this such an easy thing? Moreover, many of these foundational merit laws came from the hands of immortal Emperor Minren. The simpler the merit law, the more majestic the aura. To truly grasp the profound truths was not an easy thing. Without a doubt, currently, Li Qiyi had never practiced these merit laws, but he had grasped the profound truths of these techniques. Such a phenomenon was shown by a 13-year-old boy with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace. This was truly inconceivable. Li Qiyi, on his high platform, looked at his fellow disciples, and he started to speak. Today's lesson is a lecture on the foundational mysteriousness of the Jade Spiral Merit Law. This is one of the most basic merit laws in the cleansing incense ancient sect, and 1/3 of all disciples practice this merit law. If a disciple does not practice this merit law, they could choose to not listen. Older brother, our lesson today isn't getting hit. Currently, Su Pei was the leader of the 300 disciples. She suddenly heard Li Qiye's announcement, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Li Qiyi beamingly smiled at Su Pei, and he said, "What? Our younger sister is addicted to being beaten. One day without a beating, and your whole body wouldn't be comfortable." And no, not at all. Li Qiye's words immediately made Su Pei blush, her face reddened, and she immediately shook her head to deny. In fact, when Li Qiyi had started his lecture, the other disciples were expecting it as well. Li Qiyi had beaten them for the last 10 days, so they were almost numb to the painful sensation. With his lecture starting, all 300 disciples didn't leave the field, and they stayed to listen in amazement. Currently, the 300 disciples had absolute faith in Li Qiyi. Li Qiyi was already able to point out the flaws in their techniques. Currently, when he was speaking about profound truths, it definitely would not be worse. Currently, the disciples had forgotten that Li Qiyi's entrance to the sect was later than them. His talent was worse, and his age was also young. Before they knew it, Li Qiyi had become the oldest brother in their hearts, the prime disciple of the cleansing incense ancient sect. At the moment Li Qiyi finally started his lecture, the disciples immediately lost their thoughts, and they listened with great pleasure. Not mentioning the 300 disciples, even Li Shuangyan, who was known as a genius and standing next to Li Qiyi, was also carefully listening. She would not regain her flippant thoughts for a long time. The Jade Spiral Merit Law was the most basic merit law of the cleansing incense ancient sect. It could refine the life wheel and fate palace, and it belonged to an all-purpose type of merit law. It was well received in the cleansing incense ancient sect. In reality, this merit law in the sect was not considered confidential or anything. Any disciple could spread this method, even to the mortal world, because this method was too ordinary. It was definitely an all-purpose common merit law. This type of merit law, in the Grand Middle Territory, was as common as the hairs on an ox. This type of merit law, to the new disciples of many sects, was disdained as beneath contempt. However, this most rudimentary foundational merit law, today, in the words of Li Qiyi, was like the deluge of heavenly flowers and the golden spring rushing forth from the earth. Li Qiyi continuously spoke, using simplicity to solve complications and shallow light to enter the profound darkness. From his mouth, profound truths came out in the form of words. This caused listeners to become dazed like they were intoxicated. 6. If there was a person who was still completely showing conscious towards anything but the lesson, they would wonder whether this was only a rudimentary foundational merit law. The Jade Spiral Merit Law, under the preaching of Li Qiyi, had become a true guiding principle of cultivation. In fact, the Jade Spiral Merit Law was, indeed, a true guiding principle of merit laws. Even though it was coarse, it still contained the blood and thoughts of the human race in the long-searched road of the Grand Tao. The merit law was inherited since the Desolate Era. During that era, 10,000 races were trying to find the Grand Tao. One could say that the Jade Spiral merit law was one of the beginning merit laws of the many immortal sages, from the human race, at the start of their cultivation. Even though it was superficial, but this was an excellent merit law for new beginners. This merit law was fair and honest as well as gentle and mild. It was suitable for laying down the first foundation. In that year, when Li Qiyi and immortal Emperor Min Ren had built the cleansing incense ancient sect, they had taught many disciples this merit law. However, later on, when the cleansing incense ancient sect obtained emperor merit laws, not many disciples were willing to learn this merit law any longer. Currently, only the disciples who had not officially entered the sect was willing to study this method. In reality, it was because they had no other choices. Once Li Qiyi had finished his lecture, many disciples had still not regained their wits for a long time. Li Shuangyan was the first to regain her composure, and she couldn't help but quiver in astonishment. Li Shuangyan stared at Li Qiyi with amazement. The Jade Spiral merit law, this ordinary merit law that couldn't be any more ordinary, she had read it multiple times. For a genius like her, this foundational merit law, she had only needed to read it once to understand the profound truths within. However, after having heard Li Qiyi's lecture, she immediately thought that her understanding of this merit law, prior, was superficial and shallow. Under the teachings of Li Qiyi, this course merit law became the general principle of the Tao. These profound truths, these understandings, this was impossible to imagine. Even her master, Demon Emperor Luan Ri, wouldn't be able to preach such mysterious truths. Moreover, these truths of Li Qiyi were not unbending and stiff. These truths, from this merit law, in the words of Li Qiyi, seemed to say that he was already a grand master of this merit law. 7. How could Li Shuangyan know that, after Li Qiyi had read the Jade Spiral merit law, his memories regarding the method came back? The profound truths of this merit law, it wasn't only just Li Qiyi's enlightenments throughout the ages, but it was also the combination of the blood and thoughts of countless human race ancestors in the Desolate Era. Li Qiyi was simply combining the profound truths of this merit law in one place. That year, this merit law was considered to be one of the most important foundational merit laws of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Immortal Emperor Min Ren's most powerful generals had all practiced this merit law. Only later, when immortal Emperor Min Ren had obtained the heaven's will, and the cleansing incense ancient sect, having an emperor merit law, was the moment the descendants looked down on practicing this method. 1. Downhearted and decadent raw texts were 2 idioms, 4 words each. Heart became, ash mind cold, dejectedly crippled old weak were the 8 characters. 2. Heart's blood meaning expectation. 3. Another idiom, to be convinced by someone with both their words and their minds is to completely respect that person. 4. High in the above is an idiom meaning unreachable. 5. Black heart here meaning her hidden thoughts. 6. 5 idioms just in this paragraph. 7. Unbending and stiff here meant that the content was more or less regurgitated, not natural. Chapter 53, Yin and Yang Sea of Blood. 1. Li Qiyi's Tao lecture caused Li Shuangyan to be shocked. Just the Jade Spiral merit law alone was enough for her to feel that it was impossible. Afterward, Li Qiyi started to preach the other foundational merit laws of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He spoke continuously like he had them memorized on the palm of his hand, from shallow to deep, and from simple to complex, indescribably wonderful, just like the deluge of heavenly flowers and the golden spring rushing forth from the earth. Li Qiyi, in one breath, explained several foundational merit laws of the cleansing incense ancient sect. He spoke about the profound truths, he taught the mysterious meanings, and he left behind an everlasting impression without comparison, giving others a fresh feeling. Since Li Shuangyan had read these foundational merit laws, before and after, she had meticulously understood them, it caused her to have an even greater surprise. Even though these merit laws were superficially simple, however, with her current cultivation and with her current Tao understanding, she wouldn't be able to preach such profound truths like Li Qiyi. This discovery impacted her and shook her very foundation. Li Shuangyan was the heaven's prideful daughter, she had an emperor physique and a saint fate palace. It wasn't an undeserved reputation regarding her talents or physique, or even her Tao understanding. Not eyeing just the whole grand middle territory, even the whole mortal emperor world, she would still be a named genius. However, her explanation of the Tao truths and her understanding of the profound truths, even with her current cultivation, were left far behind by Li Qiyi. This sort of thing, to appear in an ordinary person with a mortal physique, mortal life wheel, and mortal fate palace, it was never seen before. However, when things like this happened to Li Qiyi, everything felt like it was a natural matter. At this moment, Li Shuangyan couldn't help but lament over the fact that, regarding the spotting of geniuses, she was far inferior to her master, Demon Emperor Luanri. In the beginning, she had thought that her master had chosen Li Qiyi because of the 4 heavenly guardian golems, but seeing what was before her eyes, this was far from the truth. Li Qiyi went from rotten to magical, and this caused Li Shuangyan to feel an incomparable astonishment. She couldn't see through Li Qiyi, a young boy who was younger than her. His unfathomable existence has to be a miracle. Li Qiyi's Tao lesson was entering its closing stage. He originally wanted to correct the incomplete moves of these disciples, and that also served as a way to earn the respect of this arrogant and unruly group. After was the Tao instruction meant to create a complete foundation for their cultivation in order to avoid flaws within their merit laws, otherwise, it would have an adverse effect on the rest of their cultivation lives. In fact, since the ancient ages, many cultivators only needed to practice the most powerful merit laws. In the future, they could step into the apex ranks. Many cultivators, ancient immortal heritages, and even major figures teaching their disciples had thought that this was the case. However, after innumerable years of ups and downs, regarding the insights within Tao instructions, other people couldn't compare to Li Qiyi. To Li Qiyi, a cultivator, at the beginning of cultivation, the most important thing was not a world-shattering method, but a proper understanding of morality and an awareness of the grand Tao foundation. If, in the beginning, one's morality and foundational Tao understanding had diverged from the main road, then in the future, it would be difficult to change. This negatively affected the ideals of Tao cultivation. 1. Lastly, Li Qiyi wanted to show direction to the 300 disciples of the cleansing Jade Peak. In reality, these disciples were limited in their foundational cultivations with the introductory merit laws, plus they were also in the early and superficial stages. It was difficult to spot flaws. However, Li Qiyi did not take this matter lightly, and, without any carelessness, he examined all the individual disciples. Physique, life wheel, fate palace, and the Tao willpower affected and reinforced each other. Li Qiyi had his own insights. Regarding this matter, Li Qiyi was absolutely the unparalleled Grand Master. Thus, as he checked the base of each disciple, he could formulate the most exact explanations. During Li Qiyi's examination, Luo Fenghua was the first leading horse, the first to stand out. He had greatly changed. Before, the most disrespectful towards Li Qiyi was him, the one who opposed Li Qiyi the most was also him. However, he was currently one of Li Qiyi's biggest admirers. Sectional leader Zhou taught the Tao to him for several years, but it was not equal to Li Qiyi's Tao instruction of a few days. With such an obvious gap, a talented person like Luo Fenghua naturally understood who was a true mentor. He was not a fool. Under Li Qiyi's command, Luo Fenghua was floating his show Life Wheel, Xian Fate Palace, and Zhan Physique. He activated his Fate Palace and Life Wheel merit laws so that Li Qiyi could thoroughly check them. 2. You practiced very thoroughly. The Tao foundation is without flaws. However, you were too anxious with ranking up. In the future, do not be hot-tempered and impatient. Step-by-step improvement is not a bad thing. Do not only see the cultivation rank ahead as you need to have a vision for the future. Li Qiyi was impressed with Luo Fenghua since he indeed had some talents. After hearing Li Qiyi's view, Luo Fenghua stepped back with joy. You belong to the Night Owl Physique. On the basis of Tao foundation, with an emphasis on lightness. In the future, with your cultivation, emphasize flying bird types, and you should take the road of quick and violent. There is an insufficient ferocious strength, but there is an abundance of Yin. This seems to be the early form Fate Palace. You cannot single-mindedly pursue the ranks. It is as if you were just expanding your Fate Palace. You need to use your Fate Palace to revolve your life wheel in order to refine your physique to its max potential. Slow down your cultivation speed, and you should use more time to rebuild your physique. A girl doesn't necessarily have to practice a gentle Yin method. Your blood qi is yang, and your life wheel is extremely fast. In the future, you should have a bias for firm and yang cultivational methods because your life will directly affects your physique. 3. Li Qiyi examined the Tao foundations for each disciple. After his examinations, he would give out the most exact advices. Li Shuangyan was still by Li Qiyi's side, keeping him company, and she continued to be astonished by his suggestions. Li Qiyi's current achievements, once again, pushed her to a different door. Before, when Li Qiyi was preaching, she assumed that Li Qiyi's Tao understandings were beyond comprehension. However, with Li Qiye's current explanations for Tao cultivation, this was outside the realm of understanding cultivational methods. It didn't matter how high one's talents and aptitudes were, as one couldn't simply be enlightened with these explanations. These explanations were accumulated through time, accumulated through the months and the years. These explanations, only someone who was very far along on the grand road of Tao would be able to accumulate. If someone said that her master, Demon Emperor Luan Ri, would have this knowledge, she wouldn't be shocked because her master, as of today, had experienced countless grinding and polishing. With regards to cultivation, his understanding was truly deep. However, the thing that was impossible to understand was that Li Qiyi was only 13 or 14 years old. Right now, Li Qiyi and his insightful form made Li Shuangyan question whether this was the first time that he had cultivated. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if this was not Li Qiyi's first time cultivating, as a 13 or 14-year-old, how could his knowledge be so deep? For the last person to step up for the examination was Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu stepped forward, and he couldn't help but rub his hands together. His voice was very soft, and he asked, Brother, does my practice have any problems?" The time since Zhang Yu had joined the sect was longer than Luo Fenghua's group. One could even say that Zhang Yu was one of the longest-running disciples. His age was high, however, no one knew why, in these recent years, his cultivation was always near the bottom. This was not because Zhang Yu did not try. On the contrary, Zhang Yu was one of the hardest-working and diligent disciples, but his cultivation, nevertheless, had always been in the back. Zhang Yu was the type without many words. As his cultivation grew difficult to increase, even by a half-step, he became even more silent, saying fewer words than before. Many disciples in the cleansing Jade Peak had thought that his talents were not great, and even sectional leader Zhou thought this way. This was why sectional leader Zhou ignored him during Tao instruction, didn't question his cultivation, and left him to live and die by himself. 5. When Zhang Yu showed his show Life Wheel, Xian Fate Palace, and Zhan Physique, and showed Li Qiyi's Tao Foundation, one could see that his life wheel was faint, his Fate Palace was unstable, only the physique had an indistinct sound of a cow mooing. Li Qiyi examined Zhang Yu's condition. He couldn't help but change his expression. He stared at Zhang Yu and said, "Why are you practicing the beneficence water longevity law? This type of life will merit law, was it chosen by you?" Zhang Yu scratched his head, and he said, I. Sectional leader Zhou said, "I am a Hotian physique, a water ox physique." So, he picked the beneficence water longevity law, and he said it would express the water affinity of the blood qi. Truly not knowing east from west. Li Qiyi coldly scowled, and he said, hampering the student's progress. Hotian physique is not wrong, but this is not the water ox physique. You have the primordial chaos ox physique. 6. A Hotian physique was not like Xiantian physique or mortal physique in that it could become an emperor physique, saint physique, or immortal physique. Although it couldn't increase in rank, this didn't mean that a Hotian physique would be weak. Hotian has its own evolution procedure. Normally, the water ox physique, through the cultivation with a formidable physique merit law, could evolve into the strongest Kuei ox physique. When Kuei ox physique was practiced to its strongest form, even someone with a saint physique would change their expression. Primordial chaos ox physique. There is a physique like this. Zhang Yu was in a daze. He had never heard of this physique before. Of course there is. Li Qiyi indifferently said, "Your physique is it?" In fact, the primordial chaos physique was extremely rare, and there were many uses for this physique. Li Qiyi glanced at him once, and he said, "You have practiced the wrong longevity law. If you continue, there will not be a half step of improvement." Well, what should I do then? Zhang Yu's face became pale with fear, and didn't know what to do in the moment. Li Qiyi replied, "Tear down everything and rebuild once more, practice the Jade Spiral Merit Law. This merit law is gentle, and it is the most basic foundational merit law. It reinforces the life wheel, Fate Palace, and the physique. This merit law is the most fitting for you. However, the assessment is less than a year from now." Zhang Yu jumped up from being frightened, and he quickly said. Li Qiyi looked at him once, and he calmly responded, "Is the assessment important? Or is the road of your future important? If you don't pass the assessment, you could try to retake the test again. After another 10 years, if you want to tear down your Tao foundation to rebuild it, I'm afraid you would have wasted your best years. It is best to carefully think about this. At this point, many disciples sympathetically looked at Zhang Yu. He practiced hard for 5 years, and now, he has to tear away everything and rebuild it. This was a matter that was difficult to accept for anyone. Just like this, 5 years of blood and tears were completely wasted. For most people, they would not want to break and rebuild. If they missed this assessment, they would have to wait another 5 years. Not everyone was willing to wait. 1. Moral is used different here. It is saying to be moral/true to oneself. It is not referring to societal moral completely, although a certain righteousness and justice are usually associated with the path of Tao. 2. The prefixes in front of the life wheel, fate palace, and physique seem to be their more official names. I didn't translate because their meanings were already very close to the 3 things. 3. Yin and yang. Yin equals softness/feminine, yang equals hard/masculine. 4. 1 again. Author uses 13 or 14 when we know he is 13. Must be a literary thing. 5. Couple of idioms in this one. Type without many words is self-explanatory. Leaving him to live and die by himself equals leaving him to fend for himself. 6. Hampering the student's progress is an idiom meant to criticize teachers for their incompetence. Chapter 54. Yin and Yang, Sea of Blood. 2. Zhang Yu's face was sometimes white and sometimes green. There were important intricacies, he understood this. 5 years of sweat and blood was suddenly ruined since he had wasted these 5 years of cultivation. If you can't decide at the moment, you should go back and think it over. After you have figured it out, you can come find me. Li Qi did not force him. One's road, in the end, had to be walked by the person personally. If he lacked this decisiveness, then wanting to polish a firm Tao willpower would just merely be empty words. I destroy. I will practice the jade spiral merit law. Li Qi had only just finished his words before Zhang Yu had already gritted his teeth and firmly said what he had thought with strong determination. Li Qi only nodded his head, and he didn't say anything else. He told Li Xuanyan, who was standing by his side, destroy his cultivation, he will start all over again. With regards to Li Qi, the current Li Xuanyan was without the slightest hesitation, and she immediately took action. Eventually, Li Qi had finished examining the cultivation of the disciples. One could say that the majority of the disciples didn't have any major flaws. The only big flaw was the grave situation of Zhang Yu. After the Tao examination of all of the disciples, everyone was on track. Li Qi began to let go, allowing his disciples to self-cultivate, reaffirm their Tao foundation, clear their moral stance, and correct their merit laws. Then, the next step was for them to personally cultivate. Thinking up to this step, Li Qi had already led the cleansing jade peak on the road of cultivation. He would no longer support them one by one. He would let them go on their own cultivation path. However, once in a while, he would take the time to pass on the Tao instructions for those disciples. For countless moons and ages, even immortal emperors were groomed by him. Li Qi was more clear than anyone that no matter how fantastic a disciple's talents were, if he didn't let go and held their hand the whole way, then those disciples, in the end, would not be able to grow. He would have no way of holding up a direction by themselves. Without experiencing the rain and wind, how could one meet the rainbow? After letting go, Li Qi started to focus on his own cultivation. In reality, because of the Tao instructions for the cleansing Jade Peak disciples, Li Qi had really slowed down his own cultivation speed. Currently, Li Qi was at the Yun physique rank, at the blood strengthening stage. Moreover, his blood strengthening stage had already reached grand perfection as he stepped towards the body tempering stage. To Li Qi, this was a good time to temper his body one more time. At this moment, Li Qi took out an ancient box. If Li Xuanyan was here, maybe she would be able to recognize this ancient box. This was the ancient box taken from the Saint Cavern of the Nine Saint Demon Gate. In fact, the elders of the Nine Saint Demon Gate, as well as Demon Emperor Luan Ri, did not know what was inside the ancient box. In the end, Li Qi had chosen this no-name mysterious box. What could be inside? In principle, when a disciple reached the Yun physique rank, at the blood strengthening stage, the sect would reward them with a longevity treasure. However, currently, the cleansing incense ancient sect had been declining, and their treasure storage was limited. If they had to reward a longevity treasure for even the outer disciples, the treasure storage of the cleansing incense ancient sect would not be able to handle it. A longevity treasure's major role was to prolong life and nourish the blood. Longevity treasures and fate devices were the two major treasures of a cultivator. The majority of cultivators all have a longevity treasure and a fate device. 1. A fate device, whether it was a life treasure or true treasure, its main effects would be to protect the fate palace and attack the enemy. Under the majority of situations, only on the battlefield would there be a need for a fate device. A longevity treasure was different, it was necessary at any moment. A longevity treasure could prolong the life of a cultivator, but it could also strengthen the flesh and strength of its possessor. It could even refine the longevity blood of a cultivator. A longevity treasure, in battle, could also have great effects. When the blood energy was depleted in a battle, one could activate the longevity treasure, and in a short time, it could replenish the missing blood energy. It could even provide a burst of strength for the cultivator, increasing his combat effectiveness. Li Qiyi opened the ancient box, and inside the box were two objects, lying down like blood pearls, 2 drops of blood pearl, seemingly ordinary. They were formed by the condensation of 2 drops of fresh blood. However, with meticulous observation, one would find that the 2 blood pearls seemingly hid an endless amount of blood energy. It was as if they were 2 huge seas of blood. Plus, these 2 blood pearls were different. One blood pearl seemingly had a circular golden sun, slowly ascending, while the other blood pearl was akin to a circular mysterious moon, floating up and down without break. Yin Yang Sea of Blood, he grasped the 2 seemingly ordinary blood pearls in his palm. Li Qiyi gently sighed, reminiscing, the bloody battle that year seemed like it was just yesterday. That year, immortal Emperor Min Ren's Grand Tao had been completed, shouldering the heaven's will, commanding countless heavenly generals, and sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Nothing could have blocked his path. Immortal Emperor Min Ren's first battlefield, he became an immortal emperor while shouldering the heaven's will. It was an ancient forbidden burial ground with tremendous viciousness. As the Dark Crow during that moment, his form was becoming unstable. However, he still hoped to see Min Ren's first battle. To any immortal emperor, the first battle was very important. It was an opportunity to refine the heaven's will. Li Qiyi chose an ancient forbidden burial ground for Min Ren. Even though, at that moment, Li Qiyi did not personally lead the army, however, he still watched this battle's murderous scene as the heaven fell and the earth was rent, killing to the point where the sun and moon no longer shined. That year during this battle, the heaven's dome was broken, and 10,000 fields were stamped out. In the end, immortal Emperor Min Ren, with his horse leading the charge, penetrated into the deepest depths of the ancient forbidden burial ground. That year in the deepest depths of the forbidden burial ground, one of the spoils was this ancient box currently in front of him. That year, Li Qiyi was approaching his deep slumber. From his personal perspective, he had hoped that immortal Emperor Min Ren would use the Yin Yang Sea of Blood to craft an immortal emperor longevity treasure that belonged to just him. However, because immortal Emperor Min Ren had accepted the heaven's will, he had complete confidence in himself. He personally had a longevity treasure that was already frightening through the eons, so he was not willing to waste this treasure. In the end, he rewarded the treasure to 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon who exerted the most effort in this battle, as a praise. Afterward, Li Qiyi went into his deep slumber, and he didn't further inquire on this matter. He assumed that 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon had already used the Yin Yang Sea of Blood to create his own longevity treasure, until the moment that he opened the Saint Cavern. He now realized that 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon didn't use this treasure. The moment that he opened the door, he finally understood that, when 9 Saint Virtuous Paragon told him to take care of the 9 Saint Demon Gate in the future and that he had left an indescribable treasure within, he was referring to the Yin Yang Sea of Blood. DNGGGGG. When Li Qiyi dropped the 2 blood pearls into his life wheel, his whole body shook. Instantly, there were 2 seas of blood encompassing his whole life wheel. With the blink of an eye, his life wheel reddened with bright auras, and it flooded through his entire body. Within the sea of blood, the highest formidable vital energy came out. Instantly, his life wheel was on the verge of fragmenting, and the Fate Palace became unstable. Even his physical body suffered from the impact. Countless amounts of vital energy pushed forward as if it wanted to break the body of Li Qiyi. Bang! 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 At this moment, the revolving crescent sun merit law, with the most powerful gesture, pulled the 2 seas of blood, filled with vital energy, with its utmost potential to bring the vital energy from the seas of blood into the life wheel. If it was any other longevity merit law, it essentially wouldn't be able to pull this type of vital energy. A small horse can't pull a large cart as, naturally, the pulling would be unsuccessful. However, the revolving crescent sun merit law was heavenly defying. The stronger the blood energy, the more energy was used to pull even harder. Instantly, the revolving crescent sun merit law had brought a large amount of vital energy into the life wheel. However, the yin-yang sea of blood origin could flood the whole sky. Even an immortal emperor would be interested. The revolving crescent sun merit law, at this current cultivation, couldn't use all of the vital energy, thus, it couldn't move all of it into the life wheel. Suddenly, monstrous waves of vital energy drowned out Li Qiye's body and fate palace. This extreme vital energy was on the verge of destroying his body and fate palace in the blink of an eye. In this very dangerous moment, Li Qiye's hell-suppressing immortal physique finally bursted. The sound of bang, bang, bang rang aloud as if the heavenly chains of hell were dragged. Each heavenly chain was akin to 1,000,000 soldiers in power, and each of them suppressed this vital energy that had covered the sky. Using an extremely oppressive presence to forcefully bring the energy into the physical body of Li Qiye, he pressured it into the hell-suppressing immortal physique. Meanwhile, inside the fate palace of Li Qiye, the Kunpeng 6 variants turned into a gigantic Kunpeng. It opened its mouth and sucked a large portion of vital energy. This swallowing process was as if the Kunpeng could suck in an endless sea. The Tao Foundation turned into a Kunpeng, countless vital energies were absorbed, and sent to the true fate. Instantly, the true fate inside the fate palace became blindingly bright, extremely spectacular. Under the suppression of the revolving crescent sun merit law, hell-suppressing immortal physique, and Kunpeng 6 variants, in the end, the 2 seas of blood inside the life wheel of Li Qiye finally calmed down. The 2 seas of blood combined together into one yin one yang, and, like a yin-yang fish, it swam without breaks inside the sea of blood. At this time, the yin-yang sea of blood was feeding the life wheel of Li Qiye, strengthening him with vital energy. The life wheel, in turn, with vital blood, washed the muscles and bones of Li Qiye's entire body. Each strand of vital blood was spread throughout the bone marrow of Li Qiye. It gave him the feeling of a new body, he was reborn. Unknowingly, Li Qiye had achieved the stage of body tempering. Borrowing the yin-yang sea of blood to refine his vital blood, he then used this to wash his hell-suppressing immortal physique. This caused his physique to have a minor improvement. The yin-yang sea was like the yin-yang fish, they were moving constantly inside his life wheel. At this time, the sea of blood was seemingly calm. However, Li Qiye knew that with his current cultivation, he couldn't even utilize one part out of the 10,000s of the yin-yang sea of blood. If he could truly activate the heavenly power of the yin-yang sea of blood, this would frighten the heaven and shake the earth, the blood would penetrate the 9 firmaments, and the gods and demons would tremble. When Li Qiye withdrew his cultivation, without realizing it, Li Shuangyan was outside of his door. At this moment, Li Shuangyan's beautiful pair of eyes stared at Li Qiye intensely. What devil merit law are you cultivating? At this point, Li Shuangyan's countenance was incomparably emotional. She originally was inside her own pavilion sitting down, but suddenly, she felt an ancient and vast vital energy beginning to flow. However, all of a sudden, it disappeared. This change was only for a moment, but it didn't escape the heavenly sense of Li Shuangyan. She knew this fluctuation was from the body of Li Qiye. Because the vital energy and blood energy was too powerful, it raised Li Shuangyan's suspicion. She thought that he was practicing a devil merit law. Do I need to cultivate a devil merit law? Facing Li Shuangyan's question, Li Qiye was only smiling, and he then said calmly. Li Shuangyan, with a surprised look, glanced at Li Qiye for a split moment. In the end, she didn't inquire any further, and she then turned around and left. 1. Longevity treasure and fate device are the subcategories for life treasures/true treasures. Bao. Since a friend brought this up, when Li Shuangyan was asking if Li Qiye was using a devil merit law, she was implying that he was using an evil technique in order to have such power. Devil merit law is akin to selling your soul to the devil for great power, almost like a forbidden technique of sorts. Chapter 55, Heavenly Cauldron. 1. Li Qiye's Tao instruction and his own cultivation were going well in an orderly manner. Another month had quickly passed. This whole time Nan Huairen had never appeared, and Protector Mo had not showed up either. During that time, Nan Huairen was an ambassador of another sect, so even with his lack of presence, Li Qiye was not surprised. However, as for Protector Mo, it was a bit outside of Li Qiye's expectations. Oh, big brother. You stand tall and see far with penetrating insights, and you understand the grand Tao so well. You could teach any mysterious sacred technique. Seeing Li Qiyi, Nan Huairen rubbed his palms together, and he smiled cheerfully. Li Qiyi glared at him, and he said, "Since you already stay by my side to handle matters, stop tapping the horse's butt. If you have gas, just hurry up and fart." 1. Nan Huairen's face became red, but his expression was still natural. He was indeed a person that believes long sleeves would help one dance beautifully. 2. He smiled, and he said, "This younger brother requests for older brother to give my cultivation some pointers." Li Qiyi looked at Nan Huairen, then Protector Mo to the side, then calmly said, "This was Protector Mo's idea." Being figured out by Li Qiyi, Protector Mo's face became red. He couldn't help but to forcefully smile. He said, "I'm just interested in hearing your wise opinion." In reality, during the days of Li Qiyi's Tao instruction, Nan Huairen was outside of the sect. Protector Mo, on the other hand, was still here and inadvertently heard Li Qiyi's Tao instruction. He was startled because an elementary merit law like the Jade Spiral merit law, even his master wouldn't be able to preach with such resonance with the Grand Tao. His accidental hearing of Li Qiyi's preaching granted him great benefits. So, this intrigued Protector Mo. Right now, from his perspective, Li Qiyi had a peerless perception regarding Tao instruction. He was afraid that there was no one that could compare to him in the cleansing incense ancient sect. He wanted to be examined like Li Qiyi as well, just like he did with the disciples at the cleansing Jade Peak. However, in the end, he was a protector. Because he personally was a person of few words, he did not know how to deal with people, thus, he didn't know how to ask Li Qiyi. This was why, after Nan Huairen's return, he immediately asked Nan Huairen to come here for advice. Nan Huairen quickly smoothed things over for his master, smiled heh, and he said, "Master said that big brother's cultivation is high, so your little brother will thick-facedly ask for your advice." Li Qiyi didn't look at Nan Huairen. He glared at Protector Mo, and he coldly said, "We're on the same side, if there is a matter, just be frank about it." Here, he didn't have any other words. The rest was up for them to contemplate. Protector Mo could see his future from these words. The moment they had joined Li Qiyi, with one sentence to Yuhi, Li Qiyi had propelled their status. Right now, Li Qiyi was saying this, even if Protector Mo was foolish, he would still be able to understand the implications behind them. What you both are practicing is the minor emperor merit law, Violet Cloud, right? Li Qiyi looked at the master and disciple, as he said this. This is correct. Protector Mo repeatedly nodded his head, and he said, "I presently have climbed to the heavens primal rank, but reaching the heavens will primal God seems to be a bit too strenuous." 3. As a protector of the cleansing incense ancient sect, Protector Mo's aptitude, within the protectors, wasn't the highest. However, he unendingly cultivated without break, so his cultivation had ascended to the heavens primal rank. A minor merit law, in the end, is still minor. In order to cultivate the heavens will primal God, it is completely true that this isn't such an easy matter. Heaven. Primal rank was a boundary for cultivators. Once they have reached this rank, to take an extra step, it was harder than grabbing the sky. At this rank, it was not just dependent on one's aptitude and talents, but it also depended on one's merit law, heavenly magnificent treasures, and etc. Li Qiyi spoke. Violet Cloud is a minor merit law originating from the main emperor merit law, Violet Yang Ten Sun, of the cleansing incense ancient sect. Reaching the heavens primal rank, if one also cultivates the Violet Yang Ten Sun, it would be akin to a dragon coming together with a tiger, water and fire combining strengths, and their cultivation will increase. If the sect still has the Violet Yang Ten Sun merit law, would I be like this? Protector Mo dejectedly laughed, and he then gently sighed. Big brother, there is something you aren't aware of. I heard from my great master that our Violet Yang Ten Sun merit law, in the sect, is flawed with incompletion and it is not completed to formidability. No one simply dared to just cultivate it. My great master switched to a different virtuous paragon merit law once he reached the heavens primal rank that year, just to reach a higher level. Nan Huairen busily said. Having heard this, Li Qiyi was in contemplation. The Violet Yang Ten Sun merit law was created by immortal Minren, and it was extremely powerful. Right now, this emperor merit law was even lost by the cleansing incense ancient sect. In reality, Li Qiyi could, once again, find the memory of the Violet Yang Ten Sun merit law. This was not a difficult matter. He didn't even need to see the Violet Yang Ten Sun incomplete manual, as just the minor emperor merit law Violet Cloud was enough in order to regain his memory. However, in the current moment, Li Qi had a different plan. He didn't have the capability right now to give the master and disciple the entire Violet Yang Ten Sun Merit Law. The Violet Yang Ten Sun Law. Li Qi smiled with a determined expression, and he said, I'm willing to bet, within just 1 year, that you both will be able to practice a completed Violet Yang Ten Sun Merit Law. As for you guys, pausing here, Li Qi looked at the disciple and master, and he smilingly said, as for the Violet Cloud Merit Law, there is no complaints here. Before, I had already observed your vital situations. Protector Mo's Dao foundation is solid, and little brother Ren is a little shallow. Continue to practice this law. Once the foundation becomes fortified, then you will practice the Violet Yang Ten Sun Merit Law. This would be like doing less, yet you reaping greater benefits. Li Qi's words made the master and disciple indefinitely shocked. Those words were with extreme confidence. They couldn't understand the reason for his confidence in stating that, within 1 year, they could cultivate the completed Violet Yang Ten Sun Merit Law. One had to know that the current cleansing incense ancient sect essentially did not have a complete Violet Yang Ten Sun Merit Law. If this was a different person, they definitely would say that these words were crazy, and only meant to console them. However, having seen Li Qi's frightening demonic demonstration, Protector Mo and Nan Huairen didn't doubt Li Qi. The only thing that was surprising to them was how Li Qi will obtain the complete Violet Yang Ten Sun Merit Law. Li Qi, to the anxious master and disciple, said, even though Protector Mo has reached a bottleneck, there is a method to break this bottleneck. When you are practicing the Violet Cloud Merit Law, in the morning, absorb the sun, in the late afternoon, extract the essence in the clouds. Extreme Yang vital flame from the sun and the afternoon vital essence combined together with the world natural energy, and then turn them into longevity blood. This is a different shortcut for the Violet Cloud Merit Law. Both of you could do this practice. The merit laws of the cleansing incense ancient sect were either left behind by him or created by immortal Emperor Min Ren. There was no one who was more familiar with them than him. Even if he couldn't find his memories of the Violet Cloud Merit Law, he would still know the essentials of this merit law. We will try a little bit. The master and disciple pair agreed to Li Qi's suggestion. Sure enough, not even in a few days, even though Protector Mo didn't come, Nan Huairen excitedly jumped up and down. He happily told Li Qi, Big brother, this matter was too mysterious. I followed your instruction on how to practice this merit law. It was truly doing less while reaping more benefits. 1 day of practice was more than my normal 5 or 6 days of cultivation. Big brother, how did you come up with this method? You don't practice the Violet Cloud Merit Law. Such a result left Nan Huairen with disbelief. In reality, his master also felt that it was impossible. This result left them in amazement. Li Qi was only pointed out 1 or 2 sentences, but those words gave them a road that they had never heard of before. I was only picking my finger to calculate. 4, Li Qi said with ease. Nan Huairen, of course, didn't believe the picking of fingers calculation. This matter was essentially impossible. Even his Grand Master, Elder Sun, didn't know this method. Why was it that Li Qi knew such specific details? However, if Li Qi didn't want to reveal any more, then Nan Huairen wouldn't dare to inquire further. Being with Li Qi for this long, he slowly began to understand Li Qi's temperament. Li Qi pointed out some advice for the master and disciple. He didn't think that not even a month had passed and Protector Mo had already recommended someone else to come to Li Qi for Dao instruction. This person was the master of Protector Mo, and he was also known as Elder Sun, one of the 6 elders. His cultivation was enough to be bestowed the title of named hero. If one was to say that an elder of the cleansing incense ancient sect, a big character with the qualification to be a named hero, was asking a 3rd-generation disciple for pointers, this matter was essentially inconceivable. In fact, recently, Elder Sun's cultivation had a problem. Protector Mo, as his disciple, naturally had to help his master, so the first thing that came up in his mind was Li Qi. Of course, Elder Sun thought that his disciple's idea was too outrageous. If it was before, Elder Sun would have scolded Protector Mo right away. However, today, Protector Mo's status was different. Elder Sun, as the master, had been more protective and caring for his disciple. Protector Mo brought up the pointers from Li Qi regarding the Violet Cloud Merit Law to Elder Sunday. Elder Sun tried it once and he saw its effectiveness, surprising him. In the end, under the nagging of Protector Mo, Elder Sun eventually put away his pride, and went to the lonely peak to let Li Qi look at him a little bit. 5. Even with the arrival of an elder, Li Qi was still nonchalant. Elder Sun wasn't happy about it, but he could still endure. Currently, even the descendant of the 9 Saint Demon Gate, princess of the old Ox country, was very attentive of Li Qi. He, as an elder, couldn't afford to put on too much air. Li Qi examined the life wheel, fate palace, and physique of Elder Sun, and he then said, Elder's Tao foundation can be considered solid. However, that year, during the purified rebirth rank, you were too eager for success, and you left behind defects on your Tao foundation. When you were at the Heaven's primal rank, you swapped from the Violet Cloud merit law to a different virtuous Paragon merit law. This isn't a big problem. Even though the 2 merit laws combining is not extremely perfect, but at the point of life reduction and fate calamity, it will not be fatal. Li Qi's words, once they got out, shook Elder Sunday. At first, he didn't think too highly of Li Qi, but, right now, Li Qi diagnosed him like a doctor treating a sick horse. 1. Tapping the horses but means flattering words. Gas and fart means to just spit it out. 2. Long sleeves help one dance beautifully, meaning he believes in material things/benefits, and will say/do most things for them. 3. Heaven's primal has multiple levels in it as well, and primal God is one of them. As for the heavens will here, it is more of a general comment, not the proper heavens will that could only be obtained by one immortal emperor. 4. Fortune tellers/wise masters in China have this action where they look at their fingers and do a variety of symbols and gestures to predict a matter. 5. Li Qi's peak is named Lonely Peak. Part 1 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.